Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon. What happens here, if you're new, one of my writers, in this case Chris, thank you Chris, has written me a script. I'm going to read it. I've never read it before. This is a story that of course I'm familiar with because everybody is familiar with it. Today we're covering Jeffrey Epstein. And that means this comment section, I'm sure, is going to be crazy. And this is one of those ones, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories around this, or the one big conspiracy theory like about Jeffrey Epstein killing himself, and then did he have this little book with all of these people who are also like predators and stuff, right? Again, like, I'm familiar with this story, like most people are, but not much in depth. That is absolutely going to change after this beast of an episode. But this is one of those conspiracy theories that is kind of like the moon landing and stuff, obviously real. Like, that is just like, without question. And then there's like conspiracy theories where you're like, there's probably something there, isn't there? Like the JFK thing. It's always like, that's too weird for there to be not something there. Do I know what that is? No. Does it seem enormously suspicious? Yes. Jeffrey Epstein just happened to kill himself. And that those cameras and guards were just happened to be missing. And he just happens to know all of these secrets about all of these very powerful people. Again, it's like one of those conspiracy theories where you're like, probably something there, isn't there? Or is that just me? I feel like this is one of the... This is a more believable conspiracy theory, right? Anyway, let's just jump into it. Yeah, sexual abuse, pyramid scheme style. That's the title Chris gave it. I might have made it more clickable. That's quite clickable, isn't it? Maybe the title will be that. You'll be looking at the title right now and being like, Simon respected Chris's artistic freedom, or he didn't. Let's see. Jeffrey Epstein shouldn't really need any introduction, being probably the most famous serial sex offender in recent memory. I feel like that's a great time for the use of the word infamous, Chris, rather than famous. And the subject of numerous conspiracy theory narratives, some plausible, some true, and some completely insane. Oh yeah, I'm sure that... I didn't realize there were so many conspiracy theories. I'm sure there are insane ones. It's like, no, he was a lizard. He was a lizard and he's in cahoots with the Queen.
He's using lizard DNA.
I'll say up front that I'm not a conspiracy theory fan. This is partly because so many of them are so paper thin and silly. Shout out to the masterfully ironic birds aren't real. What?
You liar!
What the f*** are birds then? I walk like past 700 pigeons on my way to work. What do you think they are, like CIA spy drones? Come on people, stop smoking so much crack. It's not good for you.
I do what I want.
But it's mostly owing to my career having so frequently compelled me to study and investigate actual criminal conspiracies. But the Epstein case transcends the debate between conspiracy and cock-up in a magnificent way. What we have here is a complex and ongoing criminal conspiracy, one which shines a harsh light on the criminal justice system, the corruption of wealth and power, and the very real inequalities which make so many the prey of the rich and powerful. But it's not all doom and gloom. The other side of the story is the long and tortuous journey of those seeking to bring him to justice, a sort of spotlight moment which provides a heartening example of the capacity for motivated and principled individuals to achieve some measure of justice, even when the very institutions designed to protect us have been corrupted. However, I mean, in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead, ain't he? Like, whatever happened to him, he's dead. And he probably didn't want to be dead. He probably wanted to continue being a weird sexual predator on an island, didn't he? And now he's dead. Yay! Justice prevails! But then also, didn't that other guy, the rapey guy, what's his name? Who was the TV dude? How am I forgetting this guy's name? He was like the host of a children's TV show, and he was sent to prison for like rape and like date raping people and stuff. And then he got released on some technicality, and you're like, what the f*** is going on? Rich people never suffer. Unless you're Jeffrey Epstein, in which case you're dead. Beyond the tabloid headlines and lurid, sometimes pornographic reporting, lies a damning failure on the part of key civil institutions to protect the vulnerable against the powerful. In fact, initially, they did exactly the opposite. Yeah, that's another thing. It's like, yeah, I know. It's like, yay, Jeffrey Epstein's dead. But also, he got away with his crimes for a really long time. And he was already, like, people knew he was a pedo, like, back in the day. And he was like, did he do time in jail, or was it kind of just swept under the rug or something? But people knew he was dodgy. And like famous people continued to hang out with him, which is a bit weird, isn't it? And by a bit weird, I mean it's a lot weird, isn't it? But it's also an inspiring tale of a small group of individuals' selfless dedication to justice, especially Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald, and of the courage of a handful of victims who over literal decades refused to be silenced, even while their powerful opponent used every resource and connection he had to ruin their lives and reputations, intimidate them, and silence them. And then, of course, there's the highly dubious deaths of Epstein and his close associate Jean-Luc Brunel. I'm aware a lot of people have passionate opinions on the subject, and while we can't promise to be in 100% agreement on some of the wilder theories, I can say that the facts of the case are such that it's not possible to 100% dismiss them either. And now, with that out of the way, let's dive into the dark world of industrialized sexual abuse. Brilliant, this is going to be a fun one. When you've got a script and it says the words industrialized sexual abuse, you know you're in for a bad time. The Great Gatsby. The world of finance is naturally a secretive one. If you've got a whole bunch of money, one of the first things you want to ensure is that no one's going to be able to nick all of it. And one of the best ways to do that is to make it very difficult to determine exactly how much you have and where all of it is. This is like one of those things, you know those rich lists and stuff where it's like, and you can like Google like different celebrities' net worths and stuff. It's all bullshit. Because unless, I mean, if you're like the CEO and you've got shares in like a giant company, it's public, like how many shares of stuff you have. It's like, otherwise, unless you're that person, there's no real way to know because you don't know how much these places don't know how much people earn. That's private. They don't know how much people spend. That's also private. They can take a wild ass guess, but it's always wrong. The result of this need is a sort of commercial and social natural selection favoring people who are discreet, who can keep secrets, and who like to maintain a low public profile. This is almost the exact opposite of the business world, where fame and notoriety are often viewed as primary assets. Think Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But for people behind the curtain, so to speak, the ones who pull the levers, facilitate the loans and conveyancing, and manage asset holdings and tax minimization, their world is normally more or less invisible to the general public. But even in this pathologically discreet little subculture, Jeffrey Epstein was known as a mysterious man. Even those closest to him knew very little about his life, where he'd come from, where he got his money, who his clients were. All this and more were shrouded in mystery. One source interviewed for a New York Magazine profile said, "He's this mysterious Gatsby-esque figure. He likes people to think that he's very rich, and he cultivates this air of aloofness. The whole thing is weird." I mean, it's also, if you just want to be a quietly rich person, it's not unreasonable. Like, not everyone wants to be going around, like, rolling in Lambos and shit. Just quietly being rich sounds, I don't know, sounds kind of better, doesn't it? Because then no one's going to try and nickel your money, you don't have people hassling you, you don't have, like, all of the fake friends. It just sounds better to just be quietly rich. I understand you, Jeffrey!
I don't believe what I'm hearing.
I'm joking.
You're breaking my heart.
Yeah, but I get this a little bit. What we do know about him is that he was born in New York, growing up in Coney Island, a rat-infested sewer of crime and poverty, or one of the nicest places in the world, depending on which side of town you live. His father was a Parks Department employee. Epstein was academically gifted, skipping 2 years and graduating high school at 16. He studied at Cooper Union and NYU, both prestigious universities, before dropping out for no clear reason and getting a job teaching maths and physics at the Dalton School. I didn't realize schools would... I feel like if you're teaching maths and physics at school, no matter how bright you are, you need to have a degree, don't you? The Dalton School is a prestigious prep school and arts academy which attracts gifted and affluent students. You can either be skilled or your parents can be rich. That's who we're accepting at our school. Welcome to America, land of meritocracy and also money. And look, I also know the UK's like this, so yeah, I don't know. Just because this is set in America, it was easy to poke fun at America. Look, I know the UK's also the same. In 1974, the year Epstein blagged his way into a teaching job without qualifications, the outgoing principal was ex-Attorney General William Barr's father. Rupert Murdoch's daughter was a student at Dalton while Epstein taught there, and the school's alumni figures include the likes of Anderson Cooper and Claire Danes. Holy shit, that school's got some alumni. He was reportedly a charismatic teacher, though some students described him as overfamiliar, especially with the female students. Not something you want in a teacher. He was only 21 years old at the time though, and it seems he was mentally somewhat younger, so perhaps there's nothing sinister in that. When questioned about it in 2009, however, he pled the fifth to dodge the question, so maybe there was. In any case, he wasn't there long before a new headmaster came in, noticed he wasn't particularly good at teaching, and sacked him. As with so much to do with Epstein, it's impossible to know his plans or motives for so many things, but it seems that he'd become impressed with the power and influence of the parents and students at the school. Possibly as part of a larger plan, he made an effort to impress one of the parents at a P&T night, a man who happened to be a senior partner at Bear Stearns, the merchant bank. This executive persuaded Bear Stearns' CEO to hire him, which turned out to be the first step in Epstein's journey into super wealth. Okay, Epstein's got to be fair. They said he was charismatic as a teacher. If you're a teacher, a 21-year-old teacher who got fired from their job, and you managed to charm a Bear Stearns, senior partner, into who knows the CEO of Bear Stearns, so not just some regular senior partner who's 4 levels down, but someone who can go to the CEO and get someone a job, that speaks to charisma. During his time at Bear, Epstein showed a talent for a whole portfolio of financial management. Quite a few people dubbed him a genius, saying that he had a talent for synthesis, that rarest of intellectual abilities where one is able to cross-connect and interrelate across a range of disparate disciplines and combine them to arrive rapidly and accurately at understandings or solutions. Of course, there were many dissenters from this view, notably one man who said of Epstein that he had never received a straight answer from him and that it was all smoke and mirrors. He told Vox, "I never saw any brilliance. I never saw him work. Anybody I know that is that wealthy works 26 hours a day. This guy plays 26 hours a day." Well, it just sounds like he's doing better than you, doesn't it? Because he's getting rich. One thing about Jeffrey Epstein, very, very, very rich. And he doesn't seem to be working very hard, does he? So seems like he's got you beat on that one. Why am I defending Jeffrey Epstein? Oh, it feels dirty. Because it is. For every person claiming that Epstein was some kind of ethereal genius, there's another who characterizes him as a dumbass poser. It's not been possible to find anyone who ever traded with him, and of the many scientists and intellectuals that Epstein held dinner parties with, more than half report that he didn't know what he was talking about and spent more time trying to look smart than adding to the conversation. One of the best ways to look smart, though, is to be quiet. If you open your mouth, people know you're dumb. If you don't open your mouth, they don't know you're dumb, and you just kind of look mysterious. I guess Epstein maybe discovered this later. If you're around smart people, just listen to them and ask questions. It makes you look smarter than you are. Pro tip. It's what I do, and it's why everyone thinks I'm such a big brain. His work at Bear quickly had him charge of billions of dollars in funds, and Epstein was the kind of financial manager who wasn't shy about his own ambitions to wealth. Leslie Wexner, the founder of Limited Brands, a huge company which includes Victoria's Secret in its holding. Oh, it's Victoria's Secret. In my mind, I always had Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret makes a lot more sense. Made Epstein his financial advisor and helped him to build a fortune for himself. It's interesting that in a world where reputations are cemented by prestigious client books, every client other than Wexner was kept a closely guarded secret. It's possible that this is because there weren't any others of note. Epstein appears to have built his fortune on being Wexler's water boy and then scamming and brown-nosing his way into a space where anyone at all could become rich simply by talking to people and being in the same room. This is a bit contradictory because we had the dude earlier being you got to work 26 hours a day if you want to be rich. And now we're saying no, you just got to go to parties and chit-chat. Sounds a bit easier, doesn't it? Regardless of his actual ability, there's no doubt Epstein wanted to present himself as a lofty thinker. He was a keen patron of the sciences, forking out millions in grants and gifts for cutting-edge research which some of his beneficiaries claimed he actually understood, unlike many rich patrons. As for his money management, he was out of Bear well before their spectacular failure in the GFC and was running his own firm. Global Financial Crisis, GFC. I didn't know we were acronyming that. He considered himself a kind of financial architect, according to New York Magazine, who quoted one of his writings saying, "I want people to understand the power, the responsibility, and the burden of their money." Which is odd. Yeah, I feel so burdened by money. Money's always such a burden. Where to put it, what to buy. What a burden. One thing I definitely don't feel since having more money is more burdened by money. Having no money is definitely more of a burden. What are you talking about? Which is odd, as Wexler apparently hired him to find out who was stealing from him and then claimed Epstein had stolen $46 million from him too. It seems both of these men were a little odd, with Wexler acting as Epstein's patron and Epstein hooking Wexler up with dates and party invites. The characterization of Epstein as Gatsby is apt. He was a shadowy man, lauded by some of his acquaintances, but in a curious way, not really containing any substance. And it's clear from his own comments and writings that other people didn't really exist for him as people either, which might be a clue as to why he was willing to inflict such appalling abuse on so many children and young women. And yet, he still seemed so utterly convinced he hadn't done anything seriously wrong. Yeah, well, that's just the big mark of a psycho brain, isn't it? It's like, yeah, no. Like, always bring it back to Pedro Lopez. He's probably like, it's okay to kill children. They're just small. It's like, Pedro, what are you talking about? It's like when people really don't even have a grasp on simple, basic morality. Like, I'm not the most moral person ever. I'm not some, like, saint of morality. But there is some that you just know is wrong, Jeffrey. Jesus. Or you should know is wrong.
No.
A note on sources. Epstein's day job took him all over the world. He owned private aircraft, airstrips, and real estate across Europe and the USA and its territories, and would spend his time scouring the world for investment opportunities. His passion project, though, was recruiting, grooming, sexual abuse, and the rape of young girls at an average rate of 3 per day. What the actual fuck? I had no idea he was so prolific. I think Jeffrey Epstein's one of those things, it's like, well, it's like I feel with this podcast, it's like I don't really like these things. They're generally unpleasant. And so why would I naturally expose myself to this? But it's like I haven't read a ton about Jeffrey Epstein because I'm like, well, he's a horrible person. I don't want to read about all the nasty shit that he got up to. 3 a day blows my mind, you f***ing sicko. Activity at this level of intensity obviously requires an industrial-scale operation to service it, and the sheer scale of it, as well as the high profile of some of the people involved, means that there's a whole bunch of misinformation and disinformation out there, so we just need to make a quick note about sources. First up, the main sources used for this are victim testimonies, legal documents, and investigative reporting. Victim testimonies are taken from the handful of victims who've chosen to go public, but some information is also taken from anonymized statements and depositions included in the Florida indictment, the Virgin Islands DOJ complaints, various civil suits, and Palm Beach police interviews. The legal documents are the NY Southern District indictment, the Virgin Islands DOJ civil complaint, the Maxwell depositions, and other depositions unsealed through civil actions against either Epstein or his estate, and various civil complaints filed in several U.S. jurisdictions, particularly those alleging Epstein's infamous Florida plea deal was unlawful. And it was. Oh my god. One thing, Jeffrey Epstein had a lot going on before he died. He had a lot of lawsuits. The main reporting comes from the Miami Herald, especially Julie K. Brown, who deserves much of the credit for finally ending Epstein's run. More on that later. And a variety of tabloids who brought victim stories and churned out accounts of court proceedings as the hearings went on. As well as this, there's a number of hit pieces, puff pieces, and highbrow intimate profiles on Epstein of the kind that occasionally get done by broadsheets and snobby magazines. Sources and avenues include anyone with a whiff of tinfoil hat. This isn't just prejudice, the fact is there's no need to turn to these people. Sticking with sworn, authoritative, and credible sources uncovers an actual, provable conspiracy and strongly suggests another one involving some of the world's most powerful people. Oh, I'm getting excited now. This is going to be intense. There's no need to go off the reservation to explore the potential involvement of people like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz, or the extent to which the US establishment, including law enforcement agencies, either turned a blind eye or were complicit in Epstein's offending. It's pretty clear, actually, that an operation of this size couldn't have survived without at least the tacit consent of a big chunk of the top end of society, and mainstream sources reflect this reality. So don't get butthurt if we don't entertain the idea that corporate and Hollywood elites were using Epstein to harvest the blood of children for satanic sacrifices. The actual picture is bad enough, and we won't be shying away from it. Yeah, this is like, why do we need to say that he's doing satanic sacrifices? The shit that he got up to is totally wild. If it was less, obvious, and there was settlements reaching stuff with like Prince Andrew and shit, if that wasn't, people would be like, that's a conspiracy theory. I'd be like, I don't believe it. It's the Queen's son. Are you insane? And never do. What? He's got so much to lose. He would put shame on his whole family. That's crazy. And then it's like, no. Turns out, oh my God, the Queen's son. absolutely mad. You don't need all the extra crazy shit. It's already crazy. In fact, the reality of Epstein is possibly a clue as to where some of the ideas of QAnon actually come from. The kernel of truth within the construction of myth, so to speak. Other sources I've excluded are partisan. We will talk about Bill Clinton and Donald Trump as they're an important part of this story, but I've excluded opinion merchants and political operatives who obscure and elide facts to exaggerate or downplay the involvement of prominent Democrats or Republicans. The reason for this is simply their selective facts and outright lies just cause confusion. And finally, for boring legal reasons, it's important to say that Epstein's first conviction was laughable, and as he died before he could face the second batch of charges, some of this material constitutes the sworn allegations of plaintiffs and witnesses in various cases and may not be covered by the guilty verdict returned in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. I've got a pronunciation guide for Ghislaine Maxwell. I thought it was Ghislaine. Let's just go with Ghislaine because I'm assuming Chris actually looked into this and I've just heard it wrong. Doesn't matter. But even though there's no comprehensive Epstein conviction, the Epstein estate has set up a fund to compensate victims, and there's little to no denial of the stated facts of the case, which saves Simon having to put 700 allegedlys in front of statements that we're pretty sure are true but have not been proven. Yes, important legal disclaimer. Probably going to throw in a bunch of allegedlys anyway. Just because it's powerful people with lots of money. Perversion Inc. Now let's imagine you're a middle school girl, generally as happy as any teenage girl can be, and living an ordinary life. Or perhaps you're at the start of an extraordinary life, as so far in your short career on Earth, you're a straight-A student and a cheerleader and generally a popular person. If you've ever been in contact with the American secondary school system, you'll know just how difficult a combination that is to achieve. In your life to date, the only real cloud on the horizon has been money. Your family is far from wealthy, and one problem you're currently casting around trying to solve is how you're going to be able to afford presents for your parents with Christmas only a few days away. You're sitting in class one day when a friend passes you a note saying that if you're willing to go to a big house in Palm Beach, you'll be paid hundreds of dollars just to give an old guy a massage. It sounds simple enough, and as one of your relatives is a masseuse, you think you've got a pretty good idea of what it's going to look like. It might be a bit gross, but it's easy money, and it shouldn't take too long, so you go. You get to the massive mansion in El Brio, and a blonde woman named Sarah Cullen meets you and takes you to a bedroom, which is disturbing, but the house is enormous, and there's pictures of the owner with Bill Clinton and the Pope and all other kinds of famous people, so surely it can't be that bad. Lying face down on the bed, wearing nothing but a towel, is a silver-haired 51-year-old. He tells you you're beautiful and grabs your hip, moving you around so that he can look at you. That is... this is just so gross. What's the age of someone in middle school? Like a teenager? I don't know how old that is. But it's not, dude. He instructs you to strip down to your underwear and deliver the massage. It's a decision point you're not very well equipped to deal with at 14 years of age. Well, there we go. This is some up shit, my dude. You're alone in a room with a clearly rich and powerful man. You're unsure of where you are in the massive house and unsure of exactly where in Palm Beach you are as you arrived by taxi. There was armed security everywhere and the house is fenced and gated, and you're not sure if the man on the bed has a weapon somewhere either. So you freeze up and acquiesce to the abuse, letting him fondle your breasts and genitals while he masturbates under the towel. And when it's over, he gives you $200 and tells you to come back sometime, or if you're not comfortable, that you can bring him other girls and you'll still be paid. This is already horrible. And I know it's going to get worse.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Within a few years, because you need money for school shoes, for uniforms, textbooks, food, and because you feel so dirtied by what you've done, you can't really see yourself working a normal job or living a normal life ever again. You've recruited up to 70 girls for this man and have been abused by him for years. You're hooked on drugs, which he helps to get you, but pretty soon, you're too old for him. You're not yet 21, and you lose access to younger girls, and the money starts drying up. Unable to keep your life together without the cash that you've become so dependent on, you end up in jail on drugs-related charges. Your promising life is ruined, and all you've got to show for it is a felony criminal record and a head full of appalling memories and guilt. Such is the story of Courtney Wild, one of the very few Epstein victims who was brave enough to come out and tell her story publicly. You'll be pleased to know that Courtney is doing well these days. She's a human rights and victims advocate, and the lawsuit she filed in 2008 alleging that Epstein's first plea deal was unlawful was successful, which means it's possible, and certainly something I like to think, that some of Courtney's extraordinary potential has been fulfilled. Not all of Epstein's victims were this lucky, though. One was found dead in a motel room from a heroin overdose, leaving behind a young son, and who knows how many unknown victims have taken their lives well before this vile enterprise was finally exposed. Given that the numbers that this seemed to be operating at, and the scale of it, it's not nice to think about, is it? And however well Courtney's doing today, and however much it's pointed out that she's not at all at fault here, she's still got to live with what happened to her, and with what she did, as she herself points out. Courtney's story is nearly identical to all the other victims we know of. Epstein didn't usually use force, preferring to sweet talk and groom his victims, counseling them on their schooling and offering to help get them into modeling or the fashion industry or whatever else they were after. Some of the girls were made to engage in sex with both Epstein and a woman called Nadia Matsinkova, who Epstein would also claim that he'd bought as a sex slave from her mother in Yugoslavia. Why would you claim that? What's wrong with you? Don't claim your crimes. That's a bad idea. Marcinkova would use sex toys and strap-ons to have intercourse with some of the victims under the detailed direction of Epstein. More typically, Epstein would touch them or apply vibrators to the victims' genitals while they touched him and he masturbated. He would pay premium for oral sex or intercourse and would constantly be pushing them to agree to those. One victim, who was also victimized by Marcinkova, said that she refused to have intercourse with Epstein, but on one occasion, he pinned her to the massage table and raped her. After this, he apologized and gave her $1,000 and a car. There are also allegations, particularly from Virginia Roberts, that Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's one-time girlfriend and long-time property manager, also participated in sex in a similar way to Marcinkova. Maxwell, whose life and highly disreputable father could make a video all on its own, was convicted of multiple sex trafficking offenders on the strength of these and other accusations. It seems to be Maxwell who came up with the idea of using girls to recruit other girls. It seems that earlier on, Epstein's staff would scout high schools and shopping malls for likely victims, a laborious and unreliable system. It's amazing. Like, we've talked about in previous episodes how you shouldn't involve other people with your crimes, because the more people you involve in your crimes, the more likely one of them is to tell on you. But it just speaks to Epstein's power and money that he has all of these people doing all of this stuff and no one is coming forward. It's crazy. Setting up what the Palm Beach Police Department called a sex abuse pyramid scheme basically supercharged Epstein's supply chain. On top of this, victims were trafficked both to and from the Virgin Islands, a US territory in the Caribbean. Additionally, Epstein had financed a modeling agency called MC2, founded by Jean-Luc Brunel, a model scout who had multiple allegations of sexual abuse outstanding against him. Brunel would, according to sworn statements by MC2 staff, procure girls as young as 13 from Europe and send them on various assignments, including to Epstein, where they were abused. Epstein's relationship with these girls was complicated, not on their part, of course, they were all victims, but his grooming behavior seems to indicate that somewhere in his own twisted mind, he thought they were all his girlfriends, and that he was some kind of Hugh Hefner-style playboy.
I think I'm going to be sick.
For those who regularly came back to him, lured by cash or habituated to abuse or both, Epstein would get involved in their lives. A search of one of his properties found a school report card, and he'd ordered one of his staff to send a bunch of flowers to one girl to congratulate her on her appearance in a high school performance. A couple of victims interviewed by police claimed they were in love with him, a sure sign of manipulative grooming on Epstein's part. This, coupled with his overfamiliar conduct at the Dalton school, seemed to suggest an interesting deformation of Epstein's character, a sort of Peter Pan syndrome, which chimes in well with the many descriptions of him as a fantasist and overall strange person.
He's just an old poop.
Yeah, another way you could describe him as being a dirty pedophile. Peter Pan syndrome. I mean, that's when people think they're like always children in their minds. It's not a f***ing excuse. The main hubs of what the Virgin Islands DOJ called the Epstein Enterprise were in New York, Palm Beach, Florida, and the US Virgin Islands. As already mentioned, Epstein had Manhattan's largest single residential property, where Prince Andrew notoriously chose to stay just after the Epstein indictment. The New York residence seems to be one of the two places Epstein did most of his entertaining, as well as a significant amount of child sex abuse. It's an open question as to whether any of his New York guests participated in the abuse part, but the damning by association, combined with clear and categorical statements by the likes of Virginia Roberts, very strongly suggests that at least some of them did. Prince Andrew, for example, settled with Virginia Roberts for millions of pounds to settle a civil suit in which she claims she was basically pimped out to the Royal for sex. Prince Andrew denies the charges, saying he was at Pizza Express, and also that he couldn't sweat at the time because he got PTSD in the Falklands War, so Virginia Roberts' account of him sweating and grunting over her can't be true. For legal reasons, we have to say that there's no evidence Prince Andrew engaged in sex with Virginia Roberts or any other victim of Epstein's, though it's difficult to say this without thinking about that photograph of the prince with his arm around Virginia's waist. The mansion on the island of Palm Beach, an ultra-affluent community in Florida where, incidentally, Donald Trump has his famous club, was where Epstein seems to have been based, despite having a registered residential address in a yacht club in the Caribbean. Virginia Roberts, whose name was Virginia Giuffre at the time, worked at Trump's Mar-a-Lago when she was recruited as one of Epstein's victims. Palm Beach police uncovered in excess of 100 victims across a limited time span, so it seems that most of the industrialized child sexual abuse was happening here. It's hard to know for sure. The Virgin Islands seems to have seen quite a lot as well, with Epstein's Island nicknamed Pedophile Island by locals. Epstein owned two of the Virgin Islands, Little St. James and Great St. James. As the names imply, these are adjacent to each other. Little St. James is where Epstein's infamous compound was, and Great St. James was purchased by Epstein through service and holding companies as a way to make his activities on Little St. James harder to surveil and monitor. This because Epstein was a registered sex offender at the time and subject to routine monitoring by law enforcement, monitoring which he made virtually impossible by claiming that the jetty on Little St. James was his front door and that law enforcement officers couldn't go beyond it without his permission, and also by making any access to Great St. James, which would have provided an excellent staging and observation post for surveillance of Epstein's compound, almost impossible for law enforcement. The fact is, too, that the US Virgin Islands Department of Justice, as motivated and dedicated as they are, couldn't really compete with Epstein's resources. Even according to their own civil complaint, Epstein was so wealthy, he basically outgunned their enforcement mechanisms. Wait, isn't it a territory of the United States? Don't they basically have unlimited money? You know, no matter how rich Jeffrey Epstein was, this is the US government. Get your together. Get some spy satellites or something. It's probably unrealistic to have spy satellites, isn't it? But come on. Maybe a boat. Maybe a sneaky boat. What about a little submarine with a periscope? We're familiar with the basic mechanics of the operation. Epstein would use his own staff, his weird girlfriend-not-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and his victims to scout for girls between the ages of 13 and 16. The Virgin Islands complaint states that he trafficked girls as young as 11. But this isn't a proven allegation, and even if true, which does seem possibly likely, it's probably an anomaly. Epstein's predations were so consistent, and he was so blatant about his preferences, it's pretty easy to put him in a category which isn't that interested in girls of that age. What he was interested in, however, was 13 to 16-year-old girls who looked younger, so it's possible that his procurement mechanisms might occasionally snare an actually younger victim. He tended to target disadvantaged or otherwise marginalized girls, a classic predator move, probably as they tended to be less supervised and, more importantly, less socially powerful, and therefore less capable of bringing credible complaints against him. In terms of the sort of precautions one could expect from someone running an illegal enterprise, there were practically none. Epstein openly kept contact details of his underage victims in his various address books, including notations which indicated when they could be called and what for. This is weird. He's so careful that he buys an island next to his island so that no one can spy on his island. But he's like, no, I'll just write down the names of my victims in a book. What are you up to? You're writing down your crimes, but you're also buying islands out of caution. It's very strange. He took photographs of his victims either naked, having sex with him, or with Nadia Matsinkova, and displayed them around his house. That's f***ed up, dude. I mean, all of this is super f***ed up, but what are you up to? He talked to people about it, even people like Michael Wolff, a journalist notorious for writing tell-all exposés about prominent people. Don't brag about your crimes to prominent journalists. According to Wolff, Epstein told him he liked young girls, to which Wolff replied that it might be better if he used the phrase young women. Might be better if you weren't a paedophile. Even Donald Trump seems to have known about it, saying when asked about Epstein that he was a terrific guy who loved ladies on the younger side. Oh, Trump. At a dinner party once, Epstein floated the idea of using his ranch in New Mexico as a sort of baby farm by stocking it with young women and inseminating them with his DNA. Holy shit. I'm assuming this has got to be... out of anyone else's mouth, it's a joke. A weird, distasteful joke. Out of Jeffrey Epstein's mouth, it's like, you f***ing sicko. As we said before, Epstein was a mysterious figure, even to those closest to him, but pretty much the only thing people knew about him was that he liked young girls. So, how in the hell did he get away with it for so long? Bloody good question, Chris. Especially when the only precaution he and his co-conspirators seem to have taken was to occasionally tell victims to say they were 18. One answer might be the classic, it was a different time. But another might be the people around him had an interest in protecting him. Yeah, it wasn't that much of a different time. Being a paedophile was still being a paedophile, wasn't it? He's just super rich and powerful. And he's protecting himself. He's got such good protection that he's okay with being blasé about it and putting pictures around his house and writing his victims down in a sick notebook. Epstein is generally described as a financier, which basically means he would provide people with capital, either directly himself or through connections. This capital could be for starting up businesses, as in the case of MC2 modelling, or for debt relief, as with the £24,000 he provided to Prince Andrew and Princess Sarah so that they could pay off their creditors. £24,000? What are you up to? You're the Queen's son. £24,000 is not a lot. I mean, it's £24,000 to a regular person is to a lot of money. £24,000 to a rich person is not a lot of money in any way. To Jeffrey Epstein, it's nothing. I would assume to Prince Andrew it's also nothing. Or it could be used as simple investment, buying stakes in businesses as a means of generating passive income, or buying property or other assets either for the same reason or as a means of parking wealth. So far, so humdrum. I mean, from a certain point of view, if you own shares in anything, you could probably call yourself a financier. But as a powerful money man, Epstein knew where all the bodies were buried. He knew where the money was, and perhaps more importantly, exactly where it had come from. He knew details about people's personal and business assets, which gave him important insights into their life, and especially those aspects of their lives that they'd rather not have made public. Well, yes, for all the powerful people surrounding him, who I'm sure have whatever rich money people have. But for the victims, they're not rich and powerful. The police are not rich and powerful. The people at the Justice Department are powerful, but they're not rich. They probably don't have some horrible secret that Jeffrey can hold over them.
We don't know that.
So, but I don't understand how those people are being. I mean, obviously there's the victim stuff. You can be bullied into it, but there are so many. It's fascinating. He knew the sensitive tax arrangements of his billionaire clients, and apparently a fair amount of dirt about Bear Stearns, but more on that later. But Bear Stearns is a company. Of course they have dirt. They were a giant merchant bank. It's like every few years it seems like, this giant bank was just laundering money for terrorists. No, they were providing money to drug cartels. It's like, holy shit, we already expect big banks to be pieces of shit. So when you read these things, it's not like, oh my God, Bear Stearns? No. What? It's always like, of course. Shocking. So, both literally and figuratively, Epstein's day job potentially gave him a large amount of leverage. Added to this, he was also something of a lion hunter, meaning that he liked to collect wealthy, powerful, and distinguished friends. And not just in America. Ghislaine Maxwell, British socialite and daughter of notorious newspaperman and terrible swimmer Robert Maxwell, was able to connect him to European elites up to and including royalty. So, Epstein was able to collect connections with the commercial, cultural, and political establishment at the highest levels of both sides of the pond. Okay, so I see how this could work. This is how he could potentially have people in government and, prosecutors and stuff under his thumb, not by having something on them, but having something on their boss, or just befriending them, which seems like that shouldn't be possible. If you're the attorney general of some state or whatever, it's like you find out that your mate is a criminal, you can't just be like, nah, it's cool, John's a great guy. You've got to be like, John, we got to have a talk, mate. Just a heads up, on Monday, knock knock FBI. Just saying. You probably shouldn't even do that because you'll go on the run. But I like to think these people do have some sort of... Is this one of these things where everyone's going to comment in the comments about how naive I am? Because I feel like these people should be held... They are... I don't know, I watch Billions. That Chuck Rhodes character, he's not being bought. He's already rich, but... God damn it! Why does it have to be like this?
Maybe it's what God intended all along.
And collect is exactly the word he used to describe his social activities in this sphere. If you were a high flyer in society, a talented celebrity, or a powerful politician or businessman, Epstein was interested in schmoozing you. The fact of him knowing ex-presidents and international luminaries also added to his untouchability. It was through these connections that he was able to hire the kind of legal team OJ could have only dreamed of. Some of them had worked for OJ, one of them had been special envoy to North Korea, and another was Alan Dershowitz, the grand old man of US law. Also in his team, ironically, was Kenneth Starr, the lawyer who led the impeachment of Bill Clinton for sexual misconduct in the White House. He was also able to hire an army of private investigators he'd routinely used to coerce and intimidate witnesses, plaintiffs, and even law enforcement. Oh my god. Okay, so that's how he does it. It's like, yeah, obviously the big people have something to hide, and Jeffrey knows all of their skeletons, but he would also use private investigators to dig up like regular small people's stuff and be like, oh, this is so intense. Money is crazy. So much money must have been going into this to keep it all secret. It's crazy. To see all of this in action, as well as the breathtaking dereliction of duty on the parts of Florida state authorities, let's have a look at the investigators who brought Epstein down. The long and feeble arm of the law. In 2005, a disturbance broke out in a classroom at a school for troubled youths in Palm Beach. One of the girls had been found to have $300 in cash in her purse, more than a week's wages, and a princely sum for the mostly disadvantaged students. The girl was weeping, and her classmates were variously cheering or calling her a whore. When questioned, she confessed to have gotten the money by providing a massage to some old guy in a mansion. Her stepmother put in a frantic call to Detective Michael Pagan of the town of Palm Beach Police Department, saying she had reason to believe her 14-year-old stepdaughter had been abused. She was so distraught that she didn't even leave a number for them to call her back on, but police tracked her down and the girl was brought in for an interview. She told them a tale of sexual activity with a creepy old silver-haired guy called Jeff. Nobody knows how police made the connection, but one suspects it might be that some people already basically knew what was happening and who was doing it. Yeah, there's so many people. Someone will be like, oh, Jeff. Yeah, it's Jeff in Palm Beach, Jeff Epstein. Yeah, we knew this day was coming. In any event, they conducted a photo lineup and she identified Jeffrey Epstein. Before opening a major investigation, police went to the office of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. This step is usually taken to determine whether there's sufficient or prima facie evidence to merit the expenditure of resources required to conduct the inquiry. Why do I get the feeling that that guy's going to be Jeff's mate and is going to be like, nah, we didn't have the money for that. I don't think this is important enough to follow up. The abuse of a 14-year-old girl? We don't need to look into that, do we, boys? Do we? Do we? Well, I'm in charge, so no. I mean, I'm just speculating. I don't know what the next line is going to be, but that feels about right, doesn't it? The US Attorney had never heard of Jeffrey Epstein, but approved the police force's intention to throw the book at the child abuser and potentially get him a life sentence. F***ing legend! I was wrong. My guess was wrong, and I'm so happy. They began their investigation, and contrary to what casual criminalist listeners and viewers might expect, it was absolutely stellar. Or what Simon might expect. This is amazing. In their first sweep, they found more than 50 victims, and all of them told pretty much the same story. Lead detective Joseph Riccari reflected on what a strong case they'd built. They had handwritten phone messages from the girls recovered from Epstein's garbage. They had flight logs and call logs, which matched exactly with victim testimony and the days they were scheduled to give massages. Police Chief Michael Reiter commented on the absolute mountain of witness testimony they had, and to quote, "This was not a he said, she said situation. This was 50-something she's and one he. And the she's all basically told the same story." It's like one of those things, with like Me Too. It's like when there are 8 women and they are all saying the same thing, it's kind of hard to be like, wow, at that point, can you still really deny it? Like, are they all out to get you? Are they all saying the same thing just by coincidence? It's like, come on. And there's 50 of them. But why do I still get the feeling that this isn't the big slam dunk that ends this investigation? I get the feeling there's someone higher up who's going to kill this real hard. And that is insane, given how intense this evidence is. In fact, I can almost not believe it. I'm really inclined to believe that this must be the thing that gets him caught, because it would be insane for it to be otherwise. Girls who had never met each other, dozens of them, were giving nearly identical accounts of what happened to them, even down to descriptions of Epstein's genitalia, which is why I now know that his penis was mushroom-shaped, and I really wish I didn't.
You have what's been described as an egg-shaped penis.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Now I've got that in my mind as well. Couldn't we just have left it with his genitalia? Did we have to go there?
His research is impeccable.
Everything seemed to be coming up roses. Police had more than enough to lock Epstein up for life. And because the investigation had uncovered who the guy really was, his jet-setting lifestyle, and suspicions that powerful and wealthy people might be involved in what was potentially an international sex trafficking ring, the FBI was conducting a grand jury inquiry at the same time. You gotta be like, oh, if you're Jeffrey Epstein, you're gonna be like, oh, shit, I'm in big trouble. Or maybe he's like, no, I got friends who'll take care of this. Psycho. Unfortunately, the investigation uncovered who Epstein really was and the wealthy and powerful people connected to him, which began to prove a bit daunting for U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta. According to Detective Riccari, Acosta became increasingly lukewarm on the case and started putting pressure on the department to wrap things up. Oh my god, and it begins. And despite an overwhelming pile of evidence warranting a wide-ranging and comprehensive prosecution, Acosta and him started negotiating a plea deal. Are you shitting me? A plea deal for what? He abused 50 people at a minimum. That's 50 people who came forward. What are we doing? This is power, guys. This is power. This is inexplicable point number one. It's not inexplicable, it's the result of money and power. After Epstein's arrest and searches of his properties and planes, one of which had a bed in it and was nicknamed the Lolita Express, a mountain of physical evidence was added to the already formidable pile of testimony, corroborating records, and high-value circumstantial evidence. It's really difficult to understand why a deal was even on the table. Any US attorney eager for advancement should have been slathering for the chance to trumpet this case in court. A case like this was likely to be a slam dunk, a ratings extravaganza, and the sort of career stepping stone ambitious prosecutors absolutely dream of. So why then did Acosta schedule a breakfast meeting with attorney Jay Lefkowitz 70 miles away from his own office, the customary place to negotiate deals, in the West Palm Beach Marriott? I assume that's sarcasm. Why would you have a meeting 70 miles away from your office? It's like 2 hours drive. What are you up to? Perhaps the informal setting had something to do with the fact that Lefkowitz and Acosta had been past colleagues at Kirkland & Ellis, a high-profile Washington practice. Oh my god. It begins. It's so crazy. Some people just are above the law. This is mental. Perhaps Lefkowitz, who'd been special envoy to North Korea, was just too busy to schlep it out to the US Attorney's office like every other lawyer negotiating a plea deal, or perhaps the Marriers served a special sort of breakfast, especially conducive to productive in negotiations. Whatever the reason, the US Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alexander Acosta, struck a deal with the attorney for Jeffrey Epstein, Jay Lefkowitz, by the time breakfast was done. This account, painstakingly researched and reconstructed by the Miami Herald, has since been denied by Acosta, and the DOJ formally ruled he was telling the truth. But where and when the deal was cut isn't as important as what was in it. And what a deal it was. Epstein would cop to a grand total of 3 state felony charges, 2 state charges of soliciting prostitution, and 1 for having sex with a minor, as well as registering as a sex offender. The minor in question, who was 14 years old at the time of offending, was labeled a child prostitute and actually threatened with prosecution, which is ludicrous. Florida did, at the time, have some old statutes which defined child prostitution as a crime in which a child could be charged, but it had been long superseded by various state and federal acts, so that in reality, child prostitutes, in the sense of children guilty of prostitution, didn't really exist in US law, as they shouldn't be, because that's called a victim. What the the past. But the use of this superseded bit of statute meant that Epstein wouldn't be prosecuted on the more serious federal charge, which was child sex trafficking, which carried a potential life sentence. It's insane. Like, he's facing, realistically, a life sentence in prison for this. And I don't know what he gets away with, but I have vague memories that it is very, very little jail time, if any. Which, if he walks, that is absolutely I've said insane so many times in this episode, but that would just be mind-blowing. He would also pay restitution to the 36 victims identified in the FBI probe, a mere fraction of his actual victims. On top of this, Epstein would serve 13 months in a county jail. 13 months. A year and a month for 50 victims. This was unusual as well for state convictions. The guilty party would ordinarily go to state prison. This state prison system in Florida is pretty rough, and it's likely that Epstein, going in as a convicted child abuser, might not come back out, or at least not in one piece. Oh no! Whether or not this was a consideration, we don't know, but the fact is that for state charges, people generally go to state prison. It's quite strange he was sent to county, and if nothing else, it's another sign of the sweetheart treatment he was given by authorities for a range of offences, which really should have taken any kind of consideration off the table. In any event, the deal was cut over 2007 and 2008, and it's noted in the records that Epstein provided, quote, valuable consideration for information given to federal investigators. What the f*** does that mean? This is apparently cited as the reason for leniency of his sentence. What information he gave isn't known, and given how many skeletons he knew the whereabouts of, it could have been almost anything. But it is a bit of a coincidence that the GFC was happening around this time, and that Epstein's cited as a witness in a federal case against some Bear Stearns executives who oversaw big chunks of the massive mess which was the collapse of the subprime mortgage market. Well, obviously that information didn't go very far, because one thing about the Great Financial Crisis is did anyone really pay the price of that? Was anyone who was up to that dodgy dealing and securitization and all that did anyone actually get punished? Wasn't there one scapegoat dude? And that was it? So it didn't really go anywhere, did it? Which leaves open the possibility Epstein was informing on another matter entirely, or his testimony was used as part of the pretext for his unbelievably light sentence. It sounds like someone's pressing some buttons upstairs and just using this as an excuse for why he got a year and a month in jail for the abuse of 50 children. Cradling into the court specifically for that purpose. Jesus, allegedly. This is just speculation. Yes, thank you, Chris. Jesus. The fact is that this is a strange thing that happens and we've no idea why. But by far the most egregious aspect is the non-prosecution agreement. At first glance, it might not seem so exceptional in granting immunity to co-conspirators in exchange for a guilty plea. This does happen from time to time. But the language of this one is, to every lawyer and legal expert who's seen it, utterly baffling. And it's pretty clear they're only using words like inexplicable and baffling because lawyers aren't generally comfortable with calling things criminal or sinister. And we would never call things like that. We'd just agree with the lawyers and say that it's baffling. Other people might call it sinister and criminal. Definitely not us at the Casual Criminalist. Allegedly. What the provision includes is immunity from federal prosecution not only for Epstein's 4 co-conspirators, but also for every other co-conspirator or potential co-conspirator, named and unnamed. That is sweeping and uncertain, guys, which is what you don't want laws to be. What this essentially means is that anybody at all speculation about how and why a deal like this would ever be cut. And this is one of those weird occasions when I'm simultaneously agreeing and disagreeing with various conspiracy theorists out there. Most of them say that stuff like this is normal, par for the course, and that all government is like this. I've worked for and in government, and I happen to know it's not. This is an exception, a shocking, startling, and outrageous exception. Yeah, I agree. This is the reason that we are, and I assume you, dear listener, are so shocked by this is because it is unusual. If this stuff was happening all the time, we wouldn't be so shocked and appalled by it. We'd be like, oh yeah, par for the course. But we're not. We're shocked and alarmed. And this stuff's generally pretty public record. If something's been sealed, you obviously can't see what's in the sealed thing, but you know it's been sealed and you know it's weird and you know he's only gone to prison for 13 months despite all of this stuff. If this was happening all the time, well, I think we'd know. Again, am I just being naive? I know the conspiracy theory people are going to call me naive. I agree with Chris. I don't think this is regular par for the course. It's not unique by any means. I can think of 3 cases at the top of my head, 2 American and 1 British, where people in positions similar to Epstein have either mysteriously died, vanished, or sailed off into the blue yonder with pockets full and a new name. But it is far from usual. Where I find myself agreeing with the conspiracy types is in their contention that there's some kind of conspiracy of silence going on here. Julie K. Brown, the dauntless Miami Herald reporter who cracked this case wide open, was able to obtain communications between the prosecutors and Epstein's lawyers. These revealed, in her own words, quote, an unusual level of collaboration between federal prosecutors and Epstein's legal team that even government lawyers in recent court documents admitted was unorthodox. In an interview given to NPR, Brown expanded on this this, saying that she never had seen a case like this before, where federal prosecutors seem to be working with the defendants against the accusers. The reasons for this do seem pretty obvious, even if they can't be proven to be true. High-profile business tycoons, shady and otherwise, celebrities, politicians, and even royalty are implicated in the case, and it's probable that the language granting immunity to any potential co-conspirators was designed to protect them. There's even and we'll point this out, a conspiracy theory that we are certainly not saying is true. It's a conspiracy theory that is out there that Alan Dershowitz, Harvard law professor and ultimate legal heavyweight, got the language included to protect himself. Again, that is a conspiracy theory that you might choose to believe in or you might not. Alan Dershowitz strenuously denies this and all involvement in or knowledge of Epstein's offending, and was able to get his own name stricken from the records of the relevant civil actions which accused or mentioned him, which tells us something, but what we really couldn't say. Okay, so obviously, I've even got a note here from Chris saying, don't accuse this dude of anything. Because obviously he's gone to great legal lengths to remove his name from this. But I also think, like, if you are guilty, we're not saying to remove this entirely from this situation. If a person is guilty of a crime and there is court proceedings against them somehow and they can get their name removed from that, they're going to do so. But if a person is completely innocent and they're also included in that, they're also going to go to great lengths to remove it. Possibly even greater lengths, because they're actually innocent and they're like, what the f*** are you doing wrapping me up in this shit? If I was this dude and I was innocent, I'd do the exact same thing. I don't think it indicates dick. As for Acosta, he says that he was simply outlawyered by the all-star bench that Epstein's unlimited funds allowed him to muster. To be fair, Epstein's defense was hugely aggressive. Not only were his heavy-hitter legal team all over the US Attorney's Office, the accusers and their families, they hired a small army of private investigators. These people dug up dirt on the victims and their families, trawling through their social media accounts and criminal records. Many of the girls had understandably gone off the rails or were never properly on the rails in the first place. They put them and their families under physical surveillance as well. In one instance, tailing so aggressively they ran one of the victims' parents off the road. They even paid visits to victims and their families, trying to coerce them into recanting their testimony through threats of dire consequences for going after such a powerful man. Yeah, and I get this, like, if you're just a regular person living your regular life and suddenly all of this pressure is put upon you, that's got to be incredible. I mean, like, incredible almost sounds like a positive word. It's got to be incredibly scary. It's got to be like, you must seriously consider this. Because like, why am I doing this? This guy's going to crush me. He's so much more powerful than me.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
Now, you might think that this sort of behaviour could constitute obstruction of justice, or at the very least interfering in a police investigation, both of which are crimes. You'd be right, but astonishingly, nobody ever took any action to pursue these avenues, which emboldened the investigators so much that they started putting surveillance on the task force detectives and even the chief of police. This feels like an unnecessary risk. So possibly Acosta was simply outgunned and outclassed, but there's some things going against that, not least of which is the fact the prosecutors also threatened the victims. Remember that suspended statute about child prostitution? Multiple victims reported that prosecutors warned them they might be exposing themselves to criminal charges by testifying against Epstein, which is insane. These people are so clearly the victims. That isn't independently verified. Good that we're covering that, and Acosta denies this, but multiple victims make the claim. And like we say, it is just a claim, it is not proven, it's all allegedly. Make up your own minds.
They would use ground tactics, hand-to-hand combat.
And then there's the fact that an ambitious US attorney whose reputation rests on him being an awesome lawyer presents as his excuse that he just wasn't good enough at lawyering. Again, you can be the best lawyer in the world, but when you are facing an army of other best lawyers in the world, that is still going to be intimidating. This is just my personal opinion, but if your excuse for something is to trash your reputation, then that says a lot, in Chris's opinion. But of course, the DOJ found that Acosta wasn't hiding anything, that it simply exercised poor judgment in agreeing to the deal. It also found that the breakfast meeting hadn't been where the deal was cut, and that their main consideration had been to prevent more trauma for the victims by avoiding a lengthy trial, which might seem plausible until you consider the sheer scope of the offending uncovered by the Palm Beach police and the FBI. You know what, as a victim, I wouldn't be so worried about a trial, I'd be worried about the guy who has done this to me getting a slap on the wrist, which is the outcome here. which is insane. At which point it becomes absolutely ludicrous. Totally agree, Chris. But that's what the DOJ found, so I guess that's the end of it. Unless anyone else out there happens to be an investigative journalist and wants to do a bit of digging, that is. Epstein then went off to do his very little bit of time, and it's clear that his special treatment didn't end with the deal the US attorney so obligingly gave him. Early in jail, he applied for day release, something sex offenders aren't really supposed to get, and was allowed to travel to a luxurious office that had set up near the prison pretty well every day. During this period, Epstein bought children's underwear right under the noses of the authorities. A childless sex offender allowed to leave prison every day and buy underpants which wouldn't fit an adult woman is appalling enough, but there's more. Oh God. While there, he had full access to the internet and phones, and also had paid for a detail of Sheriff's Department officers to escort him and function as a security team for him. This is insanity. They would drive him to his office or even his home if he asked them to, and then sit outside, never coming in, just reading magazines, drinking coffee, and signing visitors in and out. Some of these visitors were no. How is this? How is this? What is going on? This is one of the most insane miscarriages of justice that I've ever seen. Some of these visitors were young girls whom Epstein had called in for sex. When asked by the Miami Herald whether they'd ever questioned any of this or even inquired as to the nature and purpose of these visits, for a registered sex offender accused of abusing young girls no less, they simply replied that it wasn't their job. What is your job then exactly? So what we've got here is 3 levels of law enforcement. The town of Palm Beach Police Department, basically the city police, frankly and fearlessly attempted to do their jobs to the utmost of the ability. The Sheriff's Department, basically 1 level of government lower, allowed their officers to be hired out as bodyguards and chauffeurs for a prisoner. This isn't an unheard of arrangement. Most police can be hired for special duties by private citizens, closing off roads for film crews or providing special protection, for example, but this one's very on the nose. And then, very on the nose, they are signing young girls into a man who is currently in prison for sex offending's house. Jesus. And then finally, and probably most egregiously, there's the federal prosecutors, the ones who are supposed to be the beacon of integrity in a justice system where local authorities are known to be more susceptible to corruption. The very authorities you go to when you suspect the lower levels of officialdom to be derelict in their duty or corrupt. These federal prosecutors committed a breathtaking dereliction of duty, at the very least, defanging the city police investigators and basically allowing a situation where a serial sex offender on a massive scale was able to do a life reset and continue offending even while he was meant to be serving the ridiculously tiny sentence that he had been given. It's very difficult not to conclude that the lightness of the sentence and the ludicrously liberal conditions under which it was served constituted a tacit approval of Epstein's behavior. I don't think it's a tacit approval of Epstein's behavior. I think it's just corruption. Allegedly. The whole deal feels like frantic measures just to make the whole problem go away, as if the federal authorities involved were more worried about the embarrassment than they were committed to punishing something they truly thought was wrong. I say feels like because that's really what it does feel like, despite the fact that everyone involved, including Acosta, vehemently denies this. So I guess it's up to all of you to decide. Was Acosta out-lawyered by Epstein's team? Was he pressured by powerful groups or individuals? Or was he unbothered by the industrial-scale abuse of poor people? I know what I think, and it's a combination of those 3. I don't want to jump to people's defenses too hard, but I also feel like you don't want to jump to accusations too hard. This guy seems like he was just put under a ton of pressure by people more powerful than him. I don't think he's like, poor people, they deserve to be abused. I think that's insane to say. People generally don't, again, people are going to call me super naive in the comments, but I don't think people generally go into the kind of job that he has. I don't think they're bad people. I think they probably believe in justice and stuff, and then they get beaten out of by people that are more powerful than them in this situation. Maybe. It's interesting. I have different opinions to Chris on some of this stuff. Miami Herald investigative reporter Julie K. Brown had been following the case and got wind of the plea deal. Like every other sane human who saw it, she was utterly mystified as to how such a thing could have happened without a serious dereliction of duty on the part of the authorities. So she and her photographer, Emily Mitchott, got to work. She and her team at the Herald managed to locate 60 victims out of 80 identified and began doggedly contacting them, hoping to find some who'd be willing to go on the record. As she says herself in her book Perversion of Justice, which is well worth a read, this was difficult and emotionally harrowing work. Not only was she deadly afraid of re-traumatizing these women, but there was also the fact that none of these people had any reason to trust any social institution ever again. I get that, but also, if the government and the police haven't helped you, I feel like journalists and reporters are the last beacon of hope in a free society. It's why it's so important for newspapers to be free to publish what they want without fear of repercussion, because these are the sort of people who aren't money driven, who aren't afraid, because I could never be a journalist. I'm way too afraid of of all of this stuff. But there are these people who exist, and they're like the heroes digging things out in these when the rest of society has failed victims. In my opinion.
Man, I'm with you.
They'd been betrayed in the worst conceivable way by the system, and were likely to see the media, especially the mainstream media, as an element of that system which was just as rotten as the rest of it. Yeah, but there are investigative journalists. There are people, and they're the people who win Pulitzer Prizes, who aren't the mainstream media pumping out the 24-hour news cycle of bullshit. And my opinion of the media is not particularly high, but my opinion of journalists within, certain papers, news organizations is super high. It's an interesting contradiction I'm just realizing. Mainstream media, kind of bullshit. Investigative journalism, super important. Happily, 8 of them agreed to speak with her, 4 of whom consented to giving video interviews. She also began digging into the investigation and plea deal, making contact with lead detective and absolute legend Joseph Reccari, as well as ex-police chief Michael Reiter. She was able to obtain the previously sealed police reports, details of the plea deal, and a host of other information which pointed to a miscarriage of justice on a truly biblical scale. The amount of detail she was able to uncover was truly astonishing, and the fact that members of the Palm Beach PD cooperated with her is a heartening note in this story. It is. That feels good, and a testament to their dedication to obtaining justice for the victims. Julie describes Detective Reccari as salt of the earth, and a man who doesn't care who you are. If you've committed a crime, he's coming after you. She says he was absolutely furious with the plea deal and the fate of the case in general. Sadly, Joe Reccari died shortly after speaking to the Herald, so he never got to see Epstein's ultimate demise. That's a shame. Once she'd gathered all of her material, Julie published the first in a 6-part series, also entitled Perversion of Justice, describing the extraordinary plea deal and recounting victim testimonies of Epstein's offending. In the offices of the Miami Herald, there's a board which shows the most read news stories of the day. She recalls the top story of that particular day was a piece about a woman who'd farted in a gas station, which is definitely the sort of article I'd click on immediately, so that's understandable. Oh my god, it's nice to have a little bit of levity. Jesus. Even this relatively unfunny thing from Chris, I'm like, sweet relief. They're 3 days apart, so I'm guessing she didn't actually check her piece until it had been up for a little while. The actual story was about a woman who farted in a grocery store and then pulled a knife on a customer who called her out for it. Holy shit. Did you fart? You shut your filthy mouth. I found it, in case Jen wants to put it up. There's a link, Jen, if you want to find this. Jen edits the videos up to I probably mentioned that at the beginning. You can put it on screen if you want to. A little extra bit of enjoyment for our video viewers. This comes out on YouTube as well as a podcast if you want to check that out. It's just as fun. Some might even say more fun. And you get to look at my wonderful face. Anyway, seeing her work at the bottom of the pile, she basically went about her business, as any good journalist does, once they've been put on a story. Once it's out there, it's time to live your life for a bit and then get into the next story. But pretty soon, her story absolutely blew up. Julie was charmingly surprised by this, but the fact is that it had all the elements of a blockbuster all along. The rich and famous, sex crimes, apparent or alleged or possible, running out of qualifying words here, perversion of the course of justice, it was the whole shebang. She recalls that when her story outstrips the farting woman piece, the whole newsroom applauded, because while all journalists will do the clickbait stuff because they have a crippling addiction to food and shelter, a good number of them still care about public interest reporting. Once the story came out, it rocked the establishment. This was a moment similar to the Boston Globe's reporting on the Catholic Church's child sex abuse cover-ups, which was made in that great movie with why can I remember neither of the 2 super famous actors that are in this movie? God damn, Simon, your memory is terrible. A story which literally changed the world. This is impressive as it dropped in 2018, a year when the entire news cycle was basically dominated by the Trump administration. In its favor, however, was the fact that this was the height of the Me Too movement. Harvey Weinstein and others had just recently been exposed as sex predators, and the cultural moment was exactly right. And unlike other Me Too cases, this one wasn't about actors, celebrities, or athletes, but was about the poor and the disadvantaged. Proof that the culture of harassment and abuse stretched across the full spectrum of society. People were surprised by this. People look at Me Too and be like, nah, this is just happening with producers, directors, young actors. That's only where it's happening. Of course it's not. It's happening across the board, in every level of society. Just people care about it less when it's not famous rich people. Julie herself became an overnight celebrity, inundated with phone calls and emails, and has been the face of this story ever since, though she's always quick to point out there's large teams that have nothing to do with her still working on this to this day. I like this Julie Room. She sounds very modest, despite doing this incredible thing. More importantly, those victims who chose to speak out, both initially to Julie Brown and later, were finally getting the public hearing they deserved. Quite a few people came under the microscope as a result of Julie's reporting. Epstein, of course, and Alexander Acosta, architect of the 2008 plea deal and then Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump. Interestingly, Labor is one of the bigger departments in the US federal government, and human trafficking falls under its remit. Acosta resigned and began defending himself, and figures who'd been associates of Epstein, including Prince Andrew, President Trump, President Clinton, Alan Dershowitz, and many others, began fielding questions about whether they'd been preying on young girls all this time. This was also around the time that people outside of the UK first started hearing about Ghislaine Maxwell, architect of the Epstein enterprise, when it first entered its full production phase. Other journalists, many of whom claim to have been stymied or obstructed in their inquiries either by Epstein's goons or allegedly their own editors, began belatedly publishing their own stories, and serious scrutiny was applied to how sections of the media protect the evil and the corrupt, so long as they're also rich and powerful. But probably most importantly, the US Attorney for the Southern District of New York, a district famous for taking on tough, high-profile cases, began the process which would finally see Epstein indicted on the correct federal charges and facing the correct potential penalty: life imprisonment. We all know how this story ends. Epstein was arrested, returning from an international journey, one of many which he, incidentally, hadn't reported despite being required to as a registered sex offender. A new indictment was filed, an extremely broad and general, which covered the whole scope of his offending, as it was known to have occurred within the continental US, and Epstein was locked up at the Metropolitan Correctional Center, or MCC. Then, on August the 10th, 2019, Epstein was found dead in his cell. This devastated his victims, who had once again had their day in court cruelly snatched from them. Some would still get it, though, as the Southern District of New York simply shifted its prosecution to longtime Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. When Maxwell tried to cite the non-prosecution provisions in the Acosta deal, the New York Southern District simply shrugged them off, arguing successfully that they weren't bound by the terms of that deal. This is probably bad news for the likes of Sarah Kellen and Nadia Masenkova. In any event, Maxwell went to trial, and some of Epstein's victims were finally able to accuse her and him of the crimes which had been committed against them. Maxwell was convicted on 5 counts relating to sexual trafficking and activity with minors, and is due to be sentenced later in 2022. As of now, she's 60-odd, and the likely sentence is in the neighborhood of 40 years. The likeliest outcome is that she'll spend the rest of her life behind bars. This is something that's so intense, right? Like, when you've been convicted, and it's like you're looking at all these years in prison, and then it's like, nah, we're going to sentence you in a few months. You got to be like, I mean, I guess she knows that it's going to be for the rest of her life, most likely. But that's got to be like, like the Theranos trial's going on right now. She's guilty of these counts of stuff, and she's just waiting to be sentenced. And she's young, though. So it could be, the sentence could be small, it could be massive. That's got to be like, you got to be biting your freaking nails on that one. Who else was involved? I said at the top that we weren't going to entertain the idea that Epstein was part of a global conspiracy to harvest the blood of abused children for satanic rituals, and we aren't. That's just madness. But what we are going to entertain is the idea behind the idea that the rich and powerful will coordinate and cooperate to take advantage of the poor and the powerless, or at the very least, connive at protecting each other from the consequences of their actions. This is something we know to be true, as we've seen it over and over again, as much as Western Western countries like to talk about being nations of laws, the fact is that this is only a relative statement. For the most part, and compared with dictatorships and banana republics, the law applies equally to all citizens, at least in theory. Yeah, but I mean, come on. Like, better lawyers are going to get you a better deal, and better lawyers cost more money. But it is objectively true that the rich and powerful can and will circumvent legal penalties, organizing amongst their little clubs and finding ways to soften or avoid legal sanctions entirely. The most basic interpretation of Epstein's treatment throughout much of his life is just that. He was able to get away with it for so long and was so surprised when he was finally brought to account simply because there's one law for the rich and one law for the poor. This isn't technically true, but it does, in fact, often work out that way, especially when participation in the legal process is paid for by the hour. I don't think this Bill Cosby, it just came to me now, he recently got out on some technicality, didn't he? Which is mad. And it's like, whoever his lawyer is, he should be kissing that guy's shoes. And he should be also back in prison, allegedly, in my opinion. Sorry, it just came to me right now as we were reading this. It mentioned it earlier. I couldn't think of the guy, Bill Cosby. This isn't technically true, but it does in fact often work out that way, especially when participation in the legal process is paid for by the hour. I don't think this entirely explains the first deal, however, and the fact of Epstein's final imprisonment actually stands as proof that our social institutions can work, eventually. The media, as represented by the Herald reporters, did their job by scrutinizing something fishy in government. When it was exposed, the full machinery of the state kicked in to correct what should have never been fumbled in the first place. There's almost certainly more to this than the effect of social inequality, though. What's truly disturbing about the Epstein case is the extent to which the world's elite was implicated in his wrongdoing. Epstein had many powerful friends, and he entertained them frequently in all of the places where he did most of his offending. On top of that, he was open about his tastes, even to the extent of displaying pictures of his victims, and many of these have given sworn statements to the effect that they were expected to have sex with Epstein's friends and associates. So was Epstein a pimp for the rich and famous? The problem here is that there's no evidence for it, in the sense that there's nothing we can point to as a smoking gun, at least not in any way which would pan out in a criminal court or protect us from libel action. This absence of evidence can, however, be construed as suspicious in itself, especially given how much of the investigation into Epstein remains under seal, despite the sterling efforts of investigative reporters around the world. What we do have is the accusations of people like Virginia Roberts, and it's definitely not just her, whom we know have been victimized by Epstein. We also have the flight logs from his private planes, phone records, and his digital address book, from which it's clear that very prominent people in business, entertainment, and politics were frequent visitors at his houses, his island, and his ranch. It's difficult to believe that they went to parties and for long visits at Epstein's properties and didn't notice all the young women hanging about. It's even unlikely that they didn't notice Epstein using these girls for sex 3 times a day. Michael Wolff noticed girls in their late teens or early 20s forming a part of Epstein's entourage when they flew off to Palm Beach, and there are plenty of other accounts of his masseurs and of topless girls on swings or posing by the pool. When you put this together with the vagina soaps and naked pictures on the walls, the whole vibe must have felt like the last days of Sodom, and it strains credibility to breaking point to imagine these people didn't know what all of this meant. Knowing it was going on is different to being involved in it, as it's morally complex. Do you have an obligation to report it morally? Yeah, I'd say so. It certainly did for the FBI, who centered their whole investigation on the involvement of prominent members of the US establishment and were looking likely to seriously embarrass and even possibly even convict some of them until Acosta's deal shut the whole thing down. And in terms of the civil complaints, and we need to tread carefully here, some of those complaints dealing with Epstein associates have been settled. Prince Andrew's case is one worth looking at. Virginia Roberts publicly accused him of raping her on 3 occasions in 3 different locations, which he denied, and for which she sued him. Andrew's lawyers tried everything in the book, attempting to get the whole complaint dismissed, refusing interviews with US authorities, and trying to argue that her original $500,000 payout from Epstein indemnified him against any further litigation. When all these failed, Andrew's lawyers settled for what is reported to be $16 million, but that is not confirmed, just reported to be that. It's possible this settlement was undertaken merely to avoid further embarrassment to the royal family, but it's also plausible to think that nobody who's innocent, no matter how wealthy, will drop that much money on a case they think they'll win. Yeah, but you can also be innocent of something and still think you'll lose and settle. Happens all the time. Or agree to a sealed settlement and perpetual doubt about their guilt if they think there's a reasonable chance they'll be acquitted and vindicated before the entire world. The publication of Epstein's address book, another sordid episode in this sordid case, must have had some very powerful people getting very nervous indeed. They must have squirmed at the idea of their own personal details being mixed in with those underage girls and women whom Epstein would routinely call for sexual services. And they must have been hugely relieved when the butler who managed to scan it before Epstein could destroy it was jailed for trying to sell it to the highest bidder, a circumstance which meant that the contents weren't actually available at the height of the investigation into Epstein's network. Leland Nally, a right of a Mother Jones, undertook the Herculean task of calling everyone in the book. Oh my god, if this butler has made a tactical error. If you have scanned that address book, you have an enormous amount of leverage over all of the people in that book and over the prosecution. How are you in prison? How did you end up in jail? Number one thing, upon scanning that book, I would do is encrypt it. Encrypt the shit out of it so no one can access it. I would not write down the password anywhere, and I would hold it in my big brain. And then I would be like, I have the password to that book. I'm not going to prison. You want to know who's in that book? You want to be able to prosecute all those people? I am going to need blanket immunity right the now.
You're testing me to see if I think like a sociopath.
Get that signed up. I'll give you that password and you can carry on. And I'm going to go on my merry way. Thank you very much. The butler made a tactical error. Leland Nally, a writer for Mother Jones, undertook the Herculean task of calling everyone in the book. Of course, in a sample of more than 1,500 numbers, some were going to be wrong and some reallocated, but he did manage to talk with some of Epstein's oldest friends, in amongst getting brushed off by the flunkies of the global elite. What emerges is a layered picture, where only a very few people seem to have known the full extent of what he and Ghislaine Maxwell were doing. One of Epstein's oldest friends, a woman with no real public profile and therefore no expensive ass to cover, said that Epstein's MO was basically to track down rich or famous men and introduce them to a girl. He liked to have lots of girls around as a symbol of his power and his party-time playboy image, and he'd use this to impress people. This chimes in with the notorious video of Donald Trump and Epstein ogling young women at a party. Wait, I haven't seen this infamous video, but of course it exists. But the majority of the people in Epstein's address book had only met him a couple of times at most, and a good number were astonished that they were in there at all, and those who knew Ghislaine Maxwell said they thought the book looked a hell of a lot more like her address book than his. Also, hi, yeah, I'm doing an investigative report on Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey who?
Who would be like, oh, yeah, Jeff, my mate. Yeah, we're real close. No one's saying that. It seems the book was just another aspect of Epstein's collecting of prominent people, a sort of systematic social climbing powered by Ghislaine Maxwell's connections to the aristocracy, which makes the idea of it as evidence of a global child abuse conspiracy amongst the one world oligarchy a little bit hard to swallow. What's more likely is that for most people involved with Epstein, ordinary, everyday sleaze was going on, and if they were paying to participate in that sleaze anywhere in the US, then in a just world, they'd be prosecuted for it. But none of this takes us away from some particularly damning associations. Trump and Clinton keep coming up. Trump because he was good friends with Epstein for quite a long time.
I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
And Clinton because he visited Little St. James several times, a distinction which hardly any of Epstein's associates could lay claim to.
Is Monica in there?
One accuser in particular claims Trump and Epstein raped her when she was 13, but it's really difficult to get at the merits of that claim. Beyond this admittedly very serious allegation, there's not very much to suggest that the two of them were doing anything beyond being sleazy old pervs together. Immoral and nauseating behavior? Yes, almost certainly, but serious sexual offenses, apart from that single accuser and the fact that multiple women have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct and assault, there isn't anything we can grab a hold of, so to speak. It doesn't doesn't really look good though, and it's pretty certain that so long as people keep digging into Epstein's past, as they currently are, that picture might one day change. As for Bill Clinton, it's a similar, if somewhat worse situation. Clinton has a record of promiscuity and sexual misconduct. It's also widely claimed that he's repeatedly gotten away with sexual assault, and these claims aren't easy to dismiss as a wild fabrication. In fact, the accusations against both Clinton and Trump have a disturbing consistency to them. In Clinton's case, there really isn't anything pointing towards a fixation with underage girls. This, combined with his multiple visits to Little St. James, though, and his frequent flights on Epstein's plane, make for a highly disturbing set of circumstances. In terms of solid evidence, though, there's practically none, and unlike some other prominent people connected with the Epstein case, I haven't been able to find any credible accusers who name Bill Clinton. In fact, investigators say again and again that there's nothing to link Clinton to the sex trafficking and abuse cases. Which brings us back once again to the idea of ordinary, everyday sleaze. Bad enough in itself, but certainly not on the scale of Epstein's offending. Epstein's offending is on a rare scale. There are also wild rumors abounding around the nature of Epstein's connections to the elite. We know that his townhouse and compound on the island were all rigged for video, and it's been posited several times that Epstein was able to get away with it for so long because he had copious blackmail material, and that his death meant it could all be made to go away. This is plausible, but it's impossible to prove. And then there's the rumors that he was some kind of spy. One book claims that Acosta, in trying to explain the plea deal to an associate, said he was told to back off because Epstein was connected to intelligence. This claim hasn't been corroborated and may very well either be an error or a fabrication. But it could also be true. It's plausible. Someone like Epstein would make a fantastic intelligence asset. The access he had to world elites, combined with the absolute shedload of compromising material an intelligence officer could use to turn and burn him, make him absolutely perfect. But against this is the problem that he spent a fair amount of effort posing as a sort of James Bond figure. He kept a loaded pistol in his bathroom and would, in the words of one of his friends, talk stupid to make himself seem more interesting than he really was, some of that stupid being dark hints that he was a spy. I think this is the thing, like, spies don't say they're spies. Spies don't do behavior like spies because they don't want people to know they're spies. That's the point of being a spy. People who aren't spies but want you to think they're a spy are all like, well, I couldn't say if I was a spy, but you know, I don't think so. This doesn't invalidate the idea, but it does call into question whether the rumor arose from a kernel of truth or from Epstein's own fantasy of himself. I think, in my opinion, is probably the latter. As a general rule, people who are really spying on people don't tend to say that they're spying on people. As I said, there are exceptions, of course. The MI5 officer who tried to avoid a fair jumping fine by shouting, "You can't do this, I'm a spy," springs to mind, but for the most part, it's true. I remember that. It's like, what are you doing? What seems most likely to be true here is that a small group of high-status people were possibly compromised by their association with Epstein and potentially by the things they did while associated with him. And an even smaller number appear to have been directly involved in the web of sexual transgression and abuse that surrounded him. Where almost everyone concerned is implicated, however, is in turning a blind eye to his misdeeds. Whether or not they knew the full extent of them, even the stuff he did, which was mostly or borderline legal, was pretty disgusting, and those who knew him are right to be ashamed of their association and of the fact that they didn't have a problem with a rich guy sexually exploiting the young and the poor. Yeah, that's the moral question. It's not a legal question there, like we mentioned earlier. Do you have a moral obligation to report crimes of your friends and associates? And I think there's a point, like, there's a line. There's definitely a line. It's like, some crimes? No, I'll just be like, okay, whatever. I'm not telling. But then there's a point where you get to real serious crimes, and it's like, I should do something about this. And that is for every individual to make their own moral decision on where that line is for them. But the fact of the matter is that entry into the world's elites isn't necessarily a meritocracy. There's plenty of dumb, shallow, incompetent people who stumble into real wealth and power, usually by exploiting human relationships or, to put it another way, sucking up people and doing their dirty work for them. There are strong indications that that's how Epstein himself got his foot in the door. It's the reality of just how silly, shallow, and self-obsessed Epstein's circle was that speaks most strongly against an organized global conspiracy. What seems much more likely is that Epstein and Maxwell created an assembly line of sex abuse for their own dark reasons, and their silly and venal friends either didn't care, tried to ignore it, or in a few cases, actually got involved. Yeah, I think, for all the conspiracies and all of this stuff, this is probably the most likely explanation that we're looking at. But now, we come to the big conspiracy question. Did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself? The last chapter of Julie K. Brown's book, Perversion of Justice, is entitled Jeffrey Epstein Didn't Kill Himself. As we're probably all aware, this particular sentence was all over social media for quite a long time, and it's such a controversial topic that it's well worth devoting a section to all by itself. There are quite a few people who are 100% sure that Epstein either definitely did or definitely didn't kill himself. Anyone who's 100% sure of anything either way is... You need to open your mind to the possibility that you're wrong. All I can say is that I envy their assurance. It'd be really nice to be able to settle this issue definitively and say once and for all that Jeffrey Epstein was killed by Satanist ninjas hired by Bill Clinton or something to that effect. There's probably a conspiracy theory out there saying that, isn't there? But the real situation is much messier than that. We can, of course, all believe what we want.
I'm not so sure about that.
But the available evidence doesn't really allow us to prove anything one way or another. The question, was Jeffrey Epstein murdered, isn't a very productive one, as there's no evidence for it. None whatsoever. Did Jeffrey Epstein kill himself is a better question, though. There's quite a bit of circumstantial evidence which raises significant doubts about whether he did or not. In fact, Epstein's death, ruled a suicide by hanging by the coroner, stinks to high heaven. There are so many factors which render it improbable that the only rational position is to have serious doubts as to whether his suicide was unassisted or whether it was a suicide at all. It's important to note, however, some important factors in favor of the suicide theory. Firstly, there's the fact that the Metropolitan Correctional Center, where Epstein was locked up, was a farcically poorly run facility. Yeah, there weren't the cameras out and the guards weren't there and stuff, which looks extremely suspicious until maybe you find out, the cameras are out most of the time and there aren't enough guards. Possible. When Epstein was processed into custody, for example, he was listed as black and with no prior sex offenses. I get the priors, right? But Jeffrey Epstein is a really white dude. People have since said that this was to obscure his identity, but that makes no sense. Obscure it from whom? And why, if they were trying to hide his identity, didn't they just register him under a different name? It's like, no one will be able to get it. Your name's Jeffrey Epstein, but we'll just write down you're black, and no one will be able to figure it out. You're not famous at all, or part of some giant case. Right?
I am the one, the way you're trying.
And what would have been the point, anyway, for a man whom everybody in the country had seen on television, online, and in newspapers? Yes! Even the prisoners would likely have recognized him immediately. His face had been splashed around so much and for so long. And besides which, media reports show him being taken to the facility, so the whole idea is ridiculous. The hugely incompetent running of the prison does take away some of the weight of the argument that killing himself would have been physically impossible, given the level of supervision he was under. The problems with this are that people manage to kill themselves in prison all the time, and that apart from the time he was on suicide watch, there wasn't really that much extra monitoring of Epstein despite his high profile and high risk status. And then there's the 1953 Foundation. 1953 is Epstein's birth year, in case you're wondering about the name. Anyway, the 1953 Foundation was set up and filled with a huge amount of Epstein's assets a few days before his death. The Virgin Islands DOJ claims this was an attempt to hide his wealth from seizure or civil claimants, and to be fair, it was set up through numerous intermediaries and holding companies. But the problem with that is that all of Epstein's money management worked this way. He was obsessed with privacy. The holdings he was trying to hide are, for all we know, mostly still hidden, but the ones he more or less openly used were typically squirreled away into arcane labyrinth cat's cradles of corporate obfuscation. Other reporters have commented that this consolidation of a large bulk of his assets, basically all his openly held and known ones into one place, could be interpreted as him cleaning house, like a jumper writing a note, tidying the house, and then taking off their spectacles before they leap off a tall building, sans parachute or superpowers. This is interesting, but not particularly compelling, because it's equally likely that he gathered these assets into a foundation to protect the rest from litigation. Yeah, he knows he's going to jail, Which is also another reason you might be like, let's get all this stuff sorted, because when I'm in jail, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Basically, this little fact could just as easily be interpreted either way. This is what's so maddening about Epstein's death, the fact that it's so hard to grab onto anything solid or conclusive. We're on more solid ground with the circumstances of the death itself. As badly run as the MCC was, the whole thing still looks unbelievably silly. Epstein was supposed to be in the Special Housing Unit, or SHU, on suicide watch as he'd already made an attempt on his life. The SHU conditions mandate he be placed with a cellmate and that he be checked every 15 minutes. Then, the night before his death, he was transferred back to his cell. Both of the guards tasked with watching his wing managed to fall asleep at the crucial time, and of the 3 cameras covering the area, 2 were inoperable, and the 3rd produced what was described as unusable footage. The 2 guards, who also falsified records to say that they conducted mandatory checks, were given 100 hours of community service and a non-custodial sentence, an oddly light penalty for being responsible for the death of such a high-value prisoner. They probably also lost their jobs, I would imagine. While the coroner ruled the death as a suicide, determining Epstein had hanged himself with a bedsheet, there were wire-like lacerations on his neck, but no blood on the sheet, and the hyoid bone, which is usually untouched by hanging, was fractured. A medical expert hired by Epstein's brother registered the opinion that he had been strangled. That is mad suspicious. The wire, the bone thing, it's like, holy shit. And the guards? It's just like, there is so much smoke. There is so much smoke. There's gotta be a fire. On the other hand, one of Epstein's fellow inmates who'd become somewhat close to him claims that all the signs were there, saying that he'd gone into his cell one day and found him eating his dinner on the floor because it was easier. He says that he knew Epstein had given up on life. I say that's pretty flimsy. No individual piece of evidence here can be taken as conclusive proof that Epstein either was or wasn't murdered. No, not even the hyoid bone thing or the lacerations. But put it all together, it's highly suspicious. I don't think any reasonable person can say with absolute certitude that Epstein decided to kill himself. Sure, he'd attempted suicide already, and sure, the MCC was so shambolically run that it could explain the cameras. And as for the guards, I personally worked with sentries and found many of them to be constantly trying to bunk off for a nap and falsifying their records of rounds and logs of observation. The conjunction of all these factors, however, converging at the exact same time of Epstein's death, combined with the highly unusual post-mortem details, cast serious doubt on the coroner's verdict. There was even a large and powerful group of people who would have found Epstein's death convenient, and some of them were more capable than either Donald Trump or Bill Clinton of the kind of skullduggery needed to pull the levers on someone in prison. And then there's the fact that Jean-Luc Brunel, allegedly a procurer of underage models for Epstein and in French prison on rape and other charges, apparently hanged himself in his cell with a bedsheet less than 3 years later. We've got to stress here that nothing has been proven about any of this. But as we say in Australia, this doesn't really pass the pub test, and I think it's eminently reasonable to be highly suspicious of this highly suspicious chain of circumstances. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the JFK thing at the beginning. There is a lot of smoke. It's really weird. There's definitely something going on. Do I know what it is? No. Do I think we'll ever find out? Probably not. Probably the same with what's going on with Epstein here. Do I think there's something suspicious? Hell yes. It's very suspicious. Julie K. Brown and others believe that Epstein's death may have been a sort of assisted suicide. Let's say you're a rich and powerful person who's likely to be compromised by an Epstein trial. And let's further say you hear the guy's already suicidal and has been trying to kill himself unsuccessfully. It'd be reasonable, if you had the means, to reach into a fantastically corrupt and incompetent prison and make it a bit easier for Epstein to do what he's already trying to do. That's a favoured theory among many, and like we've repeatedly said, there's no real evidence for it. All the evidence really points to is doubt. So I guess we'll just have to watch what happens to Ghislaine Maxwell and hope that one of the many Freedom of Information requests, or perhaps the 30-year rule, will one day reveal the actual truth, whatever that is. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Jeffrey Epstein is survived by his brother Mark Epstein, a prominent businessman and philanthropist. Mark isn't accused of being involved in his brother's wrongdoing and has even been involved in the process of setting up Jeffrey Epstein's estate's victim restitution fund. Having said all of that, some tabloids have pointed out that he ran a modeling agency, allowed Epstein to host models in some of his real estate, and has a very slightly checkered business past. On balance, though, it seems Mark Epstein is clean and he's genuinely disturbed by what his brother did. and what happened to him. Number 2. Apart from Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's alleged accomplices are still at large, and until a court tests the idea, they're in theory immune from prosecution. The strap-on lady, Nadia Marcinkova, for example, is a commercial pilot and a high-profile Instagram personality. Her business appears to have been seed-funded by Epstein. Sarah Kellen, who's described by many victims from the pre-Maxwell era as the factotum who organised their massage appointments and showed them the massage room or bedroom, is an interior designer married to NASCAR driver. Her business is also registered to an Epstein property. Mark's, though, not Jeffrey's. Number 3. Epstein reportedly donated $100,000 to Ballet Florida's massage fund, as daily massages are an important part of any professional dancer's routine. That's weird, my dude. Why would you do that? It's interesting, if a bit creepy, to think that Epstein's own obsession with massages may have prompted him to think of this otherwise somewhat random means of charitable giving. That's so creepy. That's so creepy. It's just creepy because it's from Jeffrey Epstein. Jesus. Number 4. Those of Epstein's closest associates who have agreed to speak with journalists have often defended his actions. Some, including the parents of a girl Epstein paid for sex but who never made a complaint, suggest that his generous payments made the whole arrangement not only morally fine, but commonplace. Holy shit, my dude. That's your kid. What the f***? Others say the relations between older men and young girls only became taboo recently. That's not true. That's not true. Like people getting married in the past and stuff, like younger, that's largely just not historically accurate. That's super, and if you find yourself saying that, that's a super creepy thing to say. That's a super creepy thing to say. And that Epstein is a victim of changing times and Me Too hysteria. What the f*** are you talking about? Jeffrey Epstein is a sex trafficking predator, pedophile, a victim of the Me Too in my f***ing arse. What the f*** are you talking about? Needless to say, neither the law, basic morality, or common sense agree with these points of view. And if you find yourself agreeing with these points of view, your morality compass is off. Number 5. There are dozens of civil complaints still outstanding against the Epstein estate, and Ghislaine Maxwell's conviction is likely to trigger even more. Civil trials differ from criminal trials in the way they deal with evidence, and much of what we know about Epstein's operation come from the unsealing of criminal evidence as part of civil proceedings. If this continues, there's actually a chance that much of the mystery and suspicion around who exactly was involved and how exactly Epstein died may come out in the not-too-distant future. I, for one, hope that it does, and those involved held accountable for their disgusting crimes. Yeah, I think we can all hope for that, because this is a horrible story about a horrible man and some horrible people that surround him, and also just this disgusting miscarriage of justice that the rich and powerful seem to be able to perpetrate, which is it's just absolutely mad. This has been an episode of Casual Criminalist. I hope you didn't enjoy it because it was horrible. Leave us a review if you're listening as a podcast. That would be awesome. Spotify now accepts ratings. Go give us a rating if you're on Spotify. Thank you very much. YouTube, subscribe, like, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of the Casual Criminalist. As always, I am your host, Simon. What happens here is one of my writers, in this case David, thank you David, has written me a script. This is a famous one. This one is of like American serial killers. I feel like there's quite a lot of them, but isn't this guy's one of the most notorious, especially like in a historical context? H.H. Holmes, lady killer and child murderer. And I made a video about this guy years ago on a YouTube channel that I do called Biographics. And he had some sort of like crazy hotel with trapdoors and all of this stuff. And Dave was like, Simon, a lot of this is, I mean, not overblown, but like a little bit like, there's been a bit of a sprinkling of artistic license. That's the phrase throughout the years. And I'm like, there's no surprise there. And I'm just wondering, how wrong has David found my Biographics video to be? Because he'd never say it to me because he's too polite. But he'd be like, Simon, I watched your Biographics video. That was incorrect. That was incorrect. That was incorrect. David, I'm sorry. Not really. I don't know. It's probably good because I like to think my writers do. I have no idea. I can't remember who wrote that H.H. Holmes one back on my Biographics channel. I'm sure it was good because I just make brilliant stuff consistently all the time. That's sarcasm. Let's get into it, shall we? Detective Frank Geyer stood in the dirt cellar of number 16 St. Vincent Street. The smell of rotting flesh hung in the air. Taking the shovel he had borrowed from next-door neighbor, he began to dig with a sense of dread mingled with resignation. He knew exactly what he was likely to find. Frank Geyer was a 19-year veteran of the Philadelphia police force. He was no stranger to murder. Age 42, the stout figure, sharp, serious eyes, thinning, slicked-back hair, and a large, bushy moustache partially occluding his bitter scowl. He sank the shovel into the loose soil of the cellar, working steadily, quietly, along with his thoughts. Dirt sprinkled his dress shoes and the cuffs of his tailor-made trousers. All I could think of there is like, how would he hear? Why would he be alone with his own thoughts? Why is he not listening to a podcast? Why is he not listening to the cat when he's digging for bodies? When's a better time to listen to the Casual Criminalist and tell your friends? Do it! Who also dig for bodies about the Casual Criminalist. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe I don't know, do people who like work in the police and mortuaries and stuff go home and listen to True? Probably not. It's not like I go home and... No, I do watch documentaries. Oh, so maybe they do. Maybe they do. It was the summer of 1895. Oh, that's why he's not listening to podcasts. Okay, I see. Historical context. For 8 months, Frank had traced the movements of Dr. Henry Howard Holmes across the United States and into Canada. Frank was on the trail of the 3 missing children of Benjamin Pieterzel. Pieterzel. Thanks for the pronunciation, Guy David. I'll do my best to remember it throughout the rest of this episode. A man who had been murdered. Well, he's just been murdered, so he's probably not going to come up again. Woo!
That's a little insensitive.
Well, that's really morbid, isn't it, Simon? He's dead, and that's his only thing in the historical record, and you're celebrating that. You psycho. After the murder, 3 of Pieterzel's 5 children were said to be in custody of H.H. Holmes, their exact whereabouts unknown. Frank had been assigned to find them, and Frank was very good at his job. The detective had arrived in Toronto, where he spent 8 days searching for signs of a house that H.H. Holmes may have rented. It was then he received a tip that the house down on St. Vincent Street had been rented by a man fitting Holmes's description. Ah, the past. Whenever you rent it, it's like, here's a giant contract you have to sign. I'm going to need a copy of your ID. Going to need a bank statement. It's like, what? Okay. And then you go around to buying a house. And it's like, oh my God, I didn't even know I had 6 forms of ID. He was said to be traveling with 2 young girls. No word was said of the little boy who was also missing. Months earlier, in late October 1894, a neighbor, Mr. Reeves, saw Alice and Nellie Pieterzel sitting on the veranda of 16 St. Vincent Street. Nellie clutched a wooden egg that opened at the top, launching a spring-loaded toy snake out of it, much to the young girl's amusement. That sounds like a good toy. I'd get my kids one of those. She'd love that. The boy's too young. He'd just be terrified of it, because he's a coward. Holmes had borrowed a shovel from Reeves, saying that he wanted to dig some furrows in the dirt cellar in order to grow some potatoes. I'd be like, if he asked me this, I'd be like, what is a furrow? God, my vocabulary is so bad sometimes. I'm like, how? I'm like relatively educated, but my vocabulary is appalling. I'm not as educated as David, because David's email handle is Dr. David Baker, and I'm like, David's a big brain.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
The shovel which Holmes had borrowed was the same tool that Detective Frank Geyer now clutched. There was no sign that any potatoes had been planted in the cellar. Uh-oh. How do you grow potatoes in a cellar? What are you up to? Potatoes need light to grow. That's how plants work. I can't believe the first question is, what's a furrow? My question would be like, mate, this is 1895. You're not going to get some hydroponic going in your basement. What are you talking about? As Frank continued to lift the dirt out of a recently disturbed patch of earth, the stench of putrid flesh only got worse. It became overpowering. Whatever or whomever was buried down there in the dark cellar had already become badly decomposed. The decay was worsened by the summer heat. Digging down to the depth of only 3 feet or 91 centimeters, Frank discovered a bone belonging to a small human being. A young girl's forearm. Continuing to excavate the scene more gently now as not to damage any further remains, Frank uncovered the frail bodies of Alice and Nellie Pieterzel. They had been stripped naked, and each of them lay on their sides, facing each other in the fetal position. Some accounts claim that Nellie's feet had been cut off, so the girl could not be identified by a club foot. Other accounts attest that the bodies were interred in the cellar, completely intact and whole. Ah yes, 1895. The problem is this was 130 years ago. So basically, you do get these things where it's like some accounts say this, some accounts say that. And it's like, do we know which one's correct? No. There's like no primary evidence for this. And you're like, okay. The past, everybody. The bodies of the two girls were indeed in an advanced state of decomposition. Tiny red worms infested their shallow grave. Their skin and vital organs had already begun to liquefy in the damp, malodorous earth. There's another big brain word. I know what malodorous means. You know when you read words and you're like, I know what that means, but it's a word that I just never use in casual conversation, and I wish I would. Because when you meet someone who uses big words, you're like, yeah, I at least I am. I guess you could also have well, when someone's using them and you feel like they're purposefully using big words, then you're like, well, you're a bit of a prick. But if it's just someone who's using the correct big word, you know, where it's like, they're not like, oh, you know, like this. They just use the correct word without even thinking about it or trying to sound smart. I'm always like, I'm a little bit jealous of that because it makes you look so clever. But then it's like, if I tried to use words like malodorous, everyone would think I was a prick because it would be blatantly obvious that I'm trying really hard to sound smart. So I just don't try. Anyone else film that? Is that just me? Is that a weird quirk about me? I sometimes wonder if other people feel like these same things. Let me know in the comments if you're watching on YouTube. Oh my god, we were talking about something really horrible and I just took it aside to a comedic aside. It's not really appropriate. When later called upon to identify the bodies of her children, what remains of their flesh was blackened and falling off, and Carrie Pietzel could only identify Alice by the thick braid of her hair. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not nice. Some accounts claim that H.H. Holmes murdered the girls by forcing them into a steamer trunk, whereupon he pumped it full of noxious gas with a hose in order to asphyxiate the girls. H.H. Holmes, you're up to some like proto-Nazi shit, you weirdo. Other accounts, there's not proto though. I use that word and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm using it correctly. Maybe I am a big brain, although it's not that complicated of a word. Other accounts simply state that H.H. Holmes had poisoned the girls by slipping essence of nightshade into a mixture of other deadly toxins into their food. Dr. Holmes, after all, for some years had run a pharmacy. He knew what he was about. H.H. Holmes had attempted to burn the clothing the girls were wearing at the time that he murdered them, but he had packed the delicate bundles of cloth too tightly into the small metal chimney, and large scraps of their clothing survived. Holmes also appears to have made no attempt to destroy or remove Nellie's snake egg contraption from the home, and several short notes that the girls had written to their mother. Uh-oh. Come on, dude. Everyone knows this. Anyone who's burned a book, and I've burned many books in my life, knows that you've got to ruffle the book up. You can't just put a book on a thing and set it on fire. It's not going to work. It's too thick or dense or whatever. You have to like tear it up and like crinkle the pages. That's how you burn books.
Minister Goebbels.
It's useful information there for the next time you're burning books. These belongings were discovered by Frank Geyer and packed away into evidence. After murdering the two young girls, Holmes abandoned the 16 St. Vincent Street house and disappeared. When another tenant moved into the house, they could not bear to go down into the cellar or use it for storing anything due to the terrible smell which hung in the air, refused to dissipate, and only grew stronger. One, they just relaxed. It smells like there are bodies decomposing down in the cellar, love. And the wife's like, I don't know, let's just not use the cellar. It's like, well, we rented this house and it's got this big cellar. I thought we could grow some potatoes. Oh, don't worry about it. If my smeller smelled like rotting bodies, I wouldn't call the police. I'd call a handyman and be like, hey, can you ever look down? It smells like something's rotting down there. Can you go down there? Maybe we can damp proof it. Maybe we could do something like that. And he'll go down there and be like, mate, let's call the police, because either you've been burying bodies down there or someone else has, and I'm guessing it's someone else, because you called me to investigate the smell. Which, unless you're very self-sabotaging, would be, why are we going so deep into this story? It's not necessary. But that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't call the police. I'd just be like, what's that smell? That sounds like something a builder needs to fix. And then I'd get arrested. And they'd be like, were you trying to cover up crimes? It's like, no, I wanted to use my cellar. I wanted to put like little wines down there. Maybe like a sofa. I don't know. What do people convert basements into? I wanted to make it into a man cave. I'm not trying to cover up crimes.
Are you kidding me?
With the discovery of the bodies of Alice and Nellie Pietzel, Frank's job was not yet finished. He set about locating the whereabouts of the little boy, Howard Pietzel, just 8 years old, who some weeks earlier had been separated from his sister. Using oblique references to Howard in the letters that Holmes had periodically... Come on, Simon, get it together. It's 8:30 on a Monday morning. This is my first thing recording of the week, so I apologize for slipping over my words, rambling too much. I also don't know if you can hear I'm a little bit congested. My kid got a cold, and I was like, and lately she's has a little trouble sleeping alone. So she'll like come into the bed in the morning, and I'm like, and you can just feel her breathing. She's like breathing on my face. And then she's like, and you're like, oh God, you just coughed all over my face. And I'm like, I'm definitely getting sick. And then I got sick. Woo! But I'm dosed up on ibuprofen and caffeine.
Cocaine, pills, whatever it is, I'll do it.
We're good. We're good. There's 22 more pages of this script. Holy shit, David. Why'd you do this to me? He delivered me one that was 50 pages. I'm like, David, this is a 4-hour podcast, David. Why? Using oblique references to Howard in the letters that Holmes had periodically sent the boy's mother, and using witness testimony from Toronto neighbours who had spoken with Alice and Nellie, Frank determines that Howard Pietzel was allegedly attending school in Indianapolis, back in the United States. Frank gravely doubted that this was actually the case. Yeah, he's not back at school. It's like, where did he go? Oh no, I didn't bury him in the basement with the other children. He went off to finish school in the United States and no one's ever heard from him again. How about we just dig a little bit more in the basement? Let's just dig around that little basement a little bit more, okay? After arriving in Indianapolis, Frank spent weeks dropping by almost every rental house in the city, roughly 900 houses in total. He was looking for any sign that H.H. Holmes and a small boy had been there. Finally, Frank alighted on the suburb of Irvington. Alighted is another one. They say it on some undergrounds, London Underground tubes. You'll like be riding around and they'll be like, change here for Elephant and Castle line, or whatever, you know, this normal, Elephant and Castle's not a line, it's like a stop where I used to live, actually. There'd be like these lines, and then some of them, it's like, a light here for Sloane Square, and you're like, what is this, a light? Does that mean change? And yeah, it does. Just some of them say a light, and I had no idea. I must have been like 20 years old when I finally Googled a light. The detective discovered that Holmes had rented a house a few days before disappearing again. This was 2 weeks before Holmes murdered the Pietzel girls in Toronto. On October the 3rd, 1894, H.H. Holmes had gone by a repair shop in Indianapolis to get some surgical equipment sharpened. Uh-oh, that sounds serial killery. Eyewitness testimony stated that a boy was with him at the time. On October the 5th, Holmes hired a spotty-faced teenager named Elvit Mormon. Wait, we know he was a spotty-faced teenager, but we don't know whether he cut off the girl's clubbed foot. Come on, past. Can we write down the important details? And the only thing we remember about this teenager is that he was spotty and maybe murdered. Come on, Simon, have some respect. Jesus. I find it easier to distance myself from the crimes when they're less modern. Like, I know it's bad, but 100 years ago, it feels somehow less immediate. Whereas if this was set in the present day, I'd be like, I don't know, more respectful, which doesn't really fit. I guess because one thing is everyone who's related to this case is long dead. Like, these are the age of my great-great-grandparents, and they're all dead. I've never even met them. My parents have never even met them. I did meet my great-grandmother one time on her 100th birthday party, and I never met her again, and then she died. Woo! Simon, what's wrong with you? Why are you telling this story? It's not important. That same day, Holmes entered a drugstore near Irvington and purchased cocaine. Woo! Chloral hydrate and chloroform. Holmes is throwing a party. A weird party, possibly with murder. We also know at the time that Holmes had a vial of cyanide and a clutch of wolfsbane in his possession. On October the 8th, wolfsbane, I have no idea what it is, but it doesn't sound good, does it? Like, wolves are terrifying, and if it's the bane of a wolf, that's not going to be a good thing. On October the 8th, Holmes picked up his surgical equipment at the repair shop, the blades and bone saw now having been dutifully sharpened. On October the 10th, 1894, Howard Pietzel approached a local housemaid, asked her where he could buy food. Holmes had put him in charge of finding dinner for the evening. The housemaid gave the boy some eggs and butter, and Howard insisted on paying for it with the money that Holmes had given him. Elvin Mormon, the local errand boy, claims he saw Howard Pietzel for the last time around 6 p.m. that evening. On that very same night, October the 10th, H.H. Holmes murdered the 8-year-old boy. Some accounts claim Holmes poisoned him by spiking his food. Other accounts claim he chloroformed and strangled the child. After murdering him, Holmes used his surgical equipment to dismember his corpse. A consummate professional, Dr. Holmes left no bloodstains behind. He then stuffed the boy's arms, legs, head and torso into the wood stove that he had constructed, along with some gnawed old corn cobs and chunks of wood. He then doused the child's body in oil and set it ablaze. Jesus Christ, why? The fire burned hot and successfully cremated much of the body. What little remained of Howard Pietzel was then quickly scattered and buried at various points around the property. The house is... Wow. Why is people's obsession with burying things in their own house? Are you insane? Look, it's already just bits. Just go for a long walk. I don't want to give advice to criminals, but if you've burned a body and there's little bits of it left over, don't bury it all in your backyard, you idiot. Just every day, just take a little bit of the body, go on a really long walk and just throw it in a river. Or like in a dump. I don't know. What's wrong with you? Or just keep doing this so it's easier for you to get caught. The house's caretaker, Peter Ireland, later said that the stench of the remains grew so bad that he just covered the whole house with lime powder because he couldn't locate the exact source. On the same night as the murder, Holmes swiftly left the house for the train station, where he arrived at 9 p.m. That means that in the few hours between the last sighting of Howard Pietzel at 6 p.m. and Holmes's arrival at the train station, the man had quickly murdered, dismembered and cremated the boy, burying and scattering the remains and scarcely leaving any trace of the killing, all in under 3 hours. Well, it's like, okay, so he was in a rush. Look, if you're going to murder someone, don't rush. Don't rush. Think about it. It's just so stupid. Why are criminals? I like that criminals are so stupid, but Jesus. Holmes thereupon caught a train to Chicago, where he arrived late at night and checked into a hotel. In his haste to leave, H.H. Holmes neglected to clean out the flue underneath the stove. A flue is a pipe on a stove that takes waste gases, smoke, and small solid particles emanating from a fire and blows them outside your home. When, months later, Detective Frank Gare arrived at the house in Irvington, he looked inside the flue and found a few of Howard Pietzel's teeth and some bits of his bones. Because Frank conducted his investigation long after Howard had been killed, the charred viscera Holmes scattered around the property had already badly decomposed into almost nothing. As a result, a few teeth and some bone fragments were the only signs that Howard Pietzel ever existed. Nevertheless, Frank was moving closer to discovering the extent of the callous and horrific crimes committed by H.H. Holmes, whom the mustachioed detective in characteristic 19th century purple prose referred to as, quote, verily an artist in roguery. Language in the past was like, it's hard to read sometimes, but it was like people put more effort into it, didn't they? Nowadays, it's like, yeah, he was a sicko. Verily, an artist in roguery. I wish I spoke like this. The discovery of the scanty remains of the young boy ended Frank's assiduous and painstaking 8-month search for the Pietzel children. They had all been slain in the coldest fashion imaginable, but at least now the facts were known. The detective later wrote, all the toil, all the weary days, and weeks of travel, alternating between faith and hope, and discouragement and despair, all paid off in that one moment. Truth, like the sun, sometimes submits to being obscured, but like the sun, it only submits for a time. Everyone writes amazing. This guy's he's a PI, he's a private dick, or a detective. He's a detective of some kind. I don't know. I'm sure David told me and I already forgot. But this guy's looking for these kids, and he's also writing about it like poetry. Amazing. The truth of the career of H.H. Holmes was soon to dawn upon the 19th century world, to the utter shock and horror of those who heard the tale. Meet Herman Webster Mudgett. Come with me, if you will, to a tiny, quiet New England village nestling among the picturesquely rugged hills of New Hampshire. Here in the year 1861, I, Herman W. Mudgett, the author of these pages, was born. These are the words written by Mudgett, alias H.H. Holmes, in his autobiography, Holmes's Own Story, which the child murderer scrawled down on paper in prison in 1895. Oh, I just realised there's the primary rule of the Casual Criminalist. We talk about how criminals are idiots all the time. Often they're writing down their crimes. It's number one. The number one rule, don't write down your crimes. However, if you've been caught for all your crimes and you're in prison, now's a good time to write down your crimes. I mean, why not? You're already in prison forever. Maybe they're going to kill you? Pop you off. Why not? You can now. The autobiography itself is of little evidential value because in addition to being a killer, its author was a compulsive liar. Herman Mudgett was born in the hamlet of Gilmanton, New Hampshire on May the 16th, 1861 to Levi Horton Mudgett, a farmer, house painter, and later postmaster, and Theodate Page Mudgett, a dutiful housewife. They were devout Methodists. Herman was the third born of 5 children. The Mudgett's family's reputation in the community was spotless. No tales of alcoholism or abuse. In fact, by all accounts, it would appear that Herman Mudgett had a perfectly normal childhood. Quite unusual for most children who grow up to be serial killers. Yeah! super rare. Normally it's this balance. It's like, okay, so the person is born with a bit of a predisposition to be a psycho killer, and then also they get abused the shit out of by their parents, because of course that happens. But not in this case. It seems like he's like more 90% psycho. I like born killer, natural born killer. Isn't that a movie? Natural born killers? I feel like that's a movie. It's also unclear whether Herman was born with primary psychopathy, another hallmark of serial killers, which usually offers an explanation for those murderous individuals who do not come from broken homes. The classic telltale sign of a psychopathic child is of, I haven't even read it, but I'm gonna guess, torturing animals features. Is, of course, the torture of animals. Big brain. Also, exactly what you would expect after doing hundreds of hours of podcasts about crime. Yet, when interviewed, Herman's mother, Theodate, said, quote, "I never knew him to torment animals. Some boys, like to torment kittens, and sometimes they are very cruel to them. But Herman was too tender-hearted for anything like that." This does not preclude the possibility that Herman was a psychopath, but it does rule out the most obvious manifestation of it in childhood. A school friend described Mudgett as quiet, studious, faithful, with refined tastes, not joining in with the rough and ready games of the other boys at school, and almost always coming top in his class. The other mothers in the neighborhood knew him as a well-behaved boy, and he was a favorite of theirs. Another school friend described Mudgett as, quote, "the mildest-tempered, most inoffensive man I've ever met."
You have no idea.
Either something changes in his life, or he already has an incredible psycho killer mask. The mask. You have to see it where it's just like they seem so normal. It's like, what's that guy? Was it Gacy? And it's like, yeah, he's just a normal guy. He's a pillar of the community. He's on all these boards. He's a politician. Everyone likes him. And then he's dressing up as a clown and burying children in his basement. All of this would imply that as far as serial killers go, Mudgett's case is quite unusual. No childhood abuse, no psychopathy. But there is an alternative explanation. Even as a child, Mudgett was skilled at pulling the wool over people's eyes. If we look below the surface, a few cracks begin to appear. Neighbors accused Herman of petty theft to the tune of 43 cents and trying to get paid twice by the local priest for the same job and defaulting on a payment for a pair of shoes. Other neighbors attest that while Herman was never really rude or horrible to people, he was fairly dishonest and grasping around money. Yeah, okay, well, again, this would imply not that he's some psycho killer at all, just he's just not the most moral dude ever. All of this would point towards a budding psychological profile of a con man. Exactly. It's like, this guy's a con man. And con man, I don't like, there's an obvious difference between con man and murderer. Like, con man is like, oh, it's not good. That's not, and there's also, the levels of con man. If you're like, I just did a video. Was it on Casual Criminalist? I think it was. About a guy who was like conning people with a hitman website. And I'm like, well, he's not the worst con man ever, because he's conning people who were going to have someone murdered. Or like that TV show Hustle. And they only con criminals and horrible people. I'm like, you always want to support those guys. You're like, yeah, get it. And then there's like con men who just con regular people. And then there's murderers. And then there's like multiple psycho killers like H.H. Holmes. It's all the scale, isn't it? It's all the scale. Many such people are also psychopaths. Oh, okay. But their game is to defraud people of money rather than to rape or murder them.
I feel better now.
Again, if you are a psychopath, how about just be a really good con man? There's no need to get into the rape and murder. Just rip people off. Because, look, what would I rather have done to me? Would I rather be ripped off, or would I rather be raped and murdered? I can tell you which one the answer is. It's to be con. Such a profile would fit Herman Mudgett quite well. Clean-cut and inoffensive on the outside, and on the inside compulsively driven to deceive and steal whatever he could. Herman Mudgett was born wall-eyed, with his left eye always straying to the side. As such, Mudgett rarely looked at people in the eye when he spoke to them, heightening the impression of shiftiness and duplicity. He was also something of a loner, not keeping any close friends amongst the other children. In his autobiography, Herman Mudgett claims that two older boys who were bullying him dragged him into the local doctor office to show him a human skeleton. Rather than be frightened, Herman said he was fascinated, and this drove him to want to enter the field of medicine. While much of his autobiography is nonsense, this particular story is a ring of truth. When Herman was 16, he met Clara Lovering of the nearby town of Loudon, New Hampshire. The story of... I like the name Clara. It's a nice name. The story of their meeting goes that at a church social, I wanted to name our kid Clara. It was one of the names bandied around. And my wife's like, I just don't like it that much. And I'm like, that's okay. So we chose a different name. The story of their, which I like as well. The story of their meeting goes that at church social, Herman Mudgett saw Clara flirting with another boy, and an infuriated Herman asked the boy to step outside, whereupon a jealous Herman threatened to punch his lights out if he didn't leave Clara alone. Evidently, Clara's heart fluttered at this display of masculine aggression, and Herman escorted her home arm in arm, which in 1877 was tantamount to second base. Yeah, this would play out really differently today. The next day, Clara would be like, can you stop that? That is toxic masculine. Wait, So she was flirting with another boy. He comes over, it's like, stop it! These days it'd be like, that's not okay, let her do her own shit, Herman. Jesus Christ. You don't own her, Herman. This isn't 1890. Oh, wait, no, it is. The next day, Herman claimed to friends that he and Clara were engaged to be married. For 15 months, Herman and Clara were virtually inseparable, and the two married in secret on July the 4th, 1878, in front of a justice of the peace. Initially, the marriage was kept a secret, and Herman and Clara continued to live separately with their respective parents. Well, that's weird. I thought people got married in the past so they could, I guess Methodist. I don't really know what a Methodist is, but I assume in the 1800s they weren't like, yeah, sex before marriage. Why not? I thought people in the past, let's get married quickly so we can get down to business. When Herman eventually told his mother of the marriage a few months later, she quipped, she couldn't have done much worse. She probably will have to support you. What? He was top of his class. He's going to be a doctor. What are you talking about? You sound mean. Dr. Smegma. Clara's family gave Herman a job working as a clerk in a grocery store in East Concord. Not long after, Clara gave birth to their son, Robert Mudgett. At the time, Herman's salary meant that he could not even afford to keep a household for his family, so Clara and the baby continued to live with her parents. But Herman's ambitions were to become a medical doctor. In 1879, Herman quit his job at the grocery store and returned home to Gilmanton to study under Dr. White, a Civil War Army surgeon in his late 60s. There he performed numerous dissections on cadavers with the good doctor. Oh, yes, the past. You didn't have to go to medical school. You just said, how do you become a doctor? You apprentice, much like a carpenter. I like it. I do generally, I think apprenticeships are super underrated. But for medicine, I feel like there should be some, solid book learning going on. After a year's apprenticeship in 1880, Herman Mudgett left Gilmanton to formally study medicine at school in Burlington, Vermont. Okay, well, there you go, on Dr. Wright's recommendation. Brilliant. While at medical school, Herman stayed at a boarding house with a roommate named Fred Ingalls. Herman asked Ingalls not to tell anyone he was married. Ingalls raised an eyebrow, but agreed to keep it a secret. Herman Mudgett then promptly started hitting on the landlady's daughter to the point that people whispered that they were going to get engaged. This pissed off Fred Ingalls, and he told everyone that Mudgett was already married, ruining Mudgett's chances of bedding the girl. A little later, Herman caught Ingalls using his moustache wax without his permission, and an infuriated Herman beat the living shit out of Ingalls, giving him 2 black eyes and a scratched up face. Holy shit. Can you imagine? It's just like, hey mate, how's it going? Yeah, I'm sorry I told everyone you were married and caused this big scandal. And Herman dude just sees him using that moustache. He's like, motherfucker, damn my moustache wax, you touch that again!
I'm sorry, man.
You keep your mustache wax out of You keep that mustache wax out of your hands.
Don't kill me, please.
At the boarding house, Herman Mudgett conducted chemistry experiments using a variety of beakers, vials, and chemicals that he'd lifted from the laboratory. He also tried bringing home cadavers. Oh my god. What? One day the landlady was attracted upstairs by a foul, rotting smell. She found a dead body under Herman's bed. A traumatized landlady forbade Mudgett from bringing any more dead bodies home with him. It's a bit like, Herman, we didn't think it necessary to put in your rental contract that you can't bring dead bodies home. We sort of just considered it rote, but we're going to have to add that. You're going to need to sign an updated rental contract with the body stipulation, okay? While at medical school, Mudgett took out ad space in the Burlington Free Press, offering to teach shorthand writing, a way for note-takers to quickly jot things down in cipher. The whole thing was a swindle. Mudgett did not know shorthand. He took a bit of money up front from unwitting customers and then dismantled the business. And that was the end of it. Apparently he was a con man as well. After a single term at med school, Mudgett had run out of cash, so he went on a hiatus to teach at a school back in Gilmanton to save up more tuition money. At the school, Mudgett is said to have regularly and brutally whipped the kids. Holy shit. An anonymous account states that on one particular occasion, Mudgett borrowed an amputated foot from Dr. Wright and brought it into class to show the children a bit of anatomy, thoroughly horrifying them. After Hernan's arrest in 1894, the school superintendent vehemently denied that this ever happened on his watch, but Herman was dismissed from the school that same year, so it's unclear what happened. Herman was furious and wrote a 10-page letter to his former employer vowing revenge. Don't write down your if you're going to get revenge, don't write about getting revenge. Just quietly get revenge. At least be quiet about it until the revenge is done, and then you can be like, bitch, that was me. Remember me with the foot? And it'll be all the sweeter.
Oh, a sweet revenge!
In 1881, Herman Mudgett took his wife Clara and infant son Robert to Ann Arbor, where he continued his medical studies at the University of Michigan. Clara's family supplemented their living situation. The couple lived in a boarding house with the other students and their families. Clara found work as a dressmaker. Clara and Herman fought constantly, and first-hand accounts attest to the fact that Herman beat her rather savagely and rather frequently. Clara was seen on more than one occasion sporting black eyes. Domestic abuse got so bad that in 1883, Clara took her son Robert and just upped and left. Respect. I mean, of course, you should do this. But people struggle to do this these days, like get out of abusive relationships. And in 1881, Jesus, I mean, good for you. Although they remained married, Clara had little to do with Herman from that point forward. Herman's fellow med students at the University of Michigan took note of the relish and enthusiasm with which he dissected bodies. God damn, dude, that is an indication of being a psycho right there.
This is ridiculous. I'm a professional.
One student reports that Mudgett talked animatedly about picking apart cadavers and claimed that Mudgett once again decided to take a dead baby home in order to pick it apart. That is up, my dude. What the On another occasion, while in the dissection lab, Mudgett reportedly cut off the foot of a dead child, put it in his pocket, and took it away for unknown purposes. I don't even want to. I don't want to think about what those unknown purposes are. I'm done. Let's move on. In 1882, Herman Mudgett teamed up with the anatomy lecturer Dr. Herdman to make trips to local cemeteries to find extra bodies for dissections. Oh my lord, the past. What are you up to? The grave robbing, quite common in those days, was done by doctors and medical students who referred to themselves rather grandly as resurrectionists. While the University of Michigan was regularly supplied in those days with the bodies of dead homeless people, apparently this was not enough to sate both Mudgett's and Dr. Herdman's appetites. Apart from a macabre interest in dead bodies, it's likely that Mudgett joined Herdman on these expeditions for a little extra cash. It's like, the problem is, Dr. Herdman, I'm just assuming, it's like, we need these bodies to teach medicine. And Mudgett's just like, I'm going to lick these later. What the Herman was not popular at university. His grades were mediocre to poor. Many former students claimed, after he was charged with murder, of course, that they thought he was shifty and never trusted him. Apparently, Mudgett also exuded such a strong stench of body odor that it earned him the nickname smegma, which is a gunk found under a man's unwashed foreskin, otherwise colloquially known as dick cheese. Oh my god, dude, did you smell of dick cheese? Ah! It is amazing how you remember that people smell. Like, I can remember a time, like, smell is such a powerful memory thing. It's like, I've met people in my life and it's like, who have kind of smelled. And you're like, I remember that about you. There's hundreds of people I've met throughout my life who I've forgotten. But the ones who smell, they stay with you. Although I've never met someone that's like, is that dick cheese? Dude. Mudgett's med school reputation was thus, and also a smelly doctor. It's like, you go into the doctor's office, you just want it to smell like, sterile. Even if it isn't sterile, you just want it to have that smell, don't you? You want to go up to your doctor, you know what you want your doctor to smell of? Nothing. Maybe like the cleaning fluid, something like that. Mudgett's med school reputation was quite different from the well-behaved little lad back in Gilmanton who was the apple of everybody's eye. It's quite clear that when Mudgett wasn't working a con, he would turn off his charm and could be quite the unpleasant, sullen, and taciturn fellow. It's another word I'd like to use more regularly, taciturn. While the male opinion of Mudgett in Ann Arbor was generally low, local female opinion of the budding Dr. Dick Cheese was a little more sympathetic. Really? Because I just love his smell. Mudgett's manners may have been something to be desired, but he was rather strapping and masculine with a big bushy moustache which seemed to have an effect on some women. A big glorious beard. However, at medical school, Mudgett did not have a reputation as a ladies' man, which is why people were all the more surprised to find out that Mudgett had a wife back home. They were even more surprised when Mudgett suddenly appeared in the middle of a local sex scandal, or rather, what passed for a sex scandal in Michigan in the Victorian era. Mudgett had been paying a lot of attention to a widow named Mrs. Fitch, who was his landlady and also worked as a hairdresser in town. Evidently, Dr. Smegma's charms worked on the fair damsel, and the two fell into bed together. Allegedly, as a pickup line, Mudgett had asked the widow to marry him. That's not a pickup line. Then she discovered a letter Mudgett had written to Clara, who was still his wife. Mrs. Fitch had been bedded and dishonored without anything to show for it. For our younger 21st century audience members, this meant that Herman Mudgett, quote, tell you, ran that house into the ground and didn't even put a ring on it. David's knowledge of language in like mega slang. A paragraph ago, using what's that word? Taciturn. Few things are more disgraceful for a Victorian lady than getting her undercarriage serviced outside of the institution of marriage, so Mrs. Fitch sued Herman Mudgett for breach of promise to regain some semblance of her honour. Mudgett flatly denied that he had ever promised to marry the woman. If her allegations were true, as a punitive measure, the University of Michigan would not have allowed him to graduate. They couldn't in good conscience allow such an immoral, womanizing snake in the grass into the medical field after all. Such, at any rate, were the morals of the time. Mudgett's reputation as a sexually disinterested loner during his time in med school served him well. Most of his colleagues regarded Mrs. Fitch's allegations as a joke. The grave-robbing professor, Dr. Herdman, defended Mudgett before the faculty. Ultimately, Herman was acquitted. However, at his graduation ceremony in 1884, Mudgett walked up to Dr. Herdman, shook his hand, and promptly told him Mrs. Fitch's allegations were true. What, just to be a dick? He's like, congratulations, Dr. Holmes, you've just graduated. Oh yeah, now that I've got this medical degree, it was all true, you idiot. What a dickhead. Herdman was shocked and affronted. He later went on to accuse Mudgett of trying to steal several valuables from his house. When Mudgett later wrote Herdman for a recommendation to become a medical missionary in Zululand, Herdman refused. Shocking. For reasons best known to himself, 5 months later, Mudgett ran an announcement in the local paper that he had indeed won an appointment to go to Africa, perhaps just to spite his former mentor, perhaps just because that is what compulsive liars do. In reality, Mudgett just buggered off back to New Hampshire. Mudgett's vaccine mandate. Herman Mudgett spent the summer of 1884 in New Hampshire with his parents. In the autumn, he moved to the town of Moores Fork in New York State, where he worked as a doctor and moonlighted as a science teacher at the local school. Holmes told everyone in Moores Forks that he was unmarried, and he proposed marriage to at least 2 women during his time there. Bit of an MO for you, is it, old Holmesy? One such woman had an ailing father who was Dr. Mudgett's patient. He died under suspicious circumstances. The body was scarcely cold when Mudgett proposed marriage to the woman who had just received, guess what? A sizable inheritance. Shocking news. Neither marriage proposal went through. Mudgett also formed a friendship, heavy quotation marks there, with primary school teacher Minnie Everett, and started taking quote-unquote French lessons from her in his spare time. After a few months, Everett broke off all association with Herman, claiming that, quote, there is something lurking in that man's character that time will reveal. I do not like him. I firmly believe that he would commit murder. Oh my god. Okay. She censors his dark soul. Not even joking, he has a terribly dark soul. This statement is often quoted in biographies of Dr. Dick Cheese, but I find it a bit too on the nose and prophetic. In all likelihood, the quote is apocryphal, or at the very least, said by Everett in retrospect after his arrest. In all probability, Mudgett's friendship with Everett broke down for other reasons, like a sullied romance or broken engagement, for instance. Yeah, I mean, that just sounds more likely, doesn't it? The fact that she's like, it's a bit too convenient. And when things are so long ago, the facts get mixed up, like the Clubfoot baby. It's like, it's just not great records. Mudgett was also in the habit of screwing his patients. The townsfolk of Moores Fork circulated a rumour that Mudgett was treating 2 women for quote-unquote organic trouble, for which he employed some quote-unquote carnal methods. Dude. Also, how is this? He's like a smelly dude with a mustache. It's like, is it? And he's got like, I mean, I don't want to make fun of people with like, you know, problems, but he stinks.
He smells like my grandmother.
He's got a the mustache, which apparently everyone finds super sexy, and he's got the weird eye problem where he just looks off to the side. Like, is this guy such a catch? Everyone's like, yeah, you can fix my organic trouble with your carnal methods. Weird. In addition to being a womanizer, Mudgett made himself quite unpopular in the town by being a deadbeat and a fraud. He would constantly buy things on credit and then blow off his debts. His landlord, Mr. Hayes, loathed him for neglecting to pay his rent on his luxurious house. It sometimes took weeks to even get a partial payment out of the guy. Despite the fact a doctor's wage was respectable and far above average, Mudgett had embarked on a career of criminal fraud. An outbreak of smallpox broke out in New York State in 1885. Oh no, we're not going to go here. He's not going to, fake vaccine people, is he? Mudgett got his hands on a case of vaccine and went about town claiming that he was appointed by the government and said the vaccine was not only mandatory, but it would cost 25 cents per shot. That's roughly $7 per jab in today's money. While even with inflation this may not sound like much, Mudgett vaccinated pretty much everyone in Moore's Fork, so it netted him about $1,000 or nearly $30,000 today. That would not fly in America today. People can get COVID vaccines for free and they're like, nope! I guess back in the day, people took this more seriously because they could see smallpox ravaging people. Whereas today, people just die in hospitals and we don't see them. Maybe we should put them all out in public. No, let's not do that. That would be weird. But I mean, it's like, I don't want my kid to be vaccinated against polio. It's like, how about we take you to see some people who have polio? And see how they feel about that, shall we? The townsfolk were not impressed to find out that Mudgett had charged them for no reason, and from that point forward, he was persona non grata. One day, a man named Mr. Steele arrived in Mudgett's doctor's office. Steele was accompanied by a dying soldier. Steele explains that the man was dying a premature death because a bullet had been lodged in his torso years ago and had not been removed. However, the US Army doctors claimed the former soldier was dying of malaria instead. Those are two quite different problems. What this meant was that if the soldier died of malaria rather than a bullet, the soldier's family would not get a pension payout. Ah, really? They take away his pension because he wasn't killed by something from a war? How about, just novel idea here, when people have a pension, we pay it anyway. I like that idea. After the soldier died, Mudgett performed an autopsy on the man and discovered that the soldier had indeed died from an old bullet. Mudgett even removed 2 of the shattered ribs from the corpse as proof, but Mudgett refused to turn the evidence over to Steele unless he was paid a substantial share of the army payout that was due to go to the soldier's grieving family. Steele told Mudgett to get stuffed and fortunately managed to prove his case to the US Army by other means. Mudgett kept the soldier's ribs. Good for you, telling him to f*** off. By the autumn of 1885, Mudgett owed his landlord over $1,000 in rent, or over $30,000 today. Oh my god, landlord, what are you doing? Kick him out of the house. I know today it's really hard. If someone stops paying you rent, at least I think this is how it is in the US. I don't know how it is in America, but it's really hard to get rid of a tenant. And it makes sense because, I mean, sometimes it makes sense. If they owe 30 grand, maybe it doesn't, and they're an obvious fraudster. But when a landlord stops getting paid, the landlord just loses money, but the tenant loses their house. And obviously there's a little bit of a power difference there. But this is 1885. Surely you'd just be like, get the f*** out of my house. And they'll be like, there's tenant protection laws. It's like, it's 1885, mate. What are you going to do? This is the past. It's the worst, remember? Now get out of my house or pay me my 30 grand. So he promptly borrowed the money to purchase a train ticket to Chicago and left town.
What a surprise.
If you had the landlord comes knocking the door, hey mate, just to remind you, you owe me $30,000 in 2022 money. And you're like, yeah, no, I'm definitely going to pay that. Listen, I've got to go see a friend in Chicago, which is really far away. Can you lend me the money for the train? Yeah, sure. No worries. We'll just add it to the 30 grand in 2022 dollars that you owe me. So, I mean, maybe this landlord deserved it. Mudgett drifted around Chicago in the winter of 1885, living large and quickly spending his money on women, sharp suits, luxury apartments, and expensive champagne. It was also around this time Mudgett started wearing his signature high-crown bowler hat. When Mudgett was broke, he took a large wagon and headed east again. He got as far as Norristown, Pennsylvania. Running low on cash, Mudgett had to sell off all of his possessions, his wagon, and both of his horses in order to buy food. He visited a local police station, saying that he was going to kill himself because he was starving. The police took pity on him, gave him a bit of grub, and then let him sleep in a prison cell while he found a job. I hope he became familiar with that prison cell, because I think that's where you're going to go I mean, in the end. Well, we know it because he wrote his autobiography in prison, didn't we? Spoiler alert. Due to his medical experience, they found a job for him as an orderly in the local insane asylum. By all accounts, Mudgett did a decent job, except he was no longer calling himself Mudgett. He told the police and his employers that his name was Herman Howard and that he was from Texas and his father had been a colonel in the Confederate Army during the Civil War. Mr. Howard, aka Mudgett, detested his work in the insane asylum. To be fair, that is not unreasonable. In the late 19th century, madhouses were extremely unpleasant places. They were little more than jails to lock up the mentally unwell, giving them little to no treatment, medication, or palliative care. They were underfunded, unsanitary, and the patients were kept in cruel and deprived conditions, yelling, babbling, fighting, and self-harming in an environment that was functionally a fresh pit of hell. I can imagine this must have been a disturbing life, even for a member of staff like Mudgett. Writing in his autobiography, Mudgett said, quote, "So terrible was it that for years afterwards, even now sometimes, I see their faces in my sleep." He disappeared from the Norristown Asylum in early 1886 after working there for only 2 months. Yeah, it sounds like a bit too much like hard work for him, doesn't it? He'd probably just rather con or steal and stuff like that. That's more up his street. Or murder children. Also a possibility. The birth of Dr. Holmes. Mudgett arrived in the city of Minneapolis in the spring of 1886, where he began working as a clerk for a local pharmacist, Dr. Hyman. By this time, Mudgett was operating under the pseudonym of Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, and so was born his most notorious alias, H. H. Holmes, the name by which he would be known to history. Although some early accounts say he chose the name from Sherlock Holmes, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had not yet published the first of those stories. Instead, it would appear that Holmes chose the name entirely at random. While living in Minneapolis, H. H. Holmes met Myrta Belknap, a 24-year-old woman who worked as a clerk in a store that sold sheet music. Not long after, Holmes proposed marriage. Shocking! I knew exactly what was coming. There's no record of this marriage on the books, and it's likely that Holmes confected the ceremony, making it seem more legal than it really was. Another good word there, confected. It's like makeup. One word instead of two. Mwah! Nevertheless, Holmes made a half-hearted attempt to secure a divorce from his legal wife, Clara. In those days, there was no such thing as a no-fault divorce. No-fault divorce. Does this mean like where people just want to split up because they're just not happy together anymore? It's weird that you couldn't do that. Someone had to make an error. It's like we just don't like each other anymore. Isn't that okay? It's like if it's someone you're not married to, you just break up. Even if it's a friend, you're like, well, you just don't hang out anymore, do you? But if you're married to them, you have some contracts you just got to keep together. That's some bullshit right there. Which is, obviously we changed because now people get divorced all the time. And it's awesome. I mean, it would be better if everyone just lived happily ever after. But obviously that's not a reality. So, when Holmes filed these papers, he claimed that Clara had been sleeping with a man named J.M. Downer while the married couple lived together in Ann Arbor in 1883. So not only there's no-fault divorces, so he just has to trash his wife's reputation.
I mean, this guy was a real jerk.
When Holmes found out the divorce papers says, he promptly threw Clara out and took on sole custody of their son, Robert. In actual fact, Clara had taken Robert when she walked out on Holmes in 1883 after years of domestic abuse. For 3 years, Clara had been living with Robert back in New Hampshire, making a living as a dressmaker. Holmes was not part of their lives. In fact, by the time Holmes married Myrta Belknap, he had largely cut off contact with his mother and father as well. After a few years of silence, the Mudgett family has pretty much given him up for dead. Nothing came of the divorce proceedings, which stalled because no witness could support Holmes's claim of adultery, and it's highly likely that this man, J.M. Downer, with whom Clara was allegedly sleeping, did not exist. Most absurdly, Clara was never informed of the divorce lawsuit at all. In 18 yeah, but this was the past. I mean, you could go somewhere else and the paperwork doesn't track, and I don't know, it just gets lost. It's back in the day, there weren't big centralized databases allowing everyone to know what's going on all the time. Or Facebook. In May 1886, Holmes and Myrta moved to Chicago. On July the 15th, he passed a 3-day exam to get a pharmacy license in order to work at a drugstore. He began working at a local pharmacy owned by Dr. Elizabeth Holton, a fellow medical grad from the University of Michigan, that same month. When Holton fell pregnant with her second daughter in early 1887, she sold the drugstore to Holmes, and while the compulsive liar delayed paying for a while, Holton actually managed to get him to cough up without too much difficulty, or resorting to a lawsuit. Kind of a rarity in today's story. He actually paid for something. At the beginning of 1887, Holmes also purchased a vacant lot across the street. This 63rd Street location in the Chicago suburb of Englewood was the future site of his notorious murder castle. Over the course of 1887, Holmes took out loans and sought investors for the building, which was to house shops on the first floor, rented apartments on the second floor, and a hotel on the third floor. He's seeking out investors. Again, this is like, if there was any sort of paper trail today, people were like, wait, isn't this the guy who keeps running away and changing his name because he can't pay his debts? But in the past, people were like, yeah, sure, I'll give you some more money, old Holmesy, no worries. Holmes chose a good time to get involved in real estate as the population of Englewood exploded from just 2,000 people in 1880 to 50,000 in 1890 due to the suburb's absorption into the wider city of Chicago. Construction at the castle began in August 1887. The first and second floors were in operation within months, and Holmes moved into one of the apartments with his second wife, Myrta, in early 1888. Holmes also set up another drugstore on the first floor, selling the Holton business he'd purchased across the street. The hotel on the first floor wouldn't be finished for another 5 years. After construction was underway, Holmes transferred ownership of the property to his wife, Myrta, and then to Myrta's mother, Lucy, so Holmes could avoid having the building repossessed when creditors and investors came looking for him for the money. I don't think it works like that, at least it doesn't anymore. It's like, no, I used all of your investor money to buy this object, and then I gave the object to someone else, so it's now their object, and that person happens to be legally my wife, so what's half of hers is mine. I'm pretty sure the investors could be like, we're taking that back. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like this. You go to the bank, you take out a mortgage to buy a house, you give the house to your wife, and you're like, what are you going to do about it, bank? It's like, well, we're going to sue you, I'm bankrupt. And then your wife keeps the house and you live in it. That doesn't happen. It doesn't work like that. Indeed, Holmes never paid iron and steel a dime for the materials used to construct the building, nor did he pay the architect who designed the damn thing. When Aidner Iron and Steel sued Holmes in 1888, he claimed he was not liable since he was not the property's owner. His mother-in-law was. When that didn't shake off the lawsuit, good, as expected, Holmes claimed that one of the steel beams Aidner provided was too short, thus negating the entire contract. Again, your understanding of the law is not very good. This was just one of dozens of lawsuits levied against Holmes in the building, with numerous pissed-off investors, co-owners, construction workers, and furniture manufacturers looking for their money. The castle had a large hidden compartment between the first and second floors over the top of the drugstore, where Holmes's employees sometimes slept overnight. Okay, the bast. Where are you sleeping? Just at work? Just on the floor? The castle also had a hidden staircase that could be accessed from a trapdoor in the bathroom on the second floor. There were also numerous hidden compartments scattered all over the building, where Holmes would hide furniture and various other items from repo men who came to take them once Holmes inevitably failed to pay for them. The most famous story of this kind was when a repo man came to possess a large safe that Holmes had bought on credit. When the men arrived, Holmes said, "Go ahead and take the safe, but I warn you not to damage the building." The problem was there was no way to remove the safe without tearing down the walls in which it had been embedded. So the repo men were forced to leave it, and the safe company had to write it off as a bad debt. This is like the stupidest rip-off ever. Holmes's most common swindle was to buy goods on credit, sell them for cash, and not pay back the creditors. Holmes also really liked cheating bike sellers. He'd rent a bike or two from a store, sell them, and not return them. Evidently, Holmes also bought the same thing with stores that sold collectible wind-up music boxes, which was something of a fad at the time. From 1886 to 1894, over 60 lawsuits, in 8 years, 60 lawsuits, were opened against H.H. Holmes. Some of them were the simple act of borrowing $50 and not paying it back. A more extreme lawsuit was levied against him by a man named Herman Haff for $10,000, or that's a lot of money in today's money, $315,000 in today's money. For Holmes allegedly leading the man up the primrose path with various investments in real estate and agriculture. Dude. That is savage. In 1887, Holmes began advertising the sale of high-quality mineral water that was healthier than tap water and had various healing properties. Let me guess, it's just tap water. Holmes claimed he had access to this water via a, quote, artisan well. Holmes sold bottles of the stuff which had a strange bluish colour. In reality, Holmes had merely tapped into the water mains of the castle, stealing from the water company without paying for it. The water itself was discoloured by a cloud of millions of copper particles floating in it, which had chipped off from the building's cheap plumbing. Far from being a healthy mineral water, if you drank too much of it, you'd wind up with serrated gut and permanent damage to your kidneys and liver. Holy shit. So now are you selling tap water? Which there was I made a video about it, a famous story of Coca-Cola who launched Dasani water in the UK. And apparently bottled water in the US is often just like purified tap water or whatever. But in Europe, It's generally mineral water, like it comes from like springs and shit. And Coca-Cola are like, yeah, we'll launch Dasani water, which is just, purified tap water in the UK. And people were like, wait, we're having none of this. It comes from like a tap in Swindon. What are you talking about? And then they were like, well, it's purified. And then people did tests and it was like less pure than the water that comes out of the tap. And it's like, okay, don't try that. But on the plus side, at least it didn't ruin your liver. Holmes also claimed he had invented a gas generator that could take a simple tank of water and turn it into natural gas, which could be then used to fuel lamps, machines, furnaces, and buildings. He solved the energy crisis. Holmes built a giant iron contraption in the basement of the castle and gave public demonstrations where he threw in a variety of chemicals which produced colourful wisps of smoke and strange smells, and indeed, the generator produced natural gas. So convincing was this display that the local gas company came to investigate it and initially offered Holmes $2,500 or $78,000 today for his invention. Yo. If I'm a gas company and someone shows me this invention, it is worth a hell of a lot more than $78,000. I'll be like, I will give you $1 billion for it. You cannot tell anyone, and then I will have you killed, and then I will destroy the invention. Or I will keep it in the company basement and we will no longer purchase Russian gas. We will just use this magical box. In reality, Holmes had secretly connected his generator to the castle's own gas pipes in order to produce the final product. Once the gas company's investigator figured this out, the deal was called off. Shocking. In 1890, Holmes set up the Warner Glass Bending Company. Oh, dude, what are you up to?
I'm an entrepreneur.
He claimed that he had been to a glass factory in New Jersey and had ferreted out their secret patented way of bending glass. Curved glass might not sound like anything special today, but back then it was relatively new. Again, Holmes built an elaborate furnace in the basement of the castle and gave public demonstrations. No one ever saw him bend glass in person, but one night he staged a scene wrapping a tiny amount of glass around a metal bar next to the furnace. The next morning, he called 2 drugstore employees downstairs who saw the glass and were duly conscripted to tell all and sundry about it. Holmes promptly conned dozens of investors for several $1,000s without producing anything for sale. In 1891, Holmes bought into the ABC Copier Company, purchasing 50% of the shares for $9,000 or $285,000 in today's money. He has conned a lot of money from a lot of people to be able to purchase that. Like, where did he get nearly 300 grand from? I mean, cons, but were they so successful? He seems a bit shit at cons. Or rather, he got the shares but never paid any money for them. Of course he didn't. Holmes said he would pay the amount in cash once a real estate deal of his went through, but then he showed up with a promissory note saying that he'd pay the amount in 1 year, and he never did. The ABC Copier Company used a newly invented technology that mixed gelatin, glycerin, and water together to produce copies of books and drawings. Unusually for one of Holmes's wheezes, the technology was actually legit. But when Holmes took charge of the company, he did not manufacture or sell very many copy machines. Yeah, why would he? It's not they invented some revolutionary device. Except they did. This is your one legit business that you stole. Instead, he mostly used the company to defraud investors out of their money and sold off the territorial rights to sell the copying machines to other salesmen. A fellow could pay $5,000 or $157,000 in today's money for the exclusive rights to sell the copy machines in a particular US state. However, if you purchased the exclusive rights to sell the machine in, say, Ohio, you could be certain that H.H. Holmes had sold off those same rights to half a dozen other men in Ohio as well. Oh my god. That must have made him a lot of money. If he's making 157 grand in today's money per state, and he's selling them to many states per person, there's like 50 states, right? So how many? That's a lot. I mean, there's not going to be 50 states back then, but it's still a lot of money, okay? Through these various schemes and more legitimate forms of revenue, Holmes was grossing an estimated average of $48,000 a year, or $1.5 million annually. While sitting in a jail cell in 1895, Holmes himself claimed that he was pulling in $300,000, or $9.5 million a year. Yeah, but it sounds like you made that one up, didn't you? But I think we could take the latter figure with a big, massive grain of salt. Yes. Death comes to Englewood. On July the 4th, 1889, Myrta gave birth to a daughter, Lucy Theodate Holmes. The first girl's first name was taken from Holmes's mother-in-law and a middle name from his own mother. But back in New Hampshire, Theodate Mudgett had no idea whether her son was still alive, didn't know he was married, and the old woman didn't know she had a granddaughter for another 6 years. She only discovered that bit of news around the same time she found out her son was a murderer. Surprise! You'd be like, listen, old lady, we got some good news and some bad news. Which one do you want first? But your son's a murderer, but he had a daughter.
Well, that's a relief, I must say.
On April the 18th, 1891, John de Breuil stepped off the train at the station right outside the castle on 63rd Street. De Breuil was an investor in the castle and part owner of the building, who, like many investors, was in a protracted legal dispute with Holmes over thousands of dollars in revenues and investment returns that de Breuil was owed. Suddenly, right in view of the drugstore, de Breuil collapsed on the sidewalk and began having a likely epileptic fit. Holmes dashed out of the drugstore ostensibly to assist the convulsing man. An eyewitness states that upon reaching Dr. Breuil, Holmes poured a vial of dark liquid down his throat. Moments later, the man was dead. That is extremely suspicious. The next two deaths at the castle, just brush that aside, it's cool, no worries, were, to put it lightly, troubling. Back in September 1889, shortly after the birth of Holmes's daughter, a man named Ned Connor, a jeweler from out of state, his 33-year-old wife Julia and their 4-year-old daughter Pearl moved into an apartment at the castle. Ned began working at the jewelry counter at the drugstore. Julia and Ned fought bitterly and constantly, at one point with Julia threatening to take poison and kill herself. Meanwhile, Holmes got Julia a job working as a cashier in the drugstore and began having an affair with her almost immediately. In January 1890, Holmes convinced Ned to buy his drugstore, having cooked the books and inflated the store's revenue to look more profitable than they really were. MO again. Holmes also persuaded Ned to take out a bunch of loans and hand the money to him, which the conman promised to swiftly repay. And shockingly, he never did. In the meantime, Ned and Julia filed for divorce. In March 1890, Ned informed Holmes that he was divorcing his wife and leaving Chicago, and that he'd like to sell the drugstore back to Holmes since it wasn't very profitable. Holmes agreed to buy it back at a cutthroat price. Julia stayed on in Chicago, working at the drugstore and continuing to sleep with Holmes. Even convinced Julia to pay him $1,942, or $61,000 in today's money, for her to become a part owner of the drugstore, which the now divorced drugstore cashier had agreed to pay in installments. Naturally, the story of becoming part owner was a lie, and Julia was never legally made any such thing on paper. He's quite a good con man. Like, at first, he didn't seem very good at it, but now he's really raking in the money. Like, his con man game improved, which you'd expect it to when you practice at something. Julia and Holmes kept up their affair through 1890 and 1891, with Holmes feigning a paternal interest in Julia's 5-year-old daughter Pearl, whom Holmes allowed to play out in the streets of Chicago until well after dark. That seems like good parenting right there. In 1891, Holmes sold the drugstore again, this time to a fellow named A.L. Jones. Before the sale went through, though, Holmes saw most of the store's remaining stock to himself, hid it upstairs in the castle before selling it off privately behind Jones's back. Holmes retained ownership of the castle, or rather, his mother-in-law did. As an aside, in early 1891, H.H. Holmes was trying to have sex with Ned Connor's 20-year-old sister, Gertrude Connor, who had moved into Chicago from Iowa. But Gertie wasn't having any of it, and she rebuffed him. Probably because he smelled bad, had a weird moustache, had the squinty eye. Well, I don't understand why this guy's he's so successful. Like, at conning people, he looks weird, he smells bad. I'd be like, oh, dude, go away. And it's also, women love him. It's weird. Gertie moved back to Iowa to look after her dying mother. In July, it was actually Gertie herself who wound up dying a premature death from heart disease. According to multiple accounts, Holmes thought that this was hilarious. Holy shit. Dude, your sense of humor needs to work, my guy. Again, but it's like this, it makes him sound so unattractive. Like, humor's so important. It's such a nice thing. And then this guy's just like, he's weird. It's creepy. In September 1891, Holmes sued Julia for the remainder of the money she owed him for a false share of the drugstore business. Holmes assured Julia that the lawsuit was merely a formality, but Julia wasn't pleased and became increasingly distressed. She started to express her doubts about Holmes to various friends and acquaintances. On Christmas Eve 1891, Julia helped some neighbors set up a Christmas tree in their apartment. She arranged to meet them the next day and never showed up. Another resident in the building, Mrs. Crow, said that she thought she'd seen Julia heading out on Christmas morning, and that was the last time anyone reported seeing Julia or Pearl Connor alive. Julia and Pearl were expected in Davenport, Iowa on December the 31st to attend the wedding of Julia's sister. They never showed up. Julia's apartment remained empty for 5 months. In May 1892, Holmes rented out the place to the Doyle family. When Holmes was showing Mrs. Doyle the place, the woman noted that the dining room table still had dirty plates on it. She also noticed the night clothing of a woman and a small girl on the floor. The bed sheets were in a disarray, and had not been made. Mrs. Doyle also saw a doll known to be Pearl's. Holmes quickly kicked the doll under the bed. On top of the dresser, Mrs. Doyle saw a bunch of women's cosmetics. The drawers were still full of clothes. Couple around this house if you want to move in, it's just not tidying up. Listen, mate, the number of houses I've looked at, like, for renting or buying stuff, and you just go and it's like, you're trying to sell your house and you couldn't have tidied up just a little bit. Or you're trying to rent this place and you couldn't have phoned up the tenants and be like, yo, less dishes in the sink, guys. Because you're like, this is horrible. I don't want to live here. At this point, a slightly uneasy Mrs. Doyle inquired after the previous tenant. Holmes told her Julia had left suddenly to stay with a dying sister in Davenport, Iowa. Mrs. Doyle immediately thought to herself that no woman would leave for a trip, however, suddenly without taking at least a few of the toiletries which I saw on the dresser. Throughout 1892, Holmes continued to talk about Julia and Pearl as if they were still alive, and even feigned attempts to locate them once it was clear they were missing. In October 1892, Holmes wrote Julia's mother asking her whereabouts. The mother wrote back saying that she did not even know Julia was missing, and now she was extremely worried and upset. Surprise, surprise. Oh, she's buried in the walls or in the basement or wherever. Oh, god damn. Ned Connor, the ex-husband, didn't really care about Julia's disappearance or ask about his daughter Pearl. He merely assumed that a vindictive person like Julia was trying to keep him from seeing the little girl. That's sad. Holmes admitted in confidence to his lawyer that he had killed Julia Connor while he was performing an illegal abortion on her. He did not go into detail about why he also killed Julia's daughter Pearl. Dude, that is f***ed up. It's like, how did she die? I killed her when she was having an illegal abortion. And what about daughter, though? Oh, yeah, I killed her too. Just, dude. Either the abortion story is true and Holmes then murdered Pearl because she could incriminate him, or else Holmes murdered both Julia and Pearl simultaneously because his relationship with Julia had gone sour, or she threatened to expose his crimes. I absolutely think it's that. I don't think there was any illegal abortion. I just think he murdered them because he's a sicko. According to Holmes's later MO, he likely poisoned the mother and daughter, stripped them naked, dismembered and burned the bodies before disposing of the remains. This accords with Julia and Pearl's bedclothing being seen on the floor of their apartment and the rest of their clothes being in drawers. This also accords with the fact that years later, when police were digging up the basement of the castle, they found the charred bones of a girl, the limbs, head and torso broken into segments, estimated to be between the ages of 6 and 10. Pearl Connor would have been 6 at the time of her death. In May 1982, 5 months after the disappearance of Julia and Pearl Connor, a young blonde woman by the name of Emmeline Segrand began working for Dr. H.H. Holmes, Chicago's foremost entrepreneur and real estate developer, at his office at the castle. Not long afterwards, Emmeline began having an affair with Holmes. How can the women can't resist him and his stinky body. She did not live at the castle, but rented a series of flats down the street, never staying in one place for too long, at Holmes's instruction. One of Emmeline's landladies commented that she was often upset in the evening, staying out to quite late. Emmeline replied that a gentleman friend of hers named Mr. Belknap would take her out in his carriage. Belknap was the maiden name of Holmes's wife, Myrta, who at this point was living in the Chicago suburb of Wilmette with her daughter Lucy, and also Holmes when he wasn't working or sleeping at the castle. Okay, dude, what the f***?
You don't understand. This guy is a psychopath.
According to witnesses, Emmeline Segrand was infatuated with Mr. Belknap, would talk about him endlessly, and speak of how he's always buying her flowers and little presents, or taking her to the theatre, or going with her on scenic bike rides. Holmes in turn told some people that Emmeline was his cousin. He and Emmeline spent most days in each other's company, eating all their meals together in Holmes's office, which they had sent up from a restaurant on the first floor of the castle. In October 1892, Emmeline's actual cousin, a dentist named B.J. Segrand, came to visit her. Emmeline told the dentist of her impending marriage to one Mr. Phelps, another pseudonym used by H.H. Holmes. Emmeline said they'd been taking music lessons together. Emmeline's story about being on the verge of marrying someone seems genuine. In a tale as old as time, it would appear that Holmes had told her that he intended to divorce Myrta and settle down with her instead. Soon after, however, it appears that Emmeline began to have a change of heart. It must become clear at some point that Holmes had no intention of divorcing his wife. Also, people started to warn her about Holmes being a womanizer and a trickster. Emmeline, on her part, seemed to take heed and regularly went out of her way asking people what they thought of Holmes. Meanwhile, she was rumored to be pregnant with Holmes's child. On December 6, 1892, Emmeline told a friend that she was going to spend Christmas with her family in Lafayette, Indiana. Her friend chided her not to leave Chicago permanently because, quote, Dr. Holmes could never get along without you. After a moment's reflection, Emmeline said quietly but with conviction, he could if he had to. This was the last time that anyone saw her. Okay, so she could have equally actually just left, or
I must say she is dead.
she could have been totally buried in his basement. Brilliant. On December the 7th, 1892, H.H. Holmes printed some wedding announcement cards which proclaimed Emmeline Legrand had married a Robert Phelps. He then sent them to Emmeline's friends and family, including the girl's parents. Nobody had any idea who this Phelps fellow really was. When some of them asked Holmes, he replied, "Oh, he's a fellow Miss Legrand met somewhere. I don't know anything about him except that he is a travelling man." On December the 8th, 1892, Holmes printed a wedding announcement in a Lafayette newspaper, again announcing Emmeline's marriage to this Robert Phelps. In one passage, what is this guy up to? Why is the trick he's trying to play here? In one passage of the announcement, Emmeline's move to Chicago is described as where she met her fate. This was meant to be reference to Emmeline meeting her husband. Oh my god, he means like fate, like she's dead. But one suspects Holmes took some sick pleasure at the phrase's double meaning. Emmeline, indeed, had come to Chicago and met her fate. Dude, don't subtly hint at your crimes. Bad idea. Don't do it. Don't ever subtly hint at your crimes. Just don't mention your crimes. When Emmy's panic-stricken father wrote H.H. Holmes looking for his daughter, Holmes told him that Emmeline and Phelps had decided to move to England. A few months later, Emmeline's mother received a trunk full of her daughter's clothing with a typewritten note saying that Phelps had had enough money to buy her new clothes and she was jetting off to a new life in Europe. Why would you send the clothes back? Just get rid of the clothes. Why would you do that? It's just asking for trouble. When Emmeline's mother opened the trunk, she saw that her daughter's clothing had just been tossed carelessly inside. There is no record of any Robert Phelps of this description ever existing, or record of a Phelps migrating from Chicago to England with Emmeline, or to any other European country for that matter. Emmeline Legrand's body was never found. It was likely dismembered, cremated, and scattered like all the others. The Devil in the White City. As 1893 approached, Chicago citizens started to get excited about the World's Fair. World's Fairs were cool. I think there are still World's Fairs today, but they're not as cool as they used to be. Like, whenever I make videos like this, it's like there's a World's Fair. They have all like these companies making technology that they think will be the future. Stuff comes from all around the world. I think World's Fairs were awesome. I don't know why they stopped being such a cool thing. I think there was one, like, someone, I made a video and I said the same thing, and someone was like, they do have a World's Fair. There's one, like, coming up in Dubai or some shit like that. And I looked at it, it just seemed to be like a bunch of corporate shilling. Like, not like cool corporate shilling. It's not like, General Electric's showing up there with, like, back in the day, a color television. And you're like, holy shit, it's in color. It just seemed to be kind of just lame companies with lame things. I was like, this isn't as cool as World's Fairs in the past. 6 months of exhibitions and entertainments held between May and October of that year. H.H. Holmes was no exception. He rapidly developed the third floor of the castle into a hotel to capture the bump in tourism. However, it seems Holmes had no real intention of having guests stay there. He just used the addition of a hotel to guzzle money from unwitting investors. Of course he did. Holmes bought furniture for the hotel rooms on credit and sold it without repaying. He used the cheapest materials and construction methods. One site inspector actually punctured a hole in the floor just by walking on it. Holmes sent him a bill for $75. Ultimately, the plan was to make thousands in insurance payouts by burning the whole thing down. Oh, that definitely sounds like, this guy's it's a crime. This guy does crimes. How is he not in prison? Using different pseudonyms, Holmes took out insurance policies with 3 separate companies in October and November of 1892. The payout ran to $100,000 or $3.5 million today. Dude, could you make it look more like you're doing an insurance scam? Why would random people take out, if you're not the owner of the property? I don't think some random Joe Blogs can go and take out an insurance property on my house burning down. That would be insane and, really set a bad precedent. So how is that allowed? The design of the third floor hotel was strange. Some closets had 2 doors, allowing someone from the adjoining room to sneak into the closet and burst into the room. The walls had hidden sliding panels. The doors to some rooms were covered with wallpaper so that stolen goods could be concealed in them. In January 1893, H.H. Holmes hired Minnie Williams as secretary and stenographer. Let me guess, they start sleeping together. Minnie was 28 years old and had been orphaned along with her siblings in childhood. As the eldest of her siblings, in 1870, Minnie inherited a large ranch from her uncle, valued at $10,000 or $342,000 in today's money, in Fort Worth, Texas. Minnie was described... so they could buy a large ranch for $342,000. Seems really cheap. Minnie was described as a brilliant conversationalist, a good musician, and graceful and elegant, but not beautiful. She was also described as standoffish around boys, and to use the phrase of the time, a man-hater, which was sometimes used by Victorians as code for lesbian. Minnie left Texas, studying to become an expert in elocution at the Boston Conservatory from 1886 to 1890. Elocution is the study of formal pronunciation and grammar, something important for society ladies at the time. During her stay in the North, Minnie made the acquaintance of H.H. Holmes, and allegedly even had a photograph taken with him. Wait, so she starts working for him and he doesn't sleep with her? It's a bit weird, isn't it? Normally he does that. In 1891, Minnie mortgaged her Fort Worth property for $6,000. I wonder whose idea that was. And used the money to start a theatrical company. It quickly went bankrupt. Minnie then spent a couple of years traveling the US as an actress. Oh wait, it wasn't his idea. I'm so off base with all of this. I was like, why isn't he sleeping with her? Isn't he the one who's told her to mortgage this property and then he's taken all the money? No! Rumour has it that Minnie fancied herself the vaudeville version of Meryl Streep, but in reality was not very good. In January 1893, she gave up on her acting dream and began to work for Holmes in Chicago. It was at this time that Minnie began to have an affair.
Spoke too soon.
She had an affair with H.H. Holmes. This may sound strange since Minnie was a rumoured lesbian, but it was the 19th century and marriage to a wealthy doctor turned real estate mogul offered Minnie an escape from the humdrum life as a penniless secretary. Surely you go to work there. He had 60 lawsuits in like 8 years, he owes everyone money, he's conning people, he's trying to rip off an insurance company. Surely at some point you're working there, and by the time the 19th bill collector has come that morning, you're like, maybe he's not as successful as I think he is. I guess not. How? Holmes, of course, was still married to Myrta at the time, along with, lest we forget, Clara Mudgett back in New Hampshire. Wait, I thought they got divorced with the he said she was having an affair or she left or something. Oh, who knows? This guy's just full of lies. In spring of 1893, Minnie wrote to her sister Nanny saying she'd become engaged to a Dr. Harry Gordon. Minnie knew Holmes' real name but used an alias when discussing him in order to prevent a scandal from breaking out. Minnie evidently expected Holmes to divorce Myrta and throw in his lot with her instead. In March 1893, Minnie sold a portion of her ranch in Fort Worth for $2,528, that's $86,000 today, and passed the money to Holmes. Again, spoke too soon. You knew he was getting his money on that ranch, his hands on that ranch money, didn't you? It just had to happen. He also took out a huge loan in Minnie's name. Minnie later signed over the deed to her property for two homes for $1. How? He used the alias Alexander Bond. On June the 7th, Holmes and Minnie moved into an apartment on Wrightwood Avenue in Lincoln Park, registered as Mr. and Mrs. Gordon. There's no record of a wedding. Around the same time, Minnie's sister Nanny came to stay with them and enjoy the World's Fair. In a letter to their Aunt Lucy in Mississippi, dated July the 4th, 1893, Nanny Williams said she was enjoying herself in Chicago and that she liked Dr. Gordon very much. She told her aunt that tomorrow they'd be going to Milwaukee, then to Maine, by way of the St. Lawrence River. Then they would go to New York, where Nanny would look into studying art. Then they planned to sail to Germany by way of London and Paris. Nanny Williams said, "If I like it there, I will stay and study art. If not, I will return to New York in time to make you a visit before beginning my work studying there. Brother Harry says you never trouble any more about me, financially or otherwise, and his sister will see to me. I hope our hard days are over." End quote. There is some implication that Holmes actually forged this letter, but it's also possible that he convinced Nanny into thinking the road trip plans were legitimate. The last time anyone saw Minnie and Nanny Williams alive was on July the 5th, 1893. The method of murder is unknown, but given Holmes' MO, the sisters were likely poisoned, dismembered, cremated, and then scattered. Their remains were never found. Joseph Oker, landlord at the Wrightwood Apartments, saw the two sisters walking down Seminary Avenue in the morning. Holmes murdered both of them that night. On July the 6th, several property transactions were made in Minnie's name. The same day, Holmes took out another loan in Minnie's name for $6,250, $214,000 today. How is he not how are they not looking at this? These people disappear and die, and he's got all this money from them, and the police are like, seems fine. How? On July the 7th, Joseph Oker found that the Wrightwood Apartments had been vacated, showing signs of a hasty exit. A steamer trunk full of Nanny Williams' clothing was abandoned at a Chicago shipping depot, and it was not claimed for more than a year, until the police came sniffing around. After the murder, Holmes moved Myrta, his daughter Lucy, and his mother-in-law into the house he'd built in the Chicago suburb of Wilmette. This house was actually registered in the name of Minnie Williams. Myrta had no idea she was living in a house owned by her husband's slain former mistress. Good Lord. A month after the double murder, Holmes met his next target at the World's Fair, Ms. Georgiana Yoke. The Infernal Castle. As the Chicago World's Fair carried on from the 1st of May to October the 30th, the hotel at the castle continued to not do business. The hotel was not listed in travel literature. The rooms were constructed so shoddily that they were barely habitable. There was no front desk, no lobby, no nightly rate. Then on August the 13th, 1893, a fire broke out at the Castle Hotel. Oh my god, how convenient! Let me guess, it's overinsured. The day before, Holmes had cleared all the furniture, books, papers, and valuables from the third floor. Had also removed the doorknobs and locks, a $75 porcelain tub, and all the marble sink basins. Holmes didn't even bother to try and make the fire look accidental. He merely claimed the firebug must have snuck in and deliberately set fire to the building. As successful as Holmes had been as a con man, defrauding 3 insurance companies all at once proved to be a bridge too far. Good. Finally, all 3 companies came down on Holmes like a ton of bricks and placed him under harsh scrutiny and 24-hour investigation. They threatened to arrest him for fraud. Holmes went into hiding, moving quietly between rented apartments and several hotels. He wore fake beards and elaborate disguises. As far as we know, Holmes did not collect a cent of the insurance money. In autumn of 1893, Holmes was living in an apartment when a man named Ben Pietzol, his 5 children, and a woman who identified herself as Minnie Williams, but who in fact was Pietzol's wife, Carrie. The purpose of this ruse was to convince people that Minnie was still alive, since her name was on several important business documents related to the fraud investigation. Hell, sometimes Julia Connor was still being sued by Holmes's creditors, despite the fact that she'd been dead for 2 years. Oh my god, this guy's created so much paperwork, they just can't keep track. There's too many lawsuits against him. It's like, you know, that Simpsons where Mr. Burns is so sick that all of the diseases can't get through that door at once, so they all get stuck. This is like Holmes with lawsuits. He's got so many lawsuits, they're all just like, I don't know what's going on. Must be innocent. In January 1894, the Chicago police laid a trap for Holmes. One of 3 insurance companies sent a telegram to the fake address of one of Holmes's aliases, saying that the insurance payout was approved and ready for pickup. Holmes showed up the next day and was confronted by the police. This is the easiest trick ever. Holmes immediately confessed that he had been using an alias when he took out the insurance policy on the hotel, but Holmes knew that in order for to be prosecuted for arson, charges need to be laid within 1 year of the event, so Holmes was determined to play for time and skipped out. Really? The limit on arson is a year? That seems low. That seems very low. H.H. Holmes immediately fled for Denver, where he planned to sue a Colorado company for the wrongful death of Minnie Williams's brother, Baldwin. Naturally, Holmes pretended that Minnie was still alive and that he represented her interests. Holmes used the alias Mr. Howard, a nod to the famous outlaw Jesse James, who had also used that alias. While in Denver, he got married for the 4th time.
I hate him.
Hey, why not? Why not? Let's get some money out of someone new. And apparently, again, the smegma dude, irresistible to the ladies. Georgina Yoke was 25 years old, tall, blonde, and considered ridiculously beautiful, except for the fact that she had somewhat oversized dinner plate blue eyes that some witnesses, journalists, and dime novel men went so far to describe as deformities. Yes, big eyes. How hideous. She was reputedly very charismatic and would win over pretty much anyone she met. A total Stacy. What is this? Is this... I think this is... Isn't this... David lives in Australia. I think this is Australian slang. There's another... Stacy and someone. It doesn't matter. According to acquaintances, Georgina also had a reputation for sleeping around. She had previously taught at a primary school in Indiana and had famously saved the kids from a fire before rushing back into the school to save the class dictionary. Alright. Then Georgina abruptly left teaching and went to Chicago in 1893, where she worked at a department store, then a cloakroom, then another store, before running into Holmes at the World's Fair. I just don't get it. Is Holmes like... Is he so handsome that people can overlook his smelliness? Weird. And is also just con man and murderous nature? The fact that people hang around with him say that he's weird? The con man told Georgina that his name was H.H. Holmes, but that he inherited in property from his uncle in Fort Worth, Texas, on the strange condition that he changed his name to Henry Mansfield Howard. Georgina bought this bullshit explanation. While she might be charming and she might be beautiful, but she sure is gullible. Holmes told Georgina not to turn up at the castle since he was being stalked by Myrta, who he said was his ex-lover rather than a wife, and given Holmes's marriage to Myrta was almost certainly a sham one, well, he's kind of telling the truth. As for their relationship, it would appear that Georgina idolized Holmes and followed him rounds like a puppy dog. Holmes seems to have been genuinely smitten with Georgina as well, or at least as far as a psychopath who discards women like tissue paper is capable of forming an attachment to anyone. They were married in Denver on January the 17th, 1894, with the witness being Carrie Pietzel, and she signed her name under the alias Minnie Williams. After ripping off the Colorado Mining Company for a settlement of $10,000, $342,000 today, Holmes, Georgina, and Carrie headed to Fort Worth, Texas. Just slide another enormous successful con into there. There they met up with Benjamin Pietzel, who did not know he was living on borrowed time. A chloroform cocktail. Benjamin Pietzel was, for all intents and purposes, Holmes's creature. A low-rent alcoholic, Dr. Watson, a two-bit con man, and an incompetent criminal. He was also, to his eternal credit, not a psychopath. And he loved his family. At the time of his death, Pietzel was 38 years old. He married his wife Carrie in 1878, and they had 5 kids together. Jeanette, always called Dessie, was 15 at the time of their death. Alice was 14, Nellie was 12, Howard was 8, and the last boy, Wharton, was only a baby. Benjamin Pietzel had been described as awkward, scrawny, with a peach fuzz moustache. He was an alcoholic, had multiple run-ins with the law. He first came to Chicago in 1888 when he was fleeing a warrant for his arrest in Galveston, Illinois. In 1890, Pietzel invented a new kind of coal bin and rented out office space in the same building as Holmes's fraudulent Warner Glass Bending Company. So this guy, he's got so much. How does he even keep up? How does he even keep track with all of the cons? He must be writing them all down in some sort of book, which he shouldn't be doing because you don't write down your crimes. Rule number 1. It was there they met. Pietzel began doing odd jobs for Holmes and quickly became his bag man. Pietzel's name first appears on paperwork for the ABC Copier Company in 1893. Is the bag man the guy who, is that the phrase for, someone who's left holding the bag? Bag man sounds like, in my mind, it was the person who robs the bank and carries the bags, but I realize it might be the person who signs the paperwork for the con, so when the police come, it's like, no, it wasn't me, it was the Pietzel dude. He's the guy behind it. Barney in How I Met Your Mother, the sign everything and think nothing job. It's like, Barney, what do you do? I sign all the paperwork for the company that the company doesn't want to sign. It's dangerous. Holmes almost certainly had Pietzel's help in torching the castle in August 1893. After the fire, Pietzel left without telling his wife for Terre Haute, Indiana, to hide out. He was arrested there in October, carrying $6,000 to $7,000 in forged banknotes. And he's also got just a forgery thing going on the side. What? It's about $225,000 today. In November, Holmes paid off Pietzel's bail and he was released, skipping his trial. In December, Pietzel headed to Texas in advance of Holmes to sort out the Fort Worth property that belonged to the murdered Minnie Williams. Naturally, Holmes was plotting another scam. He planned to build another castle on Minnie's lands.
So just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Holmes, Georgiana, and Carrie Pietzel all arrived in Texas in late January 1894. A resident of Fort Worth describes I want to call her Georgina, but it's Georgiana. Sorry, Yoke quite favorably, but describes Holmes as an arsehole, a bit of a cad. Quote, except for habitual scowl, his face was not unattractive. That scowl, however, ruined him for me. It was a sneer at all the world. And I get that he's not unattractive, but he smells, and he does extremely well with the ladies, and he's just described as not unattractive.
Well, it's a little cheesy, but I like it.
That's it, my dude. Holmes and Pietzel bought materials for the Fort Worth castle on credit, of course, and never paid. Of course, they initially paid construction workers for their services, but after a couple of weeks, they stopped, and most of the workers quit. Yeah, I mean, if you don't pay anyone at the beginning, you got to have that panic of, first paycheck, right? Where it's like, but once, a couple have come in, you're like, oh, it doesn't matter if it's a couple of days late. I know he's good for it. And then just gradually that comes like, oh my God, I haven't been paid in ages. I need some money. Thereafter, Holmes did each new construction job by hiring a different contractor each time and then never paying them. The Fort Worth castle used the same architectural plans as the Chicago one because Holmes saw no reason to hire another architect to make something different. The building was the same, right down to the weird trapdoors and secret compartments, but this castle was never used to house any businesses, tenants, or hotel guests. Meanwhile, Holmes took out tens of thousands of dollars in mortgages and loans on the buildings, pocketing the cash. The amount ran to at least $50,000 or $1.7 million in today's money. He may have even intended to burn down the building like in Chicago, or perhaps Holmes might have learned his lesson. We shall never know. Well, he still hasn't learned his lesson because he's still doing all of these cons, which I guess he's like, well, nothing too bad happens. They just said I didn't get the insurance money. Not the end of the world. I'll just do another con with the bank instead. While in Texas, Holmes developed the habit of buying houses on credit and then selling them for cash and not repaying the original owners. And one thing you don't want to do while in Texas is with Texas ranchers. In April 1894, yeah, this is the thing. We're always like talking about how the law's going to come crashing down on him. But at some point, surely someone he cons is going to be a bit of a gangster and be like, yo, Holmes, pop, pop. And then Holmes just disappears and he's never caught because the person was not bad at crimes and now he's dead. In April 1894, Holmes operated under the alias O.C. Pratt and was indicted by the state legal system for horse theft. Meanwhile, friends of Minnie Williams, who knew the castle property was hers and that she had been missing for nearly a year, began to talk to the police. In May 1894, Holmes abandoned the Fort Worth castle and skipped town. He took Georgie to Denver and then to St. Louis, Missouri. In June 1894, Henry Mansfield Howard, a.k.a. H.H. Holmes, thank you, David. He does have so many aliases, it's getting confused. I'm getting confused like that court system gets confused. How many lawsuits? He bought a drugstore that had fallen on hard times from A.P. Guest for $850 in exchange for Holmes taking on the store's debt. A.P. Guest was paid in promissory notes and stock shares in a fraudulent company that did not really exist. Holmes convinced the drugstore's estate lawyer, Doran, not to file debt papers so that he could buy some initial goods on good credit. Holmes then began to sell off the goods on the down low without repaying his creditors. Surprise, surprise! Benjamin Pietzel and his family arrived in St. Louis in July. It was at this point that Holmes told Carrie Pietzel about his next plan. They were going to con the Fidelity Mutual Insurance Company out of $10,000, $342,000 in today's money. I know this $10,000 is $342,000 in today's money by heart now because it seems to be his default number. He goes for $10K and I know what that is in 2022 dollars. By faking Benjamin Pietzel's death, Holmes would use his medical expertise to locate another corpse and make it look like Benjamin had died in a car accident. Why do I get the feeling he's probably actually going to kill off Benny rather than find a corpse? I think that's going to be the con on this one. Carrie later claimed that she was not in favour of the plan and wanted Benjamin to go straight, but who knows if she was saying this just to avoid prosecution later on. Meanwhile, the world was closing in on H.H. Holmes. In July 1894, Deputy Sheriff Rhea of Fort Worth went to Chicago to figure out what exactly the was going on. Who was this Pratt fella? While in Chicago, Sheriff Rhea discovered the identical castle and uncovered Pratt's alias, H.H. Holmes. He also found out that nobody there had seen Minnie Williams in over a year. Rhea also found out that Holmes was wanted for arson in Chicago, but that the statute of limitations was running out next month. Back in St. Louis, Missouri, Holmes took out 2 separate mortgages on the drugstore. Of course he did, telling neither of the loan companies of the other loan and pocketing all of the cash. When an inspector showed up at the drugstore, he found the place closed down in the middle of the day. The inspector got suspicious, informed the drugstore's estate lawyer, who contacted the police. Holmes was arrested in St. Louis in possession of $400, $13,000 today worth of unpaid goods that he'd effectively stolen from the store. Holmes was tossed in prison for the first time. Amazingly, this is the first time, considering his absolute litany of crimes. In 1894, Holmes made bail and tried to flee. No bail! He was arrested at the train station. Holmes was thrown back behind bars, and I imagine they didn't grant him bail the second time. Why did they have bail in the past when it was so easy for these guys to just disappear? He's just like, yeah, I'm just going to go to the train station. I mean, this time he didn't escape, but people just go, they change their name, set up a new identity, no worries. What's going on? While in prison, Holmes met legendary Wild West train robber Marion Hedgepath, who was arrested by the Pinkertons in 1891 for train robbery and was sentenced to a 21-year stretch. Holmes proposed to Hedgepath that he'd cut him in for $500 of the life insurance scam he was cooking up if Hedgepath could put him in touch with a crooked lawyer. Hedgepath suggested Mr. Jephthah Howe. After 3 weeks, Georgiana managed to convince St. Louis authorities to release Holmes pending trial for $800, $27,000 in today's money, which Georgiana paid by giving a separate loan agent fake land deeds in exchange for cash. Holmes was bailed out of prison on July the 31st. How the f*** are you giving him bail? I don't care if the bail's $5 million in today's money or whatever, or yesterday's money. He literally tried to skip bail and you caught him. There should be no bail. What are you doing? Holmes made a run for it. Again, what are you doing, court system? First traveling to New York City and then on to Philadelphia. He instructed Benjamin Pietzel to meet him there. Pietzel left his wife and children behind in St. Louis. Penn Petzl arrived in Philly on August the 17th, 1894. Over the next 2 weeks, he wrote Carrie several letters saying that he wanted to go straight and settle down somewhere. Holmes, meanwhile, insistently pushed ahead with the plan to scam Fidelity Mutual by faking Benjamin Pietzel's death. The $10,000 payout would be split between Holmes, Carrie Pietzel as beneficiary, and the crooked lawyer, Jephthah Howe, who would smooth over the process of confirming the body was Benjamin Pietzel's. Benjamin rented an apartment at 1316 Callowhill Street in Philadelphia. He used the alias B.F. Perry and posed as a merchant who bought and sold patents for new inventions. Pietzel did not expect to have any customers. Nevertheless, a man named Eugene Smith, a carpenter and amateur inventor, came by on August 22nd to sell Pietzel a patent for a handsaw that he had invented. This sounds like he's accidentally discovered he's like, what sort of job should we do? What sort of fake business are buying and selling? I don't know, patents or some Okay, buying and selling patents. Great fake big business. We'll set that up and you'll pretend to do that. And then someone comes along, it's like, hey, I've got a patent to sell you. He's accidentally stumbled upon a legit business. He should have just done this. He should be like, guys, can we forget the insurance thing? I'm just going to do this now. This sounds good. I've already got one patent from some carpenter dude. It's a great handsaw. Check it out. Pietzel seems to have been legitimately interested and may have even seen a future for himself in the patent trade. Exactly. Smith paid Pietzel several visits over the next 2 weeks. On one visit, Smith saw a man he later identified as H.H. Holmes. It's unclear when Holmes decided to murder Benjamin Pietzel rather than finding a fake body. Holmes told ya. Holmes had been studiously paying the life insurance premiums on Pietzel since late 1893, so why not make his death a legitimate one anyway? It would spare Holmes having to share the money with Benjamin. Perhaps it'd also kill the rest of the Pietzel's family if Carrie wouldn't keep quiet. That doesn't look suspicious at all. On September the 1st, Holmes left Georgiana at their rented apartment in Philadelphia. Holmes met up with Pietzel, who told Holmes that the scam had to be delayed as his infant son Wharton was sick and he was returning to St. Louis. The story was bullshit. In reality, Pietzel had gotten cold feet. Good for you, but I get the feeling he's not going to escape and planned to do a runner. It would seem that Pietzel really intended to go straight. That afternoon, Pietzel went to the tobacconist and bought a couple of cigars for the journey and went to a saloon where he got some small change to use on said train journey. On September the 2nd, Holmes instructed Georgiana to start packing their bags and that they'd be leaving Philadelphia that afternoon. Holmes left her at 10:30 a.m., went over to 1316 Callowhill Street, and it was there that he bid Pietzel a good morning and tempted the alcoholic with splitting a bottle of whiskey as a means of saying farewell. Hey, it's 10:30 in the morning, you're going off. Let's get f***ed up. As half a bottle of whiskey, Jesus. As Pietzel got progressively drunker, Holmes spiked his whiskey with chloroform, which Pietzel drank and passed out. Wait, I thought you had to breathe in chloroform. I didn't realize you could drink it. Holmes then, you can't drink it. Don't drink chloroform. But as a way of making someone pass out, I didn't know. Holmes then continued to pour chloroform down Pietzel's throat in the same fashion that he may have done to disgruntled inventor John de Brule way back in 1891, until Pietzel overdosed and died. Holmes then broke a bottle of benzene, an industrial solvent used in explosives degreasing metal, and in 1894, in aftershave, of course, and laid a tobacco pipe and burned match next to Pietzel's body. The idea was to make it look like Pietzel had lit up too close to a bottle of explosive materials. Holmes then proceeded to light Pietzel's body on fire. Holmes then left to catch an afternoon train with Georgiana to Indianapolis. Benjamin Pietzel was dead, and Holmes was now planning to murder the rest of the Pietzel family. The phrase, "no honor among thieves," doesn't seem to cut it here. Yeah. What a surprise. Holmes is a piece of shit. Psychopaths, this is the thing. Don't work or do crimes with a psychopath, because they're a psychopath. They are going to betray you. They don't think like you. They don't have loyalty. They don't have feelings. Frenzy. On September the 4th, Eugene Smith dropped by Pietzel's office again to discuss his nifty handsaw invention. Smith rather liked the man he knew as Perry and enjoyed talking to him. The door was unlocked and the smell of charred flesh hit Eugene the moment he walked inside. Moments later, he discovered B.F. Perry's body lying on the floor. Smith ran to a nearby drugstore and came back with Dr. William Scott, who immediately suspected foul play. Great job, Holmes. Your one job was to make it look like an accident, and the doctor who arrives on the scene immediately is like, something's up. This is mad suspicious. Let's have a look at his tummy. Oh, look, tons of chloroform. What, he drank loads of chloroform, then decided to have a smoke? Dr. Scott had expected to find a man burned to death in an explosion. What he found was a corpse that had been burned post-mortem, his tongue swollen, and with chloroform leaking out of his mouth. Holmes, you are a medical doctor. How did you not know this? Even more would come squirting out when Scott applied pressure to Pietzel's stomach. Smith also noticed the broken benzene bottle had most of the glass shards inside it, not scattered about the room, as if it had exploded. Nevertheless, the coroner's inquest came back with a verdict of accidental death, justice. No matter the incompetency of Holmes, there will always be someone more incompetent to cover up for his incompetency. From Indianapolis, Holmes headed back to St. Louis to meet with Carrie Pietzel, having murdered her husband 3 days prior. Holmes told Carrie that the plan went off without a hitch and Benjamin was in hiding. Holmes then threatened Carrie that if she didn't do exactly as he said, Benjamin would probably get arrested, and so would she. Carrie Pietzel felt she didn't have a choice but to obey his commands. Holmes told Carrie to send her 14-year-old daughter, Alice, to Philadelphia to help identify Pietzel's body. The bent lawyer, Jephthah Howe, began drafting the paperwork to claim the insurance money. He told Fidelity Mutual that B.F. Perry was an alias for Benjamin Pietzel. On September the 22nd, a young Alice Pietzel and Jephthah Howe went to a cemetery in Philadelphia to identify Benjamin's corpse. They were joined by H.H. Holmes, who volunteered to help identify the body in his capacity as Pietzel's friend and business partner. Can you imagine she's going to identify that body, and she thinks it's going to be like a body double, and it's not. And she just looks at it and it's like, Jesus Christ, Holmes, you found someone who looks exactly like my dad. Like, spitting image. Holmes, where's my dad? Holmes insisted to the coroner that the corpse was Pietzel. It was ambiguous. His skin was now rotting and it could be scraped away from the body. Lovely. Alice was duly brought in and she burst into tears. She identified her father's body by recognizing her father's teeth. Holmes later told her this was a trick that he'd learned in medical school. A check for $10,000 was promptly made payable to Carrie Pietzel, and Holmes rushed back to St. Louis with it, sending Alice on to Indianapolis, where the teenager was told to wait in a hotel for Holmes. In St. Louis, Jephthah Howe took $2,500 in the money. Holmes took $7,000 of it, saying that Ben Pietzel owed him $4,500 for the Fort Worth castle. Carrie accepted the story and was left with a measly $500. Having gotten the lion's share of the money for the actual death of Benjamin Pietzel, ruled accidental by the insurer, there was at this point no strong reason for Holmes to murder the rest of the Pietzel family. But in order to eliminate potential witnesses that could connect him to Pietzel's murder, Holmes decided to slay the entire family anyway. Because he's a psychopath, he looks at it logically. He's like, yeah, but they could get me caught. And it's like, Holmes, but it's a family, an innocent family. And he's like, yeah, but the court thing, I don't want to get caught. This logically makes sense. Because he's a psycho. On September the 27th, Holmes demanded that Carrie Pietzel surrender 12-year-old Nellie and 8-year-old Howard, claiming that it'd take them to be with Benjamin. In a sick way, he was telling the truth. Holmes took the children to Indianapolis, collected Alice, and took the 3 siblings to Cincinnati. Holmes was joined there by Georgiana Yoke, his sham 4th wife, who he installed at a separate hotel and who he kept completely in the dark about the existence of the 3 Pietzel children. Okay. Meanwhile, Holmes realized that the law was looking for him. Horse theft in Texas, fraud in Missouri, multiple frauds in Illinois, and even Fidelity Insurance in Philadelphia began to suspect wrongly that the body wasn't Benjamin Pietzel's and that Holmes had participated in some sort of a con job. The Pinkerton Detective Agency was thus enlisted to track Holmes down. They're famously good. Trouble is coming. Holmes wrote to Carrie in St. Louis, instructing her to bring her 15-year-old daughter, Dessie, and infant child, Wharton, to Indianapolis. Holmes and Georgiana proceeded there as well, with Alice, Nellie, and Howard traveling along in a separate train. In Indianapolis, Holmes installed Carrie, Dessie, and Wharton in one hotel, Georgiana in another, and Alice and Nellie in yet another. They were all oblivious to the fact that they were in the same city. Holmes also separated 8-year-old Howard from his sisters, took him to a rental house in Indianapolis, murdered him, dismembered him, cremated him, and scattered his remains. He told Alice and Nellie he had enrolled Howard in school. The night of October the 10th, Holmes went to Chicago for a meeting with an unknown person, perhaps just to develop an alibi he never used. On October the 12th, Holmes arrived back in Indianapolis and took everyone in separate parties to Detroit, where they remained until the 18th. Holmes then caught wind that the Pinkertons were hot on his trail, so he pulled everybody out and crossed the border into Canada, arriving in Toronto on October the 19th. Holmes then murdered Alice and Nellie Pietzel by poisoning them on October the 25th and burying their bodies in the cellar of a rental house on St. Vincent Street. That was what we saw at the beginning of the episode in the cold open. That same day, Holmes instructed Carrie, Desi, and Wharton to go to Ogdensburg, New York State, where he claimed Carrie would meet up with her husband. On October the 26th, Holmes took Georgiana to Prescott, Canada for one night, then went to Burlington, Vermont, where he used to be a medical student all those years ago. He wrote Carrie and demanded that she come to Burlington as well, claiming that Benjamin Pietzel was drunk and hiding from the Pinkertons in Montreal and couldn't make it to Ogdensburg, but he would join them in Burlington soon. This is all getting very complicated. You can tell he's kind of, they're coming. It's going to end soon. In Vermont, Holmes attempted to lure 15-year-old Desi to a second location in order to murder her. This plan failed when she refused to go with him. While staying at her rental house in Burlington, Carrie told Holmes that she was fed up with waiting and was going to Canada to fetch her husband and other 3 children. Holmes abruptly got up and said he was going to get a gas lamp for the basement. Several minutes later, Carrie went downstairs to find him and discovered Holmes digging a hole in the basement and boarding up the windows. She refused an invitation to share a meal, and after Holmes left, she checked that all the doors and windows were firmly locked. You're just like, what are you doing in the basement? Digging a human-sized hole? You want to have some dinner? Fuck no. A few days later, Holmes delivered a supply of nitroglycerin to Carrie's rental house and set up a tripwire, rigging it to blow in the basement. The next day, he wrote Carrie, instructing her to carry the nitro upstairs in a probable attempt to kill her, but she refused to move it, thinking of the safety of the neighbors by moving an explosive substance. It did not really occur to her at the time that Holmes was trying to kill her and make it look like an accident. Nemesis. On November the 5th, Holmes made the astonishing decision to take Georgiana to New Hampshire. He first went to the town of Tilton, where his quote-unquote first wife, Clara Mudgett, was living. Oh my god, she's from back in the day. There, Holmes laid eyes on Clara for the first time in a decade and explained that he had been in a train accident which put him in a coma and had given him amnesia.
What a f***ing asshole, huh?
It was only now that he regained his memory. Meanwhile, he had married Georgiana Yokes, a wealthy young patroness of a hospital who had nursed him back to health. Quite incredibly, Clara Mudgett swallowed this story hook, line and sinker and embraced Holmes, thrilled to have him home. Didn't she leave because he was super abusive? No, Clara, no!
Fly, you fools!
His now 15-year-old son Robert was similarly excited to be reunited with his father. Please don't kill them. You've already killed enough people. Why do you have to... They had escaped and they'd got on with their lives. No. From there, Holmes went to Gilmanton, New Hampshire to see his mother and father, Levi and Theodate Mudgett. There they were overjoyed to see the filthy murderer. He repeated the story about the train wreck, his amnesia, and he introduced them to his new wife, Georgiana. Holmes then spent the next 2 days in Gilmanton, going on a sort of nostalgia trip, visiting his childhood haunts. But it was in Gilmanton that Holmes was spotted by a Pinkerton detective and secretly followed. The Pinkertons were under strict instructions not to engage or arrest H.H. Holmes, while Fidelity Mutual Insurance built their legal case against him for fraud, now having suspected incorrectly that Benjamin Pietzel was alive and well. On November the 13th, the Pinkertons followed Holmes and Georgiana to Boston. Initially, Fidelity Mutual wanted an arrest warrant issued for Holmes on the basis that the coroner in Philadelphia was now claiming that Pietzel's body was a fake. It's the one thing they're getting wrong, even though, come on. The Boston police considered this allegation weak and scrubbed it. Instead, they telegrammed Fort Worth and asked what Holmes was wanted for there. Sheriff Ray replied in a telegram in just 4 words: larceny of 1 horse. And that was good enough for the Boston police. This is like the least of his crimes. He's a horrible child murderer. What's he want? He's nicking a horse. And I know horse theft back in the day was more serious, but not as serious as murdering children. On November the 17th, H.H. Holmes was arrested while strolling the streets of Boston for being a horse thief. While in custody, he was questioned about Fidelity Insurance, and he immediately confessed to faking the death of Benjamin Pietzel, who he claimed was now hiding in South America with Alice, Nellie, and Howard. Obviously, Holmes preferred to go down for fraud rather than multiple murders. This story was corroborated by the train robber Marion Hedgepath, who was still in a St. Louis prison, who had come clean when he realized he wasn't going to get his $500 commission for hooking up Holmes with the crooked lawyer Jephthah Howe. Holmes was extradited to Philadelphia to face fraud charges. I know this comes around to kind of help him out in the end, the not paying the guy in prison, but pay your accomplices. If you've promised to pay your accomplices if you're doing crimes, pay them. Holmes told police that they could find Carrie, Desi, and Wharton hiding out in Burlington. She too was arrested on charges of insurance fraud. Upon interrogation, Carrie said that she was beginning to think her husband was dead and that she was worried about the fate of her 3 missing children. Meanwhile, the lawyer Jephthah Howe was arrested in St. Louis for his role in the fraud scheme. He argued craftily that he didn't commit a fraud at all. He warned police that the body identified in Philadelphia was actually Pietzel's. Turns out, he was right. Throughout the majority of December 1894, Holmes sat in a prison cell thinking that he'd get away with murder and only get a 2-year sentence for insurance fraud. Then on December the 27th, confronted by the allegations of Carrie Pietzel, Holmes changed his story. He said that Benjamin Pietzel had killed himself and left instructions to Holmes to torture the body so his family could collect the insurance. Suicides were not eligible, but accidents were. He's really thought this through. I mean, it's not going to save him because, we're just doing an episode about, we obviously know what happens. But he did think about it, didn't he? But if Pietzel was dead, where were his 3 missing children? At this point, Philadelphia police began to be extremely worried that Alice, Nellie, and Howard were dead. Detective Frank Gale was duly dispatched, and he spent the next 8 months retracing Holmes's footsteps across the northern United States and Canada. On July the 25th, 1895, Gale made the gruesome discovery of the bodies of the 2 girls in Toronto. The cold open. This set off a firestorm in the media. A crowd of 5,000 people gathered in front of the castle in Chicago to watch police excavate the basement. 5,000 people? Good lord. Newspapers began speculating that H.H. Holmes had killed a bunch of different people over the years, dredging up names like Julia and Pearl Connor, Emmeline Sagrand, and Minnie Williams. They also speculated that Holmes had killed a great many more people, including some of his own aliases that they mistook for actual people like Robert Phelps and Harry Gordon. Meanwhile, after a grieving Carrie Pietzel identified the scarcely recognizable decomposing bodies of Alice and Nellie, a small funeral was held for them. Their graves were never marked. On July the 29th, 1895, Holmes released a statement through his lawyer. Quote, "Some bones may be found in Timbuktu or the Sandwich Islands that may be brought as incriminating evidence against me. I'm ready to stand trial anywhere in the wide world as far as the charge of murder is concerned." Dude, what does that even mean? You're like, yeah, they might find bones somewhere, then link them to me. Yeah, but mate, when those bones are found in your basement, it's a little bit different, isn't it? On August the 19th, the castle in Chicago was firebombed by unknown perpetrators. They were unlikely to be connected with Holmes trying to cover up evidence. Instead, the perpetrators were likely a few people enraged at Holmes' murder of the 2 girls and perhaps countless others. On August the 27th, Frank Gale located the remains of 8-year-old Howard Pietzel in the flue of a stove in Indianapolis. His teeth and bone fragments didn't even get a grave. In October 1895, the autobiography Holmes' Own Story was published. It admits to many swindles, but does not admit to murder. Holmes published it for money, still delusionally thinking that he'd only get 2 years for insurance fraud. He also blackmailed a number of people for money in order to keep their names out of it. At trial, in November 1895, Holmes was found guilty of the murder of Benjamin Pietzel. When the verdict was read, Holmes just stared blankly ahead. On November the 30th, he was sentenced to death. As such, he was never tried for any of the other murders. He quite likely killed 9 people, possibly 11 in his career. After receiving the death sentence, Holmes made plans to appeal to the Supreme Court. He ate a big dinner in his cell, cool as a cucumber, and opened the evening newspaper. During his incarceration, he was subjected to physical and mental examination. He was recorded as aged 36, 5'7", 150 pounds, excessively hairy on his body, with a penis and testicles noted by the doctors as unusually small. His psychological exam, even unsurprisingly, diagnosed Holmes as incapable of remorse, accepting no responsibility for his actions. In short, he was a psychopath. This seems rather ahead of its time, doesn't it? This sort of medical examination, mental examination, post-conviction. Liar, thief, filthy murderer. The Supreme Court rejected Holmes' appeal, and the execution date was set for May the 7th, 1896. Holmes said he expected as much and was prepared to die. In early 1896, Holmes received an offer of thousands of dollars to confess to the murders. Although the money was scarcely any use to him now, Holmes compulsively accepted and admitted to murdering 27 people, many of whom were still alive and well. What are you up to? In his confession, he said theatrically, "I was born with the devil in me. I could not help the fact I was a murderer, no more than the poet can help the inspiration to song. After publishing his confession, Holmes began pretending to be insane, perhaps hoping at the last moment to cheat the executioner and get locked up in an asylum instead. When that didn't work, he became a devout Catholic and spent time reading the Bible and chatting with priests. The day before his execution, Holmes made a public statement denying that he killed anyone except Julia Connor and Emmeline Segrand while performing illegal abortions on them. Holmes woke up on the day of his execution saying that he enjoyed a wonderful night's rest. He ate a meal of dry toast, eggs and coffee at 8 a.m. Thereafter, he was escorted to the scaffold. Speaking to the crowd, Holmes again asserted that he'd only killed 2 women by accident during abortion procedures. He then turned to his defense lawyer, Samuel Roten, and said, "Goodbye, Sam. You did all you could." When the black hood went over Holmes' head, he said to the executioner, "Take your time. You know that I'm in no hurry." The trapdoor was released, and Holmes dropped 5 feet. His neck did not snap. He slowly and agonizingly asphyxiated to death, his body contorted for several minutes, spinning around, his legs doing the dead man's jig. Holmes's fists opened and closed rapidly. 2 people in the crowd fainted. Then Holmes's body relaxed. 15 minutes after the botched hanging, he was declared dead. In the end, it turns out Holmes was right. He wasn't in a hurry. Jesus, that is dark.
Very well written, brilliantly constructed. I loved it.
Dismembered appendices. Number 1. H.H. Holmes may have claimed in his obviously falsified confession to have murdered 27 people, but the hysteria surrounding his trial and the excavation of his Chicago castle made people speculate that he was a butcher, the likes of which had never been seen before in American history. Popular culture in the past 130 years have elevated Holmes' kill count to over 200. Most notable is the myth that the hotel Holmes used during the World's Fair in 1893 was a death trap designed to capture, torture, and murder unsuspecting guests. Hotels are naturally creepy places, so it makes for a good story. Alas, it is nothing more than that. I have to say, I was wondering through this whole episode. Like, when? But the hotel with the trapdoors and the things for the traps and the death, which I might have mentioned in my video about him. Apparently it's a myth. The previous video, the biographics video, unless I misremember. But I definitely remember there being like traps and stuff in that hotel, which apparently not true. Number 2, H.H. Holmes is one of 99 gazillion people theorized to have been Jack the Ripper, because Holmes lived contemporaneously with the Ripper killings, except that was in London. There is, however, no firm evidence that Holmes ever travelled to London during the times that the killings took place. Moreover, the brutal nature of the Ripper killings is completely foreign to Holmes' cold and fastidious MO. Number 3, Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio were attached as executive producers alongside Paramount TV for a movie on H.H. Holmes. The plan then changed to make the story into a TV miniseries. At the time of writing, production has not yet commenced. Yeah, it's kind of, there's not been a show or a movie about this yet. It's weird considering how famous it is. Number 4. What is perhaps most intriguing about Holmes' case is how he was a psychopath whose primary compulsion was fraud, theft, and deception, not murder. He may have gotten off in his pantaloons to lying and stealing, but it is unlikely that he derived any emotional or sexual pleasure from killing his victims like other famous serial killers. It is, however, proof that a psychopath engaged in compulsive deception has no qualms committing murder if they feel their goals are threatened. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like, the thing about just because he doesn't feel anything properly, he's like, about the family, it's like, why would you kill the family? It's like, because I could have got caught. It just reduces my chances. Like, it's killing a family. Just doesn't care. No qualms. As such, in the wrong circumstances, a supposedly non-violent psychopath is just as much of a danger of a society as a classic killer. A harrowing thought when you consider an estimated 1 to 5% of the population suffers from some degree of psychopathy. That is 1 in 100 people you meet in daily life, or even 1 in 20, which is mental. I mean, some degree of psychopathy, can't that just mean, like, you don't feel things properly? Like, maybe you're not as emotional as you should be. Maybe you're not as, like, empathetic as a regular person. Then I think that's okay. You know, it's a sliding scale, isn't it? Like, some people are super emotional, some people are less emotional, and some people are psychopaths. Like, straight, cold-blooded psychopaths. Sleep tight, ladies and gents. Yeah, Jesus Christ. This has been a long, I'm looking at the clock time on this, it flew by, episode of The Casual Criminalist. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, like button below, subscribe to this channel, that's always welcome. It also goes out as a podcast and a YouTube channel, so if you're watching one and not the other, I mean, that it wouldn't make sense to watch things twice, but you get what I mean. You can consume it in your preferred way. And thanks for watching. Leave a review if you're on podcasts, and I'll see you next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Welcome to the show. This one, big one, both in terms of a topic, Ted Bundy. You've heard of him. I can't believe we haven't covered him yet. Haven't we done like 100 of these? 100 and something? I saw it ticked over the other day, which was cool. And we've never covered Ted Bundy before. So I've got a 30-page script in front of me. Thank you, David, for writing this. I'm going to keep the intro brief. Just saying, if you enjoy this show, why not leave it a review on iTunes? It's not called iTunes. It's not been called iTunes for years. Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your shows. Whatever. Let's just jump in. If you're new, the format of the show is that I have not read this before. It is new to me. And, it's called a cold read. Although the story of Ted Bundy is obviously not new to me. It's probably not new to you either. But let's just jump in, shall we? Did I mention it's written by David? Thank you, David. The show is edited by Jen. Thank you, Jen. And, of course, I'm Simon. Let's roll. It was the night of January the 14th, 1978, in Tallahassee, Florida, and a monster, cloaked in human skin, was preparing to rape and murder a house full of sorority girls. Kathy Kleiner, the 20-year-old student at Florida State University, had been out at a wedding. She returned to the Chi Omega sorority house. Thank you for the pronunciation, Guy David. I would have got that wrong. Where she had recently become a member. She used a key to enter the front door of the building alongside the other sorority girls arriving home from a Saturday night full of social events, parties, and dates with promising young men. Given there was a lock on the front door, the doors of the individual dormitories had no locks whatsoever. Kathy Kleiner chatted briefly with her roommate Karen Chandler before going to sleep at around 10:30 p.m. Lurking across the street from the Chi Omega house, concealed from view, was a man. He had been there all night. In fact, he had been there for several nights in the past week. Watching. Oh god. It's Ted Bundy, isn't it? Ted Bundy. Why? The man, his eyes shining with the lustful memory of the ensuing rape and violence, would later describe the situation in the third person to avoid incriminating himself. To quote, "He's been closely observing the scene and closely observing the victims for some period of time. There's hunting involved and a certain amount of expertise, and there's something of an art to it. His hunt is somewhat simplified by the fact that he understands where the victims are." That is a really weird thing to say. It makes it sound like what you're doing is like somehow complicated and thoughtful, Ted. Whereas really, it's just like, yeah, no, I'm watching a house and I'm going to go in there and do some raping. That's it. Ted, come on. Let's not self-aggrandize too much already. We're 3 paragraphs in. It has been 2 years since his last kill, and the man intended to make up for lost time. The psychopath in the bushes had arrived in Tallahassee on the morning of January the 8th, 6 days prior. He spent his first night in a hotel, and the next day he rented a room at a boarding house just 4 blocks from the Chi Omega sorority house. The name he gave the landlord was Chris Hagen. The man was 31 years old, 5'10", handsome, soft-spoken, and effortlessly.
I thought you said you had this under control.
Someone even told me how to fucking say the word and stop adding that extra syllable in there. And I was saying it. I was reading this email. I was like, oh my god, you just clarified it for me perfectly. And I was like saying it perfectly. And now I can't again. Why am I so stupid? Let's just say he was charming, alright? It wasn't long before he made the acquaintance of a young woman who lived across the hall and took her out for a dinner date. When later interviewed by the media, the woman giggled and said that she preferred to keep the details to herself. Chris, as he called himself, spent the next few days laying on the beach and soaking in the sunshine. He applied for a job at a construction site to earn a bit of money, but when they asked him to provide ID, he abandoned the idea. He's like, oh no, I was looking for something sketch, mate. It had only been 2 weeks since he'd escaped from prison in Colorado. Wow, I didn't realize Ted Bundy had escaped from prison. I feel like I know this story, but apparently not that well. I've definitely made videos about Ted Bundy. I think I've done a biographics episode about Ted Bundy, which is a YouTube channel I do with biographies. Instead, the man stole food from grocery stores and lifted money and credit cards from women's purses. It was with this collection of stolen credit cards that he kept himself afloat. Meanwhile, the man turned his attention toward Florida State University. He desperately desired to rape a woman and kill her. It had been too long. The monster inside him was starving. Oh no, I do remember he went to prison. I mean, like, for a shorter stretch, right? I had forgotten he had escaped. Like, wasn't he in prison for some lesser crime? Is that possible? The man continued to watch the Chi Omega girls arrive home. At 2 a.m. on the morning of January the 15th, he struck. Crossing the road, the man approached a pile of firewood by the side of the building and picked up a thick, heavy log to use as a bludgeon. He then entered the Chi Omega building via a back door. He had broken the lock to the door a few days earlier. The man entered the room of Margaret Bowman, aged 21, who was fast asleep in bed. Raising the oak log high into the air, he struck Margaret several times in the head, as hard as he could, to make sure she would stay unconscious. You're hitting her with a giant log in the head? Making sure she's going to stay dead, mate. Like, that is a murder. The purpose of this was to avoid her waking up and screaming and alerting the rest of the sorority house. The man intended to kill everyone in the building that night, going room to room, dispatching each young woman, one by one, as they slept. The man then proceeded to rape Margaret Bowman in a sexual frenzy that did not take long but was quite violent. He scratched and tore at her flesh. He bit her skin. He yanked out strands of her hair. Within a few minutes, it was all over, and the bludgeoned woman had not regained consciousness. The man then took a nylon stocking, wrapped it tightly around Margaret Bowman's neck, and strangled her to death. She died without knowing what had happened to her. The man then took the makeshift bludgeon in his hand and proceeded to beat Margaret Bowman's head until her skull split open. Working systematically, the man went down the hall to another room. Inside was 20-year-old Lisa Levy, who was fast asleep. He took the log and beat her over the head multiple times so that she, too, would stay unconscious. His refractory period was not finished, so the man did not penetrate the victim, but he savagely molested her, tearing off one of her nipples with his teeth and taking a nearby hairspray bottle and shoving it into her vagina. The man also bit the girl several times more like an animal, leaving marks that made a distinct impression of his teeth upon her skin. That's what you call evidence, mate. He's like, you've escaped from prison, so you're on file. They're gonna very quickly know that it's you, mate. What are you up to? Thereupon the man throttled Lisa Levy with his bare hands in order to kill her. He got up and headed to the next room. It was at this point that the man entered the room of Kathy Kleiner and her roommate Karen Chandler. Kathy Kleiner had been woken up by the man's entry to, quote, "I remember hearing someone come into our room and seeing a dark figure standing next to my bed. It was just evil. I remember him with his arm up and then him hitting me. I tried to scream. I touched my face. It was sticky and I didn't realize it was blood. I turned to the side and saw all the blood was splattered on the wall. And my brand new comforter, my sheets, and my pillows were all just covered in blood." I always like it when there's a quote later from someone describing the crime because you're like, oh good, at least someone survived. As horrible as it is. I mean, obviously it's a horrible thing to go through, but it's not death. So at least there's that.
If you're happy and you know it, say hooray!
Across the room, Karen Chandler woke up, and before she could make a sound, the man dashed across the room and beat her brutally with the oak log. Chandler raised her arm to protect herself. The impact of the bludgeon promptly broke it and crushed one of her fingers. The man proceeded to break her jaw in 3 places and knock out several teeth before stunning her with a direct blow to the temple. At this point, a car pulled up alongside the Chi Omega house. The headlights shined through the window, lighting up the room in which the man now stood over 2 injured and defenseless young women. The 2:15 a.m. arrival of another person was unexpected and could cause problems. As a fugitive from a Colorado prison, he could not afford to get caught. The man left, dude, you can't afford to. You've just committed crimes which are going to see you in prison forever. Or get the chair. Or needle, or whatever they had back in 1978. They did execute. Yeah, Ted Bundy was executed. How was he executed? I guess we're going to find out. But, dude, you've just committed so many crimes that I know you'll go back to Colorado prison, but they're probably going to send you to special death row prison after this. Did I just spoil it? We all know Ted Bundy gets killed, right? Like, that's not a spoiler. Ted Bundy gets executed. It's Ted Bundy. We knew this. The man left the room and bolted toward the front door of the sorority house. Coming through the back door with the busted lock was a woman named Nita Neary, who saw the man briefly before he made his escape. The whole attack took a total of 15 minutes, while 30 more sorority girls slept peacefully in their beds, unaware of how close they too may have come to a brutal beating and even death. He really thought he was going to be able to murder 30 people. You murdered 1 or 2, and beat 2, murdered 2, beat 1 or 2. Look, you didn't. You're delusional. Thinking the man was a burglar, Nita Neary ran upstairs and woke her roommate Nancy. The two then exited the room to wake up Chi Omega's quote-unquote house mother to tell her what had happened. What is a house mother? Is that like someone who lives with you to take care of you? You're in your 20s. Take care of yourselves. But when they entered the hallway, they saw Karen Chandler concussed, sopping with blood, staggering aimlessly forward, clinging to the walls, leaving fresh trails of blood behind her. Nancy went to Karen's aid, while Nita ran to the house mother's room to wake her up. They then went to check on Kathy Kleiner, who was sitting on the edge of a bed, bleeding profusely. At that point, the sorority girls made a panicked phone call to the police. They did not realize there were 2 more victims, either dead or dying in the house. At 2:45 a.m., Leon County Sheriff Ken Casares received a call about the Chi Omega attack. When he arrived at the scene, Karen Chandler was taken out on a stretcher, alive, but in critical condition. Kathy Kleiner was being checked out by a paramedic, blood soaked in her hair and staining her entire face red. Margaret Bowman was being taken out in a body bag. Lisa Levy was being rushed to a hospital, where she soon died. To quote Sheriff Casares, "It was a rage. This demon was having a frenzy. It shocked all of us. And we'd seen brutalization before. The killer attempted to be organized, like it was necessary to do things in order. But you could tell that the person who did this was losing control. Looking at the bodies of those 2 ladies, I promised myself he would never have the opportunity to do that again, if I could find him." Meanwhile, the man was not far away, fleeing the scene on foot. After running 8 blocks from the sorority home, he lurked quietly around for an hour, peering into windows. He wasn't finished yet. Back at the Chi Omega house, you're pushing your luck, mate. You really are. You're just sloppy. Back at the Chi Omega house, the police radio crackled. A woman living in a duplex had been woken up by the sound of loud thudding noises coming from the apartment next to hers. Amid the thuds came the sound of a woman yelling. It sounded like somebody was being beaten within an inch of their life. The witness telephoned next door. Nobody answered. So frightened, she phoned the police. When Sheriff Casares heard the call come over the radio, he thought, quote, "Could it be the same person having gone to another location?" I said no. In all my studies of criminals and their methods, they do something like the Chi Omega attack and they're on the lam. They're gone. They don't want to be around. They're certainly not going to commit another crime. I agree. I think, that is sort of rational thing to do. Oh God, go on the run. Right? And I think we see this all the time in the other Casual Criminalist episodes. But the way this was such a frenzy, and I guess they don't know that the frenzy was interrupted. I mean, I guess that they maybe they do. But they don't know what his intention was. They didn't know that he wanted to kill so many people. So I guess they don't know that his frenzy could continue. But I mean, give it a shot. You're gonna go check it out anyway, right? Just at least what's it in the movies where they there's that little button or the popper on their gun holster, and you just see that shot of them as they pop it off, gun ready to go. Let's go catch Ted Bundy. But when Casares sent an investigator over the duplex, they found 21-year-old dance major Cheryl Thomas sitting on her bed, covered in blood. She was barely conscious and her clothes had been torn off. At the foot of the bed was a mask that had been worn by the assailants. The man had attacked Cheryl with the oak log, broken the young woman's jaw, cracked her skull in 5 places, and dislocated her shoulder. There were traces of semen on the bed indicating the victim had been raped. The injuries Cheryl Thomas sustained left her permanently deaf, and the brain damage affected her balance, thus ending the young woman's dance career before it even got started. If her neighbor had not telephoned and startled the attacker, she would almost certainly be dead. After the attack on Cheryl Thomas, the man disappeared into the night. Police were left with very little clues as to who would have committed such a horrendous series of crimes in one fell swoop. It was clear that the police were dealing with a sexual sadist and a lust-based killer who had been interrupted at Chi Omega before he could satiate his urges. As Sheriff Casares put it, he didn't get a few blocks before he found that he couldn't help himself again. When the police asked Captain Burl Peacock of the Tallahassee Police what sort of person they had on their hands, his reply was blunt and to the point. Well, I think we've got a very disturbed, sick individual. Meet Ted Bundy. Theodore Robert Cal was born on the 24th. So I was just thinking, I like the name Theodore. It's a nice name, like Ted. How has that not been ruined by Ted Bundy? It's it's nice. It's kind of cute. Like that. What the f***'s that? What are you thinking about that now? What's wrong with you? Theodore Robert Cowell was born on November the 24th, 1946, to Louise Cowell, then 22 years old, at the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers in Burlington, Vermont. Louise had been impregnated by a returning veteran of World War II who wanted nothing to do with the child. After giving birth, Louise abandoned baby Ted at the Lund Home and returned to her parents in Philadelphia, 400 miles away. Upon hearing this, Louise's father, Samuel Cowell, told his daughter to get her ass back to Vermont and collect the child. In order to avoid a scandal, Samuel and his wife Eleanor raised Ted as their son, even though Eleanor was 51 at the time and no longer capable of giving birth. The real mother, Louise, posed as Ted's sister. I mean, this is better than, like, it could be. And I think Ted Bundy's like a natural psychopath, right? He was born this way. I made that video so long ago that I realize I've forgotten large amounts of this story. I've just got like the vague brushstrokes of Ted Bundy in my mind. But this actually sounds like, considering the situation, relatively stable, which is nice. Although Ted would later state that he had a positive and stable upbringing, by multiple accounts his grandfather, Samuel Cowell, was physically abusive to his wife, children, and even the family dog. There are even... never mind, I take it back. There are even reports that Samuel suffered from hallucinations and heard voices. His wife, Eleanor, most likely suffered from bipolar disorder and agoraphobia. Ted showed a disturbing fascination with violence at an early age. When Ted was 3 years old, Louise's sister, Julia, awoke to find the young boy had placed kitchen knives on her bed, surrounding her with them. Julia looked up to see the young Ted just stood there, smiling at her. How old was he? He's 3. Oh, God.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, if it wasn't Ted Bundy, and you didn't know, you'd be like, that is the sort of thing when a kid does something creepy, and you're like, I'm trying to think of something my kid's done that's creepy, and then you're like, I don't know, just like, I can't think of anything. My kids are too sweet. But it's the sort of thing you'd see just a kid like got their hands on a knife and is just smiling manically. And you'd be like, they're a 3-year-old. Don't read too much into it. But when it's Ted Bundy, you're like, uh-oh, what? In 1950, Louise recognized Ted as their son and legally changed her surname to Nelson to avoid a scandal. She relocated from Philadelphia to Tacoma, Washington State, where she lived with her cousins Alan and Jane Scott in order to have a fresh start. The following year, in May 1951, Louise married a hospital cook named Johnny Bundy, who formally adopted Ted. In order to keep things simple, Louise told the 5-year-old that Johnny Bundy was his real father. Johnny and Louise went on to have 4 more children together. In Tacoma, Washington, they were ostensibly a devout and respectable Methodist family. Growing up, Ted didn't play much with his half-siblings and had little respect for his stepfather, whom he despised as a fairly stupid blue-collar worker. Bit of a snob there, are you, Ted? Are you? Ted was born a congenital psychopath, a neurological condition that affects roughly 1 in 100 people, which, every time I hear that statistic, blows my mind. It's like, I think of places I've been where there's like hundreds of people. So like, you're in a big like audience at a conference, or you're at school. I think there were 500 kids in my school, plus I don't know how many teachers. So let's say like, I don't know, 500-600 people. So in those assemblies, you know, you're sitting down and the headmaster's talking, blah blah blah, and you're like, statistically, there are 5 people in this room who do not have like empathy. What was that? How is it defined? It means his brain was less capable of generating feelings of empathy for other people or placing himself in their shoes and understanding their emotions. Well, that's not quite, he doesn't have him, like, okay, so maybe, I'm not sure if that's the definition or not, but what, like, it exactly is. But that doesn't mean he has no emotions, he's just less capable. But there are 5 people who are, I imagine it's like substantially less capable in that group of 500 who have this. And that's so high. There are like people you've met. There are people your friends. Maybe even you, dear listener. I mean, statistically, yeah. There are a lot of you listening. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Not everyone's a murdering psychopath.
I mean, not you, the prevalence. But also, yeah, you. A little bit, right? Please don't murder me. And I also understand that just because you're a psychopath doesn't mean you're a murderer. Obviously not. There are 1 in 100 people are not murderers. That would be really intense. Instead, Ted would keep aloof from most people throughout his childhood and would gradually learn to ape the appropriate behaviours that would bring him rewards and keep him out of trouble. As such, Ted inevitably grew to be something of a two-faced liar. Later in life, Ted would also be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, meaning he had an inflated sense of self-worth and was obsessed with his personal image, projecting a personality and series of accomplishments that did not reflect reality. This disorder also left him with a fragile ego and deeply rooted feelings of of self-loathing because he could not live up to the image that he projected of himself. Combined with something called Machiavellian thinking or a dog-eat-dog mentality where the ends justify the means, psychopathy and narcissism form the so-called dark triad. Wow, it's like the second episode in a row where we've mentioned this. I mean, obviously not for you listening, because these don't come out in the order I record them typically, but the last one I recorded, we were just talking about that. Generally associated with career criminals and many serial killers, psychiatrists would also diagnose Ted Bundy with bipolar disorder, where he would have long bursts of fitful activity followed by periods of dark-minded lethargy. While psychopathy, NPD, and bipolar are all serious mental illnesses, they do not ipso facto mean the sufferer will grow up to be a criminal. Quite the contrary, numerous people struggle with these conditions their entire lives, both from their own internal demons and from social stigma. But for Bundy, they formed a rather malevolent cocktail that, combined with his life experiences, led him to become the epitome of a modern predatory killer, an old true crime classic. Due to his psychopathy, growing up, Ted did not immediately understand social cues in the same way that others do. He was baffled at exactly how one made friends, or even why one wanted to. Ted's early response was to withdraw from what he did not understand. This gave the impression that Ted was shy. As a result of this perceived shyness, Ted was initially bullied at school. Some of these experiences were quite humiliating, and they only fueled Ted's self-loathing. In order to compensate emotionally, Ted's narcissism and general feelings of superiority over everyone else only got worse. Ted Bundy fantasized about being the smartest boy in his class, about being president one day. Woo. That's ambitious, my dude. And about being the best athlete and the most popular kid in school. In reality, his grades were remarkably average, largely because Ted did not put in effort and did not enjoy reading. He was also not much of an athlete and only showed a talent for downhill skiing, which he indulged in by stealing equipment and forging ski lift tickets. Then, instead of being popular, Ted was something of a loner. As a boy and early adolescent, he did not interact well with girls, and he remained a virgin well into adulthood. In 1961, when Ted Bundy was 14 years old, his ego received another blow. He found a birth certificate in an old trunk in the attic, which listed his father's identity as unknown. Although Ted would later claim that he didn't care about illegitimacy, the discovery essentially destroyed Ted's image of a high-flying, all-American boy who came from a respectable 1950s and 1960s family. Didn't he say that he loathed his father? I mean, yeah, people have contradictions, of course they do. It's just like, it's so close together, it feels so obvious. Instead he was, in his own words, a bastard who was wanted neither by his biological father, nor, initially, by his mother. If he had been born a generation or two later, he almost certainly would have been aborted. Yikes. All of these cracks in Ted's facade grew increasingly frustrating for him, and so Ted sought an outlet for such feelings of frustration: violence. Prior to his teenage years, this came in the form of playing with knives and other weapons, catching and killing frogs at a nearby creek, and generally marveling at cruelty to animals and stories of violence in the media. Yeah, look, if your kid is really into violence, I feel that's it. That don't sweat that one too much, because it's like, I don't know, there's violent video games, there's violent movies. Kids like violence. Like, I don't know, I love playing Doom and GTA, and it's like, again, like, you make that it's like one of the craziest things. It's like, number of civilians I've killed in GTA, hundreds. Number of civilians I've killed in real life, 0. And that holds true for almost everybody. But the torturing and killing of animals and stuff, that's intense. That's intense. Get that sorted out, okay? Ted was also fond of making tiger traps in the woods. A tiger trap is where you dig a hole a few feet deep and line it with sharpened sticks. You then cover the hole with branches and leaves. One time, a little girl fell into one of Ted's tiger traps, and she had to be rushed to hospital because one of the pikes had sliced open her leg. Ted, that's intense, man. Look, if you dig a hole, you gotta fill that hole back in. Come on. It's dangerous. Despite remaining a virgin, when Ted progressed into adolescence, he became fascinated with sex. Ted initially took to being a peeping Tom. He'd go out in the late evening and look through the windows of people's homes in the hope of seeing women in a state of undress. From there, Ted began to steal pornography from shops and forage it from trash bins. Ah, yes. Used porn.
A classic.
The type of porn progressed from rather vanilla nudity to full-on BDSM with female submissives placed in degrading and painful positions. From there, Ted became absorbed by magazines, dime novels, and TV shows that portrayed sexual violence. He became aroused by pictures of beaten, disfigured, and dead women. It's interesting here because often, we've seen this before, obviously, 100 episodes. This is not a super uncommon theme. But often there's been like some particularly negative female figure in these people's lives. Often the mother who was like abusive, beat them, just made them feel like a piece of crap for their whole childhood. But it doesn't seem this way with Bundy. So like it makes you wonder where this came from. This transformation occurred quite quickly after the start of Ted's sexual awakening. He began to associate sexual arousal with violence, which was aided by his lack of empathy, and by roughly the age of 14, he had become a full-blown sexual sadist. Bundy later said, behind the veil of the third person to avoid incriminating himself, is this like Ted Bundy's version of allegedly? Just talk about yourself in the third person. And one time it'd be like, yeah, and then oh no, I misspoke. He said that his upbringing in Tacoma was, quote, positive but not positive enough, not enduring, not strong enough to overcome the urges or compulsions that resulted. He would deal with women every day, but not sexually, because those impulses he kept separate from his everyday life. Like a hobby. Oh, yes. This is so confusing, because I feel like I'm reading David's words, because we're talking about him in the third person, but this is him speaking about himself, allegedly. Let me just go back so I can read that again. He would deal with women every day, but not sexually, because those impulses he kept separate from everyday life. Like a hobby collecting stamps, he didn't retain the taste of glue on his tongue all day long. But in a broader, more abstract way, sexual violence began to preoccupy him. On August the 31st, end quote, just to make it clear. On August the 31st, 1961, when Bundy was just 14, 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr was abducted from her home in a neighborhood where Bundy delivered newspapers. Anne-Marie's father had seen Bundy lurking around the same day she disappeared. Police found one shoe print at the crime scene, which from the size and make they believe belonged to a teenage male. Anne-Marie's body was never found. Oh, good lord. He murdered someone when he was 14? How do I forget this stuff? That's so crazy. I know he started young, but 14? I was like, surely she's found fine. And she just talks about how super creepy Ted Bundy is. No. Oh my. From the ages of 14 to 18 at Woodrow Wilson High School, Ted Bundy finally learned how to ape the behaviors of his peers, and he became charming, charismatic, and confident. He grew tall, handsome, and even somewhat debonair. He was soft-spoken and fairly popular with the girls. Nevertheless, Ted did not date much, and he did not have sex. He had difficulty relating to girls on an honest and intimate level, and vanilla sex held no appeal for him. At school, Ted developed a liking for politics, as have many psychopaths before him and since. Also, during this...
I see what you did there.
Yeah, slight dig at politicians there, but it's got to attract more psychos, right? It just has to. Because on one, like, I completely understand. You get these things. I think Oprah's the example that's always given. And it's like, why doesn't Oprah run for president? Because either way, like, half the country's going to hate her afterwards. And if you're okay with half the people hating you, even though they don't know you, they're just not hating, but just not liking. And I feel politics is so polarized these days that there are a lot of people who actually hate the president who is not in their political party. It feels rare to hear someone be like, oh, they're fine. It's like they're not my party. They don't represent what I believe and my views, but they're not bad. They're just them. But it's always people. And what was my point with this? Yeah, you've got to be a little bit psycho to be just totally okay with so many people hating you. Or is that just like, I don't know, I just want people to like me. Maybe too much. Also, during these teenage years, Ted began to engage in petty crimes, breaking into houses and stealing cars. Ted's own statements in later life also imply that during this time, he'd get drunk and stalk women, perhaps even going so far as harming them as they made their way home. According to Bundy, the alcohol helped him overcome his inhibitions and indulge his impulse towards violence. We know that Bundy was arrested twice, but we shall never know for sure what he got up to since his juvenile record was wiped clean when he reached adulthood. Graduating from high school at the age of 18 in 1965, Bundy stayed in Tacoma and enrolled at the University of Puget Sound. He studied psychology and Asian studies for 2 semesters. Interesting choice, psychology. In early 1966, Bundy transferred to the University of Washington and went to live in Seattle. He paid his way by working as unskilled labor in restaurants and stores, but he never kept a job for long because his employers found him unreliable and because Bundy openly resented their authority over him. It's not a good vibe, is it? It's like, just don't know. That's your boss. Respect him. Did I tell the story? There was a guy, when I was a kid, I worked in a store, and there was some dude who... I thought he was my boss for like 6 months. And then eventually he was like, you know I'm not your boss, right? And I'm like, what? And it's like, this other dude's your boss. And I thought he was your boss. But yeah, so I was like, yeah, really respectful to this dude. And then I just found out that he was also just an assistant in the store. He even had a badge that said the same thing as me. I just assumed he was my boss for some reason. It's not relevant. Why are we on this tangent? Let's just go back to the story. One such position of Bundy's was his job as a bag boy at a grocery store in the Seattle neighborhood of Queen Anne. Nearby was a basement apartment rented by 2 flight attendants, Lisa Wick and Lonnie Trumbull, both aged 20. On the evening of the 23rd of June, 1966, an unidentified male broke into their apartment and subdued the women by hitting them both on the head with a plank of wood. The man then proceeded to violently rape the 2 flight attendants before bludgeoning them again. Lonnie Trumbull was beaten so savagely about the head that she was killed. Lisa Wick suffered brain damage and memory loss, but she swore for decades that her assailant was none other than Ted Bundy. While it is unclear when Bundy first began murdering women, most experts agree that his kill count is higher than the canonical murders that have been officially attributed to him. Some estimates range as high as 100 women. As a congenital psychopath and a sexual sadist at an early age, Bundy had all the pathological drive behind him in 1966 to have committed the assaults on Wick and Trumbull. The attack bears a haunting similarity to the Chi Omega slayings in 1978, and if Bundy was not killing women at this point, he was almost certainly stalking and sexually assaulting them. Bundy justified such activities by depersonalizing his victims and viewing their murders as quote-unquote a necessary act to satisfy a deeply rooted hunger he could not ignore. That is such a psycho thing to say, dude. What the f***? Bundy needed to kill just as much as he needed to eat, drink, and breathe. And to his mind, it wasn't his fault that he was made this way. When Bundy was later interviewed in prison, he suddenly asked, how does a soldier deal with killing in a war? The interviewer answered, well, you see, he has a justification built in there. To which Bundy simply replied, so does the mass murderer. You don't understand justification. There's different levels of justification. You're a justified kill by what is going on outside? They've been digging up the street. I don't know if you can hear that. I know this microphone's very only sensitive to where my voice is, but there is some proper construction going on outside, but I'm not actually upset about it because they're putting fiber into my building, which I'm very excited about. The love of a psychopath. While Bundy was not particularly attentive at his low-level part-time jobs, he did throw himself into his studies at the University of Washington, where he briefly took Chinese. In order to become respected and eventually become a rising star in politics, Bundy realized that he needed to do well academically. He needed to get a degree and then go into something like business or law. In 1967, Bundy took a class that was also attended by a young woman named Diane Edwards. She was gorgeous, dressed elegantly, and she had long brown hair, which she parted down the middle. Diane came from a wealthy and privileged family in California. Quite illuminating of Diane's character, for a high school yearbook photo, she chose the quote, "Beauty and grace command the world." Ted Bundy saw Diane Edwards and immediately became infatuated with her. She was like no girl he'd ever seen before. Diane was a bit out of his league, both in terms of social class and with her own romantic preferences, but for a narcissist like Bundy, she looked like his ticket to the high life. Diane mostly dated jocks, which intimidated him. Nonetheless, Ted sidled up to Diane and turned on the old Bundy charm. They bonded over their mutual love of downhill skiing, at which Diane was actually better than Bundy. Bundy's seductions worked, and the two became a couple. They took long drives together, holding hands, and as Bundy puts it, whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. Bundy was quite taken with the idea of Diane. Quote, "She's a beautiful dresser, beautiful girl, very personable, nice car, great parents. So, for a first-time girlfriend, really it was not too bad." So, it just sounds creepy, Bundy. It's like you don't understand love, and you're just like, yeah, look, objectively, this all makes sense, doesn't it? It's like, okay. I mean, these are all great things, but it doesn't sound like you actually like her. You just like the idea of her. As the above quote from Bundy implies, the things he admired about Diane were mostly superficial. Well, she's personable, and I think, yeah, that's kind of it. Everything else is just like, nice car. Okay. It's unlikely Bundy ever felt anything approaching selfless love or devotion. He was incapable of that. Instead, having a society girlfriend bolstered his own bloated ego. and his fragile self-image. Diane was a Republican, an old-fashioned and classy girl, no sex or marriage type, and she had certain expectations for any prospective husband. He had to be respectable, have a good job, and be able to keep up with her in privileged social circles. Bundy, slaving away at menial jobs, did not cut a very promising figure, but he did have a lot of confidence and charm, and he was able to convince Diane that he was going places. Yet Bundy spent their entire relationship secretly tormented by the thought that he was not good enough for her. To quote, "I experienced a number of insecurities with Diane. There were occasions when I felt she expected a great deal more than I was really capable of giving." Yeah, this is okay, though. Like, I think someone at this age, when you're still in, like, university or college or whatever, and you have, like, menial jobs and stuff, it's like, yeah, but I think you go in places, you're working on it, you know, you got a whole career and life ahead of you. I think people could, like, she just happens, she's, like, from a rich family and stuff, but, I don't know, social mobility's a thing, right? Come on. Why was my next line going to be, give Ted Bundy a break? Come on, he's a good guy. Oh my god, he's already murdered people. He murdered someone when he was 14, allegedly. Don't have any sympathy for poor Ted Bundy, fact boy. Jesus.
Well, why are you so nice to him?
Meanwhile, Bundy was having trouble deciding what he wanted to do for a university major. He knew that he wanted to be a big shot, but he didn't have the patience or maturity to plan out a pathway to get there. As such, in early 1968, Bundy took a break from Washington University and continued to pay his way, working low-level jobs. This did not impress Diane very much, but Bundy also began to volunteer in politics, and he promised Diane that he was going to gain a foothold in this area. He got involved in Nelson Rockefeller's unsuccessful presidential campaign and became the driver and bodyguard of Arthur Fletcher, a candidate for lieutenant governor. While Bundy enjoyed his time volunteering in politics, he was a little more than a lackey. In August 1968, he attended the Republican National Convention in Miami. There, he had normal sex with a woman for the first time. After his return, an oblivious, still virginal Diane graduated from the University of Washington and took a job working in San Francisco. Her relationship with Bundy became long distance. Frustrated by his lack of maturity and direction in life, and also by her intuition that Bundy was something of a cad and a liar, Diane's letters grew less and less frequent, and they eventually stopped. The rejection was a shattering blow for a pathological narcissist like Bundy. It obliterated many of the illusions he had created for himself about becoming a person of note, a potential US president. Without the classy and privileged Diane on his arm, Bundy was just a college dropout who worked low-wage jobs. Yeah, why drop out of college? That is such a strange contradiction. It's like, and it's the immaturity in not being able to plot out the path seems like quite a strange thing for him not to be able to do when he's got, like, you know, very few emotions. It's like, it's like, here I am at point A, there is point B, I need to work out this path in between. I feel like someone with a logical mind, like, I'm a very logical minded person, and it's like, okay, you could just figure it out, right? And dropping out of college, it's just like, it goes against everything. Like, his narcissism, his wanting to be a big shot, the way he sees himself, all of this. It's really very strange. A driftless no-hoper. A loser. Bundy coped with this psychological blow by falling into alcohol abuse, and at one point was counseled at the Seattle Crisis Center for having suicidal tendencies. He grew to hate Diane on a level that few of us will ever understand. He began to plot his revenge against her, and it is notable that many of Bundy's victims from this point forward looked remarkably similar to Diane Edwards. In late 1968 and early 1969, Bundy traveled southeast into Colorado and then into Arkansas and then north to Philadelphia. There he enrolled for one semester at Temple University. He also made a foray to Burlington, Vermont, the town of his birth, to look at birth records and confirm that he was in fact illegitimate. This may have compounded the negative feelings he was already feeling. Bundy himself reports that the spring and summer of 1969 were an alcohol-fueled haze for him. On May the 30th, 1969, Susan Davis and Elizabeth Perry, both aged 19, disappeared somewhere between Atlantic City, New Jersey and Somers Point. Their car had been found on the Garden State Parkway, roughly 60 miles southeast of Philadelphia. Their bodies were found 3 days later in the woods nearby. They had been sexually interfered with and stabbed to death. Bundy was in the area at the time. He also once confessed to killing 2 women early on in his career in the Philadelphia area. At the time, Bundy was wearing a phony leg cast, claiming that it had been in a car crash. There's no record of any such collision. If Bundy was the culprit, it's likely he feigned being injured to lure the women into helping him, whereupon he abducted them, transported them to a second location, and murdered them. This fits with Bundy's known MO. Yeah, I mean, what are the odds that someone just happens to be killing people just like Bundy where Bundy is and no one's ever come forward or been caught for it later? Come on. It's Ted Bundy. Also, I don't want to, write it off. You shouldn't write it off, because there could be some other killer out there who's like, oh my god, it's really lucky that Ted Bundy cropped it for that one, right? Jesus. Returning to Seattle in autumn of 1969, Bundy started a relationship with Liz Klopfer. She was a 23-year-old single mother from Ogden, Utah. She worked as a secretary at the University of Washington School of Medicine. Liz was mousy, submissive, and for a time became enamored with Bundy's charm. In terms of looks, admittedly, the handsome Ted was a little out of Liz Klopfer's league. As such, Bundy felt that he could use and manipulate Liz quite easily. To Bundy, she was a useful idiot. She also was disposable. Bundy frequently 2 times her with other women like divorcee Carol Ann Boone, and his sex life with Liz was not very active. But Liz held out hope that she could eventually win Bundy over and convince him to marry her. Yeah, with all of his extracurricular activities, he sounds like a real catch. For several years, Liz and Ted formed a family unit with Liz's 3-year-old daughter Molly. When Molly became an adult, she would claim Ted Bundy sexually molested her on multiple occasions, but for now, Bundy had appropriated the mask of family man, which he wore to disguise the fact that he was becoming an increasingly dangerous predator. A dish best served cold. Bundy now focused his energies on rising in society in order to prove to the world that he was worth a damn. In 1970, he went back to University of Washington and chose psychology as his major. His grades improved remarkably from his previous semesters. He volunteered for several community programs like Seattle Suicide Hotline. With about 8 gallons of irony, he sat on a committee to prevent sexual violence against women and even co-authored a pamphlet on rape prevention. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Ted Bundy co-authored a pamphlet on rape prevention. Ted fucking Bundy. Bundy continued to be active in Republican politics and soon became known as a likable, confident, and charismatic figure. Bundy also saved a 3-year-old Seattle boy from drowning and was hailed by the police as a hero. Throughout all of these exploits, Diane Edwards was never far from Bundy's thoughts. On July the 19th, 1971, 24-year-old Rita Curran, who worked as an elementary school teacher and a part-time motel maid, was murdered in her apartment in Burlington, Vermont, located not far from the unwed mother's home where Bundy was born. A man had broken in during the night, bludgeoned Rita while she slept, raped her unconscious body, and then strangled her to death. This matches Bundy's MO. We do not know Bundy's whereabouts at the time of Rita's murder. He did, however, once confessed to murdering a woman in Burlington in 1971. Again, it's like, let's not throw out doing an investigation into that. But also, it was probably Ted Bundy, because he's Ted Bundy. Up to 100. Up to 100, isn't that what David said earlier? Good lord. 3 days later, on July the 22nd, 1971, back in Seattle, Joyce LePage, aged 21, was abducted from the campus of the University of Washington. In April 1972, her body was found in a remote ravine 280 miles away, draped in blankets and wrapped in a carpet. Her body was decomposed to determine the cause of death, but her skeleton was bound with a rope. Bundy was a student at the time at the same university. It's actually feasible Bundy murdered both Rita and Joyce 3 days apart, since Bundy learned to put a great deal of distance between himself and his recent victims. He was also known to dump bodies in remote areas to prevent their premature discovery. Yeah, I mean, haven't we so far? The bodies weren't found, typically, unless they were discovered at the scene of the crime. When he got rid of the bodies, he got rid of them. So it's kind of unusual this one was found. In 1972, Bundy volunteered for the campaign of Daniel Evans for governor of Washington. He was assigned to spy on Democratic Party candidate Albert Rosellini and report back to Republican headquarters. When Bundy's role as a spy was discovered, it made the newspapers. Ted Bundy briefly became the center of media attention, and he reveled in it, while feigning humility, saying that he was a humble cog in the political machine. When Evans was elected, he made Bundy an assistant to the chairman of the Washington State Republican Party, where Bundy developed a very favorable reputation and a useful contacts and became a frequent dinner guest in Seattle high society. In the summer of 1973, Bundy graduated from the University of Washington with a Bachelor of Psychology and applied to law school at the University of Utah, much to the consternation of his friends and political colleagues. They were confused because Bundy was a rising star in Washington politics, not in Utah, and if he stuck around Seattle, the charismatic 26-year-old might one day be selected by the Republicans to run for political office. Bundy nevertheless claimed that he needed a change of scenery. His low LSAT scores also prevented him from applying to more prestigious universities. And perhaps given his extracurricular activities, Bundy needed to put some distance between himself and the West Coast. On June the 29th, 1973, Rita Jolly, aged 17, left her home in West Lynn, Oregon, to go for an evening walk. She never returned, and her body was never found. Nearly 2 months later, on August 20th, 1973, in Eugene, Oregon, 24-year-old Vicki Lynn Holler was last seen in her car leaving work at 5 p.m. She was due to attend a party later that evening, but she never turned up. All her possessions, including her last paycheck, were left in her apartment. Vicki was known to pick up hitchhikers. Her remains have never been found. How about just leave the pick it up hitchhikers to men? I don't want to sound like a sexist. Or like, don't pick up Ted Bundy. I mean, like, what am I trying to say here? I'm trying not to get myself cancelled. I don't want to say that women shouldn't pick up hitchhikers. What I do want to say is women shouldn't pick up dudes. Like, don't be driving along and be like, I'm going to pick up that guy. Just don't do that. Please don't do that. And, I don't know, my kids, my daughter, I would be like, don't go hitchhiking. Don't go hitchhiking. Go hitchhiking with a friend who's the dude. Preferably larger the better. Okay? And don't get in Ted Bundy's car.
Of course. Cancelled.
Bundy once confessed to killing 2 women in Oregon without supplying any names. In the summer of 1973, Bundy continued to be active in Republican politics, in which capacity he traveled to several states. He deferred entry into law school at the University of Utah until the following year. When on a trip to California on party business, Bundy looked up Diane Edwards. She was still single. Now that Bundy was a budding law student and a political darling in Seattle, he appeared as a much more impressive figure to Diane. The two rekindled their romance together. For the next 6 months, Diane flew up to Seattle several times to be with Ted. She fell in love with him and felt convinced that Bundy was the man she was destined to marry. For his part, Bundy did everything he could to cultivate this impression. Meanwhile, Bundy was in a relationship with Liz Klopfer. Naturally, Bundy did not tell either women that he was two-timing them. Bundy proposed to Diane Edwards in late 1973 and introduced her to a friend as his fiancée. Then in January 1974, Bundy became cold and distant towards her. Even cruel, he did not answer Diane's letters or phone calls for an entire month. When Diane finally reached Bundy by phone in February 1974, she demanded to know why I had broken things off with no explanation. Bundy replied, and we quote here, "I have no idea what you mean," and immediately slammed down the phone. Diane Edwards was devastated by this move, and she never saw or heard from Bundy again. His revenge for being rejected by Diane some 5 years earlier was complete. Dude, that is psycho. I know he's murdered people, and obviously that is worse, but holy shit, it's 5 years later, and you do this elaborate... I wouldn't be surprised if he got high in politics. He went to Utah law school or whatever, and then went to meet her, met up with her, and did all of this. I mean, obviously he did that later part of meeting up with her and then getting in the relationship and then breaking it off because he's a psycho. But did he even... I wouldn't be surprised if he even made the effort in his personal life to be more impressive as part of some elaborate years-long scheme to just fuck with Diane Edwards, which is... that, I don't even know. Is that Machiavellian? Sort of. Is that the right use of the term? But it's just so psycho, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Now Bundy had proven he was worthy of her, he discarded her like hot trash. It is quite clear Bundy planned to do this from the start. It's likely the only reason Bundy did not murder Diane is because he would have been the prime suspect. Instead, Bundy's hatred of Diane found expression with women who resembled her in a lengthening series of atrocities. The Slaughter of 74. On the night of January the 4th, 1974, Ted Bundy broke into the bedroom of University of Washington student Karen Sparks, aged 18. He surprised her in bed and bludgeoned her unconscious with a metal rod that he tore from her bed frame. She was hit in the head so many times with the metal rod that she sustained permanent and debilitating brain injuries. Bundy then inserted the rod into Sparks' vagina so that it ruptured her reproductive organ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Caused internal bleeding and entered her lower digestive tract. Sparks was not discovered until the following afternoon, where her roommates finally investigated why she had not emerged from her bedroom. They found Sparks lying in a pool of her own blood. She spent the next 10 days in the hospital in a coma, where she miraculously survived, although she was disabled both physically and mentally for the rest of her life. That is, nothing to add. On the night of January the 31st, 1974, Bundy broke into the bedroom of 21-year-old Linda Ann Healy, another University of Washington student, who delivered the weather report for skiers on the local morning radio. He bludgeoned Healy as she slept, took off her nightgown, and dressed her in jeans and a blouse. He then removed Healy from her apartment to an unknown second location. According to Bundy, he revived Healy, forced her to undress in front of him, and then he raped and murdered her. The next day, the radio station called Linda's roommate, since she had not shown up for work, who in turn contacted Linda's parents. That evening, Linda's parents reported her missing. Police searched Linda's room and found her bed was soaked in blood, and they found a blood-stained nightgown hanging in her closet. Her decapitated skull was found the following year on Taylor Mountain, several miles east of Seattle, at a place where Ted Bundy frequently went hiking. We know that Bundy decapitated several of his victims and kept their heads for a while, applying makeup to them and shampooing their hair, kissing them and performing necrotic fellatio until the smell of rotting flesh made the discovery of the severed heads more likely, at which point he discarded them in the remote wilderness. Dude. I know it's Ted Bundy. But it is like, and I know he's murdered and raped and beaten and done all this stuff, but it's like, did we have to throw necrophilia in there, Ted? Why? Why?
I'm sorry, Dave. This is too much.
On March the 12th, Donna Manson, aged 19, was abducted while walking between her dorm room and a jazz concert on the Evergreen State College campus in the town of Olympia, 60 miles south of Seattle. Bundy later claimed that he incinerated her skull in the fireplace of his girlfriend, Liz Klopfer, and dumped her headless body somewhere on Taylor Mountain. If this is true, then Manson's skeleton is still out there somewhere, probably in unrecognizable bone fragments due to a half-century of interference from local wildlife. On the evening of April the 17th, gee, this is a spree, isn't it? So many, such a short time. Bundy abducted Susan Rancourt, aged 18, from the campus of Central Washington State College in Ellensburg, 110 miles south of Seattle. She was headed to a student advisors meeting, followed by a showing of a German-language film. Earlier that same evening, a student was approached by Bundy, who had his arm raised in a sling, asking her to help him carry a load of books to his tan Volkswagen Beetle. Another student reported being approached by Bundy 3 nights earlier. Susan Rancourt's decapitated skull was discovered on Taylor Mountain a year later. On May the 6th, 1974, Roberta Parks, age 22, is abducted from the campus of Oregon State University while walking from her dormitory to a cafe. Her skull was found on Taylor Mountain the following year. Later, under police interview, Bundy mocked the fact that her remains had been picked over by animals. Dude, it's fucked up. On May the 27th, Brenda Baker, a runaway aged only 14, was last seen hitchhiking 35 miles south of Seattle. Her body was found in Milsylvania State Park, a further 30 miles to the south 1 year later. On June the 1st, a mere 4 days later, Bundy lured 22-year-old Brenda Ball to his car in a parking lot of the Flame Tavern near the Seattle-Tacoma Airport. He had his arm in a sling and pretended to need assistance. A skull was found on Taylor Mountain. On the night of the 11th, 18-year-old University of Washington students this is ongoing. Georgian Hawkins was leaving her boyfriend's dormitory when she was approached in an alleyway by Ted Bundy. He was in a leg cast and on crutches. He asked Hawkins to help carry a briefcase to his car. There, Bundy hit her over the head with a crowbar, handcuffed her, drove her to Issaquah, a remote area 20 miles east of Seattle, where he raped her, strangled her to death, committed acts of necrophilia, and slept the rest of the night beside her body. Bundy dumped Hawkins near a service road not far away from where he killed her. Bundy revisited her corpse 3 times, where he masturbated to the memory of her murder. The next morning, Bundy returned to the parking lot where he had abducted Hawkins and retrieved some earrings and a shoe that had fallen off in the struggle, lest it become police evidence. Due to the presence of wildlife, Jordan's femur and several vertebrae were the only parts of her body ever recovered. On July the 1st, 1974, it is possible that Bundy made a road trip to Salt Lake City, Utah, where he was soon to attend law school. Sandra Weaver was abducted there, and her naked body was discovered the next day near Grand Junction, Colorado. Some reports say that Bundy mentioned her during police interviews. Over the course of 6 brutal months, The disappearances of the young women were splashed across the newspapers, prompting a great deal of public fear and hysteria. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is all in a very short amount of time, and it's all very violent and disturbing. Police quickly tied the Washington and Oregon disappearances to the same man, given the similarity of the victim profile and the MO. However, Bundy had left no evidence behind, and there were only scanty reports of an injured man with a brown bronze or tan Volkswagen Beetle. In 1974, there were some 20,000 such vehicles on the West Coast. Police combed through thousands of tips, most of them misleading, and even began considering connections to a satanic cult, and even the Zodiac Killer. In truth, however, have we done the Zodiac Killer yet? I've definitely made a video about Zodiac on biographics. Again, that channel I mentioned earlier, biographies. Have we done him on Casual Criminalist? I don't think so, right? Oh gosh, we've done 100 of these now. Maybe we have. I get confused. In truth, however, Bundy's work had been so clean that the police knew they'd never catch him until he committed another murder and made a mistake. Until then, there was little to do besides busy work while police waited for Bundy to strike. On July the 14th, 1974, at Lake Sammamish State Park, 40,000 people were enjoying the beach and summer festivities. Among them was Ted Bundy. He had his left arm in a sling. He spoke with a British accent. He approached 5 women, one at a time, introduced himself as Ted, and asked for their help in unloading a sailboat from his car due to his injured arm. 4 of the women refused. One woman, Janice Graham, went with Bundy, noticed there was no sailboat hooked up to his Beetle, and ran away. Smart woman. It's like, you don't have a sailboat. I am leaving right now, very quickly. Something's up, and we know there's a psycho around. In that situation, just call the police, just in case, be one of those tips that works out. Do that, just in case. Why not? The police aren't going to be mad. Bundy remained patient and approached Janice Ott, age 23, who agreed to help him. Bundy lured her to his car, bludgeoned her unconscious, and drove her 2 miles away, where he left Janice in the woods for nearly 4 hours, bound, gagged, unconscious, but still alive. Meanwhile, Bundy drove back to Lake Sammamish. Bundy managed to convince Denise Naslund, age 19, with the same sailboat story. Bundy bludgeoned her unconscious. He drove Naslund back to the spot where he had left Ott. Then, according to one confession, Bundy forced a now unconscious Janice to watch as he raped and strangled Denise Naslund. Bundy then raped and murdered a terrified Janice Ott. Bundy dumped their bodies near the same service road where he'd dumped Jordan Hawkins a few weeks before in June. Their remains were discovered 2 months later by grouse hunters in September 1974. Finally, the police had recovered some bodies, but there was very little forensic evidence on them to tie them to Bundy. It did, however, confirm that the disappearances of these women was the work of a serial killer. Meanwhile, numerous eyewitnesses at Lake Sammamish, including Janice Ott's friends, provided them with a description of the suspect. Excellent. A friendly, handsome man in a white tennis outfit with his arm in a sling who drove a Volkswagen Beetle and identified himself as Ted. Really? You've got your arm in a sling, you're speaking with a British accent, but you're like, no, I'll just use my real name. Okay. Police had no way of knowing whether this was the suspect's real name or merely a fake one. I guess that's the thing. The police would be like, you'd assume it would be fake. You'd be like, there's no way he's using a real name. No way. But they made the most of it in a case with very few leads. Police publicized the name in the hopes of gathering information and circulated a police sketch of the man in question. Liz Klopfer, Bundy's regular girlfriend, recognized him from the police sketch. Whoa! And the fact that the suspect identified himself as Ted and drove a Beetle. This is so sloppy. Bundy had told Liz that he was going to Lake Sammamish that day to go water skiing. Liz had also begun to be alarmed by some of Bundy's erratic and secretive behavior, disappearing for hours at a time, sometimes in the middle of the night. Liz duly phoned in an anonymous tip to the police. At that point, the police were receiving over 200 tips a day. They were also mistakenly looking for the driver of a bronze or dark brown Volkswagen at the time, rather than the light tan one. After eventually looking into Ted Bundy's background, a politically connected law student with no criminal record, they eliminated him from their inquiries. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of evidence to go on, and it seems like, well, they shouldn't eliminate him, but he doesn't have a criminal record. He doesn't, or it must have been expunged or whatever. But can't they see that it's been expunged or something? Because it doesn't. I know. I'm pretty forgiving of this. I think this is not unreasonable to be like, okay, he's not our dude, because they also got the details of the car wrong. But his girlfriend recognizing it is just a bit much. Oh, I don't know. They even interviewed him. When Liz phoned again and learned police had struck Bundy from the suspect list, she heaved a great sigh of relief and convinced herself that all of her suspicions had just been in her head. In August 1974, Bundy started at law school at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. Klopfer stayed behind in Seattle with her daughter Molly. Needless to say, while in Utah, Bundy cheated on her with at least a dozen other women. Reportedly, Bundy struggled with his law classes. Also, the University of Utah was not the Ivy League pipe and elbow patches sort of university that he imagined attending. It was a modernizing university with disgusting post-war architecture and fewer pretensions of grandeur. This did not feed Bundy's ego at all, and he soon lost interest in his studies. On September the 2nd, Bundy picked up a female hitchhiker from Idaho in his Volkswagen Beetle, raped and strangled her. He dumped her body in a nearby river. She was never identified and the body was never found. On October the 2nd, Bundy abducted 16-year-old Nancy Wilcox in a suburb of Salt Lake City. Bundy later claims that he buried her body in Capitol Reef National Park, 200 miles to the south, but her remains have never been found. On the evening of October the 18th, 1974, Melissa Smith, age 17, left a Salt Lake City pizza parlor after consoling a friend who had broken up with her boyfriend. Melissa was headed to a slumber party. Bundy abducted her, bludgeoned her, raped her, sodomized her, and then strangled her with a nylon stocking. There is some indication that Bundy kept Smith alive for several days before he murdered her. Bundy then dumped her naked body in the Wasatch Mountains, where she was discovered 9 days later. Her father, Lewis Smith, the local police chief, tried to remain stoic, but he was clearly devastated by Melissa's death. He vowed to find her killer, so that no young girl would have a similar fate. Sadly, though, that was not to be. Just past midnight on October the 31st, 17-year-old Laura Aim was abducted shortly after leaving a cafe while on her way home from a Halloween party. Bundy beat, raped, and strangled her. He also spent several days with the corpse, shampooing her hair and applying makeup. Bundy later said, quote, "If you've got time, they can be anything you want them to be." He engaged in multiple acts of necrophilia over multiple days before the rotting smell of the body forced him to stop. Laura's body was found by hikers in America Fork Canyon a few weeks later. At this point, police in Washington heard news of the Utah murders. The similarities were quite striking. Given the identical MO and the reports of a man feigning injury with a tan beetle, authorities concluded that the Ted from Lake Sammamish was responsible. However, the exchange of information between police took time. Conversations were held over the telephone. Case files were sent through the ordinary mail. There was no internet in 1974. People didn't even have fax machines. As Detective Keppel of the Washington Task Force said, quote, "It took my partner and I a year and a half to collect information on over 90 murders in the western states. If everybody cooperated in a centralized database and submitted their crimes, it would have been a matter of seconds." Meanwhile, Bundy's name was buried under a mountain of other potential suspects and misleading tips. And worse, he had already been investigated and largely ruled out. Fucking kill me then. On the evening of November the 8th, 1974, 18-year-old telephone operator Carol Durant was shopping at the Fashion Place Mall in Salt Lake City when she was approached by Ted Bundy. He identified himself as Officer Roseland and told her the man was seen breaking into her car. Bundy accompanied Carol outside to her vehicle where everything seemed in order and there were no signs of forced entry. Bundy requested that Carol look inside her car and check that nothing was stolen. She opened the door of the car and glanced at her possessions. She said that everything was there. Bundy insisted that Carol lean down and look harder just to be sure. At this point, Carol got a little bit weirded out. Bundy was not dressed like a policeman, and she thought she could smell alcohol on his breath. Carol asked to see some ID. Bundy flashed a fake police badge, which mollified Carol's suspicions. Never be, always, if there's a policeman, he says a policeman, ask for ID. It's no problem, it's fine. It's like, just ask. You got nothing to lose. Any suspicion, just ask. And if they flash it, look, it'd be like, no, I'd like to see that properly, please. Where was it? There was someone who came to my house, like, to check the gas or something. And they were, hi, yeah, I'm here to check the gas. And I'm like, bro, what's going on? You can't just... And then they always, like, make a move to come into your house. It's like, okay, well, I need some ID. And he's like, oh, okay, here you go, here's some ID. And then he's like, come on. And I'm like, give me a second. It's like, it's fine. Like, and like 99.9% of the time, they're going to be the gas man, they're going to be a cop, all of this stuff. But like 0.1% of the time, they're going to murder you.
We'll be prepared. Waiting.
So, lesson. Look at the ID. Bundy then requested that Carol accompany him to a nearby police station to fill out a witness report. Against her better judgment, Carol followed Bundy to his car, which she saw was a tan Volkswagen Beetle. Carol brushed this off as Bundy being undercover. Oh God. Why would he be undercover? Well, he's not doing some sort of genius, drug undercover thing, he's walking around a parking lot making sure cars aren't broken into. It sounds like he's actually a security guard. And you know what security guards don't do? Go undercover. They took off together and Bundy started driving in the opposite direction of the police. Oh my god. Oh my god. This has got to be so intense. Opposite direction of the police station. When Carol pointed this out, Bundy pulled into the parking lot of a local school. It was the early evening and everyone had gone home. Bundy handcuffed one of Carol's wrists. She screamed. Bundy pointed a gun at her and said he'd blow her brains out if she didn't shut up. But realizing compliance would probably mean death anyway, Carol thought, well, fucking kill me then. And she began to struggle violently, breaking her fingernails on both hands in the process. In the confusion, Bundy clasped the second handcuff on the same arm as he did the first one. That's a big brain move. Oh no! That's the same arm! It's just jewelry now! Stripped of any way of binding her, Bundy grappled with Carol and tried to knock her out, being unwilling to shoot her in his car with all the attention that would draw, both from the noise and the resulting mess. However, Carol managed to get the car door open and clambered out. Bundy also leapt out of the vehicle, crowbar at the ready. Bundy pressed Carol back up against the car and held her there. But Carol kicked Bundy in the balls and escaped, running down the road until she was able to flag down a passing vehicle. She leapt inside and demanded that they take her to the police station. Bundy recovered from the blow to his genitals and quickly fled the scene. This has got to be it, right? This has got to be where they finally close in on him. Because he's not been wearing a mask or anything. And he's in the tan Beetle. This is it. Come on, let's go. Carol Durant arrived at the police station, the handcuffs still dangling from her arm, and filed a police report against the so-called Officer Roseland. The police are going to be like, yeah, that's not, no one's called Officer Roseland, sorry. Police sent a squad car to where Carol had escaped, but to no avail. They got a description of Bundy from Carol, took several of Bundy's hairs off her jacket, and retrieved a sample of some of Bundy's blood, which had stained Carol's jacket when she scratched him. The blood was determined to be type O. Bundy was furious and humiliated. This was the first time his prey had escaped him. An hour after Carol kicked Bundy in the balls, he arrived at Viewmont High School 20 miles away. The students were putting on a play at the school that evening. Bundy approached the school's young drama teacher and asked her to come outside to identify a car parked there. She told him she was busy as the play was about to begin. Bundy tried the same thing with a female student, but she refused. Bundy was spotted by another student pacing back and forth at the back of the auditorium during the play. Partway through the performance, 17-year-old high school student Deborah Kent, who was watching the play with her parents, left to pick up her brother from a local bowling alley. She then planned to return to drive her parents home. Bundy intercepted Deborah in the parking lot, bludgeoned her unconscious, and threw her in his car. A witness saw a tan Volkswagen Beetle speeding away from the scene. Later, police found a handcuff key in the parking lot which matched the one that Bundy had placed on Carol Durant's arm, linking the two incidents to the same suspect. Deborah Kent's body was dumped 100 miles south near Fairview, Utah. When police searched the area, all they found was one of her kneecaps. It was confirmed to be Deborah's decades later, in 2015, via DNA testing. After the catastrophes of that evening, Bundy halted his activities in Utah for a while. Back in Seattle, Liz Klopfer, who was still in a long-distance relationship with Bundy, heard reports that young women were disappearing in Utah. Her memories of the unknown Ted and his Volkswagen Beetle from Lake Sammamish last July came flooding back to her. Now Bundy was in Utah, and all too coincidentally, women were dropping like flies. Klopfer called the police and was interviewed about her suspicions. Seattle police put Bundy's picture in a photo lineup, but Lake Sammamish witnesses failed to identify him. But Klopfer couldn't rest easy. In December, she called Salt Lake City police. They added Bundy to their list of suspects. Shit, I really thought this would be when they get him. Like, they'd have enough, the car, this is like back in the day. There wouldn't be like security footage at this shopping mall or wherever it was, you know, where the woman had the car in the parking lots. The past sucked. A looming shadow grows. In early January 1975, his appetites overwhelming him, Bundy drove to Aspen, Colorado, ostensibly to do a little skiing. On January the 12th, Bundy abducted Karen Campbell at the Wildwood Inn while she was walking from the elevator to her room to retrieve a magazine. He bludgeoned Karen, raped her, and made several incisions on her body with a knife. Her naked corpse was found the following month in a snowbank next to a dirt road not far from the hotel. Karen's skull had been fractured, and the blows were so violent that they rattled one of her teeth loose from her gums. It hung there by the root. She was murdered within 2 hours of her disappearance. Bundy returned to Seattle to spend time with Liz Klopfer and daughter Molly, whom he was still sexually molesting. Liz did not mention to Bundy that she had reported him to the police multiple times and gotten him added to the list of suspects in both Washington and Utah. Bundy, in turn, did not mention to Liz that he was slaying a bunch of innocent women and that he was carrying on multiple affairs with other girls back in Utah. It's some pretty big secrets in that relationship, aren't there? Jesus. A couple of months later, Bundy again made a trip to the Colorado mountains. On March the 15th, he approached a local ski instructor named Julie Cunningham, aged 26. Bundy hobbled up to her on crutches, asking her to help carry his ski boots to his car. Bundy knocked Julie out, cuffed her, transported her to a second location 90 miles away. Her remains were never found. However, Bundy later confessed that at the start of April 1975, he paid a return visit to Colorado to look at her body. He hobbled up to her on crutches carrying ski boots. Oh, I guess he could have injured himself while skiing or something. That kind of makes sense. But I'd be like, what are you, bro? How are you going to ski? While heading back to Colorado on April the 6th, Bundy stopped by Grand Junction near the state border. There he abducted 25-year-old Denise Oliverson while she was riding her bike to her parents' house. Her body was never found, but her bicycle and shoes were found under a nearby railroad bridge. On April the 15th, still in Colorado, Bundy kidnapped Susan Cooley, age 18, from a high school in the town of Nederland. He bludgeoned her, raped her, strangled her. Her body was discovered 2 weeks later in Coal Creek Canyon, 20 miles away. On May the 6th, Bundy traveled into Idaho and abducted 12-year-old Lynette Culver from her school in Pocatello. He transported Lynette back to his hotel room, where he raped her and drowned her in the bathtub. He wrapped the child's body and dumped Lynette in Snake River. Once again, the body was never found. It's not bad enough. Why do we always have to go down this path? Well, that's because it's a true crime show, isn't it? But it's like, oh yeah, okay, some murder. Okay, some necrophilia. Okay, child murder and rape. Jesus. Back in Salt Lake City, on the 16th of May, 3 of Bundy's former co-workers came to visit him. One of them was Carol Ann Boone, with whom Bundy had periodically been having sex behind Liz's back. Boone, twice divorced and raising a son, was already in love with Bundy. He did not disclose to Boone that he was also having it away with a fellow Utah law student at the time. At the start of June, Bundy spent a week in Seattle with Liz and Molly. Bundy floated the idea that they get married on Christmas Day. Returning to Salt Lake City, Bundy figured he was in the clear for the botched kidnapping of Carol DeRonch. It had been 8 months, and the police had not come sniffing around. He felt safe enough to renew his activities in Utah while keeping up his activities across state lines. It's amazing how much crime he is committing and just not getting caught. It's just staggering amounts and violent, the worst types of crimes.
I can't do this. I can't do this anymore.
On June the 28th, Bundy murdered Susan Curtis, aged 15, while she was attending a youth conference at Brigham Young University, 43 miles south of Salt Lake City. Her body was never found. Mere days later, on July the 1st, Bundy abducted 24-year-old Shelley Robertson in the town of Golden, Colorado. Her body was found inside a mine shaft in Bertown Pass. On the 4th of July, 3 days later, Nancy Bard was abducted from the gas station she worked at in Layton, Utah. Her body was never found. Layton is approximately 25 miles north of Salt Lake City. In August 1975, Ted Bundy became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, otherwise known as Mormonism, and he was well liked by his fellow parishioners. Bundy's intention was to enhance his social standing in Utah and perhaps even make a political bid for the state instead of Washington. From there, he would run for governor or senator and eventually US president. Bro, like, what? You're a serial killer. Do you really want to be attracting that sort of attention to yourself? Because there are people, if you're running for president, or someone's gonna dig this up, my dude. You're so fucked. You can't think that that's really something you're gonna be able to do and get away with it, do you? Am I being naive here? It sounds like I'm being a bit naive, but I kind of feel like you've killed multiple people. They're gonna look into you and they're gonna find this, and they're gonna be like, turns out the president is a serial killer. Oh my.
This is America!
What is he doing?
Meanwhile, Washington police had refined their list of suspects for slaughter of 74 to roughly 100 people. Thanks to Liz Klopfer, Bundy was increasingly coming to the top of that list. And then came the moment the police had been waiting for. Bundy fucked up. Icarus. On the 16th of August, 1975, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Bundy was cruising the streets of Salt Lake City looking for another victim. Highway Patrol Officer Bob Hayward spotted Bundy's Volkswagen Beetle. He did not recognize it from the neighborhood and thought that Bundy was driving erratically. Officer Hayward lit up his lights and signaled for Bundy to pull over, suspecting a standard DUI, but Bundy had his kill kit with him, and he couldn't afford to be stopped. Uh-oh. Bundy switched off his lights, put his foot on the gas, and led Hayward on a high-speed chase through Salt Lake City property in the suburb of Granger. When Haywood finally managed to force the Beetle to pull over at a gas station, he made a rather startling discovery. The passenger seat had been removed. Unbeknownst to Officer Haywood, this was so that Bundy could lay down the unconscious body of a woman on the floor. Upon searching the car, Haywood found a ski mask, a strip of pantyhose with the eyes cut out, a crowbar, handcuffs, garbage bags, rope, and an ice pick. At that point, I'd be like, I'm gonna need some more officers to come to where I am immediately. Please bring the big guns. Bundy was arrested on suspicion of burglary. Bro, he's got garbage bags, rope, and an ice pick, and handcuffs. He ain't Robin, is he? Bundy's car and physical description matched the details of the attempted kidnapping of Carol DeRonch 9 months earlier. Bundy was also on the list of suspects for slaying women in Utah and Washington State, thanks to Liz Klopfer's multiple phone calls to the police. Bundy was held in prison while a search warrant of his apartment was conducted. There, the police found a pamphlet on Colorado ski results and a checkmark next to it on the blurb of the Wildwood Inn, where Karen Campbell had been abducted and murdered. They also found a pamphlet advertising a play at Viewmont High School on November the 8th, the night Deborah Kent had been abducted. Dude, don't keep souvenirs from your crimes. This is one of the rules. Come on now. Additionally, the handcuffs found in Bundy's car were of the same make and brand that had been used against both Carol DeRonch and Deborah Kent. Unfortunately, this was insufficient evidence to hold Bundy without bail, and so he was released pending investigation. Yeah, it's so circumstantial. Salt Lake City Police placed Bundy under 24-hour surveillance. Salt Lake Police sent 2 investigators to go to Seattle and interview Liz Klopfer. She came to the King County Police Station on September the 16th and spent several hours giving an exhaustive interview to both Utah and Washington state authorities. First and foremost, Liz could not account for Bundy's whereabouts on the nights of any of the murders during the slaughter of 74 when Bundy was still living with her, and she claimed Bundy was water skiing at Lake Sammamish the day that Ott and Naslund were killed. This is it, man. This is it. This is game over. Right? We're only about 17 pages into this 30-page script, but it's got to be like trial, execution, right? Please, no more. Oh, we know he escapes from prison, don't we? How do you escape from prison when you've gone to prison for this kind of stuff? I feel like they should put you in like terrorist prison, like where the Boston bomber and Ted Kaczynski are. ADX Florence, right? Put them in there. In those rooms that they can lay for like an hour a day to stand in a bit patch of dirt with a wall all around them and a guy with a big gun just constantly pointing at them, being like, don't try anything, Ted. Oh, look, Ted Kaczynski. Ted Bundy. Maybe I don't like the name Ted.
It's ruined.
From there, her accounts of Bundy's domestic behavior grew increasingly alarming. Liz said that Bundy would often sleep during the day and go out at night. She also said that Bundy had little interest in sex with her unless she allowed him to perform BDSM acts on her. Some nights she awoke to find Bundy under the covers with a flashlight examining her body. Liz also spotted Bundy on several occasions making plaster of Paris casts for his arms and legs using powder that he stole from a medical supply store, though he never sustained any sort of injury to his limbs. He also inexplicably kept a pair of crutches. In fact, over the years, she discovered a number of unusual objects in Bundy's possession. He had a hatchet, despite never having to chop any firewood or any such thing. He also had a meat cleaver that he never used for cooking, a box of disposable surgical gloves, a knife in a wooden case, a heavy lug wrench that he stashed in her car and periodically took out for quote-unquote security on his nightly drives, and a big bag full of women's clothes and jewelry. Liz also suspected that he had stolen most of his possessions, including his TV and stereo, and when she confronted him about this, Bundy had threatened to, quote, break her fucking neck.
Which is, of course, what Ted Bundy would say.
If you're the wife of someone and you discover all the shit in the garage, be like, why is there all this murder equipment and women's clothes in these bags in the garage? Then don't confront your husbands. Just go to the police. And maybe there's an innocent explanation, but maybe there's not. And you're living with a serial killer. That would be intense. In order to get a measure of the man, police contacted Diane Edwards, Bundy's girlfriend, prior to Liz Klopfer. They discovered that Bundy had not stayed away from Diane after 1968, but instead had rekindled their relationship in 1973, while he was also seeing Liz. Diane recounted how they had even got engaged around Christmas until the start of 1974, when Bundy had cut off all contact. While Bundy was not the first man to two-time his girlfriend, the end of Diane and Bundy's relationship coincided with the start of the slaughter of 74. Police were also immediately struck by the fact that Diane was brunette with long hair parted down the middle, just like many of the victims. Similarly, Liz Klopfer kept her hair long and parted down the middle, and she reported that Bundy got extremely angry when she'd entertained the idea of cutting it. In September 1975, Bundy sold his Beetle to a teenager in an attempt to get some distance between him and the evidence. Mate, it is a bit late for that shit. The plan completely backfired. Utah police impounded the vehicle and it was torn to pieces in a forensic search. Police discovered hairs that matched Melissa Smith, the police chief's daughter, had been killed in October 1974, Carol DeRonch, who Bundy had attempted to kidnap in November of that year, and Karen Campbell, who had been murdered in Aspen at the start of 1975. From this point forward, the police knew they had their man. Now they just had to prove it in a court of law. There's so much evidence. Surely it's not going to be that difficult. I mean, I know this is pre-DNA, but still, come on, lock it down. And also, bring him back in. Get him into custody and don't give him any bail. Put him in a very dark room and leave him there. And hopefully he'll never leave, even though we know he does, because we know he escapes and then he goes murdering. So, that's brilliant. Let's carry on. On October the 2nd, police arranged for Carol DeRonch to come in and identify Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. Bundy, who had worn his hair long and shaggy over his ears during the kidnapping, abruptly cut it all off to alter his appearance. The police had to eject the people they had gathered for the lineup and rapidly scrambled to find men with short hair to replace them. They wound up using officers from the station. Again, Bundy's cunning plan backfired. He was lined up with men who looked nothing like him. Carol DeRonch identified without hesitation Ted Bundy as the so-called Officer Rosalind who had approached her at the mall the previous year. I feel like that's a lineup that is going to get absolutely roasted in court, though, because they'll be like, you can't just use random police officers, you need people who look sort of like the person, no? Similarly, the drama teacher from Viewmont High School identified Bundy as the creep who had been lurking around the auditorium that night. But because Deborah Kent's body had not yet been found, only a kneecap ever would be, and it would only match to DNA 40 years later, police did not have enough evidence to charge Bundy with Kent's murder. However, they did charge Bundy with the attempted kidnapping of Carol DeRonch. The judge set Bundy's bail at $15,000 or $80,000 in today's money. Bundy called his parents to borrow the cash. Louise Bundy was certain of his innocence. Why are you giving him bail at all? What are you up to? This is crazy talk. He's accused of the multiple rapes and murders. That shouldn't be a bail situation, my guys. American justice system, what the fuck's going on? His fellow members of the Mormon Church were outraged that Bundy had been charged and rallied behind him, holding a few protests and staging charity events proclaiming his innocence. Accounts from Bundy's friends and associates either depicted him as a charming man who wouldn't harm a fly, or a liar and a creep who obviously had something wrong with him. While he awaited trial, Bundy withdrew from Utah and went back to Seattle, where Liz Klopfer inexplicably let him stay in her house. It was at this point that Bundy's narcissism and his delusional self-confidence went into the stratosphere at precisely the same moment his entire world was falling apart. Delusion was the only way that Bundy could cope. In the press, Bundy laughingly declared that he would defeat the charges against him and clear his name. He also vowed to finish his law degree and become a good trial lawyer, using his current defense team as a shining example. It's quite clear that Bundy thought he could shake the kidnapping charge and go right back to the way things were. He did not seem to realize that DeRonch was only the first hurdle and that the police were looking at him for dozens of murders. Conversely, the police thought they had Bundy cornered with the evidence for several of his crimes. What they didn't realize is that there is seldom anything more dangerous than a psychopath who has been backed into a corner and feels that he has nothing left to lose. Yeah, but what's he gonna do? What's he possibly gonna do? He's fucked. The caged animal. Bundy spent an uneasy Christmas and New Year preparing for the DeRonch trial. According to one of Bundy's later confessions, at the start of February 1976, just before the trial was due to begin, he abducted 17-year-old Debbie Smith in Salt Lake City. Her badly decomposed body was found 2 months later, on April the 1st, lying in a wooded area near the Salt Lake City airport. By this point, Bundy had murdered approximately 31 women, though the number may be much higher. The DeRonch trial began on February the 23rd, 1976. The press in Utah and across the United States not only connected Bundy to the botched kidnapping, but to a series of murders that occurred in several western states over the past 2 years. As such, Bundy's reputation was not exactly soaring high. He therefore waived his right to a jury trial, doubting he could find impartial jurors, and left his fate in the hands of the judge. Bold move. Bold move. Judgy is going to be able to see through your charming ways. Like, you might be able to, charm a jury, or some members of a jury, or maybe enough to get off. But a judge is going to be like, dude, I know what you're doing. I see through your bullshit. I know you're a serial killer. You're getting the gas chamber or whatever they do to people. Bundy was relaxed and cocky in the courtroom, and he looked up case law and assisted his defense team. With a smirk on his face, Bundy claimed he had never seen DeRonch before, but he was unable to provide an alibi for the time of the attack. Carol DeRonch took the stand for hours, being constantly probed about her identification of Bundy as Officer Roseland. She did not waver. Bundy later said that he was beside himself with rage when she pointed him out to the judge. He stood up and shouted, quote, "She's lying. She lied before. She's lying now." After a 4-day trial and a weekend of deliberation, the judge found Bundy guilty of attempted kidnapping and assault. The judge ordered he be sent to a Utah prison for a 90-day psychiatric evaluation. This was to determine whether Bundy should be given a jail sentence or be put on probation for the crime. Attempted kidnapping? Probation?
What is going on here?
In the end, the prison psychiatrist found that Bundy represented a continuing danger to society, smart guy, and recommended against probation. In June 1976, Bundy was sentenced to prison for 1 to 15 years, pending a more positive psychiatric evaluation that would secure his release. Uh-oh. He's gonna rig that, because he's a psycho.
And a psychologist.
He's gonna learn what he needs to do, and then he's gonna do it, and he's gonna get out. Upon his conviction, the Mormon Church in Salt Lake City excommunicated him, and all their talk of Bundy's innocence abruptly stopped. In October 1976, Bundy was caught hiding in the bushes of the prison yard, carrying road maps, airline schedules, and a social security card. He was locked in solitary confinement for several weeks as a result. Where did you get all that shit?
I understand you're a man that knows how to get things.
It's amazing what people smuggle into prisons. That same month, Bundy was charged with the murder of Karen Campbell in Aspen, Colorado in January 1975. She was the woman whom Bundy had grabbed when she was walking from the elevator to her hotel room at the Wildwood Inn. For evidence, the Colorado authorities had the brochure from the Wildwood Inn found in Bundy's Utah apartment and gas slips that placed Bundy in Aspen around the time of Campbell's murder. A witness came forward, saying that they'd seen Bundy in the elevator of the Wildwood Inn the same day as Campbell's abduction. Hairs had been found in Bundy's beetle that matched Campbell, and dents in her skull vaguely matched the crowbar that Bundy had in his possession. The hairs in the car, that's gotta lock it in, right? The other stuff's like circumstantial, even though we know it's him. But the hairs in the car, how else did they get there, Ted? How else did they get there? Come on. It's time for you to die. Bundy initially fought extradition to Colorado, since if convicted he would have to face the death penalty, but in January 1977 he allowed himself to go to Colorado, confident that he could win. He was held in Garfield County Jail, an old-fashioned 16-cell jailhouse from the days of the Wild West. Bundy decided to serve as his own lawyer, joining his defense team. One of Bundy's other defense attorneys described pre-trial conversations with him as egocentric, vapid, and devoid of any content. Bundy gave a lot of self-indulgent press interviews where he smiled winningly and proclaimed his innocence. One press member asked Bundy, quote, "Do you ever think you're getting out of here?" To which Bundy paused, thought for a second, and then replied with a boyish grin, "Well, legally, sure." Meanwhile, Bundy spent weeks repeatedly jumping off the top bunk of his cell in Garfield County Jail in order to strengthen his legs to resist the impact of any great fall. He practiced rapidly changing his clothes. He measured the distance from the courthouse to the alleyway and ran that same distance back and forth in his cell. Bundy also got a haircut again to change his appearance. Why is Bundy up to all these weird activities? Could he be possibly planning an escape? Maybe? Why does he keep jumping off his... Can you strengthen your legs like that? Is that a thing? On June the 7th, 1977, he was transferred to Pitkin County Courthouse for the preliminary hearing. Because Bundy was acting as his own lawyer, he was not wearing handcuffs or leg shackles. Oh no, is this how he escapes? He was also permitted to use the courthouse's law library to conduct research. Oh, now I remember. He jumps out the window of the law library, doesn't he? The guard stood outside the library while Bundy opened the second-story window and jumped down 25 feet, landing on the ground, spraining his right ankle. That is fucking high. Bundy ripped off the outer layer of his clothing to reduce the risk of being identified and made a run toward Aspen Mountain. He broke into an unoccupied cabin, ate some canned food, found a change of clothes and a rifle. He spent the night of the 7th in the cabin while police set up roadblocks in and out of Aspen, and a team of 150 men looked frantically for him. The next day, Bundy got lost and spent the next 2 days wandering in the wilderness. He was hit by a downpour of rain and sleet, which sent him into a state of shock. On June the 10th, he stole food and a parka from a camping trailer and headed back toward Aspen. 3 days later, on June the 13th, Bundy walked back into town, stole a car from the Aspen golf course, and tried to drive out of the area. Policemen spotted Bundy driving erratically about 8 miles out of town, pulled him over, and arrested him. Bundy was returned to the courthouse 20 pounds lighter, with blisters covering his feet, and smiling like a madman, reveling in all the media attention. I can't believe, after all of that effort, to escape from prison, training his legs, doing the running, thinking about it, getting everything perfect, dropping down 25 feet. And he's like, no, I just got lost in the woods and got really cold. Dude, what are you up to? You put so much attention into this. The trial preliminaries for the murder of Karen Campbell dragged on for months, with further charges laid on Bundy for escaping. Numerous pieces of key evidence were deemed inadmissible, and Bundy's chances of acquittal for the murder were actually looking quite good. But that wasn't enough for Bundy, who thought he was a step of everybody else and wanted to prove it. Bundy somehow acquired the blueprints for the Garfield County Jail and a hacksaw, along with $500 in cash, probably courtesy of Carol Ann Boone, who was visiting him regularly. On the night of December the 30th, 1977, Bundy sawed a 1 square foot hole in the ceiling of his cell. It lost 35 pounds to be thin enough to wriggle through it. From there, he crawled across the ceiling and into the apartment of a jail guard, where he stole some clothes and walked out the front door of the prison. Then Bundy stole a car, drove it until the car broke down on the highway, whereupon Bundy hitchhiked to the nearest town and got a bus to Denver, Colorado. The next morning, he boarded a flight to Chicago. He escaped from jail twice. Guys, put him in a proper cell. At noon on December the 31st, the guard came by Bundy's cell to check on him. He thought he saw the outline of the inmate under the covers of his bunk. The guard saw that Bundy had not eaten his dinner from the night before. Pulling back the blankets on Bundy's bed, the guard discovered nothing but a big pile of books. By that point, the monster, cloaked in human skin, was already halfway across the country. America's Most Wanted. The escape of Ted Bundy hurled the entire nation into sheer, unadulterated panic. Police in Utah and Washington State feared he'd come back to wreak his revenge on former witnesses and informants. But perhaps more frightening was the thought that Bundy would simply never be caught. Corpses just start popping up across the country. Accordingly, the FBI placed Ted Bundy on their top 10 most wanted. But in the days before the internet and close interstate coordination of police forces, the FBI's efforts were limited. And unfortunately, it wasn't long before corpses did start appearing. Bundy took a train from Chicago to Ann Arbor in Michigan, where on January the 2nd, 1978, he hung out in a bar and watched a football team from the University of Washington play against the University of Michigan, and he nearly got the shit kicked out of him for supporting the visiting team. He then stole a car and drove to Atlanta, Georgia, where he got on a bus to Tallahassee, Florida, arriving on January the 8th. A few days later, on January the 15th, Bundy murdered 2 women and injured 2 others in the Cuyahoga attack, and the same night assaulted Cheryl Thomas in her basement apartment. So that's where we had the cold open for today's episode. Bundy lingered in Tallahassee for a couple of weeks. Then, on February the 8th, he stole a white van and drove 150 miles to Jacksonville. There he approached 14-year-old Leslie Parmenter in a parking lot, claiming to be named Richard Burton and working for the Jacksonville Fire Department. Leslie was saved when her older brother arrived and scared Bundy off. Excellent. That same day, Bundy drove a further 60 miles to Lake City. He spent the night at a Holiday Inn, sipping gin and chatting with people at the bar. The next morning, on February the 9th, Bundy pulled into a junior high school and abducted 12-year-old Kimberly Leach. Bundy raped her and slit her throat. Her body was found 7 weeks later on April the 12th, 35 miles away next to a hog shed in Suwannee River State Park. By this point, Bundy's known kill count had risen to approximately 34 young women and girls. The figure is probably much higher. Bundy returned to his apartment in Tallahassee. On February the 12th, his landlord was getting angry about his overdue rent, and so Bundy stole a car, a Volkswagen Beetle, and skipped town. 3 days later, at 1 a.m. on February the 15th, near Pensacola, patrolman David Lee saw the Beetle and ran the plates and found out that it had been reported stolen. Lee signaled for Bundy to pull over. After initially trying to flee, Bundy stopped the car. Lee ordered Bundy to step out of the vehicle, lay down on the ground, and put his hands behind his back. Lee then walked over to cuff him. And look, I know, before the internet, the top 10 most wanted or whatever is not, so easy to access. But if you're a police officer, I just imagine they have those 10 dudes, pinned up on a board somewhere, right? And they'll just be vaguely looking at them every day. And then they'll be like, wait a minute. This is the guy. Suddenly, Bundy rolled over and kicked the officer in the legs, knocking him over. Bundy got up and ran for it. Lee fired 2 warning shots and then gave chase. He tackled Bundy to the ground. The two struggled for a moment over the officer's gun until Lee finally managed to overpower Bundy and strike him in the head with his revolver. Lee arrested him and threw him in the back of his police cruiser. When Lee searched the stolen Beetle, he found 3 ID cards belonging to female Florida State University students, 21 stolen credit cards, and what turned out to be a fake driver's license. Bundy refused to reveal his true identity. Lee had no idea whom he was captured. As Lee drove Bundy to the station, Bundy muttered, quote, "I wish you had killed me." Don't we all, Ted? Don't we all? Meet Sheriff Katsaris. While in police custody in Pensacola, Bundy claimed to be a law student at Florida State University in Tallahassee. He initially refused to give his name. Bundy resisted letting his face be shown on news cameras that had shown up to film the mystery man. Bundy had also grown a long and threadbare moustache and imprinted a fake birthmark on his left cheek in order to prevent people from recognizing him from news stories coming out of Colorado. Eventually, Bundy told the police his name was Kenneth Meisner and showed them a driver's license to prove it. Licenses didn't have pictures on them in those days. It's amazing. The past. When his name hit the headlines, a startled Kenneth Meisner contacted Pensacola police and said that he was still in Tallahassee and that his license had been stolen. At his initial arraignment, Bundy still refused to reveal his identity. As such, the judge refused him bail. If Kevin Meisner had not called and the authorities had accepted Bundy's story, he may well have been released, which is insane. You found him with people's IDs and credit cards in the back of a car. I mean, I guess that could just be like theft. So, okay, give him some bail. But it's also Ted Bundy, isn't it? Meanwhile, Bundy's vehicle was determined to have been stolen in Tallahassee near the Chi Omega sorority house. Leon County Sheriff Ken Katsaris pricked his ears up when he found out, thinking that after a month it alighted on his first potential suspect. Katsaris sent a couple of burly-looking investigators out to Pensacola who started to lean on Bundy in interrogations hard, and they didn't let up. Let's just say Florida cops in the 1970s had a certain vigor when it came to interrogations. And look, no, I'm all against that, because it's like, let's not do that, cops. Let's not do that. But in Ted Bundy's case, it's like, yeah, smack him around a little. Eventually, Bundy cracked and said that he needed to talk to someone who wasn't a police officer to calm him down, and in exchange for a phone call, Bundy offered to identify himself. Pensacola police discovered to their shock they were holding Ted Bundy. He then called his girlfriend, Liz Klopfer. Over the course of 2 telephone conversations, Bundy refused to talk specifics about any of the murders since the police were listening. But when Liz asked him if he was mentally ill, Bundy replied that he was consumed by something he didn't understand and just couldn't contain. After being together for nearly a decade, these might be the most honest words that Bundy ever said to her. Katsaris used the stolen credit cards to track Bundy down to Sherrod's bar near the Chi Omega sorority house. He then found Bundy's boarding house, where the landlord and a girl who lived across the hall identified him. Meanwhile, the police tracked down one of the stolen credit cards to the Holiday Inn in Lake City, where Bundy spent the night on February the 8th, 2.5 miles from where 12-year-old Kim Leach had been abducted the following morning. Bundy was identified by people working in the hotel bar. It's, oh, dude. I mean, you already were being charged, or like in prison, or whatever it was, when he escaped for like major shit, and trying to escape once. This is it, man. You're never getting out of prison. Other than if you escape prison again, but I think they're going to be a little bit more cautious, you know? Fool me once, fool me 3 times. In 1978, when Katsaris confronted him about the mounting evidence for the Chi Omega murders, Bundy replied, quote, "When you find the man who actually did this, you'll be looking for a man wanted for murder in 3 digits in 6 states." Tallahassee and Lake City police decided that Bundy should be tried for the Chi Omega murders first, since Tallahassee had a much more secure jail. Good idea. And I don't like the idea that there's an insecure jail, although Ted Bundy has proven that, yeah, you can escape. I always say, you know, Prison Break is like for Michael Scofield in TV shows. In real life, it's just people, like, they jump over a fence or whatever, and then they get caught like a day later. Apparently there is also, like, escaping from jail in real life. Sheriff Katsaris kept Bundy in a secure cell with 2 extra padlocks thrown on for good measure. Katsaris took great pleasure in telling Bundy, quote, "Welcome back to Tallahassee. Get comfortable. You aren't going anywhere." One night, Katsaris arrived at Bundy's cell and told him to get up. They were going for a little ride. Bundy panicked, thinking Katsaris was going to take him out to the swamp and kill him. Instead, Katsaris took Bundy to a building where 3 dentists were waiting to take impressions of Bundy's teeth in order to match them to bite marks left on the body of Lisa Levy at Chi Omega. Katsaris had kept the purpose of the trip quiet to the last moment, so Bundy couldn't smash his teeth or chip them beyond recognition by biting into a wall. Bundy was indicted for the murders of Margaret Bauman and Lisa Levy on the 7th of July 1978. Katsaris marched Bundy out of his cell in front of waiting news cameras to read the indictment. Bundy, the pathological narcissist, was humiliated. He was furious that he was not permitted to make a public statement of his own. Bundy was indicted for the murder of Kim Leach 16 days later. trial by farce. After a year of preparation, the preliminaries of the Chi Omega trial began on May the 9th, 1979, with Judge Edward Cowart presiding. Since Bundy had no money, he was assigned public defenders for his defense team. One of them was Michael Minerva. Due to the fact that the media had thoroughly vilified Bundy across the country, Minerva's advice to his client was to keep a low profile at the trial and not draw attention to himself in front of the jury, or in Minerva's words, quote, to sit quietly and look innocent. Perhaps after having spent several hours talking with his client over the past several months, Minerva should have known that Ted Bundy was just not going to do that. No, he loves the attention, doesn't he? He's gonna be like all showman-y and all of this stuff. It's not going to work though, because he's going to get the death penalty. Yes! He does get the death penalty. Now I'm doubting myself, but it's like, yeah, no, Ted Bundy was executed. Unless I'm totally misremembering the end of the story. Minerva also broached with Bundy the idea of making a plea deal. He proposed that Bundy plead guilty to the Chi Omega murders in order to avoid the death penalty. Instead, Bundy would get a 75-year life sentence. Bundy was 32 at the time. While life behind bars was not appealing, it was a good long life. It would be a good long life spanning many decades, and it certainly beat a much shorter lifespan sitting on death row. Minerva was nevertheless surprised when Bundy approved of the idea. The defense lawyer approached the prosecution with the deal. Prosecutors snapped it up because they were none too confident that they had enough forensic evidence to secure a conviction, the teeth marks notwithstanding. On June 1st, 1979, Bundy was in court again to formally lodge his guilty plea. To everyone's surprise, Bundy stood up and made a speech in which he said, quote, oh, he's going to be like, I'm not guilty. Oh, God, here we go. It is my position that my counsel, 1, believe that I am guilty, 2, believe there is no way of presenting an effective defense, and 3, that they see no way of avoiding conviction. Your Honor, if that doesn't raise itself to the level of ineffectiveness of counsel, I don't know what does. All Minerva could do was sit there and watch in horror as Bundy sabotaged his own plea deal. Minerva then tried to resign from the trial, but Judge Cowart denied the motion. Instead, Minerva was forced to stay on the team, taking the role of advisory counsel. He didn't even attend much of the trial. Meanwhile, Cowart shockingly allowed Bundy to speak in his own defense, acting as co-counsel. Why are you allowing this to this man? Don't let him do that. That's why we have lawyers. And they're going to be a whole lot more boring than Ted Bundy, which is exactly what we want. A trial by farce, never before seen in American history, nor since, was about to begin. On July the 1st, 1979, the trial was moved from Tallahassee to Miami. This was because too many people in Tallahassee were familiar with the Chi Omega attacks and hated Ted Bundy's guts. However, the move didn't do a fat lot of good. Bundy was now an international celebrity. There wasn't a single person in Florida who wasn't familiar with his reputation. Bundy's defense team tried to lodge a motion that their client was batshit crazy and unfit to stand trial. Judge Cowart ruled that not only was Bundy competent, but that he should be allowed to lead his own defense team and cross-examine witnesses. What followed was a circus. Ted Bundy, manic and erratic, ranted in the courtroom about everything from the amount of exercise he was permitted to the food he was getting to the lighting in his cell. Oddly enough, Cowart was rather smitten with Bundy, won over by the man's charm, and granted many of Bundy's motions and requests. When Bundy cross-examined a first responder to the Chi Omega murders, he unadvisedly asked the officer to describe the gore that he saw at the scene in, quote, as much detail as you can recall. To the jury, it looked like Bundy was reveling in the memory of the violence, which in truth, well, he probably was. Either way, this did not leave a good impression with the jury. No shit. And they were visibly uncomfortable during the officer's descriptions of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy's beaten, bloodied bodies. Yeah, I was uncomfortable with them. It was mega uncomfortable. If you don't feel uncomfortable listening to that, there's something wrong with you. You're like, oof. Some of the jurors were caught on camera giving Bundy very angry looks. Bundy's defense team was mortified. Never, ever would a defense lawyer cross-examine a first responder and ask for all the grisly details. But of course, Bundy wasn't a lawyer, and he was getting off on hearing another man describe his handiwork as if the officer in question was reading an extract of erotic fiction. That is so fucked up. Nita Neary, who had returned home to Chi Omega that night and startled Bundy mid-murder, then took the stand. She had seen Bundy fleeing the house and came inside following a wild night out with her boyfriends. Nita described the man she saw in detail. She provided a picture via a sketch artist. At one point, Nita described the man she saw as nice-looking. Nita Neary then pointed out Bundy in the courtroom. as the man she saw. Then, Ted Haggard, one of Bundy's defense lawyers, cross-examined Neary and successfully cast doubt on her ability to see Bundy in the dark for a matter of seconds while he fled the scene. It was a solid cross-examination, but then Bundy immediately got up and inexplicably tried to fire his entire defense team. Haggard merely asked to be excused and walked out of court without another word. Then the prosecution brought forward forensic odontologist. Is that like a dentist thing? Dr. Richard Souveron. He explained how the bite marks, there we go, okay, left on the body of Lisa Levy were a perfect match for the stone casts taken of Bundy's upper teeth. Souveron implied to the jury that the bite marks were like fingerprints. They were unique. In reality, bite marks are not like fingerprints or even as reliable as confirming a body's identity by looking at dental records. Bruise patterns that appear on a person's flesh do not necessarily reflect the unique arrangement of a person's teeth. A dozen other dermatological factors affect the shape of a bruise on a person's skin. Nowadays, bruises from bite marks are not considered decisive evidence, but this was the first time such science was trotted out in an American courtroom. The weight of the science was impressive for the jury, and Souveron spoke with enormous certainty that it was indeed Bundy's teeth that definitively left the marks. The impressiveness of the testimony affected Bundy himself. He was baffled by the evidence and could think of no effective way of refuting it. Throughout the trial, the gallery was packed with people. The grisly nature of the crimes, the dramatic figure of Ted Bundy speaking in his own defense, and the connection with over 30 other murders and disappearances of women elsewhere in the United States was just too much for people to resist. But most notably in the Miami courtroom was the presence of dozens of curious young women. A bizarre form of hybristophilia and Bundy mania had taken hold. Some of the girls trying to slip notes to Bundy saying all sorts of things, from proposing marriage to offering themselves for sex to assuring Bundy they knew he was innocent. Some young women also protested Bundy's innocence in front of journalists and news cameras. Other girls thought Bundy was as guilty as sin, but they were drawn to him anyway. Indeed, the charming 5'10", confident, smiling Bundy, cracking jokes and winking at the crowd, inspired adoration in many of them. And for some, the implication that he also was a violent psychopath and sexual sadist held a darker and more macabre allure. People who are into this, it's such a weird thing.
I mean, Ted Bundy was kind of cute, right?
Like the women and stuff who write to serial killers in prison and get married to them and all this stuff. It's like, what is up in your brain that makes this a good idea? Like, what's broken with you? Because this is so strange. It's like, they're not going to love you. They just want to wear your face as a mask. All right? It's Ted fucking Bundy. Also in the gallery was Carol Ann Boone, Bundy's former co-worker from Seattle and subsequent side piece while he was in a relationship with Liz Klopfer. Boone was in love with Bundy. She was arguably not right in the heads, but she was not a hysterophiliac. She thought Bundy, or Bunny as she affectionately called him, was innocent. Boone spoke to the media on his behalf, once saying, quote, "The charges in Florida don't concern me any more than the things out west do." On July the 24th, 1979, the lawyers gave their closing arguments and the jury retired to deliberate. They were away for only 6.5 hours before returning. They found Bundy guilty of the first-degree murder of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy at Cuyahoga. Bundy remained impassive as the verdict was read. For a brief moment, the smirking and high confidence had ceased. Bundy was scared. A moment later, he was back to winking and smiling at the crowd, as if nothing had happened. His mother, Louise Bundy, was present in the courtroom. She broke down in tears. That night, Louise declared to the press that Bundy was innocent. On the day of Bundy's sentencing, Louise made a passionate appeal for the jury not to sentence her son to death. She said that her Christianity led her to believe that it was never justified to kill another human being, and that, quote, "the laws of the state of Florida were not above the laws of God." For his part, Bundy told the jury it was, quote, "absurd to ask for mercy for something he did not do." The jury passed the sentence of death upon Ted Bundy. Judge Cowart, independent of, but in accordance with the jury, passed the same sentence. After the sentence was read, Cowart spoke to Bundy, saying, quote, "It's a tragedy for this court to see such a total waste of humanity that I have experienced in this courtroom. You're a bright young man. You'd have made a good lawyer. I would have loved to have you practice in front of me. But you went another way, partner. Take care of yourself. I don't have any animosity toward you. I want you to know that." Judge, have you been... I was just saying earlier, the judge is going to be taken in by his, charming ways. And I was like, you murdered those two women in a horrible way. But you're all right, really. You're all right. You'd have been a good lawyer. You're a good old boy. Yeehaw! Maybe we can get a beer later. Why are you taken in by this psychopath? Jesus Christ, Judgy. Perhaps Judge Cow would have felt a pinch of animosity if he had properly contemplated the waste of humanity. I thought that is what he was referring to. The waste of humanity being all the fucking murders at Kaimega, at Lake Sammamish, or at the Wildwood Inn, and a dozen other places around the country where women were brutally raped and slain. Yes, Judge Cowart. How can you say something like that? It's insane. It's Ted Bundy, and you know what he did, and you're like, he's alright. Yeah! Christ. On January the 1st, 1980, in Orlando, Florida, the Kim Leach murder trial began. The goal of this trial was to secure 2 death penalties against Bundy, just in case the one for Kaimega didn't hold up and got commuted to life. Florida prosecutors were determined to see Bundy fry, and the Kim Leach trial went well for the prosecution. Eyewitnesses came forward saying they saw Bundy forcing the 12-year-old into a white van at the junior high school. Other witnesses, I got no animosity towards you, my friends. I know you might have raped and murdered a 12-year-old girl, but that's all right. Yeah. Oh, boy. Let's go get a brewski. The witnesses placed Bundy at the Holiday Inn the night before. A bloodstain found in the van matched Kim Leach's blood type. Semen in her underwear matched Bundy's blood type. Carpet fibers from the van were found on Kim Leach's clothing and vice versa. Bundy again represented himself as the trial. His arrogant and erratic behaviour once again did not leave a good impression upon the jury. He was his own worst enemy. In one dramatic stunt, Bundy called Carol Ann Boone to the stand as a character witness. While he was questioning her, Bundy asked Carol to marry him. She said yes. Then, in a closing statement, Bundy spread out his arms and compared himself to Jesus Christ. These melodramatics only served to piss off a Florida jury. Yeah, they're probably like, oh my god, how can you hurry it up? I want to go home. How did I get on this trial? I thought I'd be here for like 3 days and then get to go home, but I'm on the fucking Ted Bundy second death sentence trial. Fortunately, I don't live in a country where they have jury trials. It's all done by judges, which, I mean, that's its own bag of worms. But I'm glad that I can't just randomly be called to go and, like, waste a ton of my life. Can you imagine if you're like, Simon, you've got to do jury duties? He's like, motherfucker, I'm busy. And it's crazy. Fuck that, man. That sounds bad. I understand that it's a civic duty and all of that shit, but it is annoying, isn't it? On February the 6th, 1980, the jury found Bundy guilty of the murder of 12-year-old Kim Leach. As the verdict was read, Bundy sat with his back to the courtroom. Afterward, while the jury was being escorted out, Bundy stood up and said to the judge quite venomously, "Tell the jury that they were wrong." Bundy was furious. He struggled with the guard while he was escorted from the courtroom. The prosecutor of the Kim Leach trial, Bob Deckel, was elated. He had been quite emotionally affected by the rape and murder of the 12-year-old girl, saying when police found her body that he had cried for the first time in his adult life. He described Bundy as, quote, "a piece of garbage in the shape of a human being." For the murder of Kim Leach, Bundy was sentenced to death for a second time. This guy, Bob Deckel, sounds like a legend. And I like this. He's like, this affected me a lot. I'm taking on this case, and I'm going to fucking nail his bitch ass. And he did. And now he's got a second death penalty. Boom! The nature of the beast. Ted Bundy was placed on death row at Florida State Penitentiary in Relford. He appealed both death sentences. The Florida Supreme Court denied his appeal against the Kaimega murders in 1982. Bundy's appeal against the death sentence for the murder of Kim Leach was denied in 1985. From that point forward, Bundy's legal efforts consisted of escaping the death penalty and having his sentence commuted to life in prison. Bundy was terrified of dying and would do anything to prolong his life. In order to cope with the ego-shattering reality of his downfall and disgrace in front of the entire nation, Bundy fell heavily into drugs and alcohol. Carol Ann Boone would smuggle the stuff into prison for him. For instance, she smuggled him marijuana vaginally, which Bundy took back to his cell rectally. For much of his 9 years on death row, Bundy was pretty fucked up on booze and weed. He claims to have hallucinated frequently. Meanwhile, Bundy also bribed the guards to overlook the fact that he'd have sex with Carol Ann Boone almost every time she visited. Conjugal visits were not allowed, but that did not stop Bundy from impregnating Boone and them having a daughter together in 1981 named Rosa. Why? I don't understand. Together with Boone's much older son from a previous marriage, the Bundys formed a twisted family unit. she passionately still believed in his innocence. In 1980, Ted Bundy began talking to journalists Stephen Mitchell and Hugh Ainsworth, who were writing a book. Bundy took care to speak in the third person about his crimes, pretending he was discussing the real culprit to avoid incriminating himself. He gave a number of insights into how and why he conducted his crimes, but he never confessed to anything in these interviews. Similarly, Bundy began talking with FBI profiler Bill Hagmaier. Bundy enthusiastically looked over unsolved cases with him, some of which Bundy probably committed, some of which were committed by active serial killers at the time, like Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. For the FBI's part, when Bundy spoke, they sat up and took notice. He gave them tremendous new insight into how a psychopathic killer thought and operated. It was genuinely useful for them to sit down and talk to the man whom Hagmaier described as the Jack the Ripper of the United States. In addition to being a sadist, a rapist, and a murderer, Bundy revealed he was a kleptomaniac and chronic liar. Often he didn't need to steal stuff, and he didn't need to lie, but he did it anyway. It was all impulse-based behavior. Bundy derived a sense of power from doing something antisocial and criminal and getting away with it. It fed his narcissism. He was smarter than society. Says the dude sitting on death row. When it came to the murders, and rape specifically, Bundy gained sexual satisfaction from achieving total power and dominance over beautiful young girls. The desire to commit these heinous acts was overpowering, much like a drug addict seeking a fix, and would only subside once Bundy had successfully carried out such a crime. Bundy was cold, calculating and unflappable in the planning and execution of a kidnapping or a home invasion. Once the girl was knocked unconscious and or transported to a second location, it was only then that Bundy would allow himself to be overcome by bestial lust. Then he would become a true sadist and savage for a few minutes while he carried out the acts. Once Bundy orgasmed, the rational Bundy would return and the fear of panic would set in. He'd assiduously cover up his crime. In order to relive his sexual arousal, Bundy would take Polaroids of his dead victims. He would revisit the places where he dumped the bodies, and on at least half a dozen occasions he would decapitate the victim and keep the head in his apartment until it rotted. Bundy would also prolong things by committing acts of necrophilia. All of these actions were about possession. To Bundy, those girls, seemingly unobtainable in regular life, would be, to quote, his to do with what he pleased. From the 1960s to 1974, by Bundy's own admission, he required alcohol to overcome his inhibitions to carry out the kidnappings and murders. Carol de Ronch, for instance, reported smelling alcohol on his breath. Starting in 1975, however, those inhibitions had faded, and Bundy increasingly started carrying out his murders sober. Similarly, in its early years, Bundy's predations were primarily about gaining sexual pleasure from the rapes themselves. He would then kill the women to cover up his crimes. He initially did not revel in murder. It served utilitarian use for Bundy to keep him out of jail, but that doesn't mean Bundy felt remorse when it came to killing. He was incapable of that. Bundy's take on remorse is pretty twisted. Quote, "I believe I understand everything that I've done. I am in the enviable position of not having to feel any guilt. And that's it. Guilt is this mechanism we use to control people. It's an illusion. It's this kind of social control mechanism, and it's very unhealthy." The murders may have been utilitarian for the early kills, but after the slaughter of 74, Bundy began to derive intellectual and sexual satisfaction from the act of killing, as well as rape. Hence, Bundy began to start killing victims without necessarily penetrating them. For instance, at Kaimega, Bundy attacked 4 women within 15 minutes. Somewhere between 1975 and 1978, killing became an object in itself. Some experts have alleged that this is because Bundy just started to take a sort of sick pride from the number of women he killed. He realized he was very good at what he did, and this further fed his narcissism. Yes, Ted Bundy, you're an excellent serial killer. Well done. Everyone's so proud. Delusional, mates. Bundy was very skilled at committing murder without leaving much evidence. His fingerprints were never found at a single crime scene. Many of the bodies were never found. He'd take care to travel wide distances between murders, crossing state lines to frustrate investigations. He'd dump bodies in remote areas to delay their discovery. He'd burn clothing or donate it to Goodwill in order to avoid police collecting hairs and fibers from the articles. One reason why Bundy was only prosecuted for the kidnapping of de Ronch and the Kaimega and Leach murders is because there was not enough evidence for most of the 30 or more women that Bundy killed to secure a conviction. There is one more factor to consider. Once Bundy killed, he would not feel the hunger for a while. Originally, a murder could satisfy Bundy for months, then only a few weeks. Then he became insatiable. It's quite clear that if Bundy had been allowed to continue his crimes, the pace at which he committed murder would have only accelerated. As it wasn't exactly slow, was it? Jesus. We are everywhere. In July 1984, Bundy was caught with 2 hacksaw blades, which he used to saw through a steel bar over one of the windows in his cell. In order to cover up his handiwork, Bundy had stuck the bar back in place using a weak glue made from prison soap. This is Bundy's last known escape attempt. Dude, escaping from death row. Surely that's got to be really hard. But I guess if you're in prison, it's all you think about, isn't it? After the Kim Leach appeal failed in 1985, Bundy hired 2 lawyers, James Coleman and Polly Nelson, to get him off the death penalty. Both regarded Bundy as a monster, but Coleman and Nelson were anti-death penalty idealists. To quote Polly Nelson, "Preventing the government from killing people in my name was one of the most important things I could do." I get it. I totally get it. But it's also Ted Bundy. He murdered a 12-year-old. There's no doubt beyond all reasonable doubt. We know it. It's a fact. Does he deserve to die? Yeah. Yeah, I think he does. I really think he does. All right, Polly. You do you. The argument his lawyers put forward was that Bundy had received inadequate representation at trial. Naturally, that inadequate representation was Bundy himself. He was not a lawyer, and his new team argued that Bundy was also out of his mind at the time of the murder trials in Florida. Bundy's massive ego was bruised, but he went along with the argument, too scared to die. But privately to Hagmaier, Bundy said, quote, "They knew damn well I wasn't crazy." In 1986, Coleman and Nelson achieved 2 stays of execution. Bundy, one 7 hours before Bundy was scheduled to be killed, another only 15 minutes before he was supposed to die. I think that is bordering on, like, cruel and unusual. Like, you know, that's almost like, what do they call it? A false execution, where they pretend to execute someone as a form of torture. In 1988, Bundy achieved yet another stay of execution. The public, by this point, were furious. Most people in Florida wanted him dead, and no judge really wanted to stand in the way of Bundy's execution. On January the 20th, 1989, the Florida Supreme Court denied Bundy another stay of execution. The next day, Bundy offered to confess to his crimes in an attempt to bait Florida's governor into prolonging his life for a few more years while he strung along police about his additional victims. This new strategy was dubbed Ted's Bones for Time scheme. Diana Weiner, a young Florida lawyer who had now become enamored with Bundy, even had the gall to approach the families of the victims and ask them to sign a petition asking the governor for more time. They all refused. Yes, as you would. Because it's like, no, wait, this is going to give him a stay of execution? You know he murdered my kids, right? Right? I want him in that chair. I want him strapped in that fucking chair. Go away. Bundy's mother, Louise, who had long proclaimed her son's innocence, was devastated. Speaking to the media in tears, she said, quote, "If he killed all those young women, we have several beautiful daughters of our own. It's a terrible thing. And he wasn't raised that way." Carol Ann Boone was furious and felt deeply betrayed that Bundy turned out to be guilty. She refused to accept a phone call from him the morning of his execution. She may have also been upset that Bundy had found a new flame in Diana Weiner. On January the 22nd, some authorities from the FBI and Washington State went back to speak to Bundy. He came up with a rough figure of 30 victims after spending a few hours adding them all up. This roughly equates to the existing figure of victims that we're aware of, though whether Bundy was telling the truth in this regard is a matter of conjecture. Some estimates go as high as 100, and Bundy often made comments that hinted at triple digits. He also said that for every one of his known murders, there was another that nobody knew anything about. When an FBI agent proposed a total of 36 girls, Bundy replied quietly, "Add 1 digit to that, and you'll have it." Okay, so it could be like 136, reasonably? Jesus. On January the 23rd, Bundy rehearsed his execution with FBI profiler Bill Hagmaier. During their conversation, Bundy said, quote, "Vengeance is what the death penalty is. Really, it's a desire for society to take an eye for an eye." Well, in this case, Ted, it's a desire for society to take one eye for 136 eyes, isn't it? Thereupon, Bundy threatened to kill himself to deny people the satisfaction of executing him. He grabbed a pen from the table and said, quote, "I can stick this so far up my artery, it'll squirt in your face." Hagmaier pointed out that killing himself was just adding one more number to the pile, which might not look good at the pearly gates. Bundy just laughed and said, "You got me again." That evening, Bundy had a meal of a burrito, rice, and salad. He gave an interview with evangelical leader Dr. James Dobson, where Bundy blamed all of his actions on his addiction to porn. Essentially, he'd graduated to harder and harder stuff until porn wasn't enough. Bundy went on to add that all male violence starts with an addiction to porn. He suggested that the FBI stake out adult movie theaters and take down names in case some of those men become future serial killers. Yes, Ted. Everyone who watches porn is going to become a serial killer. Clever stuff there. Bundy said, quote, "You're going to kill me, and that will protect society from me. But out there are many, many more people who are addicted to pornography, and you are doing nothing about that." Ted, let them just do their thing, okay? Because you just, no, come on. Bundy had corresponded with Dobson since 1987. In truth, Bundy's engaging with the Christian crusade against pornography was yet another attempt by him to prolong his life. Bundy admitted as much to Hagmaier, whom he told that he had committed the murders because he had wanted to. Porn did not drive him to do it. Bundy was woken up the next morning at 5 a.m. on January the 24th, 1989, where he was given a final meal of steak and eggs. Outside the prison, TV crews around the world lay in wait. Additionally, there was a crowd of thousands of onlookers who had been up all night partying. They drank, set off fireworks, sold electric chair pins and t-shirts. They let off chants like "Burn, Bundy, burn," which could be heard inside the prison. People had bottles of champagne at the ready for the moment when word of Bundy's death came. In the wider world, people got up early to watch it on TV. Local bars arranged Bundy-themed parties. On Tavern put up a billboard, "Drink one to Bundy." Another advertised a Bundy barbecue special. An electronics store put up a sign saying, "These products won't zap you like Bundy." Holy shit, America. There's nothing more American than this, is there? I just... that's it, isn't it? Ted Bundy sat in his cell listening to the roaring cheers of drunken college kids, and he said, quote, "They're crazy. They think I am. But just listen to them." At 7 a.m., the doors of the death chamber swung open. In came Bundy, flanked with a guard on either side. He was terrified, white as a sheet. His head had been shaved, and he was strapped into the electric chair. Bundy turned to his lawyer, James Coleman, and priest Fred Lawrence, and said, quote, "I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Bundy then muttered something about being sorry for causing all this trouble as the black hood was pulled over his head. At 7:16 a.m., 2,000 volts ripped through Ted Bundy's body, and he died. After all the women and girls he had killed, it is perhaps noteworthy that the anonymous executioner was rumoured to have been a woman. The execution witnesses jubilantly went outside to face the gathering throngs, and when the crowd realised Bundy was dead, they exploded into deafening cheers. Bundy's final words were fake and smarmy, showing a concern for others, as he never really felt, that he was physically incapable of feeling. This was not the true man. More fitting are the words he uttered the night before, while talking to James Dobson, to quote, "We serial killers are your sons. We are your husbands. We are everywhere. And there will be more of your children dead tomorrow." Ted, that is fucking creepy. Fuck off. And now you're dead. Good. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. One additional victim thought to be Bundy's was 15-year-old Kathy Devine, who was murdered on November the 25th, 1973. The MO was similar. In 2001, DNA testing revealed that the real culprit was 27-year-old William E. Cosden Jr., who had recently been released from a mental institution where he had been kept for the 1967 murder of another woman. When interrogated in 1973, Cosden denied ever knowing Kathy Devine. In 1976, he was thrown in prison for a 48-year sentence, convicted of raping yet another woman. When confronted with the DNA evidence in 2001, he admitted to having sex with Kathy Devine, but denied ever killing her. Number 2. In 1971, Bundy volunteered for a suicide hotline where he met a fellow volunteer, Anne Rule. She was already a true crime writer under the male pseudonym Andy Stagg. At the time Rule met Bundy, she thought he was kind and empathetic. She was completely taken in by his charisma. When Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol DeRonch in 1976 and connected with the murder of dozens of women, Rule began working on the first definitive biography of Ted Bundy, which she published in 1980 under the title The Stranger Beside Me. Anne Rule went on to become one of the foremost true crime writers of a generation. She died in 2015. Number 3. Bundy's work with FBI profilers directly inspired the relationship between Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling, as depicted in the 1991 movie Silence of the Lambs. Ted Bundy's handsome, clean-cut, and promising exterior masking a monster was also inspiration for the year 2000 movie American Psycho. Ted Bundy is also an inspiration for the character Dennis Reynolds in the long-running sitcom Always Sunny in Philadelphia, a handsome, narcissistic character who displays many of the traits associated with the so-called Dark Triad. Number 4. There have been many movies directed depicting the life and crimes of Ted Bundy, most of which, in my humble opinion of myself and my colleagues, are utter garbage. One of the most so bad it's goods adaptations is Ted Bundy, American Bogeyman. 2 good depictions are Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil and Vile, which focuses on the agony of Bundy's girlfriend Liz Clover, and the 1980s classic, The Deliberate Stranger. Number 5. The cutthroat world of politics has been known to attract its share of congenital psychopaths, like we were talking about earlier. Other such industries include commerce and law. Other serial killers who got involved in politics include John Wayne Gacy, who killed over 30 young men and buried many of them in his crawl space, Randy Kraft, the scorecard killer, who killed at least 16 people in Southern California, and Dorothea Puente, who killed homeless people and drug addicts and buried them in a back garden. These are the confirmed serial killers. No comments on suspected ones. Yeah, for sure. They're for sure. Number 6. The hybristophilia, inspired by the handsome and charismatic Ted Bundy, went far beyond groupies at his trial. Throughout his incarceration from 1980 to 1989, numerous women reported being obsessed with him, writing him letters, propositioning him, and creating photographic shrines in his honor. Even after his death, a number of hybristophiliacs have publicly expressed an attraction to or interest in Ted Bundy. What are you up to? In 2021, an Australian beauty queen, who is also publicly a self-professed sociopath, even released a novel where she plays a self-insert Mary Sue character who befriends and seduces Ted Bundy. Parts of the novel include Bundy and the character laughing at their victims. Bundy survivor Carol Durant has blasted the book for being inaccurate and hugely insensitive. Yes, and whoever this person is, we should keep an eye on them. Just keep it, keep an eye. Just a little looky look on them every now and again. This has been a very long episode of The Casual Criminalist, a very big episode. I hope you enjoyed it. Weird thing to say. I hope you enjoyed our exploration, analysis, thoughts on it. Thank you for listening or watching if you're watching on YouTube. If you are listening, why not leave a review? Thank you so much. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe, like, all of that stuff. And I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon Wimsey, one of my writers, Kevin in this case. Hello Kevin. Has written me a script. The format of the show, if you're new, is I've never read it before. We're going to explore it together, although this case, The Golden State Killer, is a bit well known. This is one of my, and if I'm wrong on this, I'm 99% sure I'm right. This is the one in the end where it's like he gets busted through like ancestry DNA or something like that, isn't it? It's perfect and I love it. Very recently, I think I know a little bit about this because I might have made a video about this previously and on this channel. On another channel that I run called Biographics, where we do biographies of people, and I think we did this guy. And that's why I know a little bit about this. Obviously, this is a much lengthier exploration because that's what we do on The Casual Criminalist. We love to go into depth. This is a podcast. It's a YouTube channel. It's all of that good stuff. But most importantly, it's something with very little preamble where we get into things quickly.
I'm not so sure about that.
People tend to enjoy their privacy. In fact, this video brought to you by number of privacy sponsors. In fact, most Americans believe they have a constitutional right to privacy. But do they? The Constitution doesn't give any explicit right to privacy, and though the Supreme Court has made several rulings based on an implied right to privacy, it isn't necessarily guaranteed. Hell, in most of the country, someone can legally record and share what you believe to be a private conversation without your knowledge or consent, which is not cool. Like, that is, I mean, whether it's illegal or just not cool, I think in this case it's obviously just not cool. It'd be like, bro, what the man? Not cool. Is it illegal? No. I think in the UK it might be illegal. I don't think you can record conversations without telling people.
Nor would I, were I given the full rights of an Englishman.
And also, at least when I studied law back in the day, and it does like increasingly feel like back in the day because laws change, one of the big debates going on was between the right to privacy, which is like a human right. I think it's in the ECHR, the European Convention of Human Rights. I'm not sure about that. There is some like right to privacy, and then also right of a free press. And so there was this conflict between how much can journalists dig into people's private lives before they start violating their rights to privacy. It was super interesting, and there were a lot of cases in like the UK's press is not that free. Well, the famous example that was going on at the time was Tiger Woods, and UK newspapers couldn't report on Tiger Woods and his affairs and all of that stuff because it was there was an injunction against them. Like they said it violates his right to privacy. Of course, you can just go onto CNN.com and read all about it, but the BBC and stuff couldn't publish about this. And it's like, oh, interesting. Like, because obviously the right to a free press is important and all of that, and freedom of speech, but also people's right to privacy is important.
Even in North Korea.
So, interesting. I know Americans tend to lean more in the like free speech direction because it's like part of that First Amendment and all that. But I think other countries are more like, yeah, but don't invade people's privacy too much. Like, let people have a little bit of, peace and quiet, which I quite like, to be honest. I said I wasn't going to ramble too much, but here we go.
Okay.
Society has long grappled with the conundrum of how much privacy or freedom people are willing to give up in favor of security. A totalitarian surveillance state would likely do a good job of keeping its citizens safe from each other, but it's not a world that most people want to live in. We all may be more than happy to share endless details about our daily lives on social media, but that's because we've made the decision to do so. What happens when someone else gets to make that decision for you? What happens when a criminal does almost everything right to evade capture for decades, only to be done in by a seemingly random person they hadn't even met, making a decision to share their personal information? Well, this is a hugely complicated thing, as we will soon see, because it's like, yeah, God, it's just so complicated. There's so much to get into. We'll probably leave the debate and talking about it as we go through this episode, because we're 3 paragraphs in and this is a very lengthy script, so let's go. The Visalia Ransacker. Officially, it all began on March the 19th, 1974, in the city of Visalia, though it is actually suspected to have begun as early as May of 1973. On that night, in March, a man broke into a house and stole $50 from a piggy bank. This was the first of over 120 confirmed burglaries that would be perpetrated by the Visalia Ransacker, though additional unconfirmed reports put that number potentially above 150. Well, it's a very gentle entry into crime. If that was the first entry, what did you do? Stole $50 from a piggy bank. I guess breaking into someone's house is a bit more intense. If you're going to steal $50, why not just steal like some from a store where you don't have to like break in? Although I guess that's a bit more risky because there's like security guards and stuff. I don't know, but burglary feels more like is a more serious crime than like shoplifting or like theft. Right? These burglaries took place over a 20-month span of time. Being able to consistently burgle a different house in the same city every 5 days for over a year and a half without getting caught is pretty impressive. However, these incidents were not spread out nearly so evenly. It was common for the Visalia Ransacker to break into multiple homes on the same night. His highest single-night crime spree was 12 houses on the night of November the 30th, 1974. This guy robs houses like I start YouTube channels. Holy shit.
I think you're slightly exaggerating.
This was the Saturday after Thanksgiving, so he had likely been able to target houses where he knew residents were all out of town for the weekend, visiting family. I have to say, so far, this guy is being a pretty smart criminal. Burglary is an incredibly common crime in the United States. It averages out to one burglary roughly every 30 seconds. Oh my God, that's a lot. I don't think I've ever, I don't have any wood because this table is made of cheap plastic, but touch wood, I've never been burgled. I lived in a house in the middle of nowhere when I was a kid. And we'd go on holiday. I'd go on holiday with my parents and we'd come back. And it was almost routine that shit had been stolen. Like someone had broken into the house and stolen some shit. It would just be how it was. I think it was either 2 or 3 of these oh my God, why can't I think of the word? Ride-on lawnmowers, the big lawnmowers that you sit on. Every year, we'd go on holiday and someone would nick that. It was locked in a garage. And I remember my dad eventually had a chain installed. So it was drilled into the cement. And then a big chain was attached to this lawnmower so people couldn't steal it. But it's that's what happens when you live in the middle of nowhere. People steal your shit. And then since then, as an adult, I've lived in cities and I've never been burgled. It's never happened. No one's ever broken into a house and stolen my shit, which is nice. I'll be honest with you right now. I don't even have insurance. I mean, to be honest, I don't have that much expensive shit, so I'm not really worried, but I've never needed it. Everyone in the comments is going to be like, oh, for fuck's sake, Simon, get insurance. You sound like my dad. Perpetrators are generally the disorganized or opportunistic criminals. Either they happen to see an empty house with an open window, or they're making a haphazard smash and grab attempt to find things that they can sell for some quick cash. The Visalia Ransacker was rather different. He was so different that there was no doubt that all of his crimes were linked, even if they had no idea who the guilty party was. Normally, a person who is breaking into a house wants to get the loot and get out as fast as possible. But the VR... Oh, Visalia Ransacker. Okay, I'm immediately thinking of virtual reality because I have one of those Oculus Quest 2s.
Well, you probably have insurance for that, right?
And honestly, when I'm recording these videos, between them, I've really got into this table tennis game. I play a lot of little table tennis, virtual reality table tennis in between recording. So, in fact, this is really long. So, in between, at some point in this video, I've probably taken a little break to play some virtual reality table tennis. Anyway, that's not relevant. This is Visalia Ransacker. He had a very distinguished modus operandi, and part of that was making himself completely at home. Just chills out in someone else's house. That's more creepy. It's if a guy steals $50 off me, I'll be like, oh, that's a bummer. But if he like chills out on my couch and watches my Netflix, I'll be like, what? Why is this show that I never watched in my Netflix queue? What's going on? But the first order of business was to make sure that nobody was going to catch him. The VR would enter a house while the family was either out of town or out for the evening. He normally entered the house through either an open or unlocked window, though in rare instances he would enter through force, such as prying open a sliding door. Once inside, he would immediately begin making alternate exit points for himself. He would open additional windows and remove the screens. This is some solid criminaling so far. While researching a recent Brainblade script, which is another YouTube channel I do if you want to check it out, I learned that window screens are an almost entirely American thing. So if Simon and our international listeners are not aware, these are screens that attach to the outside of the window so that we can open our windows without bugs getting into the house. Yeah, no, I've seen enough American movies. It's like, I imagine some woman just comes out onto a porch, she opens the door, the inside door opens outwards, and then she opens the screen or shouts through the screen, "Get back here, Ricky!" That's, every American movie, right? I can't imagine why these wouldn't be common in Europe as well, but you do you. I just don't know, there's not that many bugs. I have a little house in the country, and I have to say there's quite a lot of bugs inside, so maybe that would be quite a good idea, actually, to get some of those screens. Oh! I think one of the rooms did actually have a screen at some point when I moved in. I didn't know what it was, so I threw it away. I just realized what that was.
Don't drop that no more.
I don't know if I threw it away, but it's definitely not there anymore. Anyway, once the VR had established multiple possible points of egress, it was time to make sure that he had time to use them. Cans, cups, and other random items would be placed in front of doors. This way, if someone came home while he was still ransacking the place, he would be alerted faster and would have more time to make an escape. Unseen, he would often lock the chains on doors or wedge a chair under the knob of the front door to further slow down someone trying to get inside. With the logistics taken care of, it was time to ransack the place. You might be thinking that this care and attention to detail is surely the work of a professional, someone that wants to make sure that they have time to locate and escape with the most valuable item in the house. But it turns out the VR wasn't in it for the money. Sure, he would steal things, but most of what he took was small and pointless. Despite having stolen $50 from a piggy bank in his first confirmed burglary, he would actually ignore cash that was left right out in the open. If a person had left a couple of $20 bills on their dresser before a home invasion from the VR, they would almost certainly still be there when the person returns. Wait, so he just enjoys going in like smashing people's homes up? It sounds like he wants to do one of those, those rooms where you go and you can break shit. He's like doing this, but on like a different level. The items the VR usually stole fell mostly into either of two categories. Either they were something sentimental to the victim or something that he could make use of in everyday life. For sentimental items, he would steal things like class rings, wedding rings, stamp or coin collections, or any jewelry that was somehow personalized or engraved. Mate, now you're getting into stupid criminal territory, because when they find your stash, if they find your stash, they're going to be able to tie you to all of these burglaries, because it's not like you stole money which you spent. It's like you stole something that can be directly traced back to your crime. You idiot. He wasn't focused on the most expensive things, just the things that meant the most to the victims, which is also weird. Like, that speaks to like something being wrong with your brain. What do I want to steal? Nothing that's valuable to me. I just like taking I literally like taking things away from other people. I don't even like having things myself. I just like taking shit away that other people care about. You psycho. Even in the case of a wedding ring, something that would often be quite expensive, the VR had absolutely no intention of selling them. The stolen items were often found discarded near the house. What are you up to? What is wrong with you? One of his specific calling cards was to steal an earring from each house that he ransacked. Not a pair of earrings, just one.
He's a son of a...
Instead of discarding these nearby, he'd often leave the earring in the next home that he invaded. It was weird and creepy, but the fact that he didn't even take most of the stuff he stole home with him shows that it wasn't about the money, it was just about the criminality. He was a bad man that wanted to do bad things, and he did them solely because he enjoyed doing them. I don't know if this makes you a bad person. I think it just makes you a broken person. Obviously, it's bad to break into someone's house, but it's not like his motivation is just like a broken brain. It's just like, people who don't need to steal, but like stealing because it's exciting. It's like, okay. As for the more utilitarian items he stole, these were also generally low-value items. He might steal a can of soup or a sealed 3-pack of white shirts. He commonly took blue chip stamps, a rival to S&H green stamps. Thanks, that makes it much clearer, Kevin, because I definitely know what S&H green stamps are. I don't, by the way. Which were this old-timey customer loyalty thing. For anyone too young to have heard of these stamps, yes. Think something like stealing Amazon points from your credit card. Wait, people have Amazon points? What's an Amazon point? And how do you have them on your credit card? Weird. The other items that were of potential use to the VR that he would steal were weapons. Guns, ammo, knives, a hammer, and in one instance even a billy club were all stolen from houses that he robbed. Even though these were non-violent crimes taking place at empty homes, this trend was worrying to the police. It showed that he was interested in violence, and he may have just been working up to it. Also, if he's stealing guns from every house he goes to, he's going to have a off massive untraceable arsenal. But if he was barely stealing anything, what was the VR doing the whole time while he was in these houses? Well, he was referred to as the Visalia ransacker, not the Visalia burglar, and a big part of the definition of ransacking is making a mess and causing damage. He would rummage through every drawer, especially in bedrooms. Every piece of female underwear he could find would be removed and arranged in some manner. He may place all of the panties in a pile on a pillow while lining the bras up in some sort of pattern. This guy's a broken brain. Bookshelves were often knocked over, wine was poured onto carpets, and shaving cream was sprayed all over the furniture. He would usually move around family pictures, placing specific ones to be visible from the couch. All of this ransacking was exhausting, so while he was there, he also would help himself to a snack. In short, he's just sort of a bit of a prick, really. Imagine the horror you would feel if you came home to discover that someone had been in your house, eating your food, sitting on your couch, and using your hand lotion to masturbate to pictures of your wife and daughter.
I'm leaving the country. I'm going to New Mexico.
Oh my. Okay, he was up to that as well. That makes it from this guy's being a bit weird and broken brains, to being like, oh, he's a bit of a sexual weirdo, a bit of a predator then, because that's weird. Despite all of the care that VR took, he was occasionally seen. In the early days of his crimes, he hadn't attempted to cover his face, and so there were sketches of the suspect. However, he was rarely seen and couldn't be chased. He would easily vault over fences and was described as having strong arms and a strong grip, probably from all of that jerking off. Oh, Kevin, no. He had excellent grip strength. The VR's speed and agility seemed to run counter to the initial police description of the suspect, in which they may as well have labelled him Fatty McFat. He was described as having large hips, large rump, large legs, fat thighs, fat calves, sick. Oh yeah, calves like a small cow when they mean calves, and fat, short feet. It also mentioned he was 5'10", had light hair and a short military haircut, as well as a cleft chin. They described him as large this, large that, large this, fat that. Why not just say he's a fat man? Or he's a large man. He's weighty. He's heavy. He's heavy set. He's obese.
Isn't that a little politically incorrect?
Yeah, well, that.
Unfortunately, there are two things that I'm sure you already know. The first is that practice makes perfect, and the second is that criminals love to read about themselves in the newspaper. If the VR... I feel like good criminals don't. Good criminals are cool. I stole this art and I got away with it and it's not written about. That is the exact result that a good criminal wants. Criminals that want to get caught like reading about themselves, or criminals that are going to get caught. If the VR couldn't find suitable family photos in a house, I'm sure he could have just opened up the paper to an article about himself to use as inspiration while he plopped down on the couch and used some of that hand lotion. This was going to make him harder to catch, because after police sketches were created, he finally had the good sense to start wearing a ski mask during his crimes. He also altered his appearance based on what the reports about him said. Initial police reports described him as fat, so he rapidly dropped 40 pounds. It's a strong motivation. How are you going to lose so much weight? Commit a crime and go on the run. That's my weight loss plan. Weight Watchers. A red notice is going to make me lose the weight. They said he had light skin and short hair, so he got himself as tan as possible and started growing out his hair. Witnesses pegged him as being in his late teens, though there's not much he could do about that. Then again, he didn't need to. Police and witnesses scoured high school yearbooks looking at pictures of everyone that would be roughly 18 or 19 while these crimes were taking place. It wouldn't be until around 40 years later that they realized they weren't even looking at yearbooks from the right decade. Oh wow, so he must have just looked super young. Authorities were looking for teenagers, completely unaware that 6 months into the VR's crime spree, he would celebrate his 30th birthday. Honestly, it surprises me that this possibility never crossed their minds. I'll probably be 40 by the time this episode releases, but I'm routinely mistaken for being in my 20s. The idea that no one involved in the investigation has ever met a person that looked really young for their age is crazy to me. But like so many things we see in true crime, hindsight is 2020. The ransackings continued, and there were reports of prowlings taking place as well. Many of these are also believed to have been the work of the VR, staking out locations, but they are unconfirmed. One such prowling took place on February the 15th, 1975, outside the Snelling residence. Claude Snelling was a journalism professor at a nearby college. He arrived late that evening at around 10 p.m. and saw a prowler outside his daughter's window. That's f***ed up. They're like, hey! Get out of here. And then he'd be like, now we have to move house. Or purchase a gun. It's America. Claude chased after the man, but he quickly disappeared into the darkness. The only description that he could give was that it was a white man, roughly 5'10" to 6 foot tall, with collar-length hair and a dark plaid long-sleeve shirt. The police found shoe prints outside the girl's window that matched those found at the houses that had been broken into by the VR. With authorities now looking for a man with collar-length hair, it was time for VR to go back to his short haircut. For roughly 6 months, things were quiet for the Snellings. In late August, someone was again seen prowling the Snelling house and breaking into Claude's car. In early September, several prowling incidents were reported on Whitney Lane, where the Snellings lived, and on nearby streets. On September the 10th, Elizabeth Snelling, a 16-year-old cheerleader, heard something outside her window. She got up to look, but it was too dark to see anything. The VR could have been mere feet away from her, but she had no idea. The next night, she would know for sure, though. The entire family was asleep when Elizabeth suddenly woke up with the feeling of being crushed and suffocated. Someone was lying on top of her, covering her mouth and nose with his hand. It's a weird and uncomfortable way to wake up, but she wasn't concerned yet because her brother had done this before as a joke. Hilarious. It wasn't until Elizabeth saw the angry eyes only inches from her face that she realized that this wasn't her brother. She began struggling to move his hand so she could breathe, but he was too strong. The struggle caused her bed to snap, and the man growled at her, "Don't scream, or I'll stab you." She didn't see a knife, but she had every reason to believe him. He removed his hand so that she could breathe, and he told her, "You're coming with me." It was at this point that he reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a gun. The man got out of the bed and pulled Elizabeth up by the arm, leading her out of the bedroom and into the dining room. I think this is going to be, she's going to survive, right? Tell me she survives, because this feels like it's told from her perspective. So I got a good feeling that she's going to be okay. Oh God, I hope so. He led her out of the bedroom and into the dining room. She was crying and asking why he was doing this and where he was taking her. From the dining room, she noticed that the back door was open. VR must have entered through that door and left it open so that his hands would be free to carry out his abductee. He was still holding the gun with his left hand and dragging Elizabeth with his right. She was terrified that he was going to shoot her, but once she had seen that the back door was left open, she realized there was something that scared her even more than being shot. Walking out that door with this man. She resisted as hard as she could, doing everything she could to pull at him and slow the man down. Years of solitary practice had made his grip too strong for her to escape.
Don't laugh.
Dude. Not the appropriate time for a joke like that, mate. So she instead dug her heels into the floor as hard as she could. Elizabeth knew that if she kept digging in, the sound it made as she dragged across the floor would be loud enough to wake up her family, and she was right. As VR finally dragged her to the back door, he warned her not to scream or he would shoot her. Then he finally pulled her outside, where she saw the back gate had also been left open. He dragged her another 12 feet or so before they were interrupted by Claude's voice. "Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Where are you going with my daughter?" Claude and Elizabeth briefly locked eyes before she hit the ground. She had never stopped resisting, so when VR released her from his grip, she wound up flinging herself into the ground, though she was physically unharmed. VR just stood there, waiting for Claude to leave the house and approach him. Claude continued asking what this man was trying to do to his daughter. VR raised his gun, but this didn't stop Claude from continuing to close the distance between himself and the intruder with rage in his eyes. Legend. Elizabeth's quick thinking had saved her life, and I'd love to be able to tell you that Claude completely hulked out and tore VR's head clean off his body with his bare hands. But there's like 30 pages left in the script, so obviously that didn't happen. Yes, it's extremely long, Kevin. I know this is a big one, but Jesus, you keep me here all day, man. Instead, not that I'm not enjoying it, I'm loving it, I'm having a great time. I appreciate that this is what I do for a living. We just read this and enjoy it. Instead, VR pulled the trigger, hitting Claude in the shoulder and spinning him around. He pulled the trigger again, and the wounded Claude stumbled back towards the house where he collapsed, and his wife called for an ambulance. VR then looked down and pointed the gun at Elizabeth's face. She turned to head away from him, sobbing, but as her head turned, she could see him lowering the gun out of the corner of her eye. He kicked her in the face a few times before jogging away, and she ran back inside. Police arrived within minutes and an ambulance almost immediately afterwards, but Claude was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. That's really sad. I was hoping he would survive, obviously, but legend also saved his daughter's life, basically. Last act, hero. Respect, Claude. Finally, there was the murder weapon. The weapon was a .38 caliber Miroku revolver. I'm not sure if they actually found the revolver or not, but it doesn't matter. The gun belonged to someone VR had robbed 2 weeks earlier. He had come forward about the stolen gun and took police to where it had been used for target practice. Ballistics were able to match the bullets the owner had fired with those used in the murder, confirmation that VR was using stolen weapons rather than anything that could be traced back to him personally. Yeah, you'd be insane to use a weapon that's traceable to you when you've been stealing guns, right? So far, his crimes are like, I can see why he was difficult to catch, because he's not stupid, clearly. Elizabeth was interviewed by the police 5 times trying to get a more detailed description of her assailant, the last time being while under hypnosis. Unfortunately, she had little information that wasn't already known. As the only person to have heard VR's voice, the only new description she could offer was that he had a low, raspy voice that sounded more like a growl, and which she described as masculine. She may be the only person to have used that word to describe his voice. The VR proven to be methodical and organized. Elizabeth mentions that he seemed calm, as if he had planned every step of what would happen already. You might think that someone so meticulous would lay low after committing a murder, but you'd be wrong. Instead, VR decided that it was time to escalate things. He didn't even move to a new area. Ransackings continued, and reports of prowling and peeping increased. Potential future victims began receiving threatening phone calls, taunting them. It was a little more than a month after this murder that VR would go on his spree of 12 houses in one night. Following the murder, police started staking out areas where VR was known to prowl, peep, and ransack. Unfortunately, this neither resulted in him being caught nor in him slowing down. Then, everything came to a head. On July the 24th, 1975, a 19-year-old woman came home interrupting VR. He was wearing his ski mask, so she couldn't identify him, and he pushed her out of the way as he ran out of the door and escaped. He'd already ransacked the apartment and was only interrupted while he was about to make his escape anyway, so this should have been the end of it for the young woman. Unfortunately, VR was a special kind of sadistic and evil douchebag. Don't tell me he's going to come back. Don't say that.
He will come back.
A few months later, she believed that someone had been peeping into her bedroom and bathroom windows. She contacted the police, and they told her to notify them as soon as she found shoe prints outside the windows. On December the 9th, shoe prints appeared, and the woman contacted the police. The next night, officers were in place to stake out the location. One was hiding inside the woman's garage, with another hiding in the garage next door, another house that had been ransacked by VR. The officers took their positions at 6 p.m. and waited for about 2.5 hours before a shadowy figure emerged. He peered inside the garage of the young woman's house, but failed to see Officer McGowan hiding inside. After VR left the garage, McGowan silently followed him towards the back gate that VR was fiddling with, trying to open. Having still remained unseen, McGowan turned on his flashlight and aimed it directly at the intruder's head. VR kept shrieking, "Oh my God," in a high-pitched feminine voice. He spun around to face the officer, but he wasn't wearing his ski mask yet. It was rolled up on top of his head, leaving his face fully exposed. VR pulled the mask off his head and shoved it into his pocket as a distraction before turning to run the few steps towards the gate and use his momentum to vault over it. McGowan followed him over the fence, where he found VR running in a zigzag pattern, still shrieking like a frightened child. McGowan fired 2 warning shots into the ground as VR continued running in circles, crying, "Oh my God, please don't hurt me, oh my God." But it was all a ploy. VR may have been genuinely startled by the police officer, and he really did have the voice of a 12-year-old girl, but he wasn't running around and crying like some frightened coward. He was calculating. VR suddenly ran and scampered over the fence, separating the yard from the adjacent house. McGowan didn't climb the fence, but there were large spaces between the slats so he could still see the suspect clearly. He kept shining his large flashlight while yelling at VR to put his hands up, or it'd shoot. VR stopped running, and he lined himself up just a few feet from McGowan. He was facing to the side, with only his right side visible to the officer, his hand high in the air. "Look, my hands are up," he cried as his left hand reached into his pocket out of McGowan's view. Before there was any time to react, VR pulled out his gun with his left hand, and he fired around directly at McGowan. Believing he had just broken the single most important rule of being a criminal, never kill a f***ing cop, VR did the only thing a wanted murderer could do in that situation. He turned around and casually walked away. Of course, he was in some random guy's backyard, and that random guy heard the gunshot. The homeowner came outside, running after VR, who turned, briefly paused as he saw the man chasing him, and then made the sensible decision to actually run away. He was able to escape successfully. So he's just been seen by 2 people. They're really onto him. He's got to leave town, right? As for McGowan, the intense light of the flashlight would have made it difficult for the squinting VR to aim properly, especially while trying to fire off a round so quickly. Bizarrely, the bullet went straight into the lens of the flashlight. The inner workings of the device managed to slow the bullet down, with it ultimately being stopped completely by the batteries at the butt end of the flashlight. That's actually incredible. Though McGowan would appear on TV wearing an eye patch shortly following this event, he was actually fine. Some debris had gotten really close to his eye, but he suffered no permanent injuries. Excellent. A police officer had now seen VR's face, and he was able to give a much more accurate description than what had existed previously. However, that night marked the end of VR's crime spree. He had dropped his flashlight and a bag of items that he'd stolen from the house earlier that night, and then he disappeared into the darkness. The Visalia ransacker was gone, and the citizens of Visalia were free from his wave of crime and terror. That makes sense. I mean, at that point, you got to be like, game's up, gotta go. I got to hang around for like a month, 2 months, and then I got to leave town. That's that. You got to do it. In just 20 months, VR had racked up a total of 120 ransackings, 1 count of attempted kidnapping, 1 count of murder, and 1 count of attempted murder. The crimes escalated over that period of time, and the escalation was far from over. I said before that practice makes perfect, and Visalia was just his training ground. With all of this practice under his belt, it was time to move somewhere that he could commit the crimes he truly wanted to commit. After all, he had much greater ambitions than just masturbating on the couch. It was time for VR to find a new stomping ground, a new signature crime, a new nickname. Yeah, I said he's got to leave town. It's time. This guy is not stupid. Like, so far, one of the, of all the criminals we've covered on here, they all seem to make stupid mistakes. This guy so far, not so much. Even though multiple people had seen his face and he had a very distinct MO, a connection between VR and his future crimes would not be made for decades. This was back in the day when law enforcement agencies, especially small local ones, didn't communicate with each other. There wouldn't have been anything to find in a state or federal database anyway, as he had not left a single fingerprint at any of the crime scenes. As far as anyone knew, there was about to be a new and completely unrelated serial offender with crimes much worse than stealing low-value items from people's houses. The East Area Rapist. It began weeks, if not months, before the first reported crime. A woman living in Rancho Cordova, a suburb east of Sacramento, felt like she was being watched. She had noticed the same dark car drive by her house multiple times, and one night she believed there had been a prowler on her property. She also received a number of phone calls in which the person calling immediately hung up. On June the 18th, 1976, 6 months after VR had vanished from existence, the 23-year-old Rancho Cordova woman was woken up by a flashlight shining directly in her face. She saw a man wearing a ski mask, brandishing a knife, and not wearing any pants. "If you make one move or sound, I'll stick this knife in you," he whispered. This man had brought rope with him, but decided to tie the woman up with a sash from her closet instead. Over the course of that night, he proceeded to rape her repeatedly. In between attacks, she could hear him rummaging through her house. He was continuing the trend he had begun in Visalia, ransacking the house, looking for low-value items, making himself at home and eating her food. When the man finally left, his victim got up and knocked her phone onto the floor. Her hands had been bound so tightly they were numb from lack of circulation. They were tied behind her back, but she managed to dial 0 for operator and call for help. This was the first attack by the man who would come to be known as the East Area Rapist, or EAR. EAR, as in the word, ear. It would be a month before the man struck again, then another attack the next month. This is like a major escalation from burglary. And I guess the thing is, I went going through the beginning of this, and it was just like, he's a bit of a burglar, and he goes in and he rummages through people's and then as soon as he had the masturbation angle, it's like, okay, so he's a bit of a weirdo. And I feel like that can lead to this, and this is just way worse. I mean, it obviously murdered that guy, but I feel like that was not premeditated. He wasn't intending to go killing, whereas he definitely intended to go raping. In all of the attacks, the victim would receive a small cut from Ear's knife, possibly above the eyebrow or on the arm. He would sometimes stab the bed beside them as well. Similar to how VR's theft of weapons suggested that he might be building up to violence, so too did these acts suggest that Ear was working his way up to more. Yes, he had already killed one person and tried to kill another, but those were acts of self-preservation to avoid capture. He had yet to actively seek out a murder victim exactly. He didn't intend it. It was sort of, it was defensive. which sounds insane because that's obviously not a defense. In this case, you murdered people. There would be 4 more rapes in October, including 2 on the same day. He was picking up the pace, and it was clear that this was a different type of criminal. Authorities could tell immediately that the attacks had been perpetrated by the same person, but the 4 attacks in October highlighted how unusual these cases were. Similar to burglars, serial rapists are also normally disorganized criminals. If someone is committing a single targeted rape, they are more likely to be organized and methodical because they are fixated and obsessed with their targets. Serial rapists, however, normally act on impulse. They tend to be driven by uncontrollable urges and will attack recklessly, when they see a perceived opportunity. But Ear was different. He was careful, almost exclusively targeting women who lived alone. The locations were extensively staked out beforehand and were always single-story houses that were near a creek or a trail that would provide an easy means of escaping undetected. He would spend days, weeks, or months calling the victim beforehand to learn their schedule and when they were home. Those calls could result in him either hanging up immediately, breathing heavily into the phone, or making threatening comments. Prior to the actual break-in and rape, Ear would also commit practice break-ins to prepare. He would unlock windows to give himself easier points of entry, remove ammunition for any firearms, and even hide items inside the house that he would use for his assault so that he wouldn't need to carry them with him. Sometimes he would stay in the house after having broken in, spending hours waiting in a closet until his intended victim finally came home. He also liked to steal shoelaces that would later be used to tie up his victims. Ear seemed to have realized during his first rape that if he left the woman tied up with the rope that he brought with him, that would be evidence. By using the victim's own shoelaces, it couldn't be traced back to him. Unlike typical rapists, he would never remove his gloves, not even during the act itself or while making himself a sandwich to eat afterwards. Dude, this is some psycho shit.
Or worse than shit.
Police tried to keep the existence of the serial rapist under wraps, asking news outlets not to report on the crimes. Why? Surely you'd want people to be vigilant. Like, I know it's like, we don't want to scare people. And it's like, yeah, but people should be scared, yo. There's like a rapist around. Get people to sleep with guns under their pillows. That's okay. The attacks were taking place in small areas that they were already staking out, so they didn't want any hint of their investigation to be known. Okay. So it's happening in such a small enough area where they think they can patrol around and catch him. I don't think they catch him for many decades, so that doesn't really work out for them. However, residents held a town hall-style meeting at a local school on the topic of crime prevention, a meeting that had an unprecedented 500 attendees. They go to that meeting and then, people are going to find out, aren't they? Because normally, 4 people show up and they're concerned about a missing dog.
Your son's hamster is missing?
Call police squad!
Or someone spray painting a wall somewhere. And in this case, it's everyone showed up because there's been rapes and people breaking into their houses and leaving shit around. And it's I had a gun and it had bullets in it, and now it doesn't have bullets in it. If that happens to you, be like, did I? I think I had bullets in there. Come on. Questions of the rapes kept coming up, and the police finally had to share details with the public. It was shortly after this that he would receive the East Area Rapist name. Despite their best efforts, police seemed powerless to stop here. Gun sales skyrocketed as people tried anything they could to protect themselves, unaware that he was breaking into homes to disarm their weapons beforehand. The rapes continued, and Ear followed the news closely, just as he had when he was acting as VR. He would attempt to change his physical appearance based on the news reports. He would also lie to his victims to try and throw them off his trail. Before raping a woman, he might order her not to tell anyone about his van outside. Here, didn't have a van and was still using stolen bicycles as his preferred means of transportation. He would also use things about the victim's life to give false leads. If he saw a boat parked in the driveway, he may tell her that he saw her on the lake. Whenever possible, he would refer to the victim by name to give the false impression that they knew one another. This guy, again, it's this is some pretty smart criminaling, to be honest. I kind of see why this guy didn't get caught for a really long time. However, there was only so much that Ear could disguise. He was a creature of pure evil, but he was also a pathetic and broken man. Victims would frequently say that they heard him crying or sobbing between attacks. During at least one attack, the victim believed she heard him repeatedly say, "I hate you, Bonnie." Although police believed she may have misheard the word mummy as Bonnie, assuming he suffered from your typical childhood trauma associated with serial offenders. It wasn't just these odd behavioral distinctions either. Ear could cut his hair, get a tan, or even gain or lose weight based on what was being reported, and witnesses couldn't really agree on his height, age, or weight. But one thing he could not escape physically was the fact that Lato would never be writing songs about him. I know you don't get that reference, Simon. I do remember he has a very small pee-pee. I remember that from the video that I made previously. That was a distinctive feature of him. He was not well endowed. He had a micro penis, maybe. But what I'm saying is that every one of Ear's victims agreed that he had an absolutely tiny penis. It was described as so small that police began asking doctors about any patients that may suffer from the medical condition of micropenis, an affliction that affects only 0.015% of males born in the United States and that can potentially be treated if it's identified at birth. During 1976, Ear claimed a total of 10 victims. His fifth victim would describe the incident in interviews later. It was early in the morning, sometime after 6 a.m. Husband had left for work and their young son had come into bed to cuddle with her. Less than 2 minutes after her husband left, she heard running through the hallway and saw a light from a flashlight. The man suddenly came into her room and said that he was there to rob them. She told him to take whatever he wanted, not attempting to resist as he tied her arms and legs, then the arms and legs of her son. He blindfolded them both and then carried the son to another room. He may have been a monster, but at least he wasn't that kind of monster, I guess. Yeah, there's definitely degrees of monsters, and yeah, that's definitely less monstery.
I feel better now.
The woman was terrified, especially once her son was taken away from her. She said that she didn't know what the intruder was planning to do to them and feared for her child's life. It wasn't until Ear returned and began removing the ligatures from her ankles that she realized what he had come for. After his reported assaults against the woman, he retrieved her son and placed him on the bed next to her. Once she was sure he was gone, she took her son to their neighbor's house and called for help. Both the woman and her neighbor had been victims of strange ransackings in the previous weeks. Her neighbor's house was robbed of low-value items, and 10 rings were stolen that had been placed in the house of the rape victim. In both the burglary and the rape, Ear had entered through the son's bedroom window. She said she would have taken more precautions had she known there was a serial rapist, but this was during the early months when the police were keeping the media quiet about it. Yeah, this is another thing, like, people are going to be better prepared. They're going to lock their doors and their windows if they know that there's a rapist out there. As I mentioned, Ear was obsessed with following media reports about himself, both to alter his physical appearance and for the sake of his own ego. Originally, he was targeting middle-class homes, but he moved on to upper-class neighborhoods. Money was obviously not his goal, so police believed he made the change because he wasn't getting the amount of media attention he felt he deserved. I know what the next line is going to be. It's like, media report on more crimes when they're done to rich people. Because it's true. After all, crime is only important when it happens to rich people. Exactly. An article ran in the newspaper, the Sacramento Bee, that gave advice on how women could protect themselves from Ear. One of the things the article noted was that he would never attack a woman if there was a man in the house. He read the article and thought to himself, well, we'll see about that, won't we? Almost immediately after the article, he began exclusively targeting homes where men were present. First was a 13-year-old girl who was up late watching TV in the living room while her father and older sister were asleep. Ear came into the house, raped her in the living room before leaving. 13 years old. Unlike his previous endeavors, where he would take his time in the house during and after the assaults, this time he was only in the house for about 45 minutes. In a rather bizarre statement to the press, a police lieutenant said that the man came in, bound the girl, and raped her, but he didn't bother anyone else in the residence. It's true that the others were asleep and didn't know what was happening, but something about the officer's choice of words and robotic lack of emotion with which they were delivered makes me really uncomfortable. Wait. Is Kevin dropping hints here? I don't remember this. He's not that, he can't be that guy, can he? Surely not. He wasn't a policeman, was he? No, I feel like I definitely remember that. Right? Though Ear was now exclusively targeting homes where men were present, this was the only time where the man was unaware of the crimes being committed. He committed 11 rapes in a row that targeted couples, and his MO was the same each time. He would break into the house, and the couple would wake up to see a man standing over them with a flashlight in their eyes. The man would then produce ligatures made of shoelaces belonging to the couple. He would force the woman to tie up her partner, instructing her in how to do so. Then he would tie her up himself. He would always tie them so tightly that it bruised their wrists, and he would then proceed to retie the men to ensure they were tied tightly enough. All this makes me think is that I never set the alarm like when I go to bed. It's like I set an alarm when I leave places, but not when I sleep. And now I'm like, why not? Why not just set the alarm? So like if someone opens the door or one of the windows, it goes off in the night. And then it's like, cool, prepared. I think I'm going to start doing that because I don't know.
Look at him, he's traumatized.
Oh God, doing the true crime files, guys, makes you so scared. Once the couple were bound, they would be brought to separate rooms. Here would have the man lie either on his stomach or get on all fours, and he would then stack plates and teacups on his back. He would instruct the man that if he heard the china rattle or crash, he would immediately kill them both. He would then return to the adjacent room where he would repeatedly violate the woman, taking breaks to rummage through the house, making himself something to eat, or having some beer. It was already speculated that Ear had been a member of the military, and this only further cemented that in the minds of law enforcement. Witnesses said that he had the demeanor of a military man, and the dish trick was something commonly used in Vietnam. There were also 4 military bases in the area where rapes were occurring, and it was believed that Ear was local to the area. On March the 18th, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office received 3 phone calls between 4:15 and 5 p.m. In the first 2 calls, the caller said he was Ear and laughed before hanging up. In the third call, he said, "I am the East Side Rapist." Wait, they said East Area Rapist. Do you not know your own nickname? "And I have my next victim already stalked out, and you guys can't catch me." It'd be staked out. I don't think this guy is stupid. I think he's throwing them off by using the wrong words here, or it's a fake call, a prank call. He was right, and at 10:45 that night, he claimed his next victim. Okay, so I think he's throwing them off by pretending to be more stupid than he is. In 1970, although you can get words wrong and be smart, he might just not be educated. So he's intelligent. I think we can all agree on that. And maybe he's not educated. That could be it. In 1977, Ear had already struck 13 times by May, despite everyone's best efforts to prevent it. Police surveillance cameras were placed in treetops, and floodlights were installed in neighborhoods where he had struck or where it is believed he may strike next. Residents trimmed their bushes so there would be few places to hide, and they organized neighborhood watches. Police surveillance and stakeouts had drained their entire overtime budget for the year by April, and nothing seemed to help. On May the 17th, Ear committed his first attack that seemed to be personal in nature. Police spotted a man on the side of the road with shoelaces hanging from his wrists. They immediately recognized him as a man named Frank, someone who'd been at the town hall meeting 6 months prior. Frank had made a bit of a spectacle of himself, calling into question the existence of Ear and loudly proclaiming that no woman could be raped if there was a man in the house. "Frank, you are making a target of yourself. We've proven, it's been shown that Ear takes bait. And you are just laying yourself out as bait in front of him. So, I mean, it's not your fault, but you certainly brought this on. I mean, it's not your fault, Frank. Sorry, I don't want to victim blame. But, maybe this wouldn't have happened to you if you hadn't made such a spectacle of yourself." Not only did people believe that Frank's wife had been raped so that Ear could prove a point, it proved something far more terrifying to them. The rapist had been one of the 500 people at that meeting. Oh my God, I didn't even figure that out. I didn't even think of that. It's like, holy shit, of course he was, because they're not, it's back in the day, there's no video. They could have had minute meetings, I suppose. Yeah, wouldn't there be meeting minutes? What do you call it? Where someone keeps notes of what's going on. And that could have been made available in like some town book or something. What did they use before the internet? Where there were like minutes of meetings. So I'd definitely look at who looked at the minute meetings if there's a record of that. And I'd also make a big list of everyone who was at that meeting. There was one more rape that month. Then something happened, or rather nothing happened. The months of June, July, and August saw no more attacks from Ear, leading many to speculate that he was a teacher or had some kind of other profession that involved him taking summer vacations off. The following year would be similar, though it was instead July, August, and September that saw the large break in action. The attacks resumed in October as normal. On December the 2nd, Ear again called the police station. Unlike the calls back in May, this time his call was recorded. He told them, "You're never going to catch me, East Area Rapist, you dumb I'm going to again tonight. Be careful." As with the previous call, he struck again that night. A week later, Ear called up a previous victim to tell them, "Merry Christmas, it's me again." The next night, Sacramento police received 2 phone calls, both saying that he would be attacking again that night and even telling them on what street he would attack. The calls were recorded and compared to the December 2nd phone call. It was determined that the calls came from the same person, so they increased their patrols, focusing on the street that the attacker had told them. Now, you're probably thinking the cops are playing right into his hands by increasing their surveillance of the street that he named, thus allowing him to move his attack to somewhere on the opposite side of town. No. I disagree. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking he's such a narcissist that he thinks he can get away with it and he's going to rape someone there and possibly get away with it. I really think that's what's going to happen. That's certainly the most logical assumption, not what I'm saying, the opposite, that it's a decoy, but it fails to take into account what a massive ego Ear had. Plus, it's like a test. If they didn't take the threat seriously, it would mean he could taunt them by telling him the exact times and locations he'd attack, knowing they would patrol elsewhere. That night at around 2:30 am, a man was seen wearing a ski mask and riding a stolen bicycle across a bridge on the street that the phone call had named. Police gave chase, but he was able to elude them. The man was seen again at around 4:30 am, but this time he abandoned the bike and fled on foot, yet he was still able to evade capture. Now he knew that not only would police show up if he told them where he'd strike, but that they wouldn't give up if they thought they'd already chased him away for the night. Okay, so, something in between. It's a bit of a test, really, wasn't it? And why would they? Ear had already shown he had disturbing levels of patience. Not only could he hide in a house for hours waiting for his victim to arrive home, but he would remain in the house for hours afterwards, just standing there and waiting. When he had finished assaulting his victims, he would tell them not to move, or he'd kill them. In one such instance, a woman was raped and then her daughter was returned to bed. After hours had passed and the woman was sure the intruder had finally left, she asked her daughter if she was okay. The daughter replied, "Shh," before Ear stepped out of the shadows, showing that he had never even left the room. That is scary. This sort of torture was common in his attacks, letting his victims regain a false sense of security before revealing that he was still lurking in the shadows. That same month, the mayor's office, the Sacramento Bee, and local television station, KVIE, all received the same letter claiming to be from Ear. The letter was a poem entitled Excitement's Cave. It's arrogant, self-aggrandizing bullshit that didn't offer any clues beyond making it painfully clear what a narcissist the author was. Since nothing relevant to the investigation came from it, I'm going to ignore the text entirely rather than allowing him to believe his stupid poetry was of any value. Excellent choice, Kevin. The rapist went quiet for about a month, but on January the 2nd, 1978, he began making calls to his first rape victim from the previous May. He made 2 calls to her that day, both of which were recorded. The first sounded like an ordinary case of someone calling the wrong number. A man asked for someone named Ray who didn't live there, and then he hung up. Later that night, the woman received another phone call in which Ear said, "Gonna kill you, gonna kill you, gonna kill you, bitch, 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 f***ing whore." A few days later, he made what would be his last phone call while operating as Ear. He called the Contact Counseling Service and identified himself as the East Area rapist. He told the operator, "I have a problem. I need help because I don't want to do this anymore." They talked briefly before he said that he thought they were tracing the call and hung up. Was the call genuine, or was it an attempt to sow the seeds of an insanity defense? I honestly couldn't tell you what his motivation was here, but trying to lay the groundwork for a defense feels unlikely since he didn't seem to believe that he was in any danger of getting caught. Yeah, even if you're not in any danger of getting caught, it does make sense to have a plan. Like, this is a very meticulous individual. Even if he doesn't think he's going to get caught, it's like, okay, but if I do get caught, A leads to B leads to C. This sort of person would have this, I think, entirely reasonably. However, this fear of being traced is likely what caused him to stop making phone calls. Despite his crimes being brazen and even taunting the police, Ear didn't want to get caught. His planning was meticulous and he left no evidence. Back in the day, tracing a phone call was a long and complicated procedure. Nothing was digital yet, and tracing a call required an operator at the phone company running between large cabinets and looking at switches to figure out the number from which the phone originated before the caller hung up, causing an arbitrary amount of switches to flip back. The phone number would then have to be searched for in a telephone book. But technology improves, and the original patent for caller ID was only 4 years away. Finding the exact timeline for when upgrades were made, specifically in Sacramento, that made tracing calls faster or easier is a bit difficult, but suffice to say, continuing to make phone calls in which Ear identified himself as such was becoming too risky. Caller ID is a weird thing, right? Because to me, it's that thing like, have I got this right from American movies and stuff? If you're getting a phone call, it'll tell you on your phone who the phone call is from, even if you don't have that number in your phone book. Because that's something that we've never had. Like, didn't have that growing up, don't have that now. It's like, if you get a phone call, it just says the number. Like, it doesn't say, like, you know, a shop or a business or a person. It just says the number unless you save that number. Which, I'd love it to say who it was. Like, because I get a phone call and it's like, oh, okay, who is this? And if that number was registered as, I don't know, DHL delivery, I'll be like, great, okay, I know who it is, DHL delivery, let's go. And so now I save it. Like, and if there's a different DHL delivery driver, it's like, okay, I save them in my phone, but it's like DHL 1, DHL 2, there's many DHLs. It's like having a cooler ID system would be great. But maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe that's not actually how it works, because I've just seen it in movies. Let me know in the comments. He may have been a massive piece of shit, but he was too smart and too careful to let himself be caught by something so simple. He continued calling potential victims to taunt them and learn their schedules, but he was done calling police or anyone he thought could trace him quickly. Iar's next raid took place in late January. But then there was another 2-month break before his next home invasion. This was likely the result of an event which was originally thought to be unrelated to the rapist. A young couple, Brian and Katie, were out walking their dog at around 9 p.m. that night. Brian was stationed at nearby Mather Air Force Base and he had just received a promotion. The couple thought that they'd be having a great night. Instead, they came across a prowler wearing a ski mask and dark clothing. A witness described what they had seen from the window of their house. Brian, who was clearly the prowler's athletic superior, as well as being several inches taller than him, immediately gave chase. He ran after the man into a nearby backyard and was gaining on him. Suddenly, the prowler turned around and shot him. He then ran back around the house and chased after Katie, who was now fleeing, before shooting her as well. Iar had claimed his second and third murder victims, but once again, he was acting on self-preservation. He may not have been seeking out people to kill, but he was getting a taste for it now. The threats Iar made during his rapes only escalated from there. He would give his victims messages to give to the police and tell them that if he didn't see the words printed in the newspaper the next day, that he'd come back and kill them. Although those murders weren't originally tied to the rapist, police eventually found ligatures made from shoelaces near the scene. Some had already suspected that it was the same person all along, given the close proximity of the murders to the area where Iar was known to target his victims. Also, how many murders are going on in your town to be like, nah, it's a separate double murder. It's separate to all these other crimes that are going on by a violent person. Although I guess they didn't know he was a murderer at that point, did they? Because they hadn't tied the crimes of him in his previous... Wait, where did he murder the girl? Was that in his old location? That was in the old location, right? So I guess they haven't figured out he was a murderer yet. They just thought he was a rapist. So it's understandable that they could think it was something different, right? Aside from the 3-month summer break, the attacks continued as they had throughout the remainder of the year. Iar had been operating almost entirely in Sacramento County, though he had spent more time branching out to other neighboring counties following his return that October. On December the 9th, 1978, following the investigation of another rape, police found 3 handwritten pages at the location where people had noticed a suspiciously parked car. It was believed that the pages were dropped by accident, and that is extremely unlikely. The notes were referred to as the homework pages. Though Iar and VR enjoyed stealing low-value items with personal significance to the owner, there had never been a report of stolen homework. It was believed that these pages had been written by Iar himself, which is almost certainly true, but the idea that they were left by accident was a bold conclusion to draw. I again realize I'm working with the advantage of hindsight, but the idea that this was an accident is extremely unbelievable. Iar wouldn't even bring his own rope to tie up the victims. Why would he be carrying around his 6th grade homework? Yeah, he is meticulous and intelligent. This isn't the sort of thing you would do. He also never took his car out during his crimes or reconnaissance, instead relying on stolen bicycles. It seems impossible to believe that this was anything other than more fake evidence to throw the police off, like his comments to victims about the van that he had outside. The first of the homework pages was an essay about General George Armstrong Custer. The second page is often titled after the first line, "Mad is the word." In it, the author talks about how much he hated his 6th grade teacher, likely trying to create some false backstory for himself to send police down an investigatory rabbit hole. The page, handwritten on both sides, is a long rant about how much his teacher disappointed him and how mad he was for being punished by having to write the same sentence 50, 100, or even 150 times. Personally, I think the most notable thing about this is how it's clear it's a red herring. Someone who was so intelligent and meticulous in their crimes, especially someone with such an inflated sense of self-worth, was unlikely to be the sort of terrible student that would frequently be punished and embarrassed by his teacher.
Penis size is very important.
The page was also filled with spelling and grammatical mistakes, really juvenile mistakes too, the kind even a 6th grader of average or probably below average intelligence wouldn't even make. For this to have any weight as evidence, we'd be expected to believe that the dullard that penned this angry rant was the same one that only a year prior was mailing his poetry to the police and the newspapers to show off his brilliance. That just doesn't track. Besides, if the turning point in his life from which all this hatred stemmed was his experience with his male teacher, why was he raping women instead of exacting violence on men? Yeah, it seems like a red herring, and it seems even like a dumb red herring. Like, I'd expect him to come up with a better red herring, to be honest. So he's smart, just not that smart. Despite my dismissal of this, police obviously had to investigate. Yes, for sure. No, good for them. Fortunately, it doesn't sound like it would have taken up too much of their time. It seems like male teachers were shockingly rare in the 1950s and 60s, so there weren't going to be a lot of students in Sacramento that had a male 6th grade teacher. The third page found is referred to as the punishment map. On one side of the paper is the word punishment scrawled in barely legible writing. On the other side is a hand-drawn map of a neighborhood. It was clear that the artist had an understanding of architectural layout and landscape design, which led to more incorrect assumptions about Ear's potential career. This may have been an unintended consequence, as the drawing was likely intended to just waste detectives' time. The neighborhood he had drawn did not exist. I guess this is the thing. Even if it's a shitty red herring, the police still have to investigate it, so it does waste detectives' time. It just feels like, can't you come up with a better red herring or something? Ear again took a 3-month break, not resuming his crimes until March of 1979. He committed 1 rape in March, another in April, and 3 more in June. But on July the 5th, 1979, things would be different. In Visalia, he committed over 120 burglaries and 1 murder before his close call with the police. In Sacramento, he had committed 47 rapes and 2... Jesus Christ. This is a lot of crime. And 2 murders with nothing he could consider a close call yet. He was toying with his victims and with the police alike and felt like he was invincible. In military terms, he was suffering from what is known as victory disease, a condition which can oftentimes prove fatal. I've never heard of victory disease. It sounds like a victory disease, I have to say, is a great name for a YouTube video. Whatever this is, I'm probably going to make a YouTube video about it. Of course, in this case, you know it won't actually be fatal. Even if you don't know how this story was going to end before starting this episode, I'm willing to bet that Simon mentioned it about an hour ago during the introduction. Kevin, you know me so well. Just can't help myself from spoiling shit, can I? On July the 5th, Ear tried something he hadn't done before. Part of his MO was to attack single-story houses, but this time he was going to attack a couple in their upstairs bedroom. Maybe he wanted a new challenge, or maybe he wanted to, again, break from his established pattern to throw authorities off the scent. His rationale is unclear, but it's largely irrelevant. He entered the house and began rummaging through drawers in the bedroom. As he completed his pre-assault ritual, something must have happened. Maybe he bumped into a drawer or kicked a piece of furniture by accident. Whatever it was, something woke up the sleeping husband, just as Ear was pulling his mask down over his face, shoelaces dangling from his hands. When Officer McGowan had encountered VR in his last attempted ransacking, VR had not yet pulled his mask down. It seems that the criminal had not learned his lesson, even though this was a fact that the police investigating Ear were completely unaware of. Many of his victims said that Ear seemed rehearsed. He was threatening them, but it felt like he was reading lines off of a script. What he hadn't accounted for was that he wasn't the only one rehearsing. His targets were well aware of the string of burglaries and rapes in the area. Everyone was, and the couple that had been selected for the assault that night had a plan for this event. A big part of me wishes that their plan had involved shooting the intruder in the face, so his story would end right here. The other part of me is paid by the word. Oh, Kevin, that is so bang on. The husband shot out of bed, screaming at the intruder at the top of his lungs. Who the f*** do you think you are? What the f*** are you doing here? He approached Ear, who simply took a step back. I mentioned that Ear didn't act on impulse like a typical rapist, so he was able to remain calm and try and assess the situation. But the husband had now backed him into a literal corner, giving his now very much awake wife plenty of time to escape the room and run out of the house screaming for help. Why doesn't your plan involve a gun? You're in America. It's like, come on, guys. I live in a country where guns are legal. And if there was a string of if this was in the neighborhood where I lived, I would definitely have acquired a gun.
I mean that bazooka!
And I would be prepared for this situation, mostly by putting bigger locks and alarms on my doors because it's the 21st century. But still, you're Americans. Where's your gun at? Come on. Actually, don't know if I get a gun. I think the problem with this is it's always statistically it's unlikely to happen to you. And aren't the statistics pretty clear that guns kill more people by accident than they kill people who are breaking into your house and shit? And it's I always think about that episode of Stargate where you find out that Jack O'Neill's kid is dead because he shot himself with Jack O'Neill's gun by accident. And you're like, that is so f***ing intense. And he lives with this, and you can see it in him in the series because it's so well acted. And you're just like, oh man. That is so intense.
I don't want to cry, man.
For a moment, the two men sized each other up. The husband would describe the intruder as 5'10", 160 pounds. He was 6'2" and 220 pounds, and pumping full of the adrenaline surge one might get while protecting their family from a known rapist and murderer. But here was also a known murderer, and while the husband didn't see a weapon, that didn't mean he didn't have one. Just go for it, mate. Just beat the shit. You have for 60 pounds on him. Isn't that like 30 kilos? That would be like me versus someone and a much larger person. I'm like, well, I'm a little bit above 5'10", but like, hey Siri, what's 160 pounds in kilograms? Okay, this is almost my exact weight. 70. I'm almost exactly 160 pounds, a little bit shy. Siri, what's 220 pounds in kilograms?
That's 100 kilograms. There's no way that I could take someone who has 30 kilograms on me and 2 inches on me. There's no f***ing way.
Both men weighed their options. I mean, I'm not trained in any sort of special martial arts, if anyone's wondering, because of course I'm not. We don't actually know whether or not he did either. It is known that in some of the rapes he committed in that neighborhood, he had not brought a gun with him. Even if he had a gun, he would have to consider whether or not to use it. There was already a screaming woman outside, so surely the neighbors would hear a gunshot. He was also in the middle of a condo complex without his normal creeks or hidden paths with which to make a quick and secret escape. And of course, having a weapon doesn't matter if you can't use it, and it wasn't already in his hands. He was staring down a much bigger man, so there's no guarantee that he could pull out a gun and fire without being disarmed and possibly shot himself. In the end, the husband decided not to risk his life, and Ear chose to prioritize evading capture over anything else. The husband told him, "If you leave now, you can leave," and then ran out of the room to join his screaming wife outside. A neighbor had come outside to investigate the commotion, but no one saw Ear escape. Police dogs were brought in to track his scent, but by that time he was long gone. To those in the condo complex, it was as if it vanished into thin air. Admittedly, the couple's plan wasn't perfect. To get them alive, which was obviously priority number one. Yeah, it's like, no, that is a perfect plan. They both survived. I'm like, okay, but you did catch here. And it's like, f*** you, I'm not the police. Guess who survived, bitch? This is a fine plan. Yes, that's selfish, but I'm alive. But what about his next victim? Couldn't they have had a more violent plan that would ensure that there were no future victims? Yeah, like I said, the gun thing. Maybe, but this was still a close call for Ear. Too close for his liking. If he in fact wasn't armed, this could easily have been his final crime. Even if he was armed, there's still no guarantee that he would win that fight. Worst of all, it's bloody unlikely he'd win that fight. Worst of all, he's got 30 kilograms on him and 2 inches. Worst of all, the husband may have seen his face. It's not like it would be the first time that anyone saw his face, but the fewer people that did, the better. It was too close of a call. Days passed following the botched assault with no more reports of rape or prowling by Ear. The days turned into weeks and then months. It was his standard summer break anyway, but the months turned into more months and then years. And as far as the residents of Sacramento County and the neighboring counties knew, this was the end of the East Area rapist. It would be over 20 years before they discovered he had merely moved towns over and let the media change his name again. The original Night Stalker. After his traditional summer break, Ear was ready to continue his crime spree. However, it was time to make some changes. First, his crimes were now going to be taking place in and around Santa Barbara County in Southern California, nearly 400 miles from where Ear had been active. I like how neighboring county in the US is 400 miles away. The US is so big. And this is just in California, right? God damn. Much like his move from Visalia, it was far enough that authorities weren't going to make the connection, despite a similar MO. The past. Second, it was time for a new type of crime. VR had started with burglary, then Ear added rape alongside it. He had murdered people while operating under both of those names, but they were murders that he deemed to be of necessity for self-preservation. This time, his break-ins were going to include premeditated murder. It also meant his pace would have to slow down again. In Visalia, he averaged 6 burglaries a month. In Sacramento, it averaged out to a little over 1 rape per month. He would now slow down to only 2 attempts per year, which is still a lot, but I guess it could have been worse. The final change was the name he would be given by the media. As far as anyone knew back then, this was a third, unrelated serial offender. At first, he was given the name the Night Stalker. However, when Richard Ramirez hit the scene in 1984, he too was given the name the Night Stalker. Creative. This meant our killer was renamed the Original Night Stalker, or ONS, as he was active first. I, of course, take serious exception to that name because we all know that the original Night Stalker was Kolchak back in 1974. Who's Kolchak? I don't know this reference. October the 1st, 1979 marked the first attack in Santa Barbara County in the city of Goleta. It was ONS's first attempt at premeditated murder, and it was an unqualified disaster. At around 2 a.m., he yelled at his expected victims to wake up and then ordered them to lie on their stomachs or he would kill them. As normal, he had the wife tie up her husband before tying her up himself. He then redid the knots on the husband's ligatures to ensure that they were tight enough before he demanded their money. The woman said that her purse was in the kitchen. ONS went through the same patented ransacking that he'd been doing for 5 years now, then came back and insisted that he couldn't find her purse. She told him exactly where it was in the kitchen, but he untied her at the ankles and told her to come with him. Once in the living room, he ordered her to lie down, and he tied her ankles again before telling her to roll over. She had been sleeping naked, and he was now using the flashlight to look her body up and down. She couldn't see him, but she could hear that he was now lubricating himself. He knelt down beside her, put a pair of shorts over her head as a blindfold before going back to the kitchen. As he walked through the house, the woman could hear him muttering, "I'll kill him, to himself. He had already told her he was going to slice her throat, so once she heard his muttering reach the end of the hallway, she was able to get to her feet. Still bound and blindfolded, she hopped in the direction of the front door, tripping and falling into a wall. The good thing about colliding with a wall is that it's not a floor, so she was able to quickly regain her balance and continue hopping to the door. As she reached the area by the door, the bindings around her ankles came loose. She managed to get the door open, and she ran out screaming. Unfortunately, she still couldn't see, and she wound up charging out of the door and running headfirst directly into the side of her own house. Upon hearing his wife scream, the husband thought that she was being murdered, so he heroically flung himself out of bed and immediately hopped to the sliding glass door, making his way outside and bravely placing his safety above hers. I know he couldn't really have done anything to help her anyway, but there's not a lot of room for light sarcasm in this episode, so I'll take it where I can get it, Kevin. I don't know if it's appropriate for sarcasm, even now. I don't think this is the room for light sarcasm, Kevin.
Yeah, it's not necessary.
Well, I know it's not necessary, but it's just something that I like to do.
When the woman collided with her house, ONS came up behind her and threw her to the ground, covering her mouth and pressing a knife to her throat, reminding her to be quiet. He brought her back inside again and tied her ankles, but it was at this point that he heard a loud noise. The husband had hopped his way across the yard and flung himself with all his might into the fence to break his way into his neighbor's yard. This didn't actually work, and the sound that ONS heard was the husband bouncing off the fence and collapsing to the ground. Luckily, he landed in the shadows behind some bushes, so when ONS came out to investigate with his flashlight, he couldn't find the would-be victim. Having heard the attempt to destroy his fence, the neighbor had turned on his lights and come outside to yell and find out what all the malarkey was. While ONS was distracted, the wife was again able to free her ankles. She ran through the hallway, and this time the blindfold started to fall off, so she was able to at least partially see. She ran straight out the front door and in front of a passing car, screaming for help and still fully naked. As luck would have it, an off-duty FBI agent happened to see a man wearing a ski mask flee the scene on a bicycle that had coincidentally been stolen from a parole officer. This is a comedy of errors. An FBI agent! How many FBI agents are there? What are the odds of this? The agent gave chase but finally lost him when the suspect ditched the bike and started vaulting over fences before escaping across the schoolyard. This is like his closest call yet, right? I mean, maybe when that police officer was chasing him and he put his hands up and then shot the dude, or tried to. For ONS, it was a complete disaster. He had easily raped dozens of people in the past, but for some reason, they had all suddenly decided to fight back somehow. Maybe his last outing as heir was a fluke. The husband woke up too early and caught him off guard before he had gotten into position, but this time, well, this was different. Perhaps his bloodlust was too apparent. Single women or couples would follow his instructions if they believed it'd mean they'd both survive. But this wasn't his plan anymore. There was no longer any, if you don't obey me, I'll kill you. He had knelt down right next to his last victim, blindfolded her with a pair of shorts, and told her, "Now I'm going to kill you." ONS had underestimated how people would react to this change in demeanor. This seems like a tactical error. Like, if you tell people you're going to kill them, they're going to fight back real hard. What was it? The planes on 9/11. When the people on Flight 93 heard that the planes had crashed into buildings, they were like, well, we're going to fight back real hard because we know what you guys are up to. People will fight hard. It turns out when doing nothing means certain death, people will almost invariably do something, anything, even running headfirst into a wall or fence. In this instance, an unquestionably life-saving display of cartoon slapstick. At the end of December, ONS was ready to strike again, and he wasn't going to make the same mistakes as last time. This time he would strike a condo complex near his previous attack. However, instead of large blocks of condos, the buildings were built in pairs. There were 2 condos next to each other, then large wooded areas in between. Each pair of condos was reasonably isolated, and the one next to his targets was vacant. He broke into the vacant building and waited, God only knows for how long. Once the lights went out in the building next door, it was time for him to break in. The manner in which the sliding patio door had been pried open indicates that ONS was acting more in emotion than he had before. There was nothing clean or meticulous about his breaking in. It seemed feverish, almost desperate. This may have been frustration, as he had failed to pry open multiple windows of the condo, but more likely this was not the same carefully scripted act with which he had maintained such composure in the past. Inside the bedroom slept Dr. Robert Offerman and Dr. Deborah Manning. Something woke them up, but it wasn't ONS standing over them with a flashlight, as was the case in his ear attacks. Deborah's jewelry was found stuffed behind the bed, indicating that she woke up in time to hide it. Perhaps the intruder had bumped a piece of furniture. Maybe the force with which he had pried open the door had caused the couple to wake up, and they remained in bed, hoping that the thief would steal what he wanted and leave them alone. When ONS entered the bedroom, he proceeded with his standard MO. He began by having Deborah tie Robert's wrists and then tie herself up. Instead of shoelaces, ONS had brought twine with him, as he had in the previous attack in October. Law enforcement agencies didn't communicate much back then, but the shoelaces would be too much of a coincidence to ignore. Their use had been publicly reported, so surely someone would have made the connection. After Deborah was tied, ONS went to tie Robert's ankles. However, it seemed that Robert broke free of the binding that Deborah had tied, and he lunged at the attacker. He was immediately shot in the chest, causing him to spin around. 3 more shots were fired rapidly into his back, and Robert collapsed to the floor, dead. He then shot Deborah in the back of the head, execution style. Neighbors had heard the 5 gunshots. But were they gunshots? It was 3 a.m. the day before New Year's Eve. Maybe it was just some stupid kid setting off some fireworks. None of those that heard the shots bothered to call the police. It wasn't until later, when the couple weren't answering their phone, that the police were called to investigate. Given what was known to them, the police made some pretty reasonable conclusions on these murders. They determined that the crime was linked to ONS's previous attack based on the use of twine and similar shoe prints found outside. However, they believed that the first attack was a botched robbery, not a botched murder. That couple had heard as the intruder ransacked their belongings, and he kept demanding to know where the money was. The day before the actual murders, there had been a string of 5 robberies, all with the same MO of sliding door being pried open. As far as the sheriff was concerned, Robert and Deborah were the victims of a burglary gone wrong. Seeing as the sheriff was unaware of ONS's hundreds of previous crimes, I can't really fault him for drawing this conclusion. Besides, it's not like it was dismissed as just a random burglary gone wrong. They were looking for a repeat offender that was capable of murder. That's not the sort of thing the police take lightly. The next attack occurred on March the 13th in 1980 in Ventura, nearly 40 miles away. The victims were Lyman and Charlene Smith. They were found 3 or 4 days after their deaths by Lyman's son. Charlene had been raped and the couple had been bludgeoned to death, their heads bashed in with a log from the pile of firewood on the side of the house. His MO has just changed so dramatically. Is he doing this on purpose to because there's no way the police would connect this. It's like they're not all in the same place. It's a totally different style of thing. It's weird to see someone change up their MO so much. It's so rare to see this.
I mean, this guy was a real jerk.
Police made no connection to the attacks in Galita at first. Yeah, of course they didn't. Why would they? The now signature twine had not been used. They were instead tied using drapery cord from the house. Most notably, the knot tied was an elaborate diamond knot that is generally only used by sailors or in interior decorating, Charlene's profession. This led to the killer briefly being known as the Diamond Knot Killer before being connected with ONS. With the exception of the man who spoke out at the town hall meeting in Visalia, ONS, regardless of what name he was operating under, chose his victims at random. The great part about this for a criminal is that not only can you not be tied to the victim by motive, but there may be plenty of other people who had motive to want the person dead. Lyman was an established attorney and was on a short list to be appointed to a vacancy on the California Supreme Court. Whoa, he's a big-time lawyer then. Damn. Charlene was his former secretary and now his second wife, but he was her third husband. She began cheating on him almost immediately after their marriage, starting with the deputy sheriff, who was unaware that she was married. It may have been a coincidence, as Ear had in fact used the diamond knot on at least one occasion, but police couldn't overlook the perceived symbolism. A rare and complex knot used in interior decorating was tied with a drapery cord and used on an interior decorator. How could that not come off as being personal? When neighbors first heard the news of the murders before the details of the gruesome bludgeoning were revealed, they had mostly assumed that Lyman and Charlene killed each other. Is it not? Would you not think that maybe someone forced them to do it? Like, she tied those knots, but she did it under duress. Wouldn't that be something that pops into the police's minds? I don't know. Maybe it's just I've been so loaded with facts so far about how he operates that that's what I would assume, but maybe not. 5 months later, ONS struck again. This time, it was in a gated community in Orange County. Keith and Patrice Harrington had only been married 3 months. The home they were staying at belonged to their friend Roger, and they were living in the guest room for a few months until Keith finished college in December. It was Roger that would find the couple days after they'd been killed. Just like ONS's previous murders, Patrice was raped and both were bludgeoned to death. In both instances, the man was delivered a single lethal blow to the head where the woman was beaten excessively. Beyond this, however, the MO had changed. ONS was no longer ransacking houses. There was evidence that the couple had been bound, but neither the murder weapon nor the ligatures were found. The killer had murdered the couple, cut off their bindings, and then neatly made the bed with them inside of it for someone to find. We can't be sure since there are no living witnesses, but there's a good chance that he went back to his previous script as well, using much softer language than the explicit, "now I'm going to kill you." The two double murders in 1980 didn't show any signs of struggle, so the victims likely believed they'd survive if they obeyed their attacker. As for the abrupt change in MO, we already know that ONS carefully followed the news about himself. There was word that a detective from Sacramento was suspicious of a connection between Ear and the original attack in Goleta, so he had to distance himself from his prior behavior as much as possible to evade suspicion. However, there was one part of his MO that remained unchanged. No one realized it at the time, but ONS was still stealing a single earring and placing it at the next victim's house. The difference was where it was left behind. Rather than standing out in the open to conduct his prowling, ONS was instead doing so from on top of the roofs of houses. He would jump from one roof to the next to conduct his surveillance. Residents may have heard the noise, but just assumed it was an animal. These were safe neighborhoods. Why would they suspect there was a criminal on their roof? It wouldn't be until much later that people began finding discarded earrings while cleaning their gutters. On February the 6th, 1981, police arrived at the home of Manuela and David Whitten. David had been unable to reach his wife by phone, so he called Manuela's mother to check in on her. She found her daughter murdered in bed and contacted the police. When the police arrived, they immediately noticed that the living room TV was in the backyard, placed up against the fence. Combined with the fact that there were other small items missing, they were able to easily conclude that it was a deliberate murder, very poorly staged, looked like a robbery gone wrong. Manuela was in her bed, raped, bludgeons. Again, there were signs of her having been bound, but no ligatures or weapon was found on the scene. Although this was in Orange County, like the previous murders, it was in a different city. As a result, it was thought to be an unrelated crime. With the exception of the crimes in Goleta, most of ONS's murders wouldn't be linked together until years later. In fact, for years, the leading theory by police regarding Manuela was that David was the killer. His airtight alibi of being in the hospital with a severe viral infection at the time was inconsequential. He was finally cleared of suspicion many years later, but he'd die shortly thereafter. How can him being in the hospital not be a good enough alibi? You check into hospitals. They have records. Extensive records. It's a hospital. It's what they do. Speaking of Goleta, it had been nearly a year and a half since that suspected burglary gone wrong had claimed the lives of Charlene and Lyman Smith. With the other crimes not having been linked, people weren't afraid anymore. Unfortunately, ONS loved to prey on the same areas repeatedly, so he returned only a few blocks from where his first premeditated murder had taken place. It was the home of Sherry Domingo, at least sort of. The home belonged to a recently deceased relative, and Sherry was house-sitting. With nothing in the house worth stealing, and with Gregory Sanchez staying there with her, she felt there was nothing to be worried about. She was wrong. ONS entered the house through a small bedroom window that was unlocked. Part of changing his MO was no more forced entry, so he would rely on whatever unsecured point of ingress he could find. It is believed that Gregory saw the intruder and believed it to be the same person who had committed the previous murder, so he lunged forward trying to tackle him. Instead, he was shot through the cheek. The gunshot wasn't fatal, but it sent him to the ground where he was repeatedly bludgeoned to death with a garden tool. Sherry was then hogtied, raped, and bludgeoned as well. Goleta must be a pretty interesting place because, again, neighbors heard the gunshot, but again, nobody called the police to report it. ONS again took the murder weapon with him and removed the bindings, but he dropped a piece of twine by mistake on his way out. The bodies were discovered at around noon the next day when the real estate agent came by to prepare for an open house at the residence. Maybe ONS saw the newspapers report his mistake in dropping the twine and decided that he needed to lay low, or maybe he was just sick of being confronted by men that were bigger and stronger than he was, and he didn't want to keep gambling that he wouldn't be able to draw his weapon in time. But whatever the case, he seemed to disappear. Sherry and Gregory were murdered on July the 27th, 1981, and for the next 5 years, he'd remain inactive. It seemed that he'd disappeared entirely until May the 4th, 1986. Or maybe he just went and did MO somewhere else, completely different MO somewhere else in another part of the country. That's kind of scary. Like, that's 5 years missing from the record. Maybe we just haven't found it yet? How do we know? I know we catch him later, but did he confess to everything? Janelle Cruz was an 18-year-old girl living in Orange County. She was home with a friend on the 4th as her family was on vacation in Mexico at the time. Her friend left a little before 11 p.m. and she also left the house for some reason. Her neighbor heard her car return at 11:15, so she probably just ran to 7-Eleven some junk food or something. Unfortunately, she had a terrible habit of forgetting to lock the door to her house. When Janelle returned home, ONS was waiting for her in the kitchen. He struck her in the head, her blood splattering across the cabinets and the floor. He then carried her to the bedroom. Because she was already injured and probably concussed, he didn't bother tying her up too tightly. She was still bound, but it was the one time that his ligatures hadn't been so tight as to cause bruising. He proceeded to rape her, and then he bludgeoned her to death. The bindings and weapon were never found, but it was determined that the weapon was almost certainly a pipe wrench and that it was kept in the backyard. Janelle's body was found the next day at about 5 p.m. by real estate agents, as this was another house that was up for sale. After 121 confirmed burglaries, 51 confirmed rapes, and 13 confirmed murders, the killer suddenly vanished from existence. He was a violent and insatiable criminal, one that reveled in bringing terror to his victims. He prowled not only to stake out victims, but for his presence to be known. He didn't want to be caught, but he wanted them to know they had been watched. Pain, suffering, and fear were nourishment for this deranged individual. And then it stopped. So how can that be possible? One of the most common theories is that it stopped because 1986 was the year his first daughter was born. It's believed that this was somehow a turning point for him. I don't believe that for a second. First of all, in both 1991 and 2001, he made phone calls to previous victims of ear to torment them. In 2001, he asked the woman, "Remember when we played?"
I want to kill him.
But on the 1991 phone call, his victim heard a woman and children in the background. Her rapist had a family, but clearly his urges hadn't gone away, they were just being largely controlled. Second, and most importantly, he may have had a daughter born in 1986, but his first daughter was born in 1982. Yeah, this is where it's like, I know I spoiled at the beginning by saying that we caught him, but it's like, obviously, we know now because of these details. I believe there is a much more plausible reason that the murders stopped. Having a family wasn't going to deter him. The only deterrent for this monster was fear of getting caught. Back at Visalia, when he was only committing non-violent crimes, he didn't hesitate to commit murder out of self-preservation. There was nothing he wouldn't do to avoid capture, even turning his back on his criminal desires entirely. In May of 1986, ONS killed Janelle Cruz. In August of 1986, 17-year-old Richard Buckland from Narborough, England, was charged with the rape and murder of 2 girls. The trial made the news across the globe as it was the first case in which brand new DNA fingerprinting technology had been used in court. For Richard, this technology was a godsend. The evidence showed that both girls had been assaulted and murdered by the same person, but it wasn't him. For ONS, this technology could be a death sentence. Probably not literally, as California is sadly not a yeehaw state, but the death penalty was technically a possibility. He had raped 51 women and young girls, and he wasn't wearing condoms while doing so, and even if he wanted to, they probably didn't make them small enough anyway. There was no way the police wouldn't have had something from which they could pull DNA evidence. But they didn't know who that DNA belonged to, so he couldn't risk anything that could see him in police custody where they could take a DNA sample. I found this far more likely than, this is like, it's because he had a daughter. No, or it's like he heard about DNA testing and was like, oh, if I ever get DNA tested, I'm screwed. And then when he heard about those ancestry episodes, he was probably like, I find this more likely than any other reason for the end of his wave of terror. You might think that this sort of fear of reprisal could only work for so long, and that may have been true had he not been constantly reminded that they were hunting him. In 1997, all of the murders in Southern California, previously thought to be mostly unrelated, were tied to ONS thanks to DNA analysis. In 2001, these were linked to his crimes in Sacramento by further DNA testing. At this point, he became known by the combined acronym of ERONS. It wasn't until 2016 that a connection was also made to the Visalia ransacker. At this point, they could have started referring to him as Viserons, but that sounds too much like a Dungeons & Dragons character. Besides, he already had a new name. In 2013, true crime author Michelle McNamara coined the name The Golden State Killer in a series of articles published in Los Angeles Magazine. She also wrote these articles while obsessively researching a book on the crimes titled I'll Be Gone in the Dark, One Woman's Obsessive Search for the Golden State Killer. Unfortunately, she wouldn't live to see the book published. She died of an accidental overdose on prescription medications, including fentanyl, in 2016. The book would be finished by her husband, Patton Oswalt, true crime writer Paul Hayes, and investigative journalist Bill Jensen. And I think it is that Patton Oswalt, right? Like, I've heard of him. The book released in 2018, 2 months before the arrest of the Golden State Killer. But how did they catch him? He stopped committing crimes, and he never slipped up. Other than becoming a cranky and unlikable old man, he did little to draw suspicion on himself. It all came down to the DNA evidence and genealogy websites. Though the truth is more complicated than people generally realize. Ooh, how exciting. I thought it was quite simple. Some of his relatives were in there and they tracked him down that way. Someone's in the kitchen with DNA. Oh, we're not so different. You and I, you, me, Jesus, and Hitler, have over 99.9% identical DNA. Human DNA is made up of roughly 3 billion nucleotides, the ACGT bases that you probably learned about in biology class. Of those, only about 3 million are different from person to person. That's still a lot of data points, and quite frankly, it was far too much data for law enforcement. If you want to build a bridge, you don't throw a massive slab of granite connecting points A and B. That's costly and inefficient. So the goal is to use as little material as safely possible. This was true when building CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system. Storing 3 million pieces of information for every single sample would take a lot of time and space, and storing large amounts of data was a lot more expensive in 1990 when CODIS was created than it is now. So, how many data points were enough, you ask? Well, 13, though that's since been upgraded to 20. There are certain points on your DNA where groups of nucleotides repeat an arbitrary number of times. At one of these points, you could have ACGT repeat 5, 7, or 13 times in a row. Counting how many times they repeated at just 20 such locations was enough to create a DNA fingerprint. Now that sounds crazy, but it's the sort of wacky stuff that happens with exponents, like how no two randomly shuffled poker decks have ever been in the same configuration. Yeah, it's wild, like no two shuffled decks of cards have ever been the same. This blows my mind. Throughout history, like it has never been and it will never happen. Just it's infinitesimally unlikely. These 20 data points have 70 trillion times as many possible variations as there are people that have ever lived throughout all of time. So for matching two samples, it's pretty accurate. But that's about it. Law enforcement databases can identify if 2 DNA samples came from the same person, but there's not enough data to identify any familial link beyond perhaps a parent, child, or sibling. Even an aunt would be too far removed to make an accurate connection with so little information. Then in 2005, something changed. Ancestry.com had already existed for years, but it relied on users building family trees based on newspaper clippings or government documents. In 2005, genealogy sites began offering genetic testing services that were far more detailed than what law enforcement used. Instead of tracking these 20 data points, these DNA tests tracked over 700,000 individual nucleotides. Ignoring the 2.7 billion that are the same for everyone, this means that these sites track 25% of your full genetic information. It can be used to find some pretty distant relatives, and police couldn't touch it. These websites are private companies storing people's data. Warrants are also required to be pretty specific. If police asked a judge to sign a warrant giving them access to the complete genetic profiles of 23andMe's 12 million users on the basis of maybe we'll find something, but we aren't even sure, they'd obviously be told to get the hell out. Which is like, I mean, this is such an interesting debate, right? Because you have, on one side of things, you're like, yo, we would catch a lot of criminals. And then on the other side, you've got, yeah, but how far down that rabbit hole do you want to go? Like, and the argument should be, well, all the way down, because they're all criminals. Imagine how many rapists would be caught. It would be insane. Or like murderers, or like unsolved murders. All of this stuff. But on the other hand, it's really hard to argue the other side, I feel. But it's also like, holy people need some privacy, yo. Like, that is like some because obviously this is really hard. I haven't thought about this too much, obviously. But I feel the same argument could be, like, a similar argument could be, let's put cameras in everybody's eyes and we'll record what they're doing all the time. Isn't there some sci-fi book where they do this? And it's like, we're only looking, we're not going to be like, oh, if you pirated that movie, we're not going to come after you. It's going to be like, yo, if you go out murdering, then we're going to come after you. There's going to be some like base level. And then that just feels like an enormous invasion of privacy, doesn't it? And this feels like this enormous invasion of privacy, even though we'd get a lot of really bad people off the streets. For years, the answer felt just out of reach. Law enforcement was sure there must be a second cousin or something of the Golden State Killer on one of those websites, but they couldn't look at them. There was also the matter of the evidence. They had tested samples of DNA to confirm that the crimes were all related, but DNA samples found at a crime scene are usually tiny and degraded, meaning they don't have a lot of material to work with. This was problematic since building the full genetic profile would require a new sample to test, something that was further complicated by the fact that most of the evidence had been thrown out. That sounds horrible, but it seems to be fairly standard procedure for crimes that are decades past the statute of limitations. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. In a way, it's like, okay, well, it's past the statute, we can't do anything with it anyway, because apparently there's a statute of limitations for murder. But you can't keep stuff indefinitely. I mean, that's a lot of storage. Obviously, there was no expiration date on the murder charges. Okay. But the statute of limitations for felony rape in California is only 3 years, California? I don't know what the difference between felony rape and regular rape is, but felony rape sounds worse. Like, if someone was like, you've done felony piracy, it'd be like, oh no, that's much worse than, what's the other? State level piracy. Oh no. But 3 years as the statute of limitations on rape is insane. And this is California. California's like all progressive and shit, aren't they? What's it like in Texas? They're like, the statute of limitations in Texas is 6 days. You gotta come forward with 6 days or that shit gets thrown right out. In Alabama, rape legal.
Hey, look, man, we're in Alabama.
I'm just kidding. I love you, Alabama. Alabama? I always want to say Alabama because it's like, that's how I speak. Like, I have softer A's, like Alabama. But obviously it's incorrect because it's Alabama. I love you, Alabama. As far as I can tell, the limit is the same, even for his attack on 13-year-old girls. 3 years, California? He raped a 13-year-old! Christ. It'd be like a 16-year-old goes into a police station and says, I was raped when I was 13. Well, it's 3 years and 1 day. Get lost. Maybe see a counsellor. The big break came from a rape that is insane. I can't get over how crazy that is. It should be like a decade. There shouldn't be. No, there should be. I genuinely think that the statute of limitations is a good idea. It just shouldn't be 3 years. Look, we're not going to figure this out today. Obviously. And even if we did, it doesn't make a difference because I don't make the law anywhere. Disappointingly. I was going to say I don't make the law in California, but it's like I don't make the law anywhere. That's not my job at all. Be kind of fun though. Legalize it. The big break came from a rape kit that had been used on Sherry Domingo during a murder investigation in 1981 and was still being stored. All of the crimes took place before DNA evidence, so the collection methods weren't as sophisticated. Similar to the Golden State Killer's first murders in Goleta, it was believed that Sherry hadn't actually been raped. His first attack involved 5 gunshots and then quickly fleeing the scene. Given that Sherry's friend Gregory had been shot, they assumed this was a similar situation. However, in 2011, they were able to take a sample of the attacker's DNA from the rape kit. This confirmed confirmed what they already knew, that it was the same killer, but it also gave them a sample with which to build a full genetic profile. Then in 2018, investigators found GEDmatch. The site has existed since 2010, but it wasn't nearly as well known. It was a free website where people could upload their information from other genealogy sites. Those sites are all paid memberships, so it's not in their interests to work together, but GED was different. It was a free public service created so that users from one ancestry site could find their genetic matches from other ancestry sites. It only had a little more than 1 million users, but it had something far more important than a robust user base. It had publicly uploaded information. So people uploading their like genetic profiles to that website, it must have a big warning being like, yo, this can be accessed. People are going to look at this shit. Other genealogy websites refused to cooperate with law enforcement, but with GED, well, they didn't even need to ask permission. If you upload information about yourself to a public website, that is now in public information that anyone can access. Investigators uploaded GSK's genetic profile and they found a match, and then another. In total, they found between 10 and 20 matches. Now that sounds great at first, until you consider that the closest match was a third cousin, someone who shared 1% of their DNA with the killer. Luckily though, it was enough. A team consisting of only a handful of people worked tirelessly over the next few months, and they were able to accomplish what 44 years of police work had been unable to. They took the matches they had found and utilized public records to trace back their lineage to find a common ancestor. Obituaries, birth certificates, tombstones, anything they could find, they used. This would be so interesting to do. Like, I don't know, I had one of those websites, MyHeritage, sponsor me. I think they do still sponsor me on some channels. And I was like looking back. I got back to like the 1850s. It was great. This isn't a paid sponsor read. It's just the coolest thing about that sponsorship was getting free access to MyHeritage. I spent so much time in there. It's like, oh God, do some work, Simon. It's like, but I found my great-great-uncle. It's surprisingly compelling, it really is. Finally, they found where the family trees converged. Great-great-great-grandparents back in the mid-1800s. GSK had to be a descendant of this couple. They built the tree backwards. Now all they had to do was build it forward to find all possible relatives. That's a large group of people. Here he again encountered the joy that is exponential growth. Back in the 1800s, people were popping out babies like it was nobody's business. Someone could have a dozen kids, each of whom had a dozen kids. When the family tree was completed, they had over 1,000 people they needed to rule out. They had a physical description and knew at least the state the killer lived in, so that did a lot to eliminate possible suspects. They had narrowed it down to the final 5 and then 2. Once one of the last 2 was ruled out, it only left one suspect. He was put under 24-hour surveillance so that they could try to discreetly procure a DNA sample. At one point, the detective contemplated just knocking on the man's door and asking if he could swab his cheek to rule him out as a suspect. Yeah, but at that point, he's going to be like, no. Go get yourself a warrant with your flimsy evidence and good luck with that. And meanwhile, to Mexico!
No mama's way.
He'd already spent years chasing down over 1,000 dead leads and fully expected this to be no different. Wait, I thought they narrowed down those leads with like saying, oh, he's not in, this state, he's not in that state. They just got it down to like a few people. I'm sorry, I must have been confused. Fortunately, I understood that DNA tests take time, and if it really was GSK, then it'd be long gone by the time they came to arrest him. To Mexico. Is in every movie? To the border, ruffians! They followed the suspect to the parking lot of a nearby Hobby Lobby, where they got his prints off the door handle. Not terribly useful, since GSK always wore gloves, but they hoped they might have gotten some DNA from the handle as well. And then they hit pay dirt. While they were surveilling the house, the suspect blew his nose and threw it into a trash barrel that was on the curb. They tested the sample and it came back as a match. It had taken 44 years of investigation, 5 different nicknames, but they finally had identified the Golden State Killer by his real name, Shitbag McFuckwhat, or as his parents called him, Joseph James D'Angelo Jr. Joseph and his baby Dick were promptly taken into custody. So, who exactly was Joseph, and how had he evaded capture for so long? Hidden in plain sight. Joseph was born on November the 8th, 1945, to Joseph Sr. and Kathleen. He had 2 younger sisters and a younger brother. Joseph Sr. was an airman in the U.S. Army back before the Air Force was a separate branch of the military, so the family would move around a lot to wherever Joseph Sr. was stationed. And now it's time for the obligatory childhood trauma. Of course it is. And the obligatory message, don't f*** up your kids.
Fuck yeah!
Joseph Sr. was, to nobody's surprise, physically abusive. He would beat Kathleen so frequently and with such force that she routinely wore multiple layers of clothing, including multiple pairs of pants, to provide some cushioning against the blows. This was a habit that the children would pick up as well, as she in turn took out her anger at the situation by physically abusing the children. This seemed to be the extent of Joseph's abuse, but it still isn't great, and there's obviously psychological trauma that comes along with it. Unfortunately, there was one other thing that happened. Something much worse. In 1953, the family was living in West Germany, where Joseph Sr. was stationed. 9-year-old Joseph was playing with his 7-year-old sister in an abandoned warehouse. Then 2 airmen came into the warehouse and raped his sister in front of him. Just again, 7 years old. What the f***? A few years later, the family wound up in California. Joseph attended junior high in Rancho Cordova, the town where he would commit his first rape years later, and he attended high school in Folsom. He was already a disturbed child and had been caught committing burglaries on multiple occasions. There were also reports that he enjoyed torturing and killing animals because, well, of course there were. Yes, again, if you see your child torturing animals, killing animals, or you hear about it, get them post-haste to a psychiatrist, alrighty? It'll be worth the money. After earning his GED, Joseph enlisted in the US Navy and served for 22 months in Vietnam, where he undoubtedly learned both the plate trick and how to tie diamond knots. Yeah, from the crimes earlier on. After his deployment, Joseph returned to California, where he earned his associate's degree in political science, graduating with honors, and then earned his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. But something happened while he was earning his associate's degree at Sierra College. He met a woman that he would grow to hate, Bonnie Colwell. Bonnie was a nursing student at Sierra College, and the two fell quickly in love. In May 1970, they became engaged. However, things started to take a turn. Joseph was manipulative and abusive, and she felt his appetite for sex was insatiable, with intercourse lasting for hours. That's great if both people are into it, not so much if any one of them is. I think we even have a word for that. Yes. Bonnie was already having doubts, but she broke it off in 1971 when Joseph went too far. He asked her to help him cheat on the abnormal psychology test that he needed to pass in order to graduate. This would be far too much for the daughter of an educator to tolerate, and she was appalled that he would even propose something so unsavory, and she gave him back his ring. But Joseph wasn't going to take no for an answer. About a week later, she awoke to the sound of Joseph tapping on her bedroom window. He pulled out a gun and told her to get dressed quickly so they could get married in Reno.
And they lived happily ever after.
I don't think that's how weddings work. If you like, and now we're married, and it's like, hey, like 2 weeks later, you just go to court or go to the police. It's like, yeah, that guy, he got a gun and he told me to marry him. And so I got married to him. And then they're going to be like, well, that's not valid, is it? Because you can't do a contract under duress. That's not how it works. Otherwise, everyone would just be like forcing people to sign shit under duress way more often. We've already established that California is not a yeehaw state. With that 3-year statute of limitations on rape, Kevin, I'm not sure we've established California as dick. But that is not how shotgun weddings work, my dude. A shotgun wedding is when a girl gets pregnant and her father uses his shotgun to gently encourage the man to do the right thing and marry her. Oh, I didn't know that's where that phrase came from. So there you go. You don't pull a gun on the potential bride. Bonnie alerted her father, who told her to lock herself in the bathroom and went out to deal with Joseph. Her father got him to leave, but she was so terrified that she dropped out of school for the rest of the semester and changed her major just to avoid him, even though he had already graduated. In 1971, Joseph went to Sacramento State University to earn his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He then took postgraduate courses at the University of the Sequoias in Visalia, the same college where Claude Snelling was a professor. He would then complete a 32-week internship before getting a job with the Exeter Police Department, about 10 miles away in Visalia. Of course he got a job with the police department. They don't have a psychological test you have to take when you join. Maybe that would be a good idea, police. Maybe you should have something that makes sure like people are not, totally nuts. Okay? That would be good. Do we do that today? That should be a thing. Please tell me that's a thing. Someone in the comments. It's well established that cops and criminals have a lot of the same personality traits. However, most criminals aren't able to become police officers. I'm sure half the YouTube audience is now writing angry comments about police conduct, but what I mean is that prior convictions disqualify someone from a career in law enforcement. People like the Golden State Killer normally will have been picked up for and arrested for something before they ever got a chance to become a cop. And, as I mentioned, he was. The thing is, Joseph was arrested for burglaries as a juvenile, which meant that those records were sealed. How about there should be some sort of special unsealing? It's like, yeah, I agree. Juvenile records should be sealed. Like, for the most part, that should not be a thing that affects your future. Children make mistakes. But maybe if you want to be a police officer or something, or in the military or something like that, you know, a career where it's like, you know, you're given a gun, basically, I think is what I'm getting at. Most criminals like this would have been caught reoffending, but he was able to avoid that. He had managed to secure a job with the Exeter Police, and of course it was in the burglary unit. 6 months later, he would marry Sharon Huddle, whom he began dating only weeks after Bonnie had left him. The entire time he was committing his crimes, he was married, and they eventually had 3 kids together. 6 months after his wedding is when his crimes in Visalia began. He wouldn't have been investigating his own crimes since he worked in Exeter, but he would have had a police radio that would allow him to listen in on the Visalia Police. Since he worked in the burglary unit, he was well aware of how the police would be running their investigations and how to elude capture. While working in Exeter, he was seen as the black sheep of the department. Joseph was an amphibious... He was an amphibious nothing, I'm sorry, that's obviously ambitious, my bad. Ambitious loner, who was described as being far too intelligent to work for their small department. Wait, someone actually described him as that? This feels like a thing he would describe himself as. Who's like, nah, he's way too smart for us, bro. What's that dude doing here? He's a big brain. This is the burglary department in Exeter. He needs to be like running the country. Did that really happen? It was this ambition that led him to join the Auburn Police Department in the Sacramento area, where he worked from August 1976 to July 1979. This ambition, combined with the desire to flee the area after having just shot a cop. Had law enforcement shared information, they may have noticed that the Visalia ransacker appeared a year after Joseph started working in the area and disappeared a few months before he left. Likewise, someone may have made the similar connection that the East Area Rapers became active about a month before he started his job in Auburn and disappeared the same month that he was fired and moved to Southern California. Allegedly, one detective from Visalia did notice something. They may not have connected Joseph to the crimes, but they saw that VR and Ear's crimes were linked. He claims to have repeatedly tried to get Sacramento County Police to listen to him, but they dismissed him as being from some podunk department that was trying to capitalize on the high profile of the case. Dudes, get your head out of your ass and, you know, just make a little effort. Come on. If true, that is a weird reason to dismiss the collaboration. I don't think Visalia's Board of Tourism was trying to link themselves to a dangerous rapist who was still at large. It is indeed absurd. Anyway, the ear became a huge deal while Joseph was working in Auburn. It was such a major investigation that the police were called in from neighboring departments to help. Unlike in Visalia, this means that he actually would have been tasked with investigating his own crimes, so talk about a get-out-of-jail-free card. He was able to keep everything going for a few years until he was arrested in 1979 for shoplifting a hammer and some dog repellent. Given that there was a serial rapist on the loose, this probably should have been seen as suspicious, especially since he could have easily afforded to just buy those things. He was sentenced to 6 months of probation, after which he was fired. While being fired, he threatened to murder the chief of police.
I thought he was clever.
Dude, no! Don't be threatening to murder the chief of police. That's not something you should be doing, especially if you've... It's not like, oh yeah, I was shoplifting and I got caught. It's like, bro, if they think you're a psycho and they look into you a little bit more, and they're like, that Angelo guy's a bit weird. Maybe we should just look into him a little bit more. Just let's have a little look. Because he threatened to kill me. He's the chief of police. He'd be like, yo, lowly sergeant or whatever. Go look into this stuff. And the sergeant would be like, sir, yes, sir. And then you're going to get in big trouble. Don't do that. Also suspicious, indeed. Then he moved to Southern California and the rapist suddenly vanished. At this point, I'd like to mention that at no time before 2018 had Joseph's name ever come up as a possible suspect. Sacramento, what are you doing? Yes, 100% agree, Kevin. Sounds like Sacramento needs to get it together. There's not a lot of information about what he was up to during the 1980s other than murdering all of those people, but it's reported that he worked as a cashier and a computer engineer. In 1982, his wife Sharon became a divorce attorney. Ironically, the couple would separate in 1991, but wouldn't ever get around to officially filing for divorce until a few months after he was arrested. In 1990, he began working as a truck mechanic at the supermarket's distribution center. He would remain there until he retired in 2017 and lived a mostly quiet life. Mostly. It is weird that people separate but don't get divorced. You'd be like, why not? So I don't know, I just never got around to it. I guess if you don't have assets to split up, you don't... Oh, they did have children. Or if you just reach an amicable agreement, I guess it just doesn't come... How often does it come up? I don't think it comes up in my life that often. Like, whether I'm married or not. It's not like... Unless I'm buying something jointly with my wife or something like that. I don't think it comes up very often. And obviously it makes a big difference, like when I die or if there was issues with the kids or stuff like that. But if you're amicable, I guess it doesn't really matter. How interesting. Never thought about that, really. Arrest and trial. Much like I've been today, everyone who knew him became a genius in hindsight following Joseph's arrest. His brother-in-law said that he would bring up the East Area rapist in casual conversation around the anniversaries of various attacks. His neighbours also said that he was a loud, cranky arsehole they had nicknamed Crazy Joe. He would frequently have loud outbursts involving lots of swearing and even threats of killing the person, but he was almost always talking to himself during these. He would even apologise to neighbours for the vulgarity following these outbursts. However, there was one incident that was a little harsher to explain away. He called up a neighbour and threatened to deliver a load of death to them. A message that he left on their voicemail. Holy shit. I am going to deliver a load of death to you. A load of death. It's like, what do you mean? Like by truck? What are you talking about,
Crazy Joe?
The explanation he gave was that their dog was being too loud. I'm not really a fan of dogs, but I think that's a tad over the line. It depends on his temper. Like, I definitely have a temper. Like, I'll lose my shit. Like, I'll be like, oh my God, what happened? I was making an omelette. I'm not proud of this. And I was making an omelette and I just put, it was like we didn't have enough food. Like, I was improvising dinner for the kids. And I was like frying up some rice. And I was like, yeah, I'll put some eggs in there, like made a weird rice omelette sort of thing. And then I put too much rice in and my mum was not flipping over. And it would just be one of those days. The kids are going like mental. There's this drawer that they've broken. And I'm like, and I'm like, I smashed the spatula down on the surface and it breaks. And my wife's like, dude, not in front of the kids. And I'm like, I know. But I definitely have a temper. I got, especially like around kids. I've got to be better. Oh, but I'm not phoning someone up and being like, I'm going to deliver a load of death. Because that would be psycho. Oh, I'm sorry we went on an omelette story. Let me get back to it. While everyone was surprised to learn of Joseph's arrest, it doesn't seem that anyone found his guilt to be particularly unbelievable. The only ones who truly never saw it coming were his family. Obviously, he and his wife were not on the best of terms, hence the 27-year separation, but at no point had she ever considered he was guilty of all those crimes. He was a police officer in the burglary unit, so if he told her that he had to work at night, there was no reason for her to find that suspicious or really think anything of it. Family members would say that he was the complete opposite of everything that was reported, but most vocal was his eldest daughter. She and her daughter, Joseph's granddaughter, were living with him at the time of his arrest. At his trial, she read a 5-page statement that she had prepared in which she described him as loving and selfless, saying, "He is the best father I could have had." And maybe he was. Two things can be true at the same time. He can be the absolute greatest father and grandfather in the world, and also a piece of murdering rapist. Yes, those things are not mutually exclusive. It does seem unlikely, but stranger things have happened. One of the things that helped keep Joseph off everyone's radar was his age. He committed crimes in Visalia when he was 29 to 31 years old, but police thought they were looking for an 18 to 19-year-old. He always looked much younger than he really was, and that never really changed. When he was under surveillance from investigators trying to get his DNA, they saw that the 72-year-old man had the strength, agility, and energy of someone 20 years younger. He exercised daily, rode his motorcycle, and did anything an able-bodied person might feel like doing. Then the trial began, and Joseph's lawyer pushed him into the courtroom in a wheelchair. He seemed to have aged 20, if not 30 years overnight. Out of nowhere, the active man had become crippled and old and seemed to be portraying someone who was borderline suffering from dementia. Luckily, the judge didn't buy this bullshit act for a second. After the first day, they ditched the wheelchair, but Joseph kept his blank, emotionless stare, as if he was unable to comprehend what was going on around him. Oh, good news. You don't need to comprehend it. You know who needs to comprehend it? The jury. Yes! California, no death penalty, though. Alas. Between this and his wheelchair stunt, it was painfully clear that he was trying to manipulate the system. Fortunately for him, but unfortunately for my desire for brutal vengeance, his lawyers had the good sense to convince him to get a plea deal. At first, the prosecution rejected the idea, but they were concerned that the trial would cost millions of dollars and run for at least 10 years. As much as they wanted to seek the death penalty, many of his victims may not have survived another 10 years, and it was important that they lived to see him convicted. Although the prosecution agreed to accept his plea, the deal was regarded as highly unusual. He would be spared the death penalty if he pled guilty to everything. They didn't care that the statute of limitations had expired on most of his crimes. They wanted to see him sit there in court and admit guilt to every single thing that he'd done, whether he could be prosecuted for it or not. In the end, Joseph DeAngelo admitted to 161 crimes. At his sentencing hearing, victims and their families made their statements. In turn, his family then made their statements, including his daughter's passionate letter. In the end, he was given the opportunity to make an extremely weak and emotionless apology. All there was left to do was for the judge to hand down a verdict. The hearing was broadcast live, and the nation had the opportunity to see what the judge had decided. Joseph was given the maximum possible sentence for his crimes. He was sentenced to 11 life sentences to be served consecutively. Following these, he was to serve another life sentence, and after all that was done, he would serve 8 more years. I understand why it was broken down in that way when it was announced, but the American justice system is certainly a bit weird. He began serving his sentence in November 2020 at North Kern State Prison, a medium-security prison that basically acts as a hub where the newly incarcerated are evaluated before it is determined what prison to send them to for the rest of their sentence. 3 months later, he was transferred to California State Prison, Corcoran, where he is held in protective custody. As much as I wish he could have been sentenced to death, I can at least take a little solace in the fact that the convicted murderer and attempted child rapist had to spend a few months in Gen Pop. Wrap up. I think it's fair to say that very few people were unhappy to see the Golden State Killer finally arrested and brought at least some semblance of justice. However, how he was found remains extremely controversial. Yeah, you're definitely going to get some people who are like, he should have been set free. They should have looked into the evidence that was publicly uploaded to the website. The information in the box was way too small. It's all shit Alex Jones would say, you know? Jed has gone through several changes to their terms of service and privacy policy since the attention they received following his arrest. Following a controversy in which they violated their own privacy policy by volunteering assistance to the police in a case that was outside the scope of their stated policy, some major changes were made. Users now have to opt in for their uploaded data to be searchable by law enforcement, and law enforcement officials cannot sign up as regular users. They have to go through a special process in order to upload a genetic profile that is being used as part of a case. Of course, that's just their official policy, while other genealogy websites will do everything they legally can to fight warrants and prevent from sharing users' information. Jed does not. In 2019, they were served with a warrant by a Florida court to give police access to all of their DNA profiles, including the over 90% who had chosen not to opt in to aiding law enforcement. They complied without fighting the warrant. Yeah, this is the thing there. It's a free thing, right? They probably don't have a legal department. Or if they do, it's not going to be that well funded because it's free. It's a very morally complex situation, but it's one society is really going to need to examine in the near future. On the one hand, I'm glad they caught the Golden State Killer, and that isn't even close to the only case that could be solved in this way. I mean, a few paragraphs ago, I was practically begging to flip the switch on the chair myself. But then, on the other hand, it's weird. It is creepy, and I don't like it. I've never seriously considered a life of crime, and even if I would have considered it, the mere existence of DNA evidence wouldn't be enough to stop me without these databases existing. It's like, yeah. At no point in my life should I ever stand to lose anything by authorities having access to these, and I understand how they're beneficial, yet it still feels wrong somehow. Kevin has just articulated exactly what I was trying to say earlier, just in a more articulate way. Maybe it's the complete lack of autonomy. Even if a system is entirely on an opt-in basis, no individual really has any control over their information. If a distant relative with a single shared ancestor nearly 200 years ago opted in, now they can find that person regardless of their choice. This is a true crime show. We're not going to solve complex ethical dilemmas like this, but we do need to be prepared to find a better solution or a compromise in the near future. It's easy to say that you shouldn't be opposed to it if you have nothing to hide, but you can have nothing to hide while also not wanting to feel like you're under constant surveillance or living in Gattaca. Great movie, Kevin. That is it's like a 90s movie. I didn't even realize it was that big of a movie. That's a great movie. It will be very interesting to see which direction society as a whole winds up leaning. Yeah, I think it'll be super. It's going to be super interesting to see how this plays out legally. Anyway, this has been an episode of The Casual Criminalist. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Listening, watching, however you consume the show. Look, if you're listening to this show, do me a favor. Leave me a review. That would be wonderful. It really helps get this show in front of more people. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Settle in, find a comfortable chair. If you're on a run, it's going to be a long one. Whatever you do while listening to this podcast, to drive, I don't know, there's probably going to be a multi-parter unless you're driving somewhere really, really far. Thank you to David who wrote it. It's called Dean Coral, Candyman, Pied Piper, Monster. It's an absolute beast of a script. So let's just jump into it, shall we? If you're new here, the format of the show, I've never read this before. We're going to read it and explore and possibly have our days ruined together. Let's go. This is the story of the so-called Houston mass murders. And hold on to your hats, because it's going to get rough. It was 6 o'clock in the evening on August the 8th, 1973, in a rundown neighborhood on the outskirts of Houston, Texas. An unmarked police car pulled up to an L-shaped collection of galvanized steel sheds owned by Southwest Boat Storage. Detectives approached boat shed number 11, a storage unit that was 12 feet wide and 34 feet long. The detectives discovered that the shed doors were padlocked shut. One of the detectives walked down the road to the house of Mamie Mayner. Sorry, Mamie. Brutalized your name. David's even provided me a pronunciation guide. It doesn't make it any easier. It's still hard. They were the owner of the storage complex, and the police asked for the key to number 11. Mania explained that the renters of each shed supplied their own padlocks, and thus she didn't have the keys. The detective asked for permission to break the lock on shed number 11, and Mania gave her consent. The detective returned to where his colleagues were waiting. They used a pair of bolt cutters to remove the padlock and pulled open the doors. Is that allowed? I feel like if you're renting something, it's you who gets to make the decision on whether someone can break into it, no? But I guess I'm wrong, because if the police did this and then it turned out that they couldn't, that would really be bad for their day in court. Because then, this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, we know that you're in court. It's like, yeah, we know you're guilty of sin. We know you did it. We found all of those bodies in the boat shed. And then the lawyer will be like, no, you didn't, because of the lock. And the judge will be like, he goes free. Which I know this happens because of, like, you don't want the police just busting into everything all the time, and there needs to be due process, but it does suck when that happens, doesn't it? Adjusting their eyes to the darkness of the windowless storage unit, they saw a stack of empty cardboard boxes, 2 acetylene torches attached to large fuel tanks, 2 10-pound sacks of lime. I know what sacks of lime are used for. This is for helping to decompose bodies, because this has come up on Casual Criminalist several times. Sometimes used to speed up the decomposition of organic material, there we go. 8 empty 20-gallon cans that previously contained emergency drinking water, 2 empty plastic garbage containers, some cans of spray paint, a roll of soiled carpet, an unconnected telephone, some spare wires, batteries, and sundry tools. At the back of the shed was a half-stripped 1971 Chevrolet Camaro. Jesus Christ, how big was this? Oh, it was 34 feet long and 12 feet wide, so it's a good-sized storage unit. It's like, yeah, all this junk. And a car, which police later found out had been stolen. And on the right side of the shed was a child's yellow bicycle, which fortunately had a serial number on it, allowing the police to quickly confirm by radio that it was the one purchased by the Dramala family, whose 13-year-old son, James, had gone missing 5 days earlier on August the 3rd. A few feet away from the bicycle was a plastic bag containing a large collection of boys' clothing, a small and medium sizes, some intended for children, but with most of the garments intended for teenagers. Oh my god. I'm like those big tanks and the lie. Are they people? Oh god, he's dissolving children in barrels. David, why? Why do we have to do this? The detectives had brought with them a 17-year-old witness named Elmer Wayne Henley. He was the first to head into the shed. As Detective Carl Siebeneicher later recalled, quote, he started to take a step inside, but then his face just turned ashen, pale, grim. He kind of staggered around just outside the door like he was trying to get himself together, and right then, I just knew there was going to be something inside that shed. I was positive. Why did they send the kid in first? It's like, all right, mate, go on in there. It's like, they don't want to clear the room first. It's just like, get in there. Check if it's safe, all right, kid? You find the bodies first. A Houston patrol car arrived containing 2 more detectives and 2 prison inmates who, under the Texas trustee system, could basically be utilized by law enforcement as slave labor. Wait, when was this? When was this happening? 1973? You can't use prisoners as slave labor anymore, right? Although I do hear, aren't they like stamping license plates and stuff for like cents an hour? It's like, how do I utilize this? Why aren't I using prisoners for labor, especially for true crime? It's like, you guys want to write about your crimes? It's not a bad idea for a channel. Prisoners who've been found guilty and admitted to their crimes write about their crimes. It's a great YouTube channel. The inmates were put to work digging into the dirt floor of the shed. After 15 minutes, the prisoners had dug 6 inches into the ground and come upon a layer of white lime powder. A bad omen. A few minutes later, the stench of rotting flesh pervaded the shed. Shortly thereafter, they uncovered a boy's skull. At this point, one of the inmates was overcome by nausea and bolted for the exit. None of the detectives attempted to detain him. Detective Larry Earls took up the fallen shovel and continued digging with the other inmate. The boy's torso, wrapped in a plastic sheet, was discovered. After a few minutes, the nauseated inmate returned with another shovel, apologized, and the three men continued to dig. The body had lain there for only a few days, and putrefaction had only recently set in. The boy was blonde, in his early teens. He had a cloth rag shoved in his mouth to gag him, held in place by masking tape which had been wrapped around his head. There was also a cord wound tightly around his neck. The detectives immediately concluded that he had been strangled to death. This was the body of 13-year-old James Dramala, who had last been seen riding his yellow bike in the suburb of Pasadena. The three men continued digging. A few inches deeper, they discovered another body, this time the fully decomposed skeleton of another victim. By now it was getting dark, so some spotlights were brought into the shed in order for the excavation to continue. One of the detectives ran to the patrol car and drove to a nearby jail to pick up even more inmates. They were going to need to dig up every inch of the shed. It was going to be a long night. Meanwhile, Earl and the two inmates began to dig directly to the right of where the first two bodies had been discovered. 8 inches down, they found another layer of lime, and 2 more bodies lying side by side. Both of them teenagers, both of them gagged. Jesus Christ, this body count is already getting up there. They've just started. One of them had been shot in the head, the other had been strangled with the pull string from a set of Venetian blinds. The latter's mouth was opened so wide that his lips had broken free of the tape adhesive, and his teeth were visible above and below the binding, signaling to detectives present that he had died not only struggling for air, but suffering from some other form of torture as he was strangled. The fixed, agonized expression indicated that, if he'd been able to breathe, he would have been screaming. At 10 p.m., a now enlarged extraction team of multiple inmates and detectives, each with handkerchiefs tied over their faces to ward off the smell of rot, discovered a mass grave in the back right-hand corner of the shed. 4 more bodies, this time all in an advanced state of decomposition, were uncovered. 2 had been buried in the fetal position, 1 was lying flat on his back, and 1 had been buried in an upright sitting position. By 11:55 p.m., each of the bodies had been removed from the hole, and the operation was suspended for the night, with 8 bodies in total being found. 3 of the 8 victims, who were the least decomposed, showed signs of their pubic hairs being forcibly ripped out and bite marks on their genitals, but all victims unearthed that night showed signs of intense torture prior to death. They had various large objects shoved inside their rectums, and a few of them had glass rods inserted into their penises before the rods were smashed by blunt force. Dude, we're 2 pages in. This is grim. Excavations continued the next day. At 12:05 p.m., 2 skeletons wrapped in plastic were disinterred. The hours dragged on, with the heat of the steel shed in the summer and the smell of thoroughly cooked, putrefied liquid that had soaked into the soil, making it necessary for the excavation team to take frequent breaks for fresh air. One of the detectives kicked in the back wall of the shed until the metal bent upward, creating a hole through which more air could flow. But it made little difference. One by one, detectives and convicts exited the boat shed, often to vomit, and then lay down on the grounds of the storage facility's small parking lot for several minutes in order to recover. The hot Texas sun was preferable to the stench of death inside. Every fall of a shovel increased its potency. By mid-afternoon, 2 more bodies were unearthed. One had been castrated, with the genitals wrapped in the same plastic sheet in which the body was found. The other had his penis chewed in half. In the late afternoon, in the back corner of the shed, the 1971 Chevy having long since been removed, 2 more bodies were uncovered. They bore identification cards with the names Donald and Jerry Waldrop, 15 and 13, respectively. They had lain in the ground for 2.5 years. Jesus, so this has been going on for a long time. 2 more victims were unearthed near the entrance of the shed. One of them was dressed in an American flag swimsuit, a t-shirt with the peace sign on it, and black leather cowboy boots. He had been shot in the head. The 9th and final body for that day was uncovered at 8:30 p.m. in an advanced state of decomposition, showing similar signs of torture to all the other victims. There were 2 main causes of death. Some of the victims had been strangled with ligatures, some had been shot in the head. However, one of the victims had a caved-in ribcage, indicating that he had been kicked or bludgeoned to death. In total, 17 bodies were found buried in the soft soil of the boat shed, but witness Elmer Wayne Henley claimed that there were other burial sites scattered around the area where many more bodies could be found. Wait, is this guy's got to be... Is he going to rank up there for like worst serial killers? Because this is a 17 bodies in one location and many more to be found? How have I never heard of this guy? Meet Dean Corll. Dean Arnold Corll was born to newlyweds Mary Emma Corll, maiden name Robinson, and Arnold Edwin Corll on December the 24th, 1939. Dean Corll's father was a 23-year-old factory worker in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and his mother was a housewife of the same age. Dean's father was able to avoid being drafted when the United States entered World War II at the end of 1941. As an essential factory worker, he was further down the list than many of his peers. Then in 1942, Arnold and Mary Corll had a second son named Stanley. And this is where, in most Casual Criminalist episodes, I tell you that the father was a physically abusive drunk. But he was not. The most that could be said against Arnold Corll was that he was unnecessarily dour, joyless, and strict. For example, Dean and Stanley always asked their mother for permission to go out and play because they knew their father would always say no. For another example, when Dean was a toddler, he put his foot in the toilet and then decided to clean himself off by climbing in the sink. No damage, no mess was made, except for a little bit of water splashed on the floor. But Arnold was angry at the aberrant behavior and punished Dean by having him quietly sit in a chair for a couple of hours. For a kid, that's forever. Unusually for the time, Arnold Corll did not use corporal punishments at all. Meanwhile, Dean's mother Mary was extremely indulgent and protective of her children, as she delighted in their adorable mishaps. This difference of perspective and temperament was one of the causes of friction in Mary and Arnold's marriage. They divorced in 1946 when Dean was 6 years old. So far, so normal. As David said, normally it'd be like, oh yeah, no, this is the making of a monster. But it seems, for rather unusually, he had a pleasant enough upbringing. Shortly thereafter, the draft caught up with Arnold Corll. At the age of 30, he entered the United States Air Force, having dodged the Second World War completely. He was shipped out to Memphis, Tennessee. Wait, why would they have 1946? Why are you still drafting people? There's the Korean War in the early 50s, right? Or late 40s, early 50s, something like that. But did they need draft for that? I thought that was just like a big wartime, like Vietnam, Second World War, that kind of thing. This dramatic turn of events sparked a brief reconciliation of Mary and Arnold's relationship. They sold the family home in Indiana, and Mary drove a truck towing a motorhome down to Tennessee to live near the Air Force Base where Arnold was stationed. However, Mary and Arnold's relationship was not stable, and they were on again, off again for a number of years. Meanwhile, Mary found a job and put Dean into school and Stanley into daycare, later opting to have an elderly farming couple look after Stanley while she was at work instead. Mary claims this time was a happy time for the boys. However, at the exact same time, a 6-year-old Dean became withdrawn, isolated, and uninterested in playing with other kids. The most likely cause would be distress at the divorce. More darkly, it can be an early sign of psychopathy. But the latter doesn't completely fit. Dean was capable of socializing when he had to, and of displaying empathy for others. Dean always worried about his younger brother. See, the empathy for others, displaying empathy for others, and capable of socializing, psychopaths can totally do that. Because they're calculating. And they're like, oh, this is the face that I have to show now. Oh, or like, that kind of shit. But like, worrying about his younger brother, that speaks not to psychopathy. When Stanley didn't return home from a friend's house on time, Dean would anxiously call Mary at work. He expressed similar concern for Mary herself and would warn her when she was driving too fast. He was just unusually disinterested in making any friendships whatsoever. And some kids are just more introverted like that. It's not necessarily indicative of any major disorder or past trauma. And Dean did not show any other troubling signs, like harming animals. Perhaps the divorce affected Dean, or perhaps his father's non-violent strictness had made him more timid, but there was no known childhood trauma more severe than that, nor any behaviors of Dean's that were major red flags at the time. I've said before, even if you're horribly abused as a kid, it doesn't excuse you becoming a serial killer. And it's like, oh, why were you a serial killer? My dad was a bit strict. It's not okay. Yet, given what Dean Corll would grow up to be, we cannot be too quick to accept the idea that his childhood was relatively normal and happy, or that he wasn't born with some kind of undiagnosed mental illness. It is always possible some red flags stemming from either nature or nurture existed, and neither of his parents noticed them. Young psychopaths can be secretive. Perhaps he was torturing small animals and never got caught. Or perhaps Dean was physically or sexually abused by a teacher or a neighbor and never told anyone. See, this is like when someone is this up as an adult, I don't know, I've made so many episodes that it's like, yeah, he probably was. Or is it possible that Mary Corll knew something that she wasn't telling and went out of her way to apply a rose-colored tint to the story of Dean's upbringing when talking to the police and the press, which has impeded analysis by forensic psychologists ever since? I mean, maybe, but we'll never know. Bottom line, if something happened in Dean's childhood to f*** him up, we'll never know what it was. Exactly. What we do know is that Dean's shyness and lack of socialization was exacerbated by physicalness. Just a year later, at the age of 7, Dean developed periodic outbreaks of fever and joint pain that went undiagnosed for 3 years. This restricted his ability to participate in physical activities and made him even less likely to play with other kids and form friendships. I know it's a terrible thought, but I'm thinking, yeah, if I was a kid and they're like, oh, you got the fevers occasionally, it's like, oh no, so I can't go outside in the freezing cold and kick around a ball for 2 hours? Oh no, I have to stay in the warm? Oh, I hated sports. We also knew that Dean's parents never bothered to give him a sexual education. We know this because in the summer of 1949, when Dean was 9 years old, some neighborhood kids shot out a streetlight. Wait, isn't it the schools? Like, this was something we were taught at school. Like, they'd separate the boys and the girls, and then they'd teach us about that stuff. That's like part of the curriculum. Dean and Stanley witnessed the vandalism and told the local sheriff about it. As a reward, he gave them 2 tin deputy badges. This had nothing directly to do with sex, but do bear with me. Yes, I was wondering how this connected. When the boys proudly showed their mother, she flew into a rage and gave the sheriff a piece of her mind about making her 2 boys into snitches, saying they'd get beaten up. To avoid this, she sent Dean and Stanley to spend the rest of the summer in Indiana on her parents' farm. When Dean returned to Tennessee, Mary Corral just assumes that 9-year-old Dean now knew everything there was to know about sex because he'd presumably seen a bunch of barnyard animals fucking, and to quote, "What kind of sex training do you give a boy that's lived on a farm? You don't have to tell him nothing." Okay. Also, it's weird that you refer to it as sex training. Like, what the
Now drop and give me one push-up. What's a push-up?
Maybe they just didn't have sex education in school in the past. Given that Dean Corral turned out to be a closeted homosexual living in the American South in the mid-20th century, and given that his later crimes involved sexual assault, sadism, ephebophilia... okay. Need to look that up. Look up. An adult who is sexually attracted to adolescents. Oh god. Wait, isn't that just the P word? Oh yes, and another word starting with P and ending in Ophelia. Yes, we have to do this because otherwise YouTube will never... I mean, YouTube's probably not going to let me get paid for this video. If you want to leave a super thanks, that would be amazing. Help support the show. Don't feel pressure. It's okay if you don't. But yeah, I'm just doing my best to keep us monetized, even though it's highly unlikely. It is possible that this atmosphere of parental negligence and country bumpkin sexual repression did him no favors. Also, it's a bit absurd to expect a 9-year-old who hasn't even felt such impulses yet to have suddenly learned everything there is to know about sex by simply spending a summer watching cattle, poultry, or horses occasionally have sex on a farm. You see, sex is complicated, especially the tumultuous passions of adult human relationships, cultural attitudes towards homosexuality, thorny issues around consent, and, not torturing people for your own monetary sexual gratification. The farmyard, as sex ed, is like saying a 9-year-old could become an expert at painting landscapes by spending a summer at the zoo watching chimpanzees hurl their own shit at the wall, though it may make the kid an expert on the painting techniques of Jackson Pollock. Oh, David reminds me here, this is an ideal place to plug his book. Okay, David, you've got it. David Baker's latest book, Sex, 2 Billion Years of Procreation and Recreation, with a foreword by guess who? That's right, me. This book's fantastic. I read it. I agreed to do the foreword on it. I think David says here the Australian version came out on the 5th of October. That was ages ago. The American and UK versions will be coming out under the Shortest History of Sex, which is a different name. I have the Aussie version. Just in time for Valentine's Day. It comes out on the 7th of February. So hopefully we'll get this edited and live before the 7th of February. Pick up this book from wherever you get your books. It's a great read, especially my foreword. It's the first time I'd written anything in forever. It's a great book. Check it out. Anyway, it's more likely that Mary Corral simply didn't wish to broach the subject of sex with her son, and the farm provided a convenient, half-assed excuse not to do it. I didn't learn about sex from my parents. I learned about it at school. And then when I was confused about something, I just look it up on the internet. Easy. It also gives you an idea of the extent of attention and quality of the parenting that Dean was probably getting from his mother, no matter how rosily Mary Corral may have described his childhood subsequently. If there was something seriously wrong with Dean as a child, there's no guarantee that his parents would have noticed it. I mean, just because she didn't want to teach him about sex doesn't mean that she's negligent. In 1950, when I'll do the sex training, weird.
From now on, I want you to do 1 push-up a day, every day.
In 1950, when Dean was 10, doctors figured out that a heart murmur was causing him to have periodic rheumatic fevers. He was put on medication and advised to avoid physically strenuous activities. He was banned from taking part in gym classes and spent quite a lot of time out of school. They'd be like, Simon, we've got some bad news. You can no longer participate in, well, we call it PE, physical education in the UK. I'd be like, oh no! Do you guys, like mostly Americans, because it's a big American audience, do you guys do something called the bleep test? Does Britain, do other people in the UK do the bleep test? It's this tape and it tortures you. It's like there's two lines set up in the gymnasium and you have to run from one to the other. And this machine goes like stage 1, boop. And then you have to get to the other side and then it's like boop. And then you go back, boop. And it gradually gets faster and faster until you die. I mean, not until you die, but it is miserable. And they used to use it to rank us in how good we were. I was not very good, but I also didn't care. In that same year, Mary and Arnold remarried and moved the family to Pasadena, a suburb in the metropolitan area of the rapidly growing city of Houston, Texas, where Arnold supported the family and Mary stayed at home. Their second marriage lasted until 1953 when they once again got divorced. We do not know how the tension in their second marriage manifested or whether a now adolescent Dean witnessed any fierce arguments. Again, Mary's account of Dean's upbringing is suspiciously uber-positive and glossed over, but who knows, maybe it was as faultless as she says. According to Mary, the divorce was amicable. Arnold remained on good terms with her. He continued to be present in his children's lives and he diligently paid child support. Mary seems to have barely had a negative word to say against Arnold. To quote, "Some people just don't click. It don't mean they ain't decent people." Not long after the divorce, Mary swiftly got betrothed to a large, handsome traveling salesman named Jake West. Suffice to say, it has never been fully clarified how or when they met. But Mary was a housewife in 1953, and Jake was a traveling salesman. Do the maths. Oh God, what am I missing? Oh, okay, so he's like a traveling salesman. He's like, hello there. Can I interest you in a vacuum cleaner and my penis? Sorry, that was crass. Again, forgive the speculation, because we've been deprived of reliable information about Coral's childhood, but if the bubbly and flighty Mary was habitually unfaithful to the dour and joyless Arnold, this might explain the on-again, off-again nature of their 14-year relationship without there being something Arnold did that Mary would speak of about resentfully in later years. And adultery might indicate an instability in Dean's home life that Mary might be reticent to mention. It also might explain the grounds for 2 divorces in an era before no fault, where you needed to show abuse, adultery, or abandonment in order to obtain one. Man, the past was the worst. It's like, no, we just don't like each other that much anymore. It's like we just grew apart. Nope. One of you has to adulter. Get on with it. But even then, an adulterous parent is a weak causal link to becoming a sexual sadist and a serial killer. Yes, and most importantly, not even anywhere near an excuse. He had a great childhood compared to some other people. And they're like, Pedro Lopez was horribly abused as a child. Does that make Pedro Lopez any less of a piece of shit? No. That's it. No, it doesn't. But it does make him, like, have a tiny fraction of not an excuse, but like a path towards it. Like, yes, that nudged him towards there. Whereas Dean just seems like, I guess he's just going to be like a natural psychopath or whatever. Just a natural fucking weirdo. Jake West sold clocks on a route that took him through East Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. As such, Mary and Jake moved with Dean and Stanley to the small town of Vida in Texas, a stone's throw from the Louisiana border. Vida was a backwater full of moonshiners and tax evaders with a population of just 9,000 and a frequent site of rallies by the KKK. Is it just lawless down there? They're just like, that's the place where the FBI, they don't even go to. What's going on in Vida? At the time, no black people dared live in the town. Jake went out on the road and earned a decent living so that Mary could be a homemaker. In 1955, Mary and Jake had a daughter named Joyce. As a teenager, Dean Coral got middling grades at school and enthusiastically played trombone in the school band. He also took up skinny dipping with other boys in a quarry pond called the Blue Hole. While we have no information on his sexual awakening, it's more than likely by this time Dean realized his same-sex attraction. Correspondingly, we have no information on whether the realization caused him any emotional distress, but living in backwoods East Texas in the 1950s, we can also safely assume that it caused some. None of Dean's schoolmates remember him ever having a girlfriend and forget about them noticing him with boys. Meanwhile, the physical exertion and likely physical excitement of skinny dipping at the Blue Hole wreaked havoc on Dean's heart condition, and after a fainting spell, his doctor told him to give up the activity altogether. Therefore, Dean returned to his solitary ways. Can't they give him drugs for this? It's just a heart murmur. Can't they give him... Did beta blockers or whatever exist back in the day? Is that what beta blockers do? They keep your heart chill, right? So it's always just bah, bah, bah. And then you're I'm really stressed out. Your heart's bah, bah. A friend of mine from back in the day was on beta blockers because he had some heart thing. And you just got to take them for the rest of your life. The Candyman. Near the town of Vida, wild pecans. David gave me a pronunciation guide for pecans. I know it's pecans in America, David, but I'm going to say it my way. Pecans. Grew in abundance along the Trinity River. Mary got the idea that the family could harvest them and make candy that Jake could sell on his sales route. The family piled into the car and drove all the way to Houston, Texas, where they visited a candy factory and paid a fee of $50 or $575 in modern money for the recipe for pralines. Again, David, I know how to pronounce pralines. It's not even different in America. Pralines, it's a common word, isn't it? Next, David will be car. It's thanks, David. A confectionery involving pecans, brown sugar, and cream that has a similar consistency to fudge. Wait, I love praline. Is this such an unusual thing? Praline's delicious. The whole cottage industry operated out of the kitchen and garage. Dean was conscripted to keep the machines that cleaned the pecans running, while Mary did the work of making the actual confectionery in the kitchen. Now I'm pronouncing pecans like an American. I can't stop. Then Dean was in charge of wrapping them. Stanley helped out where he could, but as a young man with a decent social life, he had little interest. Dean would handle the deliveries in Vidor and would pocket the money for himself. His stepfather, Jake, would take the bulk of the pralines with him on his route through East Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi for sale. Soon, the family was no longer harvesting wild pecans, but was purchasing bucket loads of them wholesale from local distributors. The production line soon increased to include Divinities, a pecan and nougat-based confectionery. Nougat is one where it's it is nougat, right? It's not nugget. It's nougat, but it's got a weird spelling, Nougat, based confectionery and chocolate-covered pecans. By all accounts, Dean, not having much of a social life, enjoyed the work. The confectionery business made a lot of money, so much so that in 1958, when Dean was 18 years old, the family moved to the city of Houston and sold their products under the trademark Pecan Prince. Dean finished up his high school degree via correspondence and became a full-time and largely unpaid worker for his mother and stepfather. It was at this point that Dean began to clash with Jake, having several heated arguments to the point that Jake refused to speak to him. Ostensibly, this was over the business, but there may have been deeper issues involved. In the following year, 1959, the family bought a shop and a small factory for Pecan Prince in Houston Heights, a growing industrial neighborhood where they could step up production of their increasingly popular brands. This is a very nice, entrepreneurial story. They buy a recipe for, praline. It's nowadays you just be just go on Google and find a really popular one. And now they're scaling this business. I like this. Meanwhile, Mary's father died, and she sent 19-year-old Dean to Indiana to live on the farm with his grandmother. Mary thought it would be good for her mother to have a man floating about the place, and she thought it would be good for Dean to get out in the world and away from Jake. Up in Indiana, Dean got a job working at a coil factory. He purchased a telescope and briefly took up amateur astronomy before getting bored and giving up. He also bought himself a camera and took up photography, which he stuck to, and later a movie camera, which he used to film the kids on neighboring farms. Like a weirdo. Arguably a red flag given his later history. Oh, yes. He's come over here, child. Let me film you. Oh, Dean, you weirdo. It reminds me of I was trying to do the voice of the P word, or allegedly from Family Guy, who's always is he into Chris? Some dark shit. Dean didn't get along very well with his grandmother, who said he would constantly be slacking off and wouldn't help her out with many chores. While Dean was up in Indiana, he met a girl named Wanda, who grew infatuated with him. Mary asked Dean to return to Houston in 1962 to help out with the flourishing candy business, this time offering to pay him a salary. He maintained a correspondence with Wanda, sending her candy with his letters. Then Wanda phoned Dean at the Pecan Prince factory and said, "Dean, are you sitting down?" Dean replies that he wasn't. "Okay, well, go ahead and sit down." What is it? It's when you say, "Are you sitting down?" It's not a real, it's how you say, instead of saying "I've got some news," it's not good news. It's basically the same thing. It doesn't actually mean you need to sit down. Unless, I mean, he's got a heart condition, doesn't he? So maybe he does need to sit down. Dean, I'm getting married, Wanda said. Who to? Dean asked. To you, Wanda giggled, which is probably the cutest marriage proposal from a woman that I've ever heard. But Dean didn't see it that way. No, Dean lives somewhere else. Dean is gay. He hung up, never called Wanda again, and stopped sending her letters. And fair enough, Dean was gay, and Wanda didn't know. But this was a particularly brutal way of dealing with things. Yeah, that's mean, but also Wanda's definitely got the wrong end of the stick, because I don't think there doesn't seem to be any evidence that Dean was leading her on. He's just sending her letters. I'm defending Dean, who buries children in his storage locker. What the f***? While living in Houston Heights, Dean Corll quickly gains the nickname the Candyman because of his reputation for giving out free candy to the local children, particularly when Dean passed by the local schools. And I'm sure very loud alarm bells started ringing in your heads. Yeah, but also no, because he's literally, that's his job. His family own like a chocolate business. It would kind of be weird if they didn't give out free chocolate to the local schools. It's just like a good like social, what do they call it? Like corporate social responsibility, that kind of like when companies do stuff for free so people like them. But such was not the case in 1962 Houston, Texas, which was still a couple of decades away from the era of stranger danger. Yeah, I mean, and it's also like, it'd be way more suspect if Dean was going to the store and buying chocolate and then taking it to children at school. But if he's literally known as the chocolate maker, I don't think it's that suspicious. Instead, Dean was simply viewed as a nice, quiet man who liked kids and worked at a candy factory. A Willy Wonka figure, if you will. I was going to say, it's a bit like Willy Wonka. Like, no one thinks Willy Wonka's weird if he just came up. I mean, he's a fictional character, and everyone thinks Willy Wonka's weird, so I don't know what my argument here. But no one thinks Willy Wonka's a P-word. It'd be a really different movie. The only person who became suspicious of Dean Corll's behavior was his stepfather, Jake West. He observed how Dean behaved around children and teenage boys and told Mary that he thought Dean might be gay. Mary, with the characteristic homophobia of the time, rejected the suggestion, insisting that he was, quote, a loyal, obedient, loving, and good normal boy. That doesn't sound forced at all. How is he? He's loyal, obedient, he's good, he's definitely not gay. Mary also said that the reason why her 22-year-old son was never seen flirting or dating women was because, quote, he'd already seen so many broken marriages. Meanwhile, Mary's own marriage to Jake West was going down the toilet. In 1962, Jake announced he would be taking over the business and would run Pecan Prints on his own, allowing Mary to return to her role as a housewife. Mary obeyed and ceded the business to Jake. But obviously, she resented this. To quote, he thought that Pecan Prints was already on its feet, so he could get all the credit. Mary started a second candy company from scratch, the Corll Candy Company, and worked 12-hour days in the garage behind the family home, developing new recipes and streamlining manufacturing and distribution. Holy shit, Mary, that's savage. It's like, yeah, you want to kick me out of my business? I'm going to start my own business and compete with you. And it's like, we're financially very entangled together as husband and wife. And she's like, I will crush you.
I must break you.
She appointed Dean as vice president and Stanley as secretary-treasurer in absentia, since the latter, now 20 years old, didn't want to work at the company full-time. I feel like he's like in absentia. It's like, so do you have a treasurer? It's like, no. Wait, why is a treasurer? Do you have treasurers at companies? Don't you have like CFOs or whatever? Or like bookkeepers, accountants, that kind of stuff? Mary had a talent for this kind of work, and it wasn't long before the Corll Candy Company started to make money. As strange as it may seem, there were now two competing candy companies operating under the same roof. Jake's reaction was to write letters to retailers across the American South, warning them that, quote unquote, someone was stealing his recipes and packaging candy just like Pecan Princes for sale. When Mary found out that Jake was doing this, it pretty much torpedoed the marriage. They got divorced in 1963. Yo, Mary, when you start competing in the same business as your husband without agreement on it, and I don't want to say his blessing, she doesn't need to get his blessing, but it would be a bit weird, wouldn't it? That would be a bit weird. It'd be like if my wife started making educational videos just like mine and started taking my topics. I'd be like, what's going on? Why are you doing this? That year, the Corll Company hired additional staff, purchased a warehouse, and converted it into a factory with a small candy shop out front. Dean moved into a makeshift apartment on the second floor. He also purchased a small Honda motorcycle on which he used to take the local kids on little joyrides. Ding, 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 those are love bells. That's got nothing to do with candy. He's like, hold on tight, children. Oh! And he soon bought a white Dodge delivery van with furniture and a portable television in the windowless back section of the vehicle. Bro, you just bought a P-word van, didn't you? The file letter B cliches continue to roll in thick and fast. But of course, they weren't yet cliches back then. While we have very limited information on this period, it is highly likely that the 23-year-old Dean Corll had already begun his career as a predator. Before 1963 was out, a teenage male employee at the candy factory complained to his peers that Dean Corll had offered him money in exchange for sexual favors. Mary noted that Dean had started avoiding the youth, and once she found out the reason, she accused the teenager of propositioning Dean, not the other way around. It doesn't matter, Mary. Use your big brain. He's a 23-year-old, and the other one's a teenager. It doesn't matter if the teenager wants it. Dean can't. You can't. No. No. Mary promptly fired the teenage worker. Oh, Mary. Toby in HR is going to be really upset about that. The extent of Dean's predations on children and teenagers at the time is not known, nor is it clear whether he'd already started torturing and killing. The latter is unlikely, but not impossible. Nor is it far behind. Like his father before him, the United States draft caught up with Dean Corll in 1964. I had no idea that the draft was such a big thing. Huh. I mean, I'm not against national service or it's not conscription. What's it called? You know, when you go into the military, you have to go to the military for a couple of years. I kind of think in some ways that's good for a country and good for people, but I wouldn't want to be drafted and actually have to go and fight in, an actual war.
Same answer.
Because it's I'd like the discipline and to learn things about the military, but I don't want to go and get shot in a trench or in Vietnam. That just sounds horrible. On August the 10th, Corll reported to Fort Polk in Louisiana for basic training. Thereupon, he was transferred to Fort Benning in Georgia for specialized training in field radio repair. He was then posted to Fort Hood in Texas. Several years later, Corll himself claimed to acquaintances that he had his first sexual experiences with men while in the army, although he never went into detail. According to some accounts, Corll also claimed that he first realized he was gay in the army at the relatively advanced age of 24 or 25, but the veracity of this latter claim seems doubtful. Meanwhile, Dean's family had never been big fans of conscription or fighting in the armed forces, and so Mary approached the Red Cross and the Texas governor to secure a hardship discharge for him, claiming that Dean was needed at the candy company. Doesn't Dean have a super weak heart where he can't even do physical exercise? Surely that's something that gets you out of the draft. Mary was successful, and Dean was honorably discharged on June the 11th, 1965 with a clean record. Mary probably spared her son a trip to Vietnam. Which is unfortunate because we know how this story goes. We know where it's going. It would have been better if Dean Corll had been killed in Vietnam. Dean Corll returned to Houston and moved into a small motorhome that was next to the new Corll Candy Company factory on 22nd Street and across the road from Helms Elementary School. Oh no. Oh no. He's living no. Again, you might be hearing alarm bells. Oh, David, I absolutely am. It was not far from Jake West's factory. 2 or 3 times a day, Corll would drive over to the Pecan Prince factory and spy on comings and goings there. Both brands were popular, and things had gotten a little cutthroat between the 2 former spouses. To quote one Corll Candy employee, Mary hated Jake West and was deliberately trying to put him out of business. And so was Dean. Mary was always telling Dean how much she hated West and all this stuff. The atmosphere was very intense. Compared to what we know is coming, this sounds kind of I like these kind of business stories. This is a good business story, and it's going to turn into a terrible murder story. It wasn't long before Jake West put a new slogan on boxes of Pecan Prince to quote, "The original Texas Pecan Chewy," with obvious subtext. In retaliation, Mary inscribed on her boxes, "Corll Candy, new, improved, but with a woman's touch." Meanwhile, Dean took over the majority of day-to-day operations at the company, while Mary spent more of her free time shopping, going to beauty salons, visiting psychics and palm readers, okie dokie, and above all, going on copious numbers of dates. Mary was 49 years old in 1965, and by all accounts was still a handsome woman. She had a lot of fun with local bachelors in Houston, but being conscious of Jake West's own amorous conquests, she was determined to get remarried. Dean would get frustrated and disgusted when she tried to tell him about her dates. Mary, don't be telling your son. It's I had a great date last night. It's Mum, don't want to know. Do not want to know, thank you. Dean Corll began to experiment with confectionery recipes and, like Willy Wonka, kept the precise ingredients and preparation methods a secret and individual workers in separate parts of the production process. According to one employee, this resulted in the quality of the Corll candies being far superior to Pecan Prince. In fact, Corll Candy nearly put Pecan Prince out of business. Corll also installed microphones in the factory and tapped the phone lines, allegedly in order to prevent industrial sabotage. Indeed, he once caught 2 employees on tape conspiring to steal some candy and sell it on the side, though he never rumbled any plot led by Jake West. Meanwhile, the Corll production line expanded to include candy apples, chocolate-covered fruits, and various assorted sweets. Dean also dived into factory work, getting into shape and becoming quite lean and muscular at 5'11" and 185 pounds. Siri, what's 185 pounds in kilograms? 83 kilos, big boy. Corll worked tirelessly, without much of a social life. but he became extremely outgoing with employees on the factory floor and with clients, distributors, and business partners. This is that psycho vibe, right? Because he doesn't really have any friends, but he's also very charming and can turn it on when he wants to. He became known for his sense of humor and fondness for pranks. He also threw blowout Christmas parties where they'd munch on chocolate-covered cherries and grapes injected to the point of bursting with brandy and vodka. That does sound kind of awesome. I had my daughter's... Oh, God, I don't like it. It's like, I've got this story I want to bring up about my daughter's birthday party from a couple of months ago. But it's also like, we're in a story about murder, but I'll tell it anyway for some levity. We did it at a chocolate factory. There's this awesome place. If you are in Prague, and especially if you've got kids, even if you haven't, it's worth going. There's a chocolate factory called Chocotopia, and they have like a chocolate plantation out in like South America somewhere. And it's got all of the stories about these guys going out there and setting it up and about how they source all of the chocolate and all of this stuff. And then this giant building makes this chocolate and they have so much of it. And you can go there and you can make these different chocolate like shapes and stuff, which is what my daughter's birthday party was about. And then they had this like place where we had like it all set up for a party. And there was so much chocolate that everyone was just ridiculously full of chocolate and we barely even scratched. It was if I was a kid, this would have been my fantasy. Now as a 36-year-old man, I'm like, oh, I better not eat more chocolate or I'm going to regret this. And I did regret it, but it was so good. Chocotopia, everybody. Check it out if you're in Prague. It's not sponsored. It's just amazing. It was quite a change from the days when Dean Coral was a quiet young man who kept no friends. However, if Coral was a psychopath, it's hardly surprising that in adulthood he'd learned to ape acceptable behaviors and mimic personality traits that he observed would win people over and generally transform himself into a charismatic figure. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. As a kid, you don't know how to do that. But then as you get older, these people learn and they're like, oh yeah, you put on this mask, you put on that mask, easy. Ted Bundy did much the same thing, and indeed, the confident facade worked. Coral, who continued to suppress his secret homosexuality, became intensely desired by many of his female employees. He'd tease them and keep them at arm's length, but one girl managed to finagle a trip to the beach with him to her boundless excitement, but was confused and disappointed when Coral pulled up to her house with a van full of kids that he wanted to take with them. Bruh. Weird. Red fucking alert. The girl was furious and vowed to never go on a date with him again. I mean, really? I mean, if you were like, oh yeah, he's taking all the kids to the beach and he's a P word, you'd be like, bro, what the hell? But if he just turns up, he's like, no, I just love supporting the local community. And this is the past. You'd just be like, oh, you're such a good guy. Dean's mother, Mary, who was utterly in denial about her son and had a major blind spot as far as his homosexuality and P-word inclinations were concerned, later explained to the media, quote, he didn't want to show much affection toward women because he wasn't ready to hurt their feelings or take up with them. So he kept kids between them. You're so hardcore in denial, Mary. I mean, this really couldn't get more obvious, but I guess the 1960s were a simpler, more naive time. When his mother tried to line up dates with quote-unquote nice girls, he would get frustrated and tell her to mind her own business. But Coral briefly got a proverbial beard, dating a single mother for a few months named Betty Hawkins. Oh, beard, it means like... I remember learning this. Where does this word come from? Like, a woman who's dating a man so the man can deny he's gay, right? He was really good with her kids and got them to call him Daddy. Meanwhile, there was Helms Elementary School across the street. Every day, like clockwork, there would be a line of cherubic little school kids outside the factory asking for free samples. Without fail, Dean would go out and give candy to them. When their parents complained, Coral ignored them and continued to dispense the candy anyway. He gained a second nickname, the Pied Piper. As Ruby Jenkins, one of Coral's business associates, said, quote, Dean loved kids. I never saw a man who loved kids like Dean. They were always around him, hugging him, and he just loved it. It's like that could go two ways, can't it? He could like, oh, he's like this nice guy, he gives out the chocolate to kids. Or it could be like, he's this guy who gives out chocolate to kids. It's like, yeah, Dave writes, I'll bet he did. I bet he did. Oh, grim. Coral also set up a pool table in the back of the factory, which attracted a large number of teenage boys who'd come to hang out with Dean after school. See, now that is just a bit... Like, before handing out the chocolate and stuff, it's like, I understand, like, in a simpler time and stuff, that this could be seen as okay, but he's like, no, he's just set up, like, a pool table so teenage boys come and hang out with him. Even if he's not sexually a weirdo, that's still weird. Like, get some friends your own age. He bought a stereo and set it up in his trailer next to the factory, where teenage boys would regularly be seen relaxing and listening to music. He was also constantly taking boys for rides in his windowless white van with a couch inside it, usually on trips to go surfing at the beach. Some of Coral's employees increasingly began to suspect that he was attracted to teenage boys, given how flirtatiously he acted around them. And while allegations from the mid-1960s are pretty thin on the ground, this is quite an obvious pattern of grooming. Coral's criminal activities were already in full swing. The prevailing mystery is how many molestations there were at the time, and exactly when Coral started to torture and murder his victims. We shall never know for certain. One thing we do know is that one of Coral's employees, a teenager only known as Jimmy, refused to be left alone with Coral. When asked why, he would merely hang his head and he wouldn't answer. Another thing that we do know is that Coral spent a lot of time digging behind the candy factory and through the floor of his back office, claiming that he was burying defective candy in order to avoid attracting insects. Bro, that's what bins are for. This is not what he was doing. So we're sure, right? No one listening to this is like, oh, he's really burying candy. No, he's burying bodies. So we know this is when it began. Like 90% certainty, right? The burials happened entirely at night. Coral would wrap the quote-unquote defective candy in plastic sheeting and would pour concrete on top of it once the interment was done. It's not candy. When Coral ran out of room in the floor of his office and behind the factory, he started burying the quote-unquote candy near White Oak Bayou in an area which was later converted into a parking lot. To this day, neither site has been excavated by forensic investigators. It's pretty clear that Coral started killing in the mid-1960s, which likely makes his total kill count much higher than the one officially ascribed to him. Why haven't they investigated this? It's a parking lot. It's not like you're digging up a skyscraper. Just go demolish the parking lot and plaster over it when you're done. Go find that. What the hell? The twist. In 1966, Mary, now aged 50, got hitched for a fourth time. The man's name has been thoroughly suppressed in most sources for legal reasons because, as you will see, he did not come off particularly well. As such, we'll simply refer to him by the pseudonym Turd Ferguson. If you'll forgive the Norm Macdonald reference. I don't know the Norm Macdonald reference, but the Turd as a name is quite funny. Turd was a merchant seaman who met Mary via a matchmaking service. The nuptials were extremely rushed thereafter. They honeymooned in Mexico City, where Mary was alarmed by Turd being unnecessarily violent with a cab driver. Turd had frequent fits of rage and talked about how he was constantly in conflict with other men. Yeah, what's that saying? It's like you could judge people by how they treat staff. Like, if you're at a restaurant and, like, someone's rude to the waiter, it's like you can, I feel like, unless you're having a terrible experience in the restaurants, then it's like that's a warning sign. According to Mary, he even bragged about how sometimes crewmen would walk off his ships when they found out Turd Ferguson would be serving aboard. Additionally, Turd's first wife had hanged herself in the garage, but the fact that Turd himself had taken the rope off his wife's neck and laid her out on the ground before calling the police made Mary suspicious. Mary, you're married to this dude. What the f*** are you doing? She actually went downtown to look at the coroner's report for signs of foul play, but to no avail. While on a road trip through Indiana to visit Mary's family, Turd Ferguson had a fit of rage while in the car, and Mary dumped his ass in a field and drove away. They annulled the marriage shortly thereafter. Good move, Mary. I get the feeling you'd have ended up murdered if you'd have stayed with old Turdy here. However, Turd Ferguson was evidently also something of a sweet talker, because only a few weeks later they remarried and moved in together. Unfortunately, things did not get better. Shocking. It's really shocking. Turd didn't turn himself around, did he? Turd proved himself to be extremely jealous. Once, while offshore in Boston, Turd Ferguson phoned Mary, but she didn't pick up, so he immediately flew to Houston to see if she'd shacked up with another man. Another time, when Turd was supposedly away on a boat, he rented a car and staked out Mary's house for 2 nights. Yet another time, he misdialed their home number and a man answered, so Turd flew into a rage, went home, burst into the room where Mary was sewing, and scared the living daylights out of her. It is possible that it wasn't just paranoid jealousy and Mary was actually cheating on Turd at the time, and there are circumstantial reasons to suspect Mary's track record in her previous marriages, but there obviously isn't anything on the planet that could explain such blatantly toxic and coercive behavior. Turd was a shit. It is notable, however, that he showed some good judgment of character by taking a thorough dislike to Dean, who, like Jake West before him, Turd thought was a creep and paid far too much attention to children. Yes, Turd might be a turd, but he's right on this. He's not as much of a turd as Dean. The friction between Turd and Dean grew to the point that Dean refused to visit the newly re-weds for Christmas and for Dean's birthday on Christmas Eve. This broke Mary's heart. But there is really very little information to redeem Ted Ferguson in this narrative. The unstable nature of their relationship constantly had Mary leaving the house and moving back in once Turd managed to beg her to return. In one instance, Turd sent Mary 8 bunches of flowers and told her he'd throw the most beautiful funeral for her if she ever died. Oh my god, how romantic. For instance, if she failed to return home and he killed her for it. Oh that took a turn. By all accounts, Turd Ferguson was a major headache and an abusive arsehole. And in an act of utter hypocrisy, despite all the violent, jealous behaviour, Turd would also openly cheat on Mary when they were on the outs. As their marriage continued, it would only get worse. Meanwhile, in 1967, Dean Corll was still in full flush of his popularity, handing out candy to the kids across the street at Helms Elementary School. One of the students that caught his eye was David Brooks, a 12-year-old 6th grader. Brooks took an immediate liking to Corll because he was the first adult who didn't comment on Brooks's thick-rimmed glasses when Corll met him, which was otherwise something about which Brooks was teased relentlessly by his fellow students and other adults. What adults are teasing a 12-year-old because of his glasses? You need to get your shit together if you're that adult. Like the other boys, Corll took Brooks for rides on his motorcycle and for trips down to the beach and got him to hang out in the back of the factory playing pool. While Corll and Brooks' relationship did not yet turn out to outright pedestry, it was quite clear that Corll was grooming Brooks. It was becoming clear that Corll Candy Company's finances were on a sharp downturn and that they had severely overestimated the market demand for their candy and overextended themselves. Corll laid off the majority of their staff and did some of the factory work himself, whipping up 5 or 6 batches at night for what few orders the company had. During the day, Corll took a job as a trainee at the Houston Lighting and Power Company, testing relay systems in order to make ends meet. Oh no! I mean... Oh no, Corll's lost his money. But it's like, I like the story of this up-and-coming business and how they made it successful and they competed. And now it's like, yeah, there's just a downturn sometimes, doesn't it? It's like, it's not always just a constant march uphill. Meanwhile, the greatest marriage story in human history continued to span the spectrum from to really Mary and Turd began threatening to have each other committed to an insane asylum. Mary actually went ahead and did it, and Turd was kept for 24 hours observation before being released. He then went on to threaten to have Mary committed to a private clinic where he could pay to have her there indefinitely and subjected to shock therapy. Mary was horrified and slept in the office at the candy factory for 6 weeks. She got a restraining order on Turd for good measure. Not to be dissuaded, Turd refused to get a divorce and began lurking around the candy factory, leaving threatening messages on the company answering machine and occasionally trying to break into the place. One night at 2 a.m., Turd Ferguson showed up at the factory and began pounding on the door, yelling that he was going to beat the shit out of Mary and calling Dean a derogatory slur for homosexual. At this point, Mary declared that she was going to shoot Turd, but Dean told her not to and threatened to take away Mary's .22 caliber pistol if she couldn't control herself. Mary then started encouraging Dean to go out and murder him instead. Go on, son. Go out there and finish him off. As a happy compromise, Dean gave Mary some bricks to throw at Turd Ferguson from the second-floor window. Illustrative of Mary's own state of dial about her son, years later she said to quote, "How could people say now that Dean is a murderer? Why, if Dean was ever going to be a problem to anybody, it would have been to Turd Ferguson." Mary, you are so blind to what is going on, it's not even funny. In June 1968, Mary finally managed to get divorced from Turd on the grounds of both abuse and adultery. A few days later, on advice Mary got from a psychic, she took her now 13-year-old daughter Joyce from a marriage to Jake West and moved to Colorado. This was to avoid further threats from Turd Ferguson, who seemed a pretty likely candidate for someone who'd be violent or even homicidal towards an ex-wife. Dean Corll, meanwhile, remained in Houston, shut down Corll Candy Company for good, and began working full-time at Houston Lighting and Power. He'd never see his mother in person again. Now, despite no longer being the candy man, Dean Corll continued to pal around with underage boys. He moved into a prefabricated shed across the street from Cooley Elementary School. He installed a blacklight, television, and stereo system so it would seem like a cool place for teenagers to hang out. Dude, you're just getting older and they're staying the same age, and you're a fucking weirdo, dude. Now that Corll's mother was out of town, he began to be a little more open about his same-sex attraction with a small number of older acquaintances, men in their early 20s, but for the most part he still kept it a secret. Corll also regularly caught up on a monthly basis with his old girlfriend Betty Hawkins, but mostly, Corll's choice of companions was decidedly younger. One of them was David Brooks, and from that point forward, they were seen constantly in each other's company. In 1969, when Brooks was 14, their relationship turned sexual, with Corll paying Brooks $5 or $10, $35 to $70 in modern money, or bribing him with gifts to allow Corll to perform oral sex on him. Brooks once specified, "It was always Dean doing something to me. It was never me doing something to Dean." As 1970 dawned, many of Coral's adult acquaintances noticed a sharp change in his demeanor. He became more isolationist again, like he was in the old days, and he was no longer the charismatic dynamo everyone knew and loved when he managed the factory. The most likely explanation is that he didn't need to wear that mask anymore. Coral was also quick to anger and often threatened people with violence. Furthermore, as Coral turned 30, he became increasingly sensitive about his age and didn't seem to want older companions around anymore. He also started moving constantly to new apartments and houses around Houston. Shortly after he arrived, neighbors would take note of wild parties with loud music attended by young men, and when Coral moved out, a few of his former landlords took notice of bullet holes in the walls. One landlord noticed a steel hook that was typically used to hold a chain or a rope had been affixed to a wall inside the bedroom. Coral moved about 5 or 6 times a year. He explained to his mother that part of the reason was that he wanted to avoid some young men with whom he didn't want to be friends anymore. But what this behavior suggests is that Coral kept on the move to avoid allegations of sexual abuse from mounting up in any particular neighborhood. Yeah, that's bang on, David. That's exactly what's going on. And it's the past, so I guess people weren't brilliant at tying together. I feel like on Facebook, there'd be like the Coral's a Predator group, and people would be like, "I've seen him here, he's moved here. Find him, get away, make him move." Meanwhile, David Brooks' parents got a divorce. His father stayed living in Houston, and his mother moved to the nearby town of Beaumont. The now 15-year-old Brooks dropped out of high school and went to Beaumont to live with his mother. But he frequently came back to Houston to visit his father, and quite often, instead of staying with his dad, Brooks stayed wherever Dean Coral was living at the time. He described living with Dean Coral as a second home. In addition to payment for sexual services, Coral was also quick to give Brooks money whenever the teenager asked for it. Then one night, in September 1970, we don't have an exact date, David Brooks paid an unannounced visit to where Coral was staying at the Harold Turboff Apartments, not far from the county orphanage. The door was unlocked. Brooks walked into the living room and saw Dean Coral completely naked, forcibly sodomizing 2 teenage boys who were manacled to a plywood torture board that Coral had suspended from the ceiling. As David Brooks later attested, quote, "They was all 3 of them naked. Dean jumped up and said, 'I'm just having some fun,' and he promised me a car if I kept quiet." Please, I know this isn't where it ends, but this is really where he should go to prison forever. Like, David Brooks should be like, yeah, you need to go and arrest that guy, and I'll tell you, and we'll get those witnesses, and that'll be that. But that's not what happens, is it? David Brooks left. Not long afterward, he met up with Coral again, who admitted to the younger man that he had tortured and murdered the 2 teenagers. But Coral went further. He proposed a deal with Brooks. For every teenage boy that David Brooks could lure to his apartment, Coral would pay Brooks $200, or roughly $1,500 in modern money. Confronted with this horrifying revelation and Coral's equally grotesque proposal, quite surprisingly, David Brooks actually accepted. And yes, that's insane, but also we've got to remember that David Brooks has been fairly heavily groomed for a very long time. Not that that's really much of an excuse, but Jesus. Also, where's he getting so much money from? He just works in an electric company. The Accomplice. On Friday, September the 15th, 1970, around the same time that Dean Coral made his ghoulish offer to David Brooks, 18-year-old Jeffrey Conan, a student at the University of Texas in the city of Austin, was hitchhiking back to Houston to visit his parents for the weekend. Conan's college roommate, Juan Lopez, was also heading to Houston for the weekend. He accompanied Conan as they leapfrogged from ride to ride, each provided by kindly strangers, on their 165-mile journey back home. The last ride they received was from a man named Legrand. Along the way, Legrand's car blew a tire, and so Lopez and Conan helped him change it. Afterward, Legrand drove them to a bar in Houston and bought them a drink to thank them. At 6:15 p.m., Legrand dropped off Conan at the corner of Westheimer and South Voss in a posh business and shopping district in Houston called Uptown. Lopez stayed in the car, and Legrand drove him home. This is the last time Conan was seen alive. Oh, Legrand is Coral, isn't he? Jeffrey Conan was approximately 130 pounds or 59 kilograms with blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a blue t-shirt, brown jeans, and a yellow raincoat. He was carrying a red plaid bowling bag in his pockets and had a scholarship check for $250 or just shy of $2,000 in modern money. Conan was short and looked decidedly young for his age, which explains why Coral targeted him. Conan did not live in Uptown, and his roommate Lopez had no idea what he intended to do there, later stating that he knew Conan had definitely intended to make his way home. The most likely scenario is that Conan bought something in Uptown and then hitched another ride to take him the rest of the way home. Unfortunately, the vehicle he entered was likely driven by Dean Coral. When Conan did not arrive home, his parents reported him missing, only to be told by police that he was likely a runaway, had possibly run off to California like so many youth were doing at the time, and would quote-unquote probably turn up. Brilliant police work there. Well done. Fearing a robbery gone wrong, Conan's parents scoured bank records to see if anyone had cashed their son's scholarship check, but to no avail. Conan's body was found 3 days later, buried at High Island Beach. The body had been wrapped in plastic sheeting covered with a layer of lime, and a large boulder had been pushed on top of the shallow grave, further concealing it and preventing wildlife from digging it up. Conan's hands and feet had been bound with a nylon cord, and a gag had been stuffed in his mouth. He had been forcibly sodomized, tortured, and killed by strangulation. David Brooks knew where he was buried. And although the Candyman had been likely operating for years at this point, Jeffrey Conan is the earliest known victim of Dean Corll. Well, go dig up that f***ing parking lot then, if you really want to know. On September the 17th, 1970, Dean Corll rented a boat shed from Mamie Mayner, proprietor, the woman from the beginning, the boat shed, the storage room with the car, of Southwest Boat Storage on the outskirts of Houston for $20 a month. On December the 13th, 1970, two 14-year-olds from the Spring Branch district in Houston, named James Glass and Danny Yates, were at a religious rally at the Evangelistic Temple, a church in Houston Heights. James Glass's father also attended the rally, along with James's brother Willie. Sometime during the rally, David Brooks turned up. Brooks and Glass knew each other, and previously, Brooks had convinced Glass to attend a party at Dean Corll's apartment. Brooks managed to lure James Glass and Danny Yates away from the rally without informing anyone where they were going or with whom. The last time Willie Glass saw his brother and Yates, they were walking up the aisle of the church as if they were headed to the restroom. And then, as Willie later said, they just vanished into thin air. David Brooks had successfully lured the two 14-year-olds into the hands of Dean Corll, who at that point had moved into an apartment in Yorktown. Corll began plying the two boys with drugs and alcohol. His usual modus operandi was, if he could convince his victims to drink and do drugs, to get them highly intoxicated or passed out so that he could easily restrain them. If he couldn't tempt the boys, Corll would trick the victims into putting on handcuffs by offering to show them an escape artist trick, in a tactic later copied by John Wayne Gacy. If that failed, Corll would use outright physical coercion. In this case, booze was enough, though. Brooks was paid $400, or roughly $3,000 in today's money, and he left before any of the torture and violence began. Dean Corll manacled the two teenagers to a torture board suspended from the ceiling, gagged them, and once the boys regained consciousness, he forcibly sodomized them. Danny Yates was also tortured for an unknown duration with electricity from jumper cables hooked up to a generator. Then, both boys were strangled to death with a nylon ligature. Dean Corll wrapped them in plastic sheeting, placed them in the trunk of his car, drove them to the outskirts of Houston, and buried them in the back of his boat shed. David Brooks assisted with the burial. David Brooks is in this crazy journey. When the Glass and Yates families reported their sons missing, the police told them that without any evidence of foul play, no search would be conducted. Glass and Yates' cases were handed over to the Missing Persons Department, where two different officers were assigned to each boy. The cases were then lost in a morass of bureaucracy, and the disappearances of the two boys were treated separately rather than as connected occurrences. Glass was classified as a runaway almost immediately because he'd once stormed out of the house after an argument with his father over the length of his hair. Glass had stayed the night with friends before returning home. Police thought that this was sufficient grounds to assume that he had run away again. Yates was classified as a runaway a few days later when police learned that he used to hang out at a house that was notorious for being frequented by runaway boys. Apparently, this was also sufficient to slap the runaway label on him and do nothing further. Yes. I mean, I know the police are busy and stuff, but missing kids, come on, guys. The Glass and Yates families were on their own. They papered the town with missing persons flyers. Willie Glass ran an appeal directly to his brother in the newspaper. Even he assumed James was a runaway and begged him to return home, even offering to buy James a motorcycle if he did so. Danny Yates' father, meanwhile, drove down all the way to Monterrey in Mexico, about 500 miles away, due to a dubious tip that Danny Yates had been seen there. Meanwhile, James's mother, Irma Glass, became mentally ill from the anxiety and grief. She began hallucinating that she saw James by the side of the road whenever she was in the car. Things escalated that she obtained a gun, grabbed her daughter Pamela, and dragged her into her bedroom. When police arrived, she screamed at them that they weren't going to take her daughter like they'd taken her son. Irma was disarmed, without anyone being hurt, and she was sent to a psychiatric ward, where she remained institutionalized for several months. Yeah, I can see. It's like this sort of can break people. Shortly after the murders of James Glass and Danny Yates, Dean Corll moved again. This time from his Yorktown apartment to a flat in Mangum Road. Not far away from Corll's apartment was a bowling alley, the Del Mar Lanes. On January the 30th, 1971, 15-year-old Donald Waldrop and his 13-year-old brother Jerry were walking to the Del Mar lanes discussing the prospect of starting a bowling league. They had been dropped off by their father at a friend's house nearby, but after discovering that their friend wasn't home, the brothers headed off on foot without him. Somewhere along the way, Donald and Jerry were approached by David Brooks, who asked the boys if they wanted to smoke some weed. Brooks led them to a white windowless van where Coral was waiting. After getting the Waldrop boys stoned, Coral enticed them back to his apartment with promise of a party and more illicit substances. Once there, Donald and Jerry were plied with alcohol. This time David Brooks stayed to watch what was about to unfold. Coral manacled the brothers to his torture board and sexually assaulted them for the next several hours. During the ordeal, both boys were subjected to genital mutilation. Coral kept the victims shackled to the torture board while he and Brooks went to sleep. The next morning, Coral cuffed each brother by one hand and one leg to the torture board, leaving Donald and Jerry with one hand free. Coral then informed the boys that whichever Waldrop brother beat their sibling to death would be unchained and allowed to leave. For the next several hours, Coral and Brooks watched the boys struggle to kill each other with their fists while dangling from the torture board, several times beating each other into a state of unconsciousness. Then Coral sexually assaulted the victims again before strangling them both to death. Brooks helped Coral wrap the victims in plastic and bury them in a common grave in the back left-hand corner of the boat shed. This is intense. The boys' father, Everett Waldrop, reported both of them missing, only to be told by the police that they were probably runaways. Fucking hell. After so many kids going missing. So many, same demo. After attempting for 8 months to convince the police to take the matter seriously, Everett Waldrop was told to stop wasting police time. Jesus Christ. He's a father whose kid's gone missing. And the police are like, stop wasting our time. God, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine? True to his word last September, in exchange for Brooks keeping quiet, Dean Coral bought the teenager a green 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. It was through driving this vehicle that Brooks became acquainted with a 15-year-old part-time gas station attendant named Randall Harvey. Brooks and Harvey later quarreled over stolen stereo equipment, and during the argument, Brooks threatened to kill him. It turns out that Brooks was serious. On March the 9th, 1971, Randall Harvey was riding home on his bike after finishing his shift at the gas station. Somewhere between the gas station and his home in the suburb of Oak Forest, Harvey was forced by Dean Coral and David Brooks into Coral's windowless white van. Harvey's bike was thrown into the van after him, and it was later discarded, never to be found. Randall Harvey's hands and feet were bound with nylon cord, and he was carried into Coral's apartment on Magnum Road. Once inside, Dean Coral sodomized, tortured, and murdered Randall Harvey with a single gunshot to the head. Brooks was satisfied that it settled the score with Harvey, which softened the blow that he wasn't paid his usual $200 fee. The victim was buried in the back of Coral's boat shed. Randall Harvey's mother reported him missing 2 days later. She mentioned to the police that Harvey had quarreled with a 16-year-old teenager named David Brooks over stolen stereo equipment. Police didn't look into the lead and insisted that Harvey was probably a fucking runaway, perhaps to get away from Brooks. Brooks was not questioned, and no search for Randall Harvey was conducted at the time. When his body was unearthed in the boat shed in 1973, it was not identified because a house fire had destroyed all of Randall Harvey's pictures and the boy did not have dental records. By this point, Harvey's mother was reluctant to participate further in the investigation, saying that she knew her son was dead and didn't want to put herself through the trauma of the identification process only to find out that it wasn't him. Then, in 2008, Randall Harvey's sisters submitted their DNA to be tested against locks of hair from one of the unidentified bodies in Coral's boat shed. It was a match. And so, 37 years after his death, Randall Harvey's body was released by Houston police to his family. His sisters had him cremated, and his ashes scattered at the same lake where they'd scattered their grieving mother after she'd died in 1994. Randall's sister Lenore said, quote, "He needs to be fishing with Mama. He's had a hard enough life." When discussing Coral's pattern of killing and the suffering of his victims, Brooks later said, quote, "Every once in a while, he'd take a kid by force, and then he'd do oral sex and rectal sex and all kinds of other things. And then he'd wind up killing him. Once they went to the board, they were as good as dead. It was all over, except for the shouting and the crying. This is probably a cruel way to put it. It probably sounds terrible, but most of them weren't no great loss. Yeah, Brooks, it sounds f***ing terrible, you piece of shit. It's like, why would you f***ing say that? It probably sounds terrible, so don't f***ing say it. A parent's worst nightmare. At 2 p.m. on May the 29th, 1971, 13-year-old David Hillergeist left home with his little brothers to go swimming in the community pool, which was about a mile away. However, shortly after leaving his house, Hillergeist decided he was too embarrassed to go to the pool with his little brothers. He swung by his neighbor's house to see if his friend, 16-year-old Gregory Winkle, would like to go with him instead. David Hillergeist was skinny and small for his age, being only 5'3" and not yet 100 pounds. Although 3 years older, Gregory Winkle was also slender and small for his age, standing at 5'7". Thus, both boys made ideal targets for Dean Corll. Winkle and Hillergeist didn't make it to the pool. They were last seen by witnesses climbing into a white windowless van. Of course, this van was driven by Corll. Winkle and Hillergeist required no coercion to get inside. Both of them knew Corll. Gregory Winkle had worked part-time at Corll Candy Company alongside his mother Selma. David Hillergeist had often hung out at the factory, being among the many teenagers invited to use the pool table at the back. Thus, Dean Corll, the Candyman, had no trouble convincing the two boys to accompany him to his apartment, where he got them intoxicated, then shackled, tortured, and forcibly sodomized them. This assault lasted for several hours, during which sharp objects were shoved into their rectum and glass rods were inserted into their urethras before being smashed with blunt force. At 11:30 p.m., Corll forced Gregory Winkle to phone his mother Selma, who'd just gotten home from work, to discover that her phone was ringing. Under duress, Gregory said, quote, "Mama, I called because I know you'd be worried." Selma Winkle asked her son where he was. Gregory didn't immediately answer, but he could be heard whispering a question to someone on the other end of the line. She heard the other person answer, but couldn't make out what they'd said. Then Gregory put his mouth back to the receiver and replied, "We're in Freeport, Mama. I called to let you know where I was at." Selma thought this was odd because Gregory had often traveled to Freeport, a small seaside town approximately 60 miles or 100 kilometers from downtown Houston. Gregory knew the place like the back of his hand. There was no reason he'd need to ask someone on the other end of the line where he was. Selma asked Gregory who he was with, and he replied, "I'm out with some kids." "What kids?" Selma asked. "Oh, just some kids. With my friend Joe and some kids." "Are there any girls?" Selma asked with a note of disapproval in her voice. "No, Mama," Gregory replied. "There's just a bunch of boys, and I'm going to swim out here." "You know better than to be out this late," Selma said angrily, and hung up the phone. Not long after, Dean Corll strangled Gregory Winkle and David Hillergeist to death. He then wrapped the boys in plastic sheeting, drove them out to the Southwest boat storage, and buried them in the back right-hand corner of his shed alongside Randall Harvey. David was buried in the fetal position. Gregory was buried sitting up. It's just... How have we not heard? Like, this guy he's like killing more people than Ted Bundy. In horrific ways. And it's in America. How has this not come up? How is this guy not as infamous as Gacy? Earlier that day, at 3 p.m., David Hillergeist's mother had found out that her son was missing only an hour after he had left because one of David's little brothers had called asking to be picked up from the pool. The little boys had walked there without David and had never shown up subsequently. A few anxious hours passed, then at 7 p.m., Dorothy and her husband Fred began sweeping the neighborhood, calling out David's name, banging on doors, neighbors, and when that failed, the doors of strangers. But they notably missed Selma Winkle because she had not come home from work yet. Dorothy and Fred continued to search the area until 3 a.m. when they began phoning hospitals in case David had met with some kind of accident. But none of the hospitals they called had any record of admitting a boy of his description. At 6 a.m., the Hillergeists called the police and reported David missing. They were told not to worry, and that David had probably just spent the night at a friend's house. When the officer was assured that David was not at any of his friends' houses and that he wasn't the sort of boy to do that sort of thing, the cop speculated that David had probably run away. Oh, what a surprise that a cop would speculate that rather than doing any work. The officer then informed the Hillergeists that unless there was evidence of foul play, a search would not be conducted. At that point, David was already dead. Dorothy and Fred spent May 30th searching across Houston. In the late afternoon, they learned that David had swung by Gregory Winkle's place. An now alarmed Selma told the Hillergeists that David and Gregory had headed off to the pool together, and that at 11:30 that night, Gregory had phoned her saying that he was in Freeport. Selma also doubted that her son had simply run away. Gregory had left the house in swimming trunks with only 80 cents in his pocket. Selma was also widowed and depended on the 16-year-old Gregory to help her make ends meet. Gregory had always been very loving and attentive towards his mother, and Selma thought it doubtful that he would just up and abandon her. Without delay, Fred and Dorothy Hillergeist headed to Freeport, a town of 12,000 people, and showed David's photo to anyone who would talk to them. Nobody had seen their son. Going 4 days without any sleep whatsoever, Fred and Dorothy chased up several rumors and investigated hundreds of miles of Texas coastline and the wider Houston area. On Wednesday, June the 2nd, they hired a private investigator who searched for 3 weeks, found nothing, and hit the Hillergeists with a bill for $1,100 or $8,700 in modern money, sending the family into debt. They didn't care. They just wanted their son back. Yeah, I mean, fair. Like 3 weeks work, $8,700. It's not like he's trying to rip them off. He's just doing his job. And I'd do exactly the same thing. I'd be like, I'd hire all the people I could find. If the police aren't going to do it, I'll do it myself. Meanwhile, Fred and Dorothy Hillergeist and Selma Winkle had printed off 500 missing posters with pictures and descriptions of the two boys and the offer of a $1,000 reward. The anxious parents got the entire community to come out and distribute them across Houston. Among the volunteers was David Hillergeist's childhood friend, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley. He reassured Dorothy, quote, "Don't worry, Mrs. Hillergeist. David could be right under your nose, and you wouldn't even realize it." He then offered to take one of David's younger brothers fishing someday. Dorothy took note that at the time, Elmer Wayne Henley seemed like he'd been drinking. Ooh, what's going on here? The search continued. David's sister Cynthia and her boyfriend spent countless nights driving all over Houston looking for him. The Hillergeists and Selma Winkle went further into debt in order to run ads in the local newspapers. Dorothy wrote to the National Enquirer tabloid to bring attention to David's case. She also wrote to the National Missing Youth Locator, a periodical devoted to information sharing on missing children in the days before the internet. Finally, out of desperation, Dorothy turned to the shameless lies of so-called clairvoyance. The first one said that David was dead in a South Texas town. The next said he was alive and well in Dallas. The next said that David was lying in hospital with amnesia and facing south. And the next said that he was enjoying jazz music on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. Fred Hillergeist actually traveled to both Dallas and New Orleans and predictably found nothing in clairvoyance. They're taking money that these people could be using on actual private investigators. Meanwhile, the Winkle and Hillergeist phone lines were clogged for weeks with crank calls and bogus tips. Also, those people. Dorothy Hillergeist did, however, stumble upon a genuine lead. She learns that Gregory Winkle had an older friend in his late 20s or early 30s who owned a white van and also a Plymouth GTX. Nobody knew his name or could describe him, but a Plymouth GTX had been suspiciously prowling the neighborhood in the weeks following David and Gregory's disappearance. Concerned neighbors, already on high alert, had jotted down the license plate number, TMF 724. Dorothy passed the information on to the police, who did absolutely nothing with it. Admittedly, the lead was quite tenuous, but if the police had looked into it just out of due diligence, they would have discovered that the vehicle belonged to Dean Correll, a man who was friendly with both David Hillergeist and Gregory Winkle. But there's never any chance of that happening. The police weren't investigating the disappearance of the two boys at all. The Twist, Part 2. In July 1971, Dean Correll moved to a new apartment on San Felipe Street. As before, the neighbors noticed that loud music was constantly issuing from the place and that teenage boys were always coming and going in various stages of intoxication. Many of them had long hair and were shabbily dressed. And many of them behaved like total delinquents. Indeed, some of them did have juvenile criminal records and others were outright rent boys. Correll himself, however, made a better impression. He did not dress like a hippie or a party animal. He looked clean-cut and respectable. Correll was always polite to his neighbors and full of apologies about the noise. And he always seemed to be in the company of one young man, David Brooks, who was a semi-permanent fixture at the place. On the afternoon of August the 17th, 1971, 17-year-old Reuben Watson Hanley asked his grandmother if he could go to the movies. She said yes and gave him $2.75. As an afterthought, Reuben's grandmother tossed in a couple of extra dimes in case he needed to call her via a payphone. Before leaving for the cinema, Reuben used the home phone to call his mother, who was at work, and told him he'd be back by the time she returned at 7:30. Reuben had a juvenile record, so his mother liked to keep close tabs on him. Reuben left to see Omega Man starring Charlton Heston. In the early evening, after the movie was finished, Reuben was walking home from the cinema when he encountered David Brooks. Reuben knew him from the days when they used to hang around the Correll Candy Company with a large number of other boys. Brooks wasted no time in inviting Reuben to a party at Dean Correll's new place. Correll was known to Reuben as the Candy Man, who used to give out free confectionery, take kids on motorbike rides, and take them surfing at the beach. As such, it didn't take much convincing for Reuben to head off with Brooks for a bit of a party. Yeah, like more innocent times, right? Nowadays, it's like, oh no, it's the nice old man who gives out candy. Be like, hello, what? At 7:30 p.m., Reuben's mother arrived home to find that her son had not yet returned. Shortly thereafter, an audibly intoxicated Reuben phoned her to tell her that he'd be spending the night at quote-unquote David Brooks's place. Then Reuben abruptly hung up. Not long after, he was restrained, forcibly sodomized, and tortured. Brooks stayed around to watch the proceedings. Correll had stopped paying him his $200 fee, but Brooks didn't seem to care anymore. Brooks later claimed that Reuben Haney was the first killing that he'd observed, but this was either a lie or a misremembering of the order of the murders, because David Brooks had at least observed the torture and murder of the Waldrop brothers back in January and likely observed the murder of Randall Harvey in March. At the very least, he participated in Harvey's abduction. Either way, this time, David Brooks watched Coral strangle Reuben Haney and assisted the older man in burying the victim's body in the fetal position in the back of his boat shed. When Reuben's mother told the police that her son had claimed he was at David Brooks's place the night he disappeared, they didn't bother to question Brooks. Reuben was a runaway, end of story. No! Police, what the f***? How many children have to disappear for you to f***ing do something? We have very little information about the next two murders, which occurred sometime in the autumn of 1971. No bodies were ever uncovered dating back to that time, and no names of the victims were ever identified. We're instead entirely dependent on the vague and chronologically jumbled testimony of David Brooks. We know that they happened after Dean Coral had moved to a new apartment on Columbia Street in September 1971. One of the two murders was of a boy whom Coral and Brooks picked up on the corner of 11th and Rutland Street. We do not know how old he was. Coral and Brooks tortured the victim for 4 days before they killed him. Brooks, as usual, assisted in his burial, but could not remember where it was. Brooks added, quote, "It really upset Dean to have to kill this boy because he really liked him." The second murder from this period was of a boy whom Brooks mistook for James Glass, who had been killed several months earlier on January the 30th. Instead, the unidentified boy, in the autumn of 1971, had attended a party at Coral's before Brooks had driven him home in his Corvette. However, when they arrived at the boy's house, he refused to get out and demanded to be taken back to the party. And so, to quote David Brooks directly, "I took him back, and Dean ended up killing him." Around November or December 1971, Brooks managed to lure Elmer Wayne Henley to Dean Coral's apartment. Henley was 15 years old, and a childhood friend of David Hillergeist, having volunteered to put up missing flyers back in early June. Henley was a promising student, constantly getting A's and B's, and once testing with an IQ of 120. He was also extremely popular with girls, and was constantly entering into short-lived romances and early pubescent sexual encounters with them. But when Henley's mother Mary, who worked as a parking lot attendant, divorced Henley's alcoholic father in 1970, Boy was forced to take odd jobs to help his mother keep the household afloat and support his 3 other siblings. Thereafter, wait, what age do you have to be in school? Is this like one of those things where it's like people are going to be like, "Oh, Simon, you're so ignorant. You don't know how the real world works." It's like, but it's a genuine question. When you're 15, don't you have to be in school? When do you have to be in school in America until like 16? I think that's what it is in the UK, or it was in the UK when I was younger. I think it might now be 18. But you can't just go and work an odd job at 15 and drop out of school, can you? You need like the basic education. Thereafter, Henley started drinking, and his grades plummeted to D's and F's. In the spring of 1971, Henley made the acquaintance of David Brooks, who was now 16 years old, and the two teenagers occasionally skipped school to go drinking together. Oh, okay, so he's working and school at the same time. And also drinking. Uh-oh. That same year, Henley was charged in juvenile court for assault with a deadly weapon. In June 1971, Henley dropped out of school altogether. Henley was aware that David Brooks frequently hung out with an older man in his 30s and even met Coral in public once or twice, but kept his distance. Henley immediately suspected that Coral was gay. Henley believed at the time that David Brooks was straight, so he thought that Brooks was simply using Coral for his money, or as Henley put it, quote, hustling himself a queer. Then, in November or December of 1971, Wayne Henley was convinced by David Brooks to go to Coral's apartment and do some drinking. Dean Coral had intended to torture and murder him like the others, but as they relaxed and chatted, Coral took a shine to Henley. Coral claimed that he was a thief and asked Henley if he'd like to earn a couple of extra bucks. Over the next few weeks, Coral, Brooks, and Henley committed 3 house burglaries together. Henley handed over his share to his mother. During one of the robberies, Coral asked Henley if he'd be willing to kill if necessary, to which Henley replied in the affirmative. Oh no, Coral's building his little gang of psychos, isn't he? Not long afterward, Henley was drinking again at Coral's apartment when the older man claimed he worked for a child trafficking ring based in Dallas. Oh my god, he's really escalating, isn't it? I mean, it's like grooming for crime. It's like, yeah. No, we'll just start with a little house robbery. It's fine. And then it's like, would you be okay to murder? And it's like, yeah, now we're doing child trafficking. It's like, what's next? Oh yeah, I've got a little genocide going on. Jesus. Coral told Henley that he would pay him $200 for every boy that Henry lured to Coral's apartment. Again, where is he getting this money from? Oh, I guess like the robberies and stuff, so it's a big circle of crime. Wayne Henley said he was inwardly disgusted at the idea, but didn't dare show it and politely declined Coral's proposal. He ignored Brooks and Coral's repetition of the offer for several months, but Henley did not stop hanging out with Brooks and Coral, and gradually came to view the latter as an elder brother type figure. It's like, bro, I don't understand how that works. It's like, would you like to be involved in our child trafficking ring? And inside you're like, bro, that's fucking sick. What the fuck? And then you're like, yeah, but we'll continue to be mates. I just don't want to be involved in your horrible crimes. But we're still friends. Let's just not talk about business. What? You can't divorce those two things. If someone does a job that you don't like, fine. Like, I don't know, maybe someone's a telemarketer who phones up people and sells them like double glazing or whatever, and you're infuriated by these people. You can still hang out with that person, fine. But when they say like, oh yeah, no, what's your day job? Oh, I'm a child trafficker. Then it's like, no, you can't divorce those two things from each other. What's going on? Meanwhile, by early 1972, the financial situation of the Henley household had become so precarious that Henley changed his mind and told Coral that he would do it. He'd find some kids for him. Dean Coral moved to 925 Schuyler Street on February the 19th, 1972. Henley testified that sometime in late February or early March, he picked up an unidentified victim on the corner of 11th and Studewood Street and lured him back to Coral's apartment to smoke some weed. On Coral's instruction, Henley offered to show the boy a magic trick. Henley cuffed his own hands behind his back, and using a key he had hidden in his back pocket, Henley miraculously freed himself. The boy's hands were cuffed in order to learn the trick, but Coral swiftly pushed the victim over and bound his feet with a nylon cord. Coral then gagged and blindfolded him. At that point, Henley exited the apartment, thinking he'd delivered the unidentified victim to a sex trafficking ring. The next day, Coral paid Henley $200. Jesus. And this is also like, now, even if he wants to go to the police, he can't, because that's got to be like life in prison, right? That sort of thing. Even if he's like, oh no, it's just going to child trafficking. That's life. A month later, on March the 24th, 1972, 18-year-old Frank Aguirre was finishing up his shift at Long John Silver's restaurant on Yale Street. He called the house of his girlfriend, Rhonda Williams, and told her that he'd be there in about 20 minutes. As Frank was walking out to his 1967 Dodge Rambler, he was approached by Wayne Henley. They knew each other and were friendly. Henley brought Frank over to a white van parked nearby and introduced him to Coral and Brooks. They invited Frank to join them at Coral's apartment to smoke some weed and drink some beer. Frank accepted and drove his Dodge Rambler behind Coral's white van. He's 18. Isn't he a little older than Coral's demographic? Oof. After arriving at the apartment, Frank got high and was convinced by Coral to learn a handcuff trick. When Frank's hands were cuffed behind his back, Coral pushed him onto the table and began to torture and sexually assault him. Henley claims that he begged Coral not to harm Frank, but Coral refused and revealed to Henley for the first time that the previous victim Henley had lured to Coral's apartment had not been trafficked. Coral had straight up murdered him. Coral informed Henley that he intended to do the same to Frank. Henley then left the apartment. Frank had a cloth placed inside the mouth and tape wrapped around his head to the point that it covered his nose. You are in such a fucking pickle, mate. Like, you deserve it because you're a piece of shit. But this guy, how would you deal with this? It's like you're locked in, because if you even anonymously tip off the police, he's going to roll over on you because he's going to know you did it. And then you're fucked. So you're fucked if you tell. You got to go to the cops and cut a deal, right? You got to go to a lawyer and be like, I know something extremely fucked up. I'm involved in it. I need a deal, and I will give you a child murderer who's had many victims, and I will take you to them. That sort of thing, right? That's your path out, right? Or at least you got to talk to a lawyer. You got to be like, yo, dude, I need help, my dude. Please tell me what to do. In addition, a ligature was placed around Frank's throat. However, because the tape covered the victim's nose, he quickly suffocated within minutes before enduring the prolonged torture that was Coral's usual MO. Henley returned the next day to help bury the victim at High Island Beach and to help Coral and Brooks move and dismantle Frank's Dodge Rambler, which had been parked outside Coral's apartment so that the parts could be discarded or sold for scrap. A few months after the murder, Henley swung by Frank's mother's house and asked if there were any updates on her son's disappearance. Henley also accepted some missing persons flyers from Frank's mother, promising to post them, but he dumped them in a ditch shortly after he left the house. Why are you doing that, you fucking psycho? On April the 20th, 1972, Coral, Henley and Brooks were partying at Coral's apartment with 17-year-old Mark Scott, who for the past several years had hung out with Henley and Brooks, and by extension, Coral. Henley once came over to Mark's place for a house party, and his mother described Henley as the first to arrive and the last to leave. Brooks used to have sleepovers with Scott when they were younger, and on another occasion accidentally shot Scott in the leg. Oh, with a pellet gun. Okay. Sending Scott to the emergency room. Oh my god, how close range was that? Mark Scott had a juvenile, one of the grimmest things I remember, like at school. Someone had like a BB gun, and you definitely weren't supposed to have a BB gun at school. And he shot someone, or he accidentally shot himself. I can't remember quite what it was. Like in this part of the hand, you know, that soft skin between the thumb and the index finger, and this BB like entered into his skin and like went down, I don't know, maybe an inch or two into his hand. And then it was like just like under his skin in there, and it was like all bloody, and he had to push it out. It's like, oh, dude. Grim. Is a pellet gun a BB gun? Is that the same thing? Mark Scott had a juvenile record and was most recently in hot water with the police after being caught carrying a concealed weapon, a knife. Mark had told his parents that he was considering spending a few weeks down in Mexico just to escape police pressure for a while. Dude, you just got... What pressure? Is like that you had to conceal... Surely that's an open and shut case. You're going to flee to Mexico because they caught you carrying a knife? That's not a flee to Mexico sort of crime, unlike pretty much everything else mentioned in today's episode. On the night of the 20th at Dean Coral's apartment, Mark Scott resisted Coral's attempts to slap him in cuffs and then pulled out a knife. Scott managed to slash out at Coral, inflicting a surface wound on Coral's stomach. Nice. However, Wayne Henley brandished a gun at Scott, and to quote Brooks, he just kind of gave up. Scott was manacled to the torture board, and Coral set about his usual MO while Brooks and Henley observed. The torture lasted all night. Sometime during this, Coral forced Scott to write a postcard to his parents, claiming that he'd gone to Austin and found a job that paid $3 an hour. The following morning, Coral showed Henley how to strangle a person with a ligature, and according to Brooks, it was Wayne Henley who actually murdered Mark Scott. Brooks claimed that he couldn't remember where they decided to bury Scott's body, whereas Henley said Scott was buried at High Island Beach, but his remains were never found there. Meanwhile, due to the postcard that Coral sent to Scott's parents, police quickly classified him as yet another runaway case. I mean, even if there wasn't a postcard, they'd just be like, even if his room was covered in blood, they'd be like, it looks like he ran away. Another runaway. So many. Pass me a donut. Scott's parents doubted the postcard's authenticity, since Scott would never leave for Austin without his motorbike. On May the 21st, 1972, two more youths who were known to Coral, Brooks and Henley were lured to Coral's apartment. 17-year-old Billy Bolsher had a few years before sold candy door-to-door for the Coral Candy Company. Bolsher, along with his best friend, 16-year-old Johnny DeLome, had frequently hung out together over the years at Coral's various residences. In addition, David Brooks was known to have sold weed to Bolsher. The two boys were walking to the corner store on the morning of the 21st to buy themselves some Coca-Colas when they were lured to Dean Coral's apartment on Schuler Street. This time, the victims were tied to Coral's bed, where they were tortured and sexually assaulted. Sometime during the ordeal, Balcher and DeLome were forced to write letters to their parents saying that they'd found a job working a shipping route from Houston to Washington and would be back in 3 or 4 weeks. Once Coral had finished with the victims, Henley, whom Brooke described as increasingly sadistic, strangled Billy Bolsher to death with his bare hands. Then Henley brandished a .22 caliber pistol and turned to DeLome and gleefully shouted, "Hey Johnny," before shooting Johnny DeLome in the head. The bullet did not kill him, and so Henley climbed over and strangled DeLome to death while the victim was begging for his life. They were buried at High Island, but Bolcher's body was never recovered. 3 days later, Bolcher and DeLome's parents received the letters that their sons had written under duress. Billy's father was a trucker and knew that no Houston to Washington route existed, but the police, as usual, classified them as runaways and offered no help. Man, what are the police actually doing with their lives? This is ridiculous. When Wayne Henley later spoke of his transformation from a reluctant accomplice to callous murderer within just a few short months, he said, quote, "At first I wondered what it was like to kill someone. Later I became fascinated with how much stamina people have. I mean, you see people getting strangled on television and it looks easy. It's not. Sometimes it takes 2 people half an hour. Bro, Wayne Henley, you better be going to the fucking chair, along with Dean Coral and this other Brooks chap. I'd like it if they killed all of you. This is the 70s, right? Where are we? We're in the South, I feel. Yeah. They're going to get executed. That's going to be a nice ending, I hope. Mama. Sometime in June 1972, Coral, Brooks, and Henley lured 19-year-old Billy Ridinger to the Schuler Street apartment. There, Ridinger was allegedly tortured and sexually assaulted by Coral. However, David Brooks convinced Coral to let Ridinger go. He was unstrapped from the torture board and walked out of the apartment. Bro, what are you doing? That seems like an absolutely insane thing to do, but maybe there's a good reason. Brooks later said, "I took care of him while he was there, and I believe the only reason he is still alive is because I convinced them not to kill him." It's unclear exactly what convinced Coral to let Ridinger go, and it's equally unclear why Ridinger did not go to the police afterwards. Bro? Theories range from Ridinger being too traumatized by the events and just wanting to put them behind him, to theories about how Ridinger may have been allegedly involved with some of Coral's criminal activities and not wanting to attract police attention. You gotta cut a deal, my dude. Like, that's how it works. Like, I don't know what activities, if it's burglary or even something slightly worse than that, you need to go to the police and work out how to get a deal and get these people put away. And by put away, I mean put away in the ground. Because they're dead after being executed. God, I love America. They can kill people. They'll just kill people. Yeah. America. There is no hard evidence either way, only speculations from people who knew him. Ridinger had remained tight-lipped about the case over the years. Rhonda Williams, Frank Aguirre's girlfriends, said, quote, "I can't speak of Ridinger and Dean's relationship prior to that day for legal and personal reasons." Shortly thereafter, Coral's eye turned toward David Brooks. One day in June, the trio was entering the Schuler Street apartment. Henley managed to knock Brooks unconscious. Brooks was tied to the bed, and Coral forcibly sodomized him multiple times. To quote Brooks, "I begged Dean not to kill me, and he finally let me go." Despite being attacked, David Brooks continued to act as one of Coral's accomplices, albeit more sparingly. According to Brooks, Henley and Coral also murdered one more unidentified victim at the Schuler address. Brooks just walked in and found the victim being tortured, but left again before Henley and Coral murdered the unnamed youth. Yo, David Brooks, what the fuck are you doing? You're a piece of shit, and I hope you go to prison forever and also get executed. At that point, you gotta go, my man. You gotta go to, Lebanon and get plastic surgery and change your face and buy a passport off the dark web or something, because your clock is ticking. You can't go to the police because you'll be killed. Even if you cut a deal, you're going to prison forever because you've done horrible, horrible things. So you gotta flee, my dude. On June the 26th, 1972, Coral moved from Schuler Street to an apartment at Westcott Towers. Shortly before midnight, on July the 19th, Coral lured 17-year-old Stephen Sickman, who was just leaving a house party, to his apartment. Coral caved in the victim's chest by hitting him repeatedly with a sledgehammer. It is not believed that Brooks or Henley participated in this particular murder, since neither of them ever mentioned it. Stephen Sickman's body was found in Dee Coral's boat shed, but after remaining unidentified for 2 decades. In 1993, the body was misidentified as the body of Mark Scott, whose remains were likely buried on High Island Beach but were never found. In 2009, DNA testing confirmed that the body was in fact Stephen Sickman. His younger sister, Sandy, said, quote, "Learning about all this has been traumatic for me. I've been pushed back to being a 14-year-old girl looking for my brother. I found him, but not in a way I ever wanted to. I always thought I'd find a couple of nieces and nephews and bring Mama home some more grandbabies." On August the 21st, 1972, Coral abducted 19-year-old Roy Bunton, who was walking from his house to his shift at a shoe store near the newly established Northeast Mall. Once again, it's not likely either Brooks or Henley took part in this particular crime. Bunton was gagged, assaulted, and killed by 2 gunshots to the head. He was buried in the boat shed. However, his body was misidentified in 1973 as that of Billy Bolsher. His body was actually laid to rest by the Bolsher family under that name. In 2010, the body was exhumed, and in 2011, DNA testing confirmed that it was in fact the body of Roy Bunton. So if people are going out there and digging up all these graves and stuff and DNA testing people, why aren't they digging up that car park where they think there are even more victims? If they're still interested in doing this, it seems like a good idea to go and dig up the backyards of the places he lived and the offices and the car parks and all that stuff. Why? No? Just me? To get some closure for the families? His remains were reinterred by the Bunton family in a private funeral. Billy Bolger's body, which is said to have been buried on High Island Beach, has never been found. On October the 3rd, 1972, Coral and Brooks lured 14-year-old Wally Simoneau and 13-year-old Richard Hembry into Brooks's Corvette while the 2 boys were walking to a sleepover at Hembry's house. They were last seen sitting in the vehicle outside a grocery store by another friend who tried to speak to them, but Brooks got out of the car and menacingly told the friend to beat it. Thereafter, the boys were driven to Coral's apartment, and they were soon joined by Henley. Then, Coral, Brooks, and Henley enacted their usual MO. At some point in the evening, Coral attempted to force Wally Simoneau to call his mother to feed her a bogus story about his whereabouts, but a terrified Simoneau cried out, "Mama," and was immediately pulled away from the phone. His mother listened to some scuffling noises before the line went dead. She called Richard Hembry's mother and was told that the boys were very late and hadn't arrived yet. Wally Simoneau's mother immediately called the police. If the police are not fucking on this shit extremely quickly, I'm going to be extremely pissed off. At 7 a.m. the next morning, while Coral and Brooks were asleep, Henley resumed torturing the victims on his own. At some point, he put a gun in Richard Hembry's mouth to frighten the victim, and it accidentally went off, causing a severe but non-fatal exit wound in the boy's neck. Several hours later, Simoneau and Hembry were strangled, and that evening they were buried in Coral's boat shed. They're 13 and 14 years old, just a reminder. Sometime around November 1st, 1972, 18-year-old Willard Branch Jr. was hitchhiking between Mount Pleasant and Houston when he was picked up by Wayne Henley, who was driving without a license. Branch was invited to Coral's apartment to smoke some weed, where he was tricked into handcuffs. He was tortured, assaulted, and castrated before being shot in the head and buried at Southwest Boat Storage. His father, Willie Rusty Branch Sr., was an officer in the Houston police force who initiated a search to find his son. Finally. It has to hit close to home for the police to do something then, does it? However, the stresses of the situation caused Rusty Branch to drop dread of a heart attack only 3 weeks later, stopping the investigation in its tracks. Willard Branch Jr.'s remains were identified in 1985. If I was, I don't know, if I know anything about cops and movies and from movies and stuff, if I was Willard Branch's partner, they go out and do stuff together, right? I'd be like, wait, someone kidnapped his son, and then he died of a heart attack because of the stress of his son being kidnapped. I'd be like, that is my sole mission in life. All I'm going to do as a policeman is track this shit down. That is just all I would do until I've dextered his fucking ass. On November 15th, 1972, Coral abducted Richard Kepner, a 19-year-old carpenter's apprentice, when he was walking to a phone booth to call his fiancée. He was subjected to the same tortures as the other victims and then strangled to death and buried on High Island Beach. His remains were later discovered there, but because Kepner was older than most of Coral's victims, he was not immediately connected to the case. His remains were identified a decade later in 1983. On January the 20th, 1973, the now 33-year-old Coral moved to a house on Wirt Road in the Houston suburb of Spring Branch. David Brooks lived a block away from him on Antonine Drive. Brooks started dating a neighborhood girl named Bridget Clark. Brooks and Coral also became familiar with 17-year-old Joseph Larles, who also lived on Anton Drive. Sometime around February the 1st, without the assistance of Henley or Brooks, Coral lured Joseph Larles to his residence, tortured and murdered him. Coral then buried Larles' body on a beach in Jefferson County, 75 miles outside of Houston. His remains were found in 1983 but were not identified until 2009 when DNA testing matched it to the Larles family. His sister Barbara said, "We had pretty well lost all hope. At least this puts an end to it. It's still sad, imagining what happened." On the 1st of March, Coral moved into an apartment on South Post Oak Road, but shortly thereafter moved to a house on 2020 Lamar Drive, which had been previously occupied by his father, Arnold Coral, who was now 57, still residing in Houston, and had remarried and just moved into a new home. Meanwhile, in March 1973, in an apparent attempt to distance himself from Coral, Wayne Henley moved in with his father at Mount Pleasant, about 250 miles north of Houston, and got a job at a gas station. Bro. He's like, I don't like this life anymore. I'm just going to move away and start a new job. And can you imagine just being like, at some point there's going to be a knock in the door and they're going to strap me to a gurney and put a needle in my arm. Tick tock. You got to go to Lebanon, my man. Around the same time, Henley applied to the US Navy, though he was ultimately rejected on June 28th. Maybe that's his plan. Maybe that's how he's going to get to Lebanon and then desert. During this time, there was an apparent alleged hiatus in the Candyman murders. There are a few possible explanations for this. The first is that Coral is known to have suffered from a medical condition in early 1973 called hydroceletestis, where fluid collects in the testicles, causing the scrotum to enlarge. That does not sound pleasant. In some cases, it can cause pressure, discomfort, and even pain, making it difficult for the sufferer to have sex. This may have eliminated Coral's ability to assault any victims for a few months. Eventually, however, he got the fluid drained, and the medical condition alone does not account for the full duration of Coral's alleged hiatus. The second explanation is that Coral was actually carrying out multiple murders from February through May with the assistance of Brooks and Henley, and thus we have no clear information on them. Indeed, roughly a dozen teenagers who fit the victim profile went missing in Houston during this time, and they may well have been murdered by Coral. What the fuck? It's like a few months. What was the hiatus? How many months? February through May. It's like 4 months. And a dozen teenagers went missing? What the f*** is going on in Houston? Is that normal? How many people f***ing go missing? In 1973, Wayne Henley moved back into his mother's house in Houston while he waited for his ill-fated Navy application to come through. He resumed hanging out with Brooks and Coral. The three of them were regularly seen at Hart's, a fried chicken restaurant near Hamilton Junior High, talking primarily to 7th graders. During this time, Coral also began showing up to the now 17-year-old Wayne Henley's house to visit. Oh my god, this dude's so... Wait, he could potentially, because he's young, when he was doing all these horrible crimes, that could be a defense, right? Henley's mother and siblings got creeped out by Dean because he'd rarely speak and would just sit and stare at them while the family chatted. Yeah, it's fucking creepy, that's why. Nevertheless, they tolerated Henley's strange friendship with the 33-year-old man, and at the beginning of June, Dean Coral's alleged hiatus abruptly came to an end. Henley later claimed that he felt he had no choice but to participate in the subsequent killings. Quote, "I couldn't leave anyway. If I did go, I knew Dean would go after one of my little brothers, who he always liked a little too much." Well, oh god, you gotta go to a lawyer, my dude, because you gotta get this guy off the streets and cut a deal. Even though I don't the deal for you that I would be like, if as the prosecutor or whatever, is I'll be like, here's the deal, life without parole, and they'll be like, wait, that's not a good deal. It's like, oh yes, because the other option is death, and then you'd be like, cool, finger him, spend the rest of your life getting bullied in prison, and then that's it. Killing spree. On the afternoon of June the 4th, 43-year-old widower James Lawrence was getting ready for his evening shift in the mailroom at the Houston Post when his 15-year-old son Billy asked if he could be given a ride to the corner of 31st and Yale Street. Billy Lawrence was a friend of Wayne Henley, who sometimes sold him pot. When James Lawrence caught his son smoking it in his bedroom, he slapped the boy and dragged him by his long hair into the bathroom and made the lad flush it down the toilet. I'll be like, give that to me. I'm going to take it and flush it down my toilet. Okay, Dad. I don't know how I feel about like if I found my kids smoking pot, I'd be like, I don't know. It'd be a bit hypocritical to be like, no, definitely not allowed. Although if they were drinking underage and stuff, I don't know, I'd still be like, well, just don't go crazy. Like, I definitely drank underage. It would be a bit hypocritical to be like, naughty. I mean, it depends on the age, I guess. I don't like talking about my kids because this is an episode all about murder of kids. After that, Billy Lawrence seemed to settle down a bit, got a part-time job, purchased a bike, and got a girlfriend, although somewhat weirdly, she was 20 years old. How old is this dude? 15 years old. Dude, that's not somewhat weird. That's very weird. A 20-year-old woman with a 50... If that was the other way around, it wouldn't be somewhat weird. It would be like, what the f***? And I still think it's what the f***. What are you doing as a 20-year-old woman dating a 15-year-old? Don't do that. Then Billy's bike had gotten stolen, necessitating his father to give him lifts here and there. When James dropped off Billy on the corner of 31st and Yale, he said to his son, "I love you. I'll see you in the morning." James frequently told his children that he loved them ever since their mother had died. A few hours later, at 10 p.m., James Lawrence received a phone call at work from his son. Billy asked him if he could go on a fishing trip with, quote, some friends. James assented and told him that he loved him, and Billy replied, "I loved you too." Oh, God. James Lawrence, 43-year-old widower, and this is he's lost his wife and now he's... But Billy's fishing buddies turned out to be Wayne Henley, David Brooks, and Dean Coral. Billy Lawrence was taken to 2020 Lamar Drive that night and subjected to 3 days of torture and sexual assault. During the ordeal, Coral forced Billy to write his father a postcard saying that he'd gone to Austin to work a job he'd been offered and would be back at the end of August to start school. Then the victim was strangled and buried at Lake Sam Rayburn, approximately 150 miles northeast of Houston. When James Lawrence received the postcard on June the 9th, he was anxious and called the police. But, like the police, James assumed his son was being truthful about going to Austin, that he was basically a runaway, and waited for him to return. On July the 2nd, Wayne Henley called James Lawrence and asked if Billy was home in order to gauge the situation. James replied that Billy would be in Austin until the end of August. On the evening of July the 4th, while James Lawrence was doing a night shift, Coral, Brooks, and Henley broke into his house, stole some guns, cameras, a stereo system, and some family mementos. James Lawrence did not connect the burglary to his son's disappearance at the time. Why the fuck are you stealing those family mementos? I know why, but you shouldn't be doing that. It's like, it makes... I mean, the police are obviously ridiculously beyond incompetent in today's episode, so it's not like they're going to be like, oh, that's weird. But any competent police would be like, why are they stealing these family photos? Maybe that's connected. Maybe there's something weird going on here. I don't know, dozens of children seem to be going missing. Maybe do something, police, you fucking clowns. On July the 6th, Wayne Henley began driving lessons at Coach's Driving School in Bel Air, a town 6 miles from Houston. On his first day, Henley befriended a fellow student, 15-year-old Homer Garcia. Oh yeah, you can learn to drive really young in America. It's like, what's he doing learning to drive? He's 15. It's like, we can't learn to drive until we're 17 in the UK. You can't learn to drive until you're 18 here in Czech, which is late. Getting your driver's license is like, yes, I can go anywhere I want. God, what a time. The next day, July the 7th, they continued chatting. That night, Homer Garcia called his mother to let her know that he'd be spending the night with some quote-unquote friends. Henley lured Garcia back to 2020 Lamar Drive, where he was tortured and assaulted for several hours before being shot in the head and chest with a .22 caliber pistol. Garcia was placed in the bathtub while Coral and Henley watched him bleed out. He, too, was buried at Lake Sam Rayburn. A mere 5 days later, on July the 12th, John Sellers, age 17, was shot 4 times in the chest with a rifle, bound in a way similar to the other victims, and possibly sexually assaulted before being buried at High Island Beach. There is some ambiguity whether Coral, Brooks, and Henley murdered Sellers. None of them directly mentioned killing him, but they did not deny murdering him either. And Henley did later lead police to his grave, which was near 6 other burials at the location. But Sellers was killed with a rifle instead of a .22 caliber pistol like all the other victims, and he was the only victim to be buried fully clothed. A truck driver later came forward claiming that he had spoken to Henley at High Island Beach on July the 12th, offering to pull out a car that he assumed belonged to Henley that was stuck in the sand. Henley told the truck driver that he didn't need help as he had 2 friends with him who would help push the car out. The vehicle matched the description of the one driven by John Sellers, which was later found having been torched in Starks, Louisiana. The 2 prevailing police theories are that 1, Henley, Brooks, and Coral had driven Steller's own vehicle out to High Island to bury him, or 2, that Sellers had spotted them at High Island, burying an unidentified victim, and had been murdered on the spot. Given the fact that Sellers was murdered by a rifle, which Coral could have easily had in his possession, and that he was buried with his clothes still on, but with traces of male ejaculate on them, no. The later scenario that Sellers was killed at High Island Beach after catching the trio in the act seems the more likely one. However, it's also distinctly possible that Sellers was buried at High Island by a completely different murderer and was just lumped in with the Candyman murders by sheer proximity to the other bodies. Well, can't they DNA test that, the ejaculate, and see if it belongs to one of these 3 psychos? Shortly after the murder of John Sellers, 18-year-old David Brooks married his now pregnant girlfriend, Bridget Clark. Oh my God, Bridget. What have you got yourself into? Whom had been seeing since January. The honeymoon removed Brooks from Coral's company for 3 weeks, during which Henley acted as Coral's only accomplice. On July the 19th, 1973, Jane Bulsher, mother of Billy Bulsher, who had disappeared in May 1972, gave Billy's younger brother, 15-year-old Tony Bulsher, some money to go for a haircut. No! The other kid? Tony headed out on his own. Oh my God. If I was Jane Bulsher and my kid had gone missing, and how old is he? 15-year-old wanted to go get a haircut. I'll be like literally less than a year later, I'll be like, no shot. I'm coming with you. We're going by car, or I'm sending you with someone. Tony headed out on his own and was intercepted by Coral and Henley. Tony knew both of them, just like his brother had done, and frequently hung out at Coral's places of residence over the years. As such, Tony was easily lured by Coral and Henley to 2020 Lamar Drive, where he was tortured, sodomized, and strangled to death. He was buried at Lake Sam Rayburn. How? How have we never heard of this? How is this guy not as famous as Bundy or Gacy? Because this is just beyond it. The boy's father, Billy Jean Bulsher Sr., reported Tony missing, but the boy was immediately classed as a runaway, just like his brother. Wah! The fuck? 2 of their children had disappeared without a trace in just 14 months, and the police would do nothing. Tony's remains were not identified until 2010, so the Bulsher family remained uncertain for decades where Tony's body was. Tragically, a year later, in 2011, the remains that were thought to be Billy Bulsher's and buried in a plot bearing his name were proven to be those of Roy Bunton's instead. The Bulsher family had gone decades not knowing where Tony's body was, and soon after finding him, they discovered that it was in fact Billy's remains that had never been found. On July the 25th, 1973, Coral and Henley struck again. Charles Cobble, age 17, a high school dropout with some kind of undiagnosed anxiety disorder and a budding drug addiction. Cobble had gotten married a few months earlier, in March, to a 15-year-old girl named Deborah. Getting married at 15, what are you up to? Imagine myself at 15. I was an idiot. He worked part-time as a waitress. Cobble had gotten her pregnant. The couple moved into the Ben-Hur apartments across the street from Wayne Henley and was later joined there by Cobble's parents and sister. The family occupied a row of 4 apartments on the second floor overlooking the pool. At the beginning of July, Deborah left, citing Charles's drug addiction and emotional volatility. Cobble sought solace with his best friend, 18-year-old Marty Jones, an outgoing lad who was the perfect antidote to Cobble's anxious, shy, and retiring nature. But Jones was also a delinquent and a drug dealer who frequently dipped into his own supply and who had gotten hooked on barbiturates, speed, pot, and possibly heroin and cocaine. Oh my god. Frequently dipping into his own supply. And he's not like, oh, what do you deal? Everything. He was also known as a burn artist, where he'd take people's money for drugs but never deliver, or else would return something of extremely low quality. How long are you going to be able to work as a drug dealer? No one's ever going to trust you. Jones had actually stayed with the Cobble family back in 1972, but his erratic and aggressive behavior eventually got him thrown out. But due to Deborah's leaving, Jones was suddenly back in the picture. At 10 p.m. on July the 25th, Cobble and Jones were seen walking near the Ben-Hur apartments in the company of Wayne Henley. But something seemed off. They were walking in single file along 27th Street, with Cobble out in front, Jones in the middle, and Henley bringing up the rear. Multiple witnesses said Cobble looked distressed, but neither Cobble nor Jones dared speak to them, and Henley seemed vaguely hostile. Indeed, Wayne Henley had a concealed gun and was marching Cobble and Jones under threat of death towards a vehicle where Coral was waiting. They were taken to 2020 Lamar Drive and tortured all night. The next morning at 9:50 a.m., the phone rang at the Ben-Hur apartments. Charles Cobble's sister, Emily, picked up. It was Charles. He asked to speak to Vern Cobble, their father. Vern was handed the receiver. "Daddy, I'm in serious trouble," Charles said in a panicked voice. "What is it?" Vern asked. "Is Marty with you?" "He's here. There's some people who think we've done something to them. I have to have $1,000. "I don't have that kind of money," Vern said, "but I'll just have to figure out how to raise it." "Well, if you can't do it yourself, maybe talk to Mr. Rogers. Maybe he can help." This was bizarre because Vern didn't know anybody by their name. It may well have just been a reference to the TV children's entertainer that a disdainful Coral or Henley forced Charles to say. Then there were some voices in the background that Vern couldn't make out, and Charles came back on the line suddenly sounding deflated, like he'd given up hope. "Well, I'll tell you later where you have to have the money." And Charles hung up. That's a very weird call. So it seems like does his dad think he's been kidnapped? It's a pretty sloppy way to try and extort someone for money. Extort? What's it called when you kidnap someone? I guess extort. Vern immediately called the police and was offered a patrol car to come round. He refused and demanded to speak to an investigator. A homicide officer eventually came on the line and told Vern that there was nothing he could do because no actual crime had been committed. If someone else had phoned Vern and said he was holding their son, then the police could act. As it was, the officer speculated perhaps Charles Cobble was just trying to scam some money and run away to California. Vern was put through to missing persons who told him, quote, "We don't look for missing people. We take the information, and if we come across them, we let you know." Not good. Vern hung up and went to the bank, took out the $200 he had in his account, and got a loan for a further $800 to make up the full $1,000, which is roughly $7,000 in today's money. Then the Cobble family waited anxiously by the phone. Days passed. No one ever called. By the third day, the Cobble family came to the conclusion that Charles and Marty were probably dead. Indeed, the ransom call was just a smokescreen to a ransom, not a extortion. Ransom, thank you. Was just a smokescreen to throw off the Cobble family once Charles and Marty had disappeared and to make them think that the two young men had been killed by some of Marty's disgruntled drug associates. He was a burn artist, after all. Coral and Henley had no interest in collecting the money. Instead, shortly after Charles Cobble hung up the phone on the morning of July the 26th, the torture and sexual assault began anew. Coral and Henley tied Marty Jones to a chair and forced him to watch as they went to work on Charles Cobble, knowing full well he would be next. After a few hours, they shot Cobble twice in the head. Then Jones was tortured and assaulted for several hours, whereupon Henley decided that he wanted to strangle Jones to death. After half an hour of throttling the victim, Henley wasn't able to kill him, so Coral stepped in and did it himself. That evening, Henley took the bodies of Cobble and Jones to the boat shed and buried them. The same day, Dean Coral phoned his mother, Mary, who was still living in Colorado. He told her that he needed to get out of Houston and start a new life somewhere. Mary assumed he'd run up some debts and wanted to escape his creditors. She told Coral to come and stay with her in Colorado. Around the same time, Wayne Henley started talking to his friends about moving to Australia and becoming a homesteader, saying that rural Australia is a lot like the Wild West. David Brooks, meanwhile, had a wife and child on the way and began rationing his time with Coral. Though the police weren't anywhere near to investigating the slew of disappearances, much less suspecting any of them of murder, the trio were getting jumpy and wanted to part ways, moving on to the next phase of their lives. For Coral, this probably meant exporting his particular brand of terror to Colorado. It is more debatable whether Henley and Brooks would have felt the urge to torture and kill once Coral had left. On Friday, August the 3rd, 1973, 13-year-old James Dramala spent the day collecting empty bottles to sell at a local convenience store in Pasadena to scrounge together enough change to take his girlfriend to the new James Bond film on Sunday. By the early evening, Dramala had told his mother that he wanted to ride down to the convenience store to collect his money. Elaine Dramala told him that she didn't want him riding his bike around the neighborhood after dark. James assured her that he'd only be gone a few minutes. His parents last saw him riding his yellow bike down the street. This is the sort of thing, it's like now, because I do this show, like before, I'd be like, yeah, of course you can pop to the store, no worries. Now I'm like, you're not going anywhere. And I know statistically it's really unlikely, but it's like one of those things where it's like the chance is very low, but the potential harm is enormously high. Just outside the convenience store, James drove past Dean Corll and David Brooks, who were sitting in Corll's white van. They talked to Dramala and told him they had a few empty bottles in the back of the van that he could have for free just so they could get rid of them. Corll gave Dramala the bottles, and the 13-year-old headed into the convenience store and sold his collection. Coming out again, Dramala approached the white van to thank Corll and Brooks. It was then that they told Dramala that they had an even larger collection of bottles back at their house at 2020 Lamar Drive, which he could have. They loaded Dramala's bike into the back of the van, and they all drove off together. After arriving at 2020 Lamar Drive, Brooks and Corll gave James Dramala some pizza, and they chatted with the boy for roughly 45 minutes. Then James phoned his father and told him he'd been invited to a party at a nearby house in Pasadena and asked if he could stay. His father told him sternly no and to be back home in 20 minutes before hanging up the phone. But James Dramala wasn't permitted to leave. He was manacled to the torture board for the next several hours. According to Brooks, this time the nature of the torture was so gruesome and severe that Dean Corll wore a leather apron to protect his clothes from blood spatter. Then Dramala was strangled with a cord and buried in the boat shed. His yellow bike left leaning against the shed wall. The Twist, Part 2. In the 2 months between June the 4th and August the 3rd, 1973, Dean Corll, Wayne Henley, and David Brooks had murdered 8 victims, averaging 1 a week. Previously, it had been 1 a month. Things were escalating, and Corll knew that he couldn't keep a lid on his activities for much longer. Things were bound to spin out of control and attract the attention of the police sooner or later. Dean seems to be overestimating the police's capacity for doing anything. On August 5th, Dean Corll's mother, Mary, phoned her son and asked where he'd been all day. Corll replied that he'd been ducking someone's calls. Mary inquired when he was going to come and see her in Colorado. Dean replied that he'd be there on the 1st of September. Mary asked if Corll was going to bring Betty, the single mother whom Corll had dated a few years back and with whom he was still having monthly catch-ups. Mary, who was still in firm denial about her son's homosexuality, attached far too much significance to Dean's relationship with Betty, despite the fact that they'd broken up several years ago. Corll replied, "I don't think so, with 2 little boys and all." Mary then asked, "Are you going to tell your dad you're leaving Houston?" "I'll tell him," Corll replied and hung up the phone. This is the last time that Mary ever spoke to him. 2 days later, on the evening of August the 7th, 1973, Wayne Henley lured 19-year-old Timothy Curley, one of the many boys whom Corll had kept in his orbit the past few years, to 2020 Lamar Drive. Once they arrived, Curley, Henley, and Corll drank beer and huffed paint fumes. Okay. David Brooks was not there that night. He was home with his wife. Around 12 a.m., Curley announced that he was hungry and wanted to head out to get some food. Curley was not yet intoxicated enough to be easily manacled to the torture board, and Corll and Henley preferred not to risk a violent confrontation with a 19-year-old if they didn't have to, during which a relatively strong victim might escape, injure one of them, or be prematurely killed in the struggle. And so, Henley and Curley departed, telling a frustrated Corll they'd be right back. They drove in Curley's Volkswagen to Henley's house, where they planned to grab some food. Parking nearby, they heard some noise coming from down the street from the house of Rhonda Williams. Rhonda was 15 years old. The previous year, she had dated 18-year-old Frank Aguirre before he had disappeared on the way to her house after his shift at Long John Silver's in March 1972. Rhonda was extremely distressed by Frank's disappearance, and a year later she was still given to periodic spasms of despondency. Both Rhonda and Frank had been friendly with Wayne Henley. In fact, back in March 1972, Henley had begged Corll not to murder Frank Aguirre. Since then, Henley had felt a little protective of Rhonda Williams, occasionally telling her that Frank was probably not coming back, leading her to suspect that Henley knew something about Frank's disappearance. Henley, that is very close to talking about your crimes. Henley and Curley found Rhonda alone at her house, being comforted by a friend, Ricky Wilson. Earlier that evening, Rhonda had gotten into an argument with her allegedly alcoholic father, Ben Williams, and he had allegedly beaten her. To top it off, she had recently sprained her ankle while goofing around with her friends on the hood of Ricky Wilson's car. Rhonda was miserable. She vowed to run away and was trying to figure out where she could go. Henley, half cut on beer and paint fumes, offered to bring Rhonda with him and Curly back to Dean Corral's house. Rhonda agreed. Thereupon, Henley went into his own house, woke up his mother, and told her that he was going to spend the night with the friends Timothy Curly. Henley grabbed some food from the fridge, and he, Curly, and Rhonda took off in the Volkswagen. With both Henley and Curly being fairly intoxicated, a party atmosphere prevailed in the vehicle. They drove around Houston for the better part of an hour, only returning to 2020 Lamar Drive at around 3 a.m. on August the 8th, where an impatient Dean Corral awaited them. When Corral saw that Henley had brought a girl back alongside Curly, his intended victim for the night, he became angry. Corral muttered to Henley that it ruined everything. An intoxicated Henley explained that Rhonda Williams had fought with her father and didn't want to go home. Thereupon, Corral's mood seemed to change. He calmly offered Henley, Curly, and Williams some beer and pot. On top of this, Henley and Curly began huffing paint fumes again. Corral did not partake in anything. He just sat there, staring at them. By approximately 5 in the morning, Henley, Curly, and Williams had all passed out. Corral got up, used a knife to strip Timothy Curly naked, and proceeded to bind his hands and feet. He then bound the hands and feet of Wayne Henley and Rhonda Williams without disrobing them. Corral gagged his 3 potential victims and wrapped several layers of tape around their mouths. All 3 teenagers lay there, trussed up and still unconscious on the living room floor. Corral went off to the bedroom and laid down some plastic sheeting before returning and waiting for his victims to wake up so that he could maximize his pleasure in torturing them. Well past daybreak, Wayne Henley was the first to regain consciousness. Corral noticed and removed the tape and gag from Henley's mouth. The 17-year-old immediately begged Corral not to kill him. Corral replied, quote, "Man, you blew it bringing that girl. But I'm going to fix you now. I'm going to kill you all. But first, I'm going to have my fun." Corral walked over to Rhonda Williams and kicked her repeatedly in the chest and stomach, saying, "Wake up, bitch." Rhonda briefly regained consciousness, only to see Corral drag Henley to his feet, shove a .22 caliber pistol in his gut, and haul the boy into the kitchen before she passed out again. In the kitchen for the next 30 minutes, Wayne Henley begged for his life. He reminded Corral of their friendship, which had now spanned 3 years, and how he had loyally assisted him with so many of the murders, and without compensation, because, indeed, after the first one, Corral hadn't paid Henley for any of the victims that had lured to Corral's place. Then Henley said if Corral would let him go, he'd help torture and kill Timothy Curly and Rhonda Williams, shouting, quote, "I'll do anything you want me to, Dean. Anything." Corral was convinced. Oh my, this is all unraveling for you, Corral. He undid the bindings on Henley's arms and feet and cut loose what remained of the tape around his face. They returned to the living room, where Rhonda and Timothy lay still unconscious on the floor. Corral said that he was going to torture and sexually assault Timothy, while Henley was expected to do the same to Rhonda. The 15-year-old girl regained consciousness to see Henley standing over her and Corral behind him with a .22 caliber pistol in his hand. Then Corral proceeded to drag Timothy Curly by his feet into the bedroom. Curly regained consciousness, and his muffled screams could be heard through his gag. Henley huffed some paint fumes to numb himself to the situation, then knelt down and whispered to Rhonda, "Everything's going to be all right." Then Henley proceeded to drag Rhonda into the bedroom. She noticed plastic sheeting on the floor. Henley and Corral manacled the 2 victims at opposite ends of the torture board, with Curly facing downward and Rhonda facing up. Corral handed Henley a knife and ordered him to cut away Rhonda's clothing. Corral turned to Curly and said, "Don't you worry, boy. I'm just going to take a look up your anus. Cause you some trouble." Jesus Christ. Henley deliberately took his time cutting away Rhonda's clothes while Corral laid the pistol down on the table and started to strip himself naked. Corral then climbed on top of Curly and began to forcibly sodomize him. Henley took the knife and cut away the tape around Rhonda's face and removed her gag. Half dazed, she asked, "Is this for real?" "Yes," Henley replied, to which Rhonda responded with a question that weighed a metric ton. "Are you going to do something about it?" Years later, Wayne Henley said at that moment he was hit with a massive wave of remorse. Quote, "Her boyfriend had been killed. Dean was trying to kill her. Her friend, whom she trusted implicitly, turned out to be a monster. So who's the victim? The belief that she trusted me is what gave me the push I needed to do something." Henley asked Corral, "Can I take Rhonda into the other room? She doesn't need to see all this." Corral, in the middle of sexually assaulting Curly, ignored him. Henley grabbed the .22 caliber pistol from the bedside table, pointed it at Corral and shouted, "This has gone far enough, Dean." Corral looked over, spotted the gun, and began clambering off of Curly. Henley shouted, "I can't let this go any longer. I can't let you kill all of my friends." Corral began to walk toward Henley. "Kill me, Wayne," he said simply. Henley backed away a few paces and did not pull the trigger. Corral continued toward him. He sneered and said, you won't do it. Wayne Henley pulled the trigger and shot Dean Corll square in the forehead. But the small .22 caliber bullet did not pierce all the way through Corll's skull into his brain. It merely stunned him. Corll continued to move toward Henley. The teenage boy fired again twice. He hit Corll once in the shoulder and once in the chest, with the bullet piercing his left lung. Corll staggered past Henley out of the room and slammed into the wall in the hallway. Henley fired 3 more shots at Corll, hitting the naked man once more in the shoulder, twice in the lower back, rupturing his guts. Corll slumped to the floor, turned his face to the wall, bled out, and died. Fucking finally. Now, I'm sorry, Wayne, but you also need to be killed. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is this episode? The aftermath. Henley's immediate reaction after killing Dean Corll was to feel pride. He thought perversely that Corll would have been proud of him for acting so decisively in that situation. Then Henley freed Rhonda and Timothy from the torture board. Both Henley and Timothy burst into tears. Timothy repeatedly thanked Henley for saving his life. Rhonda sat on the bedroom floor for several minutes, still in shock. Then she got up, saw Corll's body in the hallway, and began to scream. Henley came over and calmed her down. Rhonda and Timothy got dressed in the tattered remains of their clothes, while the 3 teenagers discussed what to do next. Henley wanted to let Corll's body just be discovered. Timothy Curley, unaware of the scope of Henley's complicity in Corll's crimes, reasoned that the whole thing happened in self-defense, and that they should call the cops. Henley, dazed and half intoxicated, agreed. I mean, because Corll's dead, Henley has there's not a lot tying him to this stuff, is there? He seems like there could be an exit path for him here. But I don't think there is, because obviously we're getting all of this information from someone, and I get the feeling it's Henley testifying like mad in order for a reduced sentence. At 8:24 a.m., Wayne Henley phoned the police and said, "You better come here right now. I just killed a man. Address is 2020 Lamar." The 3 teenagers waited outside on the porch for the cops to come. Henley placed the pistol on the driveway away from him. As he sat there, Henley considered going on the run, but dismissed the idea. Then he turned to Curley and said, "You know, if you wasn't my friend, I could have $200 for you." At the time, Curley didn't understand the meaning of the statement. The police arrived, and Henley told them that the body was inside the house. They got Henley, Curley, and Williams into the patrol car and confiscated the pistol that was still on the driveway. Then one of the cops stepped inside the house and saw the body of Dean Corll lying face down, his nose pressed against the baseboard, his body covered in blood and smears of it along the wall. The cop went into the bedroom and saw the torture board and the plastic sheeting. Scanning the rest of the house, the officer spotted various weapons, nylon cords, handcuffs, glass rods, and a 17-inch dildo. Coming outside again, the officer confirmed that Henley was the one who pulled the trigger on Corll. Believing that Henley had acted in self-defense, rescuing his 2 friends, the officer nevertheless had to arrest Henley. While the officer read him his Miranda rights, Henley shouted, "I don't care who knows it. I have to get it off my chest." All 3 teenagers were taken down to the station for questioning. For decades, Rhonda Williams has felt grateful to Wayne Henley for saving her life. Timothy Curley, on the other hand, was shocked when he found out Henley's role in Corll's crimes, including luring Curley to 2020 Lamar Drive to be tortured and killed in the first place. In 2009, he said, "If I ever met Wayne again, I don't know if I would shake his hand and say thank you, or beat the shit out of him." I would definitely say the latter, because he is a terrible piece of shit of a human being. Henley was promptly interrogated, and after going over the details of that morning's killings, he began to tell a much darker story. He said that Dean Corll was a predator who had tortured and murdered teenage boys for years. Henley said that he and another boy were tasked with procuring victims for him. He said that bodies were buried at various locations: the boat shed, High Island, and Sam Rayburn Lake. He began listing off the names of the victims that he could remember. When the officers, doubtful of Henley's testimony, ran the names, they discovered, to their shock, that they were all missing persons. At 6 p.m. that evening, the officers drove Wayne Henley out to Southwest Boat Storage and began an excavation that ultimately would wind up lasting several days, with 17 bodies being recovered. But back on the evening of August the 8th, the press soon arrived, and Henley made several statements to them about Corll's crimes and his involvement. Henley then asked one of the reporters if he could use his car phone, yes, they already existed back then, to call his mother. Henley said, "Mama, it's Wayne. I killed Dean. It's my fault. I can't help but feel guilty. Like I killed those boys myself. I caused them to be dead. I led them straight to Dean." Footage of this confession was blasted across the 10 o'clock news. That same evening, David Brooks went with his father down to the Houston police headquarters and admitted to having procured victims for Dean Corll, but flatly denied that he ever participated in the subsequent murders. But on the morning of August the 9th, Wayne Henley contradicted Brooks' story by giving an eerily calm, open, and full confession about the complicity of them in the torture and murder of the victims. Without batting an eye, Wayne admitted to killing 9 of the victims himself. That afternoon, Henley and Brooks were taken out to Lake Sam Rayburn, where police recovered 4 more bodies. That evening, back at the station, under pressure from his father to come clean, David Brooks admitted to having been present at numerous torture and murder sessions, but continued to deny that he ever directly tortured or murdered anyone himself. The next day, on August the 10th, Henley and the cops headed out to Sam Rayburn Lake again, where 2 more bodies were uncovered. That afternoon, both Henley and Brooks went with the police to High Island Beach, where they discovered 4 more bodies, bringing the confirmed total to 27, making it the highest death toll from serial killings in recorded American history at the time. Once authorities found all the bodies they believed Brooks and Henley had described in their statements, further excavations were called off. Joseph Lyle's body was later found on a beach in Jefferson County in 1983, bringing the total to 28 victims killed between 1970 and 1973. But most investigators have concluded that the death toll was decidedly higher. Henley and Brooks went in front of a grand jury for the first time on August 13, 1973. Over the course of the next month, Henley was indicted for 6 counts of murder, and Brooks was indicted for 4. Henley was not charged with the murder of Dean Corll, which the grand jury ruled as self-defense. The district attorney wanted the oddly detached Wayne Henley to undergo psychiatric examination. This would determine whether he was fit to stand trial, but the move was opposed by Henley's lawyer, who claimed it would violate his constitutional rights. The defense attorney later changed his mind, however, and asked for the exam. The request was denied, and the attorney's own damn arguments were thrown back at him. Henley's case went to trial in July 1974, with the prosecution calling for life imprisonment, but openly lamenting that Henry's age prevented them from calling for the death penalty. Okay, yeah, because he was underage. Which, I mean, yeah, life without parole. You can't execute someone who committed crimes when they were a child. So life without parole. Come on. The defense called for a not guilty verdict on the basis of Henley being a minor at the time and supposedly being coerced by Corll to commit these crimes. The just following orders defense, not really that strong. The defense's arguments were undermined by the sheer brutality and sadism of the acts Henley had described in his earlier confessions to police, which turned the jury against him. His attorney did not call any witnesses, and Henley himself did not take the stand. The jury only needed to deliberate for an hour and a half before finding Henley guilty. They sentenced him to 99 years for each of the 6 counts of murder, totaling 594 years in the notorious Huntsville prison. Henley appealed the verdict and conviction, citing a mistrial primarily because the jury had not been sequestered, and they were therefore prejudiced against him by lurid media accounts. In 1979, Henley was granted a second trial, wherein the defense team tried to get Henley's confessions to police, detailing all the brutality and sadism, ruled as inadmissible. This was overruled, and the defense spent the next 9 days attacking the credibility of the confessions based on Henley's own disturbed state of mind at the time. But the details of Henley's complicity again poisoned the jury against him. Yeah, because he's a fucking monster. And the verdict was upheld. Elmer Wayne Henley, now aged 68, remains imprisoned, having been moved to the Mark Stiles unit in Jefferson County, Texas. However, he is next eligible for parole in October 2025. Oh, so he spent basically his entire life in prison, which is fucking where he belongs. Don't parole this sick fuck. He deserves to be in prison and die there. Meanwhile, David Brooks' trial took place in February and March 1975. Although Brooks had been indicted on 4 counts of murder, he was brought to trial for only 1, the brutal torture and murder of 15-year-old Billy Lawrence at the beginning of June 1973. Henley had also been convicted of this one the previous year. Why is this guy was doing stuff with him for longer? Lawrence had been tortured and repeatedly violated for 3 days, from June the 4th to June the 7th, one of the longest of any of the known Corll victims. While Brooks had not actually strangled Lawrence to death, he had actively participated in the torture sessions over those 3 days and been involved in the victim's abduction and had stood by as the victim was killed. By the Texas legal definition of the time, he was as guilty of murder as Corll and Henley. Brooks's initial claim to the police about not being present at any of the killings would work against him with the jury, as did the written confessions of Wayne Henley, which asserted that Brooks was present at all but a handful of the murders. Ultimately, Brooks was found guilty and sentenced to 99 years in prison. Brooks remained emotionless as the verdict was handed down. Brooks' wife Bridget burst into tears, and Brooks' daughter Rachel, born in 1974, learned nothing about her father until she was 17. She visited Brooks once in prison, but was killed in a car accident shortly thereafter, coming home from a high school prom. Oh. Back in 1979, Brooks appealed the verdict, trying to claim that during his 2 confessions to police had not been properly informed of his legal rights, but the appeal was thrown out. Brooks spent the rest of his life in the Texas prison system and died from COVID-19 at the age of 65 in a makeshift prison ward at the Galveston Hospital on May the 28th, 2020. And I think we can all just say to that, oh no! Dean Corll escaped any kind of formal justice and accountability for his crimes. His funeral was attended by 40 people in August 1973. Jesus, why did you just throw him in the sea? It was just a 15-minute service, closed to the media. There was no music. Due to Corll's military service, an American flag was somewhat perversely draped over the top of his casket. How about, if someone's a fucking horrible piece of shit, you don't do that? His mother Mary maintained to her dying day that Dean Corll had not committed any of the murders of which he was accused. Instead, she thought the murders were committed entirely by Henley and Brooks, and Dean Corll had been murdered when he discovered what was going on. To quote, he was not a sex maniac or sadist. The people who knew Dean, who worked with him, who raised him, will never believe these terrible accusations. To David and Wayne, you can lie, plan, and plant evidence, and shift the blame onto one who cannot defend himself, but you surely know that your days are numbered, whether it is behind bars or walking the street. Oh, Mary, your power of denial is fucking extraordinary. Dean Corll's ex-girlfriend, single mother Betty Hawkins, maintained a similar view and claimed that just days before Corll was killed, he told her that he was driving to Colorado and asked her not to tell David Brooks that he was going. Hawkins remembered Corll as, quote, one of the kindest men I ever knew. If he had something and someone needed it, he'd give it to them. So far as I knew, he didn't have any special hobby, unless it was helping people. An interesting choice of words there at the end, isn't it, Betty? Also, massive power of denial. Likely all of this was symptomatic of a deeply tethered state of denial from the two women who had otherwise struggled to justify caring for a man who turned out to be an unspeakably evil monster. Yeah, it's got to be hard because you're like, oh no. Yeah, I totally fell for this. And he was a mega psycho. He was just wearing that mask. Yeah, I get it. As for the justice meted out, there was actually very tenuous evidence regarding the extent to which Brooks and Henley were involved in the Candyman murders, and virtually nothing beyond their own confessions. But it is clear that the juries, and indeed the entire shell-shocked Texas justice system in the 1970s, were eager to see both young men behind bars for life. And let's face it, this was Texas. Many people would have preferred both young men to pay a visit to old Sparky, but since then, numerous psychologists and commentators have debated the extent to which the Corll managed to groom and brainwash Brooks and Henley into being procurers, torturers, and killers. Yeah, I don't believe they deserved the death penalty because they were minors and they were groomed, but I'm sorry, but you can't torture and kill people and not go away to prison forever. It's just you can't. You can't. Brooks began his association with Corll at the age of 12. Henley met Corll at the age of 15. Brooks was many times sexually abused by Corll. There's no evidence that Brooks actively murdered anyone, though he definitely partook in torture. Henley, on the other hand, after a short while, seemed to embrace the sadism and bloodlust of the killings. But to what extent is a traumatized and manipulated teenager culpable for having his mind contorted by an adult and not immediately coming to his senses? Both Brooks and Henley were terrified of Corll. They both admitted to the police that they had actually, at one point, discussed killing him. Ultimately, Henley did come to his senses and managed to save the lives of both Rhonda Williams and Timothy Curley in the process, but only after dozens had died. Alternatively, both Brooks and Henley displayed clear psychopathic traits when they were examined by mental health professionals, particularly Henley, who showed no emotion throughout his trial, cheerfully chatted with journalists, and has shown very little sign of remorse in the decades that he's been in prison. It is possible that Corll chose his accomplices, fellow psychopaths and sexual sadists. This isn't so far-fetched. Approximately 1 in 100 people are psychopaths. Approximately 1 in 10,000 people are full-blown sexual sadists. Houston had an enormous population of 1.3 million in 1973, and there is some circumstantial evidence that indicates Brooke and Henley weren't the only young men Corll involved in his crimes. Allegedly, Billy Ridinger, for example, had come to trials with a paper bag over his head, with eyeballs cut out, refusing to utter a word. He was only later identified with journalists. Yet if others, like Ridinger, had been involved in torture and murder, then surely they would have been implicated by Henley when he was spilling his guts to police in 1973. Yeah, I feel like that would probably be the case. It seems like he just confessed to everything and talked to the media and everything. The question remains, and likely always will, did Corll poison the minds of two innocent young boys by sucking them into his twisted world, or did he see something in them that he also saw in himself? In 2001, a documentarian visited Wayne Henley in prison and asked him whether he was a serial killer. Henley replied, "No, Mom, I'm not a serial killer. I'm an accomplice to a serial killer. I was a stupid, ignorant child." Yeah, but you can't torture and murder people, even if it's by association, and not spend the rest of your life in prison. It's just how it is. I will leave you to weigh those words and judge the case for yourself. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. The official death toll for the Houston mass murders is 28. However, we know that Dean Corll committed a number of murders without Henley and Brooks, who are our only witnesses to his deeds. We've only uncovered a handful of the murders Corll did solo, and then only because Corll had told Henley and Brooks about them. When Houston authorities reached their expected total of 27 bodies, they stopped all excavations, despite Henley insisting there were more. Given the number of young men who fit the victim profile and went missing in Houston between 1970 and 1973, Dean Corll's kill count might be as high as 42. This would account for the long hiatus where Corll appeared to stop killing. Serial killers generally cannot stop. Number 2. We have strong reason to suspect that Corll began killing victims long before 1970. In one interview, David Brooks claims that Corll had told him about a murder he committed in 1968. And we know that from 1965 to 1968, when Corll ran the candy factory, he was already aggressively pursuing underage boys and burying quote-unquote defective candy in his office. Oh yeah, this was all before go dig up the office, go dig up the parking lot. And an area later converted to a parking lot. It seems sensible to have these places excavated. If we apply the average frequency of Corll's kills as far back as June 1965, when Corll returned from military service, and cross-reference them with missing persons cases, then the kill count rises to as high as 100 potential victims. Furthermore, in 2015, an Indiana man found a child's femur in the crawl space of the house where Corll lived with his grandmother from 1959 to 1962. So it's possible Corll got started as a serial killer as far back as 19 years old, meaning that his kill count could go even higher than 100. You need to excavate that parking lot and the office. Like, what is going on? Just get it done. Shh. Number 3. Corll's record for the highest death toll in American history, at 27 victims, was surpassed by John Wayne Gacy with 33 victims in 1978. Indeed, Gacy was watching news coverage of the Houston mass murders in 1973 and later claimed that that's where he got the idea for the handcuff trick with which he also restrained his victims. However, we don't know how long Corll operated. His total might actually blow Gacy's out of the water. Number 4. Of the 28 bodies police ultimately discovered between 1973 and 1983, only one of them remains unidentified. The body found in the boat shed, dressed in stars and stripes swimming trunks, a peace sign shirt, and black leather cowboy boots, colloquially known as Swimsuit Boy. He was murdered in 1971 or 1972. He had dark hair and spinal bifida, a birth defect that affects the spine, and basic locomotion. 3 missing people's cases from Houston fit that profile. One of them, 15-year-old John Harmon, phoned his parents claiming that he was being held for money before he disappeared, much like Charles Cobble did. Another credible anonymous tip claims that the name of the victim is Robert French. The investigation continues. Number 5. A Polaroid picture of a visibly distressed young boy manacled to Corll's torture board, taken in 1972 or 1973, was found among Henley's personal possessions. The boy in the picture does not resemble any of the known victims of Dean Corll, including Swimsuit Boy, whose broad age, facial reconstructions, and hair color do not match. Henley himself says that he does not remember who the boy was. Look at the picture online at your peril. No. And don't include it in the video editor. It's grainy and low quality, but apparent distress of the boy in the photograph makes my skin crawl. I don't advise it. Number 6. Numerous witnesses identified Corll, Henley, and Brooks burying bodies at Galveston Beach between March and May 1973. However, police have never excavated the area. Police? What? Is there a reason that they're not going to excavate these bodies, or something that I'm missing? Because it seems like we know where there's lots of bodies, and police just don't want to go digging. It seems like then we'd close cases, no? Number 7. Dean Corll had once told Henley that he was associated with a Dallas-based sex trafficking ring, but Henley had subsequently thought this was a lie. However, in August 1973, around the time that the Candyman bodies were being dug up, investigators uncovered a Dallas-based sex trafficking ring of John David Norman, who ran the so-called Odyssey Foundation, a national network trafficking thousands of underage boys, servicing up to 100,000 clients across the United States, including a long list of celebrities, politicians, and government employees. It was sent by Dallas police to the State Department, only for the latter to suppress its contents. Holy shit, that is some conspiracy level shit right there. A subsequent police raid in Houston in 1975 on a place connected to the Odyssey Foundation uncovered numerous pornographic photographs, including pictures of 11 of Corll's victims, so it is possible that Corll might have actually had a connection to trafficking. Number 8. Another person possibly connected to John David Norman was John Wayne Gacy. Norman had fled to Illinois in 1973 after Dallas police rumbled the Odyssey Foundation and set up another ring under the name of the Delta Project. Gacy was not only well connected with the Illinois Democratic Party, he also frequently boasted about having powerful underworld connections. So is it possible that the rabbit hole goes much deeper than just Coral and Gacy being two isolated serial cases with similar MOs and victim profiles? They may have had links to a network of predators that included the rich and powerful. Not so different from the rumors that swirl around Jeffrey Epstein and his associates in our own day. And that's where we end today's utterly brutal and long episode. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you next time.